Chapter 601, Blade Wind Star, was usually deserted, and indeed there was no one around. To avoid mutual interference, the two separated themselves by a distance, each searching for an appropriate area to confront the blade winds. Following the area divisions on the communicator, Lin Shen found a zone where the destructive force of the wind blades was equivalent to ascension level and began practicing his blade technique. As the strong wind rose, the air suddenly filled with transparent blade-like currents, sweeping across the desert like a meteor shower. Strands of blade chi burrowed into the desert, carving out deep pits in the sand. Lin Shen held a sword in one hand and its scabbard in the other, his arms whirling rapidly to shatter the blade chi in the wind, ensuring not a single one could approach his body. This really is a great place to practice swordplay. Lin Shen practiced more and became increasingly in tune, finding the location ideally suited for defense practice. Miles away, in a windless zone, Lin Wan stood with eyes gleaming with an eerie starlight, her gaze somehow bridging the distance of thousands of miles, capturing every move Lin Shen made. Lin Wan saw Lin Shen facing the blade winds and shattering the blade chi in the air, causing her to frown slightly. What exactly is he practicing? It's utterly indescribable. He clearly has dominant capabilities, yet insists on defending. Even though they are defensive moves, each one looks like a fight for his life, totally chaotic. The more Lin Wan watched, the more frustrated she became, her own universe. Inverting right and wrong hand skill had been turned into a mess by Lin Shen, which would infuriate anyone. It felt to Lin Wan as though she had created a supercar, but Lin Shen refused to drive it forward, insisting on reversing instead, completely failing to utilize the performance of the supercar. Reversing can be understood, but what's the meaning of driving backward the whole time? Of course, Lin Wan was aware that Lin Shen didn't fully understand universe inverting right and wrong hand, meaning he didn't even know how to drive forward. But it was precisely because of this that Lin Wan felt even more irritated. She had clearly shown Lin Shen how to drive forward, but he refused to listen, stubbornly reversing and feeling very pleased with himself. Unless you suffer a bit, you won't know which way is the right direction. Lin Wan gently smoothed her sleeve, and a breeze arose. As blade winds arose sporadically, Lin Shen kept breaking up various blade chi in the wind. While he was practicing enjoyably, suddenly, a gust laden with blade chi, flickering with white light like raindrops, swept down from the sky. Wasn't it said that the blade winds on the ground were only up to ascension-level destructive power? The power of this blade wind, it doesn't seem that simple. Lin Shen became cautious and raised his sword and scabbard to meet the white light shimmering blade chi in the wind. Crack, crack. The blade chi, upon encountering Lin Shen's sword and scabbard, were instantly sawed in two, performing even better than he had anticipated. Initially, Lin Shen was somewhat worried that he wouldn't withstand such furious attacks from the blade chi, but upon engaging, he discovered the scrap sword skill was even more powerful than he had imagined, effortlessly sawing apart the white light flashing blade chi, leading him to suspect the blade chi hadn't reached nirvana-level destructive force. However, seeing the blade chi strike the desert, causing terrifying sand explosions reminiscent of nuclear blasts, he confirmed that their destructive power was indeed beyond comparison to ascension level. Lin Shen's heart rejoiced, and he practiced with even greater vigor. As he swung his sword, his technique suggested a high-speed oscillating sawing motion, completely different from the way ordinary people exerted force with a sword. Watching Lin Shen sever the blade chi one after another, Lin Wan was somewhat surprised. His technique seems to have a hint of that person's particle oscillation skill. How did he manage to adapt my blade technique into this? For a moment, Lin Wan was caught in a daze. If Lin Wan hadn't previously practiced with him, she might not have recognized that the blade technique Lin Shen was using had been adapted from her own universe inverting right and wrong hand. Now, Lin Wan was somewhat uncertain whether Lin Shen was practicing correctly or not. If you said he was practicing it correctly, his blade technique was becoming more and more different from the original. If you said he was practicing it incorrectly, it seemed the effect was not much worse than the original, it was just a different style and effect. Being an ascender and being able to shatter so many nirvana-level blade chi, and apparently doing it with ease. Even if it were her universe inverting right and wrong hand being practiced, the effect would be roughly the same at the ascension level. This person is really indescribable. Lin Wan didn't know how to judge Lin Shen at that moment. She couldn't be sure whether Lin Shen's blade technique was a fluke or if he had intended to achieve that effect from the start. Lin Wan didn't really want to do anything to Lin Shen. Seeing that his peculiar blade technique seemed to be quite effective, she refrained from taking action against him. After trying out the Nirvana-level blade wind currents, Lin Shen felt that slicing through the Ascension-level blade wind currents was not interesting anymore. With a thought, he shot straight up into the sky, flying toward the high heavens to practice amidst the Nirvana-level blade wind currents. That guy got cocky so easily, Lin Wan muttered with a curl of her lip. In the air, Lin Shen confronted the blade wind currents, blocking left with both hands, and forcefully shattered the sweeping blade chi, creating a vacuum zone. The blade wind currents in the sky became even more frequent, and Lin Shen's integration of scrap sword skill with blood life blade skill was improving amidst the confrontation. Just when he was practicing happily, he suddenly saw a white blade chi streak, over 10 meters long, rushing through the current. Normal blade chi mixed into the wind was only a few dozen centimeters to a meter in length, but this over 10-meter-long white blade chi was much more powerful than the ordinary ones. Seeing that the long blade chi was not heading in his direction, Lin Shen decided to confront it head-on. Lin Wan, thousands of miles away, couldn't help twitching at the corner of her eyes when she saw Lin Shen voluntarily meeting the over 10-meter-long blade chi. This guy is getting more and more conceited. That blade chi could match the destructive power of a first-rate nirvana being. Surely he doesn't really think he can break through this blade chi just because he could break through ordinary ones. Lin Wan hesitated about whether to intervene. She didn't want to reveal her identity, but she wanted Lin Shen to avoid death even less. Forget it, it shouldn't lead to death. It's good for him to suffer a little who asked him to be so presumptuous. A little hardship might not be a bad thing. In the end, Lin Wan did not intervene. Faced with the over 10-meter-long blade chi, Lin Shen crossed the sword and scabbard in front of his chest and then, with a sudden expansion of his hands, pulled the sword and scabbard apart. Amidst the intersection of the sword and scabbard, the terrifying blade chi was forcibly snipped in half, rushing into the void on either side. Chapter 622 New Task. Lin Wan couldn't help but fall silent. Although she was reluctant to admit it, she had to acknowledge that Lin Shen's blade technique was indeed quite something. Although it had deviated significantly from her universe-inverting right and wrong hand, the effectiveness of Lin Shen's adaptation was not inferior, and in some aspects, it even surpassed it. This man is truly a genius, to be able to take the incomplete and radically altered universe-inverting right and wrong hand and cultivate it to such an extent with his unique innovations. It seems that the disappearance of the death powder's effects on me is very likely related to him. As Lin Wan watched Lin Shen practice his blade technique in the sky, she silently contemplated how to gain his trust further in order to uncover the secret of the death powder's disappearance from his being. Lin Wan knew that under normal circumstances, gaining Lin Shen's trust might require a lengthy period of testing. Though she now presented herself in a human guise, it was apparent that Lin Shen didn't place an unwavering trust in his own people. Apart from his own small group, Lin Shen hadn't made extensive use of humans within the Celestial Master Institute, making Lin Wan's approach to getting close to him in her human identity somewhat awkward. She had originally thought that approaching Lin Shen as a compatriot would make it easier to gain his trust, but this turned out not to be the case. It was even harder to win his trust. It seems that I must take drastic measures. Lin Wan didn't have the patience to wait for Lin Shen to trust her and had to think of another strategy. As Lin Shen continued to refine his Blood Life Blade skill, his defense became increasingly fierce. The world had probably never seen such an aggressive defensive blade technique except for his own. Feeling that there were no major issues with his blade technique anymore, Lin Shen finally descended to the ground and called Tian Beluo to leave Blade Windstar with him. Prior to mastering the technique, Lin Shen had been very diligent, but now that he had lost interest and no longer wished to practice. Tian Beluo didn't mind. After all, he had come just to accompany Lin Shen. Since Lin Shen wanted to go back, Tian Beluo saw no reason to stay and practice. He too would return to Celestial Star alongside Lin Shen. Upon returning to Silent Residence, Lin Shen pondered that he must wait until Nirvana of the Death Powder was complete before he could safely venture into the underground space, so he decided to first visit Gourd Mountain to figure out what was really going on there. If he could clarify the situation with Gourd Mountain, the next time the strange visitor came looking for him, he could simply return the mechanical wristwatch to him. While Lin Shen was considering when to set out for Gourd Mountain, Tian Kongyun came running over. Dean, the Heavenly Emperor has decreed that the Celestial Master Institute is responsible for the safety of Princess Yunxiang, escorting her to the Supreme Clan, Tian Kongyun said, handing over an official document to Lin Shen. Escort Princess Yunxiang to the Supreme Clan? Lin Shen was momentarily taken aback. After reading the document, he learned that Princess Yunxiang was going to study and cultivate on the planet of the Supreme Clan, which, in terms from the human mother planet, was akin to studying abroad. Their mission was to escort Princess Yunxiang safely to Supreme Star and to wait until she was settled into the Supreme Academy. If it was any ordinary planet, no escort would be needed since one could simply use the teleporter. However, there is no teleporter on Supreme Star, so if one wants to go there, the only options are to fly from a nearby planet that does have a teleporter or to take a spacecraft. If they were to take a spacecraft, the journey would likely take a bit more than 2 days, and this is the time during which Lin Shen and his team must be vigilant to make sure no one takes advantage of them. In fact, there aren't many who dare to make a move against Princess Yunxiang. If someone were to harm Princess Yunxiang there, it would be tantamount to offending both the Celestial race and the Supreme Clan at the same time. Who in the universe has the courage to offend these two powerful families simultaneously? So, this assignment is actually a sinecure, just accompanying Princess Yunxiang on a stroll, not much different from a tourist trip. Therefore, Lin Shen did not attend the meeting at the Celestial Master Institute, but instead discussed with Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu, asking them to accompany him to Supreme Star. To prevent leaks, Lin Shen did not even make use of the Nirvana beings recruited by Ouyang Yudu. If it were a debt collection, Lin Shen would definitely take them along. But for the task of escorting a prince, the fewer people who knew, the better. Only those who could be absolutely trusted could participate. Ouyang Yudu is the head of the Special Service Department, and this is precisely his responsibility. Of course, he cannot shirk it. Wei Wufu also had no objections, so Lin Shen prepared to secretly set off with them to escort Princess Yongxiang. Before going to fetch Princess Yongxiang, Lin Shen sent a message to Tian Beluo, inquiring about her to avoid any potential taboos that he might not be aware of, which could lead to conflicts with the princess. Upon hearing Lin Shen's question about Princess Yongxiang, Tian Beluo immediately guessed what was happening and asked with some surprise, "Did the Heavenly Emperor ask you to escort Princess Yongxiang to the Supreme Clan for studies? Is this matter already common knowledge?" Lin Shen's expression turned sour as he had been extremely cautious, yet the news had somehow leaked, making his previous actions seem clownish. "It might be said that it's not a secret anymore," said Tian Beluo with a laugh. "Yongxiang is quite young and spoiled, and she has always been infatuated with outstanding figures like Dec, desiring to go to Supreme Star for a learning journey. This is no secret on Sky Pinnacle Star. The moment you asked about her, I knew what was going on. Your responsibility this time is quite heavy. What do you mean? Is someone actually daring to kidnap Princess Yongxiang?" Lin Shen was taken aback, startled at the possibility. "That's unlikely. If someone dares to abduct her on her way to a learning journey, that would be tantamount to opposing both our celestial race and the Supreme Clan. I believe no one would want to do such a thing," Tian Beluo pondered before adding. "Princess Yongxiang is deeply obsessed with Dec to an unescapable extent. The Heavenly Emperor was quite displeased and thus had always refused to let her go to the Supreme Clan. His sudden agreement to let Yongxiang go to the Supreme Clan and specifically appointing you to escort her, you don't really think it's just a simple study journey, do you? Does the Emperor mean for me to correct Princess Yongxiang's views?" Lin Shen finally understood the true intention of the Heavenly Emperor. Tian Beluo laughed. "That seems to be the case. Your performance on the racial ranking list isn't inferior to that of Dec, so it seems the Emperor wants you to prove to Princess Yongxiang that Dec is not as perfect and invincible as she thinks, in the hopes that Princess Yongxiang will come to her senses and stop being infatuated with him. This task truly could not be entrusted to anyone else but you. You're giving me too much credit. I'm no match for Dec," Lin Shen sighed, realizing the tasks assigned by the Heavenly Emperor are never as simple as they seem. Chapter 603, The Stupid Prince. When Lin Shen met Princess Yongxiang, he realized that this mission might be even more challenging than he had imagined. In fact, he had already given up on it. "Lin Shen, right? I know you. Surrendering was the smart choice. Otherwise, if Dec took it seriously, you would be no match for him. Minor injuries are one thing, but getting killed would be quite another," she said. Though Lin Shen felt somewhat annoyed by the first few things Prince Tianxiang said, he could still tolerate them. But the next thing Princess Yunxiang said made Lin Shen involuntarily roll his eyes. Dec, with his sacred-like presence, really shouldn't stain his hands with blood, Princess Yunxiang said, her face filled with adoration. What an idiot. Lin Shen silently labeled this Princess Yunxiang in his mind. After all, he was the head of an academy personally appointed by Emperor Tianshu and the one in charge of escorting her to Chonggao Star. Yet there she was, a princess of the celestial race, spouting such nonsense in front of him. Aside from idiot, Lin Shen could think of no other words to describe her. Lin Shen couldn't be bothered to argue with an idiot and pretended not to hear her comments, but in his mind, he was thinking about a secret that Tian Beluo had told him yesterday. Princess Yongxiang hadn't actually grown up in the imperial palace and wasn't even a pure-blooded princess. Previously, during his travels, Emperor Tianshu encountered Princess Yongxiang's mother on a planet, and what followed was a romantic affair. Afterward, Emperor Tianshu left, but Princess Yunxiang's mother became pregnant, and years later, Tian Yunxiang was recognized and welcomed back into her ancestral lineage. However, due to her overly simplistic upbringing, she struggled to adapt to life in the imperial palace. When Tian Beluo told him this, Lin Shen didn't pay much attention, but now he realized that this wasn't a case of a simple upbringing. The woman was just plain idiotic, and Tian Beluo had been too subtle in his description. Although Tian Yunxiang was somewhat naive, Emperor Tianshu was quite fond of her and took good care of her. Otherwise, with her personality, she would have found it difficult to survive in the imperial palace. Perhaps because she was uncomfortable with the palace environment, Tian Yunxiang longed for life outside and greatly admired born-strong types like Dec. This time, Emperor Tianshu finally relented and agreed to let her travel to study with the Supreme Clan, and Tian Yunxiang was very happy about it. Lin Shen had initially planned to have just the three of them escort Tian Yunxiang to the Supreme Clan, but since many people knew about Tian Yunxiang's desire to visit the Supreme Clan, for safety's sake, Lin Shen borrowed the assistance of the four sisters from the Night Ghost tribe to ensure Tian Yunxiang's safety. 7 people escorting Tian Yunxiang set out, and after over a dozen transfers, they arrived at a planet called Lin Yuan. This was the closest transferable planet to Chonggao Star, and from here it would take less than 3 days by spaceship to reach Chonggao Star. Along the way, Tian Yunsheng was excited, fantasizing about how she would introduce herself when she met DEC and even practicing on the spaceship. Lin Shen's assessment of Tian Yunsheng was that she looked decent, but it was a pity she had an extra brain. So, apart from their protective duties, Lin Shen and the others basically ignored her. Whatever she said, they acted as though they hadn't heard. But this approach wasn't working. Lin Shen had the hidden task of correcting Tian Yunsheng's misguided beliefs. If he failed at this, Emperor Tianshu would likely blame him upon his return. With the idiotic way Tian Yunsheng was acting, Lin Shen was already prepared to be punished when he returned, and so he simply disregarded her. If it were someone else, they might have died from shock just by encountering her. Perhaps just one meeting would be enough for Tian Yunsheng to come to her senses. But her idol is DSC. Lin Shen felt that meeting in person would only make her more obsessed, and there was even less hope of setting her straight. Even Lin Shen himself believed that DEC was truly exceptional. He had been worried something might go wrong on the way, but it turned out that Lin Shen's concerns were unwarranted. If there were any real dangers, Emperor Tianshu wouldn't have sent Lin Shen to ensure Tian Yunsheng's safety. Your next chapter awaits on free web novel. As they neared Chonggao Star, Lin Shen saw the Tianjing mountain outside the spaceship. It was here that his fourth brother Lin Shengdong first made a name for himself in the universe by challenging DEC, which led to the spread of the undefeated king's fame throughout the universe. Lin Shen, the undefeated king, is your brother, right? Tian Yunsheng was also looking at the Tianjing mountain outside, and she was very clear about anything related to DEC. Naturally, she wouldn't have missed the live broadcast of the undefeated king challenging DEC. People should know their own limitations, and you do that very well. Your brother, on the other hand, falls far short of you. How dare he proactively challenge DEC? It's only because DEC has a kind heart that he let him escape with his life. When you get back, you should really persuade him, tell him to be humble, and not challenge everyone all the time. Someone else might not be as kind and let him go, and if he meets someone with a harder heart, he might not be so lucky, Tian Yunxiang said, almost causing Lin Shen to explode with anger. He could tolerate Tian Yunxiang's words because he was receiving special privileges and benefits from the Heavenly Emperor, and it was right for him to take some displeasure. But for Tian Yunxiang to dare to speak about his fourth brother, Lin Shen couldn't swallow that no matter what. The prince is right. Shall I ask my fourth brother to come over and have another fight with DEC to teach him a lesson? Lin Shen said, curling his lip. That's out of the question. He is already at Nirvana level, and DEC is still at Ascension. How can one be so shameless as to bully the weak? Tian Yunxiang immediately shook her head. Didn't you just say that if DAC wasn't kind-hearted, my brother wouldn't even be alive? How come it has turned into bullying the weak? Lin Shen asked indifferently. What I meant was, before, back when your brother challenged DAC, he wasn't a Nirvana being yet. Now that he is at Nirvana level, challenging an Ascender, isn't that bullying the weak? Tian Yunxiang said. How do you know he wasn't a Nirvana being at that time? Lin Shen countered directly. Do I need to say it? Isn't it common knowledge? If he was a Nirvana being, why didn't he show his true strength and defeat those Ascenders? Tian Yunxiang said. Could it not be that my brother has a kind-hearted? Lin Shen's mouth curled into a cold smile. What sweet nature. If your brother was a Nirvana being and still challenged DEC, that would mean he had ulterior motives. Tian Yunxiang's face also turned grave. If my brother had ulterior motives, would DEC still be alive? Lin Shen said softly. Why wouldn't he be alive? The undefeated king is no match for DEC at all. Tian Yunxiang's voice was gradually getting louder. Then let's have them fight now. I've already said he is at Nirvana level now. How can he bully someone at Ascension level? Tian Yunxiang was getting impatient. Doesn't that mean my brother is kind-hearted? I wasn't wrong, Lin Shen retorted. I've said it. He is no match for DEC. Then let them fight. You, Tian Yunxiang's eyes widened, her teeth bared as if she were a lioness about to bite someone. Chapter 604, personally greeting Lin Shen, no longer paid attention to Tian Yunxiang as the flyer was now approaching Chonggao Star and there were members of the Supreme Clan waiting to receive us below at the spaceport. Through the flyer screen, Tian Yunxiang sized up the personnel waiting on the platform, and upon clearly seeing the appearance of the person leading them, her eyes widened and the corners of her mouth uncontrollably spread into a broad smile, almost reaching her ears. Find your adventure at free web novel DEC. DEC has actually come in person to receive me. Tian Yunxiang's body trembled slightly with excitement, and her voice was somewhat airy. Lin Shen also saw DEC on the platform and was slightly surprised. He had not expected him to personally come to receive Tian Yunxiang. Although Tian Yunxiang held the noble status of Princess of the Celestial Race for the Supreme Clan, the princes of the Celestial Race were not held in such high esteem, and normally they would only be received by the diplomatic department. The personal reception by DEC was indeed giving Tian Yunxiang ample face. Under the command of the spaceport's control tower, the flyer slowly descended onto the landing pad. Tian Yunxiang, holding a makeup mirror, repeatedly checked her appearance and incessantly asked Ye Xing beside her if her makeup was all right. Ye Xing had already reassured her several times that it was fine, but Tian Yunxiang, as if she hadn't heard, kept on asking for confirmation again and again. She seemed to be genuinely nervous. Lin Shen really didn't know what to say to her. Before the flyer had even come to a complete stop, Tian Yunsheng was already standing at the exit, quietly rehearsing the greeting line she'd prepared several times over. The moment the hatch opened, Tian Yunsheng gracefully stepped out. Ye Xing and Ye Kong followed to her left and right as everyone disembarked from the flyer in turn. DEC, with the working staff of the Supreme Clan, was waiting below. Suppressing the excitement in her heart, Tian Yunsheng descended the steps, walking towards DEC with sweaty, nervous palms, which she quietly wiped on her body before preparing to shake hands with him. Finally seeing you in person, Tian Yunsheng said as DEC and the other staff approached, slowly extending her hand. Tian Yunsheng didn't hear what Hualina had said. She was stunned as DEC walked past her. Turning her head, she saw DEC approach Lin Shen, who extended his hand and shook Lin Shen's, smiling. Lin Shen, we meet again. Lin Shen didn't expect DEC to come over and shake his hand. He had seen all the little things Tian Yunsheng had done, guessing that Tian Yunsheng must be seething with rage now. Clearly, he had underestimated Tian Yunsheng's infatuation with DEC. Even though she'd been snubbed by DEC, Tian Yunsheng, once she came to her senses, thought, DEC is so graceful, he respects even his rivals. After all, they had previous interactions, so it's only right that he greets Lin Shen first. DEC is indeed very gentlemanly. Tian Yunsheng thought that after DEC had shaken hands with Lin Shen, he would shake hands with her. But after DEC shook hands with Lin Shen, he just stood beside Lin Shen and started chatting, showing no intent of coming over, not even glancing in her direction. DEC is truly a perfect gentleman. Perhaps he was too embarrassed to shake hands with me because men and women are different, so he specifically found a female member of the Supreme Clan to host me. It's so thoughtful and cute of him. Tian Yunsheng consoled herself in this way. Lin Shen casually chatted with DEC while discreetly keeping an eye on Tian Yunsheng. He initially thought that Tian Yunsheng would certainly get angry given DEC's lack of attention, but to his surprise, her eyes shone even brighter when she looked at DEC, flickering like little stars. After repeated reminders from Hualina, Tian Yunsheng finally entered the port under her guidance, and was then taken by a designated car to their arranged accommodations. The environment on Chonggao Star seemed very retro, despite the presence of some particularly high-tech items. You could hardly see any modern buildings, let alone skyscrapers. There were no flying vehicles in the sky either. Instead, various cars buzzed to and fro on the roads. The four girls from Ye Xing shared a car with Tian Yunsheng, escorted by Hualina, while DAC and Lin Shen followed in another car behind them. Ever since I heard you were coming, I've been waiting for you, looking forward to settling our battle. I suppose you feel the same, said DEC, sitting next to Lin Shen. Lin Shen thought to himself, the same? Not at all. Who's looking forward to battling with you? I certainly don't have that kind of leisure time. Fearing DEC might misunderstand, Lin Shen quickly said, I'm on a mission that requires me to ensure Princess Yunxiang's safety, so I cannot leave her side recklessly. He didn't want to fight with DEC, winning would bring no benefit, and, being on the Supreme Clan's turf, they might even be targeted by its members. Why look for trouble? Hearing this, DEC seemed slightly disappointed but still said, no problem, you guys should rest first. Lin Shen opened his mouth to say something, but they had already arrived at the hotel, and DEC got out of the car. Fortunately, DEC didn't show any untoward behavior. Everyone entered the hotel, and after a brief word with Hualina, DEC left ahead of the others. Hualina asked the hotel staff to arrange accommodation for Tian Yunxiang and discussed some related matters with Lin Shen. Like Sky Pinnacle Star, Chonggao Star was also very suitable for living in retirements. Even the hotel was garden-style, planted with various plants from different planets. Moreover, the plants here were genuine indigenous species, devoid of any base mutated metal or crystal plants. Princess, Minister Hua has made arrangements, and you can participate in the Supreme Academy's entrance test tomorrow. If you pass, you can live and study at the Academy, and they will be responsible for your life and safety. If you don't pass, you'll have to return to Sky Pinnacle Star. Lin Shen recapped the schedule to Tian Yunxiang. I will definitely pass the test, Tian Yunxiang said, looking at Lin Shen. Did you tell them that I want to study under the same teacher as DEC? I did, but the Supreme Academy assigns teachers based on test scores. If you want to study under the same teacher as DEC, you'll have to work hard. Lin Shen couldn't fix the brain-dead girl's thinking and could only hope that Tian Yunxiang wouldn't pass the test. Lin Shen was not fond of the task bestowed upon him by Emperor Tianshu. If it were a matter of fighting someone, as long as he was strong enough, he could complete the task. Even if it involved demanding money, there were methods to approach it. However, trying to change someone's thinking was something he found impossible to begin with. He had the energy but nowhere to apply it. If Tian Yunxiang were his own child, a good thrashing would do the job. If one thrashing didn't work, another would follow. Unfortunately, she was, after all, a princess, and Lin Shen couldn't lay a hand on her, leaving him quite frustrated. Chapter 605, 101 Solutionless Skills. The imperial child of the celestial race on Supreme Star received no special treatment either. After they were sent to the hotel, Hualina and the others left an embassy staff to help them deal with daily issues, and then all the diplomats left. Early the next day, the staff drove them to the Supreme Academy. It was only after arriving at the Supreme Academy that Lin Shen realized why Tian Yunxiang was so disregarded. It wasn't that she was disregarded, but rather she was already given considerable attention. During this time, the Supreme Academy was enrolling students. Many people from various races came to Chonggao Star to take the admission test. Princes and princesses were a dime a dozen. Everyone came on their own, no one was there to greet them. The Supreme Clan, having Hualina welcome Tian Yunxiang, had already shown great respect to Emperor Tianshu. The Supreme Clan truly lives up to its reputation as the universe's foremost race, embracing all rivers flow. Such magnanimity and grandeur are beyond comparison for ordinary races. Tian Yunxiang stood at the gate of the Supreme Academy, deeply inhaling as if even the air was sweet. Lin Shen secretly snickered. Your comment is indirectly insulting your own race. Looking around, Tian Yunxiang did not see DSE and couldn't help but feel very disappointed. After Lin Shen and the others sent her into the examination hall, they strolled around in the academy's public areas. The whole testing process would take a full day, and the security inside the examination hall was handled by the Supreme Clan, which did not allow non-examinees to enter. The treatment of all the examinees from different races was the same, no exceptions were made. It is said that several immortals were stationed inside the examination hall, and that the Supreme Academy itself had many immortal teachers, so no one dared to cause trouble here. People of the Supreme Clan sure know how to enjoy life. This place is much better than Giant Ringstar's environment, Yexing commented. There are so many plants here, yet not a single base mutation plant, which is quite rare, the group chatted as they continued their walk. The academic atmosphere of the Supreme Academy was exceptional. Everywhere one could see groups of beings from different races discussing various issues. They didn't reject outsiders joining in the discussion, nor did they mind someone listening in on their conversations. There were even individuals who deliberately spoke loudly, promoting their own theories to those passing by. After listening for a while, Lin Shen and the others realized that many of the issues being discussed were highly advanced, evolution skills or techniques, some of which included theories and innovations they had never heard of. Experience more content on free web novel. If I had the opportunity to study here when I began practicing, maybe I could have become something great, Lin Shen mused. The basic entrance requirement for the Supreme Academy is to be a natural ascender. We humans probably don't even have anyone who could meet that threshold, let alone enroll. Just qualifying to apply is out of question, Ouyang Yudu said with a laugh. Besides, you didn't attend the Supreme Academy, and you're still a top entity. Even if you had enrolled, it wouldn't have made you any better than you are now. Lin Shen was about to say something when he heard a voice from nearby. The frog in the well knows nothing of the great ocean, self-important ignoramuses. When they turned their heads to look, they saw a person with dragon wings on his back standing in front of one of the electronic blackboards that were prevalent throughout the academy, busily scribbling away. He didn't turn around, but since he was the only person there, it was clear he was the speaker. Yexing and Ye Yun, feeling slighted, wanted to confront him and demand why he was insulting them, but Lin Shen stopped them. We don't need to concern ourselves with what others say. Lin Shen didn't want to waste his words. Is it because we don't need to, or because we lack the ability to? To their surprise, the man made another sarcastic comment. Friend, we have no quarrel with you, do we? Lin Shen frowned and addressed him. Who's your friend? You're not worthy. The man turned around, his face handsome but his expression icy. It seems you know me, Lin Shen responded coolly, not taking offense. Why should I know you? The man scoffed. If you don't know me, how do you know I'm not fit to be your friend? Lin Shen retorted. The man was momentarily taken aback, seemingly not expecting Lin Shen to respond in that manner, but he quickly recovered, his expression freezing as he said, People who don't even qualify to enter the academy but look down upon it are nothing but frogs at the bottom of a well, certainly not fit to be my friends. If not entering the Supreme Academy means being frogs at the bottom of a well, then your well is too small, retorted Yexing. Disagree? Take a look at this. If you can solve it, I'll take back what I said. The man pointed to the blackboard. Such electronic blackboards were a common sight within the Superior Academy, located on playing fields, in gardens, along corridors, virtually everywhere. Anyone could jot down their thoughts on these blackboards whenever they wished, or use them to present and validate points during discussions with others. Lin Shen and the others had already seen many students writing and energetically debating on these blackboards. Some of the problems were indeed profound, and their discussions were not short of top-level skill conundrums. Lin Shen, not wanting to argue with a student, was about to leave when Yexing had already approached the blackboard to examine its contents. After looking for a while without speaking and furrowing his brows, Yexing's expression grew increasingly strained. The man stood by with arms folded, his face full of mockery, thinking, as I thought, a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well, ignorant and unaware of the 1001 unsolved skill, yet daring to attempt to solve it. Of course, Lin Shen and the others didn't know what the 1001 unsolved skill was. In fact, most people wouldn't know. It was a collection compiled by the Supreme Academy consisting of 1001 techniques that had yet to be solved. Although deemed unsolved, whether solutions existed was uncertain. Of the original 1001 solutionless skills that were gathered a long time ago, The name had stuck even though there are now over 100,000 techniques included in the list. Of the initial batch, more than half had already been solved, leaving only a little over 100 still classified as unsolved. The problem this person was studying, inviting the gentleman into the jar, was one of those unsolved skills that had remained unsolvable since the 1001 unsolved skill was first introduced. In a way, the man wasn't entirely wrong. The Yi sisters had been living a covert life on Giant Ringstar, and Lin Shen and his two companions had only recently ventured into the cosmos, so their experience was indeed limited. Describing them as frogs at the bottom of a well wasn't incorrect. Seeing that Ye Xing remained silent, Lin Shen and the others also approached and looked at the content written on the blackboard. Chapter 606, Theory and Practice. Lin Shen carefully examined the content on the blackboard and realized it was merely a theory and not an actual skill that could be used in real combat. In theory, Lin Shen indeed could not solve it unless he directly overpowered with strength or dodged and backed away, but that wouldn't be considered solving the skill. Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yudu also looked and shook their heads as they too could not solve it. The four ladies of Ye Xing were even less likely to solve it since their specialty was not encountering or breaking skills. Given their power of sound, they generally didn't need to engage in close combat, and their mode of combat was different. Experience new tales on free web novel. The move, inviting the gentleman into the jar, could theoretically utilize a siphoning method to roll all energy into it. However, such a siphoning method only existed in theory and no one had actually mastered it, so, for the moment, it remained just a conjecture. Lin Shen thought if he truly faced this skill, he would just let it suction, directly using finger sand to take advantage of the motion. The stronger the suction, the more it would increase the speed and power of the finger sand, without the need to worry about misfiring. A pity it would still be counted as overpowering the skill. If it were Ouyang Yudu, it would depend on who could out-suction whom, but presumably nobody could out. Thus, facing Ouyang Yudu, this skill would be akin to meeting one's match, and there would be no need for him to break the skill. Wei Wufu's thoughts were simpler. When an enemy fought him, he simply wouldn't give them the chance to execute this skill. Because according to the theory of inviting the gentleman into the jar, this skill required the coordination of 4 types of forces to achieve the siphoning effect, which made it somewhat cumbersome to use. At the same level, it was unlikely that anyone could execute this skill in front of Wei Wufu. If the distance was extended, this skill would lose its significance and fail to pose a threat. But the ideas of the three could not be considered a proper breaking of the skill, so they could only shake their heads. It appears we have been frogs in a well. Our apologies for the disturbance, said Lin Shen as he prepared to leave. Such theoretical skills should be left to professionals to handle. He had no interest in wasting time on them. With so many skills in the universe, Lin Shen couldn't possibly practice each one. Focusing on a few was the best choice. At least you have some self-awareness, the man remarked. Seeing that Lin Shen did not argue, he felt bored and stopped speaking. He continued to write and sketch on the blackboard, exploring the feasibility of inviting the gentleman into the jar. He was not researching a countermeasure but was trying to turn the theoretical skill into reality. Lin Shen had walked some distance when he suddenly realized something and turned back to stand beside the man, observing the content on the board thoroughly. As Lin Shen watched, an odd expression appeared on his face. When he first saw these theories, he felt something was off but couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. After thinking it over carefully, the so-called inviting the gentleman into the jar was not just the mudfish catching skill Ch601 had taught him. Though there were some differences in detail, the effects were the same, an example of reaching the same goal through different means. What? Still not giving up? I'll tell you the truth. This skill is one of the 1001 unsolved skills of our Supreme Academy. Since the founding of Supreme Academy, countless geniuses and top experts have studied it multiple times without being able to solve it. Not just you, even DEC couldn't break this skill, the man said with a cold huff. Is this skill really that powerful? Lin Shen couldn't help but ask. He wasn't questioning the capabilities of those at the Supreme Academy, but he was rather surprised that the skill of Ch601 was so formidable. When he practiced it normally, he hadn't felt that this particular move was anything special. If it weren't formidable, how could it be a solutionless skill? However, this skill currently exists only in theory, and no one has been able to master it, let alone find a way to break it, the man said, seeing Lin Shen's attitude was fairly good, and decided to elaborate a bit. It can't be that hard, Lin Shen recalled. Initially, it seemed rather challenging indeed, but after Hua taught him the card-touching practice, Lin Shen quickly mastered it and didn't find it particularly difficult. Of course, the mudfish catching skill taught to him by Hua wasn't backed by theory but was a skill developed through practice. Therefore, when Lin Shen was reading through these theories just now, he couldn't quite grasp them immediately. Now, after reviewing these theories, he'd gained a deeper understanding of the mudfish catching skill, experiencing an epiphany. He himself didn't know that the mudfish catching skill actually involved such complex theory, and he wondered whether Ch601 was aware of these theories. Not that hard? Then practice it and show me. If you can master it, wherever you are, I, Evil Qin Shun, will stay well clear of you, said Evil Qin Shun with a twist of his mouth. So many top geniuses from various clans, including the many top powerhouses of the Supreme Clan, had studied it for who knows how many years and still couldn't figure out this move. Evil Qianchun himself had also been researching for quite some time and was still clueless. Lin Shen's outrageous statements were hard for him to swallow. "I wouldn't dare claim such a thing," Lin Shen replied with a smile. "If there's nothing else, then hurry up and leave. Don't waste my time here," said Evil Qianchun, who had no interest in idle talk with Lin Shen and promptly told him to leave. "All right, I'm going. Can I take a photo of the content here to keep as a memento?" Lin Shen wanted to go back and study it, and having a theoretical basis for mudfish catching would prevent him from using it as haphazardly as before. "Take your photo and get out." Evil Qianchun didn't care whether Lin Shen took photos or not, as the material was already available to everyone in the academy and had spread throughout the universe. Lin Shen took photos of the content on the blackboard, then left with Wei and the others. The Supreme Academy was essentially a large city. They roamed for half the day and still couldn't cover the entire academy. "I had intended to show you around the academy today, but some issues came up. My apologies," said DEC as he approached from the opposite side while they were still touring. "Go about your business, we'll be fine on our own," Lin Shen replied, not particularly keen on touring with someone he barely knew. "It's settled now, I'll take you to a great place." Seeing Lin Shen look uneasy, DEC added, "Don't worry, it's right inside the academy. It won't take much time, and I guarantee I'll get you back to the exam hall entrance before the test ends." Lin Shen fell silent, contemplating a reason to refuse DEC. "DEC, it's almost time." Lin Shen hadn't come up with an excuse yet when he heard someone calling DEC's name from inside a nearby building. Turning his head, Lin Shen was taken aback. The person walking out of the building was completely indiscernible, covered in a thick mosaic. "Teacher, I'll be right there." DEC quickly turned to Lin Shen and said, "Lin Shen, come with us. You won't be disappointed." "I shall respectfully comply." Lin Shen shifted his previous stance, agreeing straightforwardly. Unexpectedly, he had encountered someone bearing fire seed here. Even if he couldn't obtain the fire seed, he at least needed to understand who this person carrying the fire seed really was. Chapter 6017, Peony Fairy. Who is this? As the person approached, Lin Shen quickly asked DEC. DEC introduced, "This is my old teacher, Lu Ran." Upon hearing the name Lu Ran, Lin Shen couldn't help but feel a slight jolt in his heart and silently thought, could it really be such a coincidence? Isn't that demon master from the Tiger Clan, the one named Lu Ran, who asked me to relay a message to the Supreme Clan? Lin Shen was somewhat stunned for a moment. The person that Demon Master Demon Bone sought was actually DAC's old teacher, and moreover, a woman bearing a mosaic. Seeing that Lin Shen kept staring at her without offering a greeting, Lu Ran immediately felt that he was very rude and said with some displeasure, "DEC, don't waste any more time." "Teacher, I have already mentioned to you that I would like to take them with us," DEC respectfully asked. "You decide," Lu Ran replied, not fond of Lin Shen but showing no intent to stop DEC. Lin Shen naturally would not miss this opportunity and followed DEC, walking behind Lu Ran. "DEC, where are we going?" Lin Shen asked as he walked. He felt that he should establish a good relationship with DEC, as it might give him a chance to get closer to Lu Ran and obtain the fire seed. "You'll know when we get there," DEC replied with a mysterious smile, without answering Lin Shen's question. Under Lu Ran's lead, the group entered a courtyard with signs that read, "No entry," and inside were several small buildings with locked front doors. Lu Ran swiped a card to unlock the door of one of the small buildings and led them inside. Through various doorways, the group arrived at a room that resembled a laboratory, and there, Lin Shen saw a huge transparent container. Inside the transparent container grew a peony flower of immense size, vibrant and delicate like a common peony, but many times larger, with a single bloom the size of half a small room. What was incredible was that sitting within the blossom was a figure. It couldn't really be called a human, it looked more like an elf, a sprite of the flower with its body merged with the petals. "What is that?" Lin Shen and the others were full of wonder. "This king of peonies has been cultivated to reach the immortal level. The life within the flower can be considered the life base of the king of peonies. We call her the Peony Fairy," DEC explained. "An immortal level plant, and it has given birth to a life base with a body of flesh and blood." Lin Shen and the others felt incredibly shocked. They had never heard of such a thing. DEC said with a smile, "This is my teacher's research subject, and now it has been partly successful. Watch carefully later, you might learn something." "DEC, go change your clothes," Lu Ran said as she walked out from a room nearby, already dressed in special attire that enveloped her whole body, resembling a protective suit. "Just observe from here and don't move around randomly," said DEC before going into the room to put on his protective suit. When he came out, he was wearing the same type of protective suit as Lu Ran, and then the two of them walked through a long corridor, went through some sort of disinfection or similar process, and finally entered the transparent container to come into close contact with the King of Peonies. Enjoy exclusive adventures from Free Web Novel. The Peony Fairy nestled in the flower seemed to sense their arrival and opened her eyes, coldly sizing up the two of them. Lu Ran took a syringe, went to the Peony Fairy's side, and inserted it into her arm, drawing out a tube of blood. The The puny fairy did not move at all during the entire process, showing no sign of resistance. She simply watched coldly as Lu Ran drew her blood. After taking blood from the peony fairy, Lu Ran then directed Dec to perform many checks on both the king of peonies and the peony fairy using instruments that Lin Shen had never seen before and did not know the purpose of. Lin Shen felt somewhat puzzled, not knowing what Dec wanted them to come over to see. Were they just supposed to watch him give the peony fairy a medical examination? As he mulled over his confusion, Dec, who had already completed the examination, took out a syringe from the box at Lu Ran's command. Clearly, there was something inside the syringe. He walked up to the peony fairy and inserted the syringe into her, injecting whatever was inside. The peony fairy remained still, allowing them to do as they pleased. It wasn't until the injection was complete that Dec and Lu Ran both stepped back. The next second, Lin Shen witnessed an incredible scene. Ribbons of light began to rise from the peony fairy's body. The glowing ribbons danced around the peony fairy, truly resembling the celestial dance of a fairy from myths. It took quite a while before the ribbons of light on the peony fairy's body gradually disappeared, and the peony fairy slowly closed her eyes, eventually falling into a deep sleep. Only then did Lu Ran and Dec come out of the transparent container, passed through the long corridor, and went through another round of disinfection or something before they came out. "Did you understand?" Dec asked Lin Shen eagerly as he took off his protective suit and stepped out from inside. "Understand what?" Lin Shen replied, bewildered. Dec had brought him here mysteriously, just to watch the peony fairy's ribbon dance. Although it looked pretty, Lin Shen didn't understand what Dec meant by his question. Hearing Lin Shen's response, Dec was slightly disappointed. "Rules," Wei Wufu suddenly interjected. Hearing this, Dec was quite surprised and scrutinized Wei Wufu, asking, "How may I address you, sir?" He had been talking to Lin Shen all the time but had not asked for the names of the others. Apart from Ouyang Yudu, whom he recognized, he had no idea who Wei Wufu was. "This is Wei Wufu from my Celestial Master Institute," Lin Shen spoke on behalf of Wei Wufu. "Brother Wei, you can sense the rules contained in the light ribbons?" Dec asked further. Little, Wei Wufu nodded and replied. "Could you describe the nature of the rules?" Dec asked again. "Saber, none. Sword, none. Spear, none. Spear, none. Spear, none." The words of Wei Wufu made Lin Shen feel utterly baffled. However, Dec listened with great admiration, nodding in agreement from time to time. He actually understood what Wei Wufu was saying and was able to communicate with him without any barriers. Even Lu Ran, who had come out to join them, seemed to show a measure of approval upon hearing the conversation between Wei Wufu and Dec. "Dec, it's about time we headed back," Lin Shen interjected after they left the courtyard, seeing that Dec and Wei Wufu were still in deep conversation. "Lin Shen, how about this? You go back first, and Brother Wei comes with me. I'll send Brother Wei back later," Dec suggested, now seemingly more interested in Wei Wufu than in Lin Shen. Lin Shen looked at Wei Wufu, who gave a slight nod, so he agreed to the arrangement. Chapter 608, Helian Sheng Ouyang. Did you understand what they were talking about just now? After parting with Dec and the others, Lin Shen asked Ouyang Yudu beside him. "The peony fairy's rule strength is a kind of restrictive power, stopping blades and spears, forbidding swords and guns," Ouyang Yudu explained. "Well, it seems I'm the only one who didn't understand or see it, huh?" Lin Shen didn't mind at all, jokingly said. "I can't compare with Wei in terms of comprehension ability. I also understood it more clearly only after he explained," Ouyang Yudu said. "You have your own path, whether you understand it or not, doesn't matter, it's not important." That's also true. Lin Shen had never taken such matters to heart. If he didn't understand, then he didn't understand. One didn't have to understand everything in life. It was about time. They hurried toward the examination area to pick up Tianyun Sheng and then return to the hotel. The nearby roads were rather narrow, with flowers trees on both sides blossoming with clusters of light pink. A stroll through here was surprisingly pleasant. As they walked, they came across an elderly man carrying a round glass fish tank heading towards them, with water and 2 small goldfish inside. Experience new stories on free web novel. The elderly man, in a rush, came face to face with Ye Yun as he reached the opposite side of Lin Shen and his company. Ye Yun wanted to make room for him, and he intended to do the same for Ye Yun. Ordinarily, with Ye Yun's reactions, avoiding a collision wouldn't be a problem, but in his panic, the elderly man's hands slipped and the glass fish tank shot out, threatening to smash on the ground. Lin Shen reached out and caught it. The fish tank seemed to be caught by an invisible force, rapidly pulled upward and stably landed in Lin Shen's hand. "Grandpa, are you okay?" Lin Shen saw that the elderly man had no cultivation, or at least he seemed unfamiliar with martial skills. But given his appearance, he should be one of the Supreme Clan, generally all natural ascenders, so it was surprising to find someone from the Supreme Clan who was not versed in the ways of cultivation. The elder just stared blankly at Lin Shen and the fish tank in his hand, not reaching out to take it back, as if he was stunned. "Grandpa, are you sure you're all right?" Lin Shen asked again, wondering, could it be that he is so scared? Are there such weak people among the Supreme Clan? Nothing's wrong, nothing's wrong. The elder finally snapped back to reality, took the fish tank from Lin Shen, but his eyes stayed fixed on Lin Shen, asking with a somewhat peculiar expression, "Which teacher student are you? What's your name?" "I'm Lin Shen, not a student of the academy, and I don't have a teacher," Lin Shen replied. "Not yet with a teacher." The elder's eyes lit up. He adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose and then asked, "What do you say your name was again?" "Lin Shen. The Lin of Lin stands out in the forest. The Shen of depth of the clouds unknown," Lin Shen patiently repeated. He often forgot others' names himself and could understand the elderly man's predicament, so he was not impatient. Lin Shen. The elder put the fish tank aside, took out a notebook, fished a pen from his pocket, and wrote down the name Lin Shen. Then he looked up at Lin Shen again and asked, "What race are you?" "Human." Lin Shen was inwardly startled by the old man's behavior. "Couldn't have run into a scammer, could I? Supreme Star shouldn't have such people, right?" Lin Shen, human. "All right, I've noted it down." The elder nodded his head. "Grandpa, if there's something bothering you, you can tell me now, and I'll take you for treatment," Lin Shen said. No need, no need. I have something else to do right now. I'll come find you later," the elder said as he packed up his notebook and pen, picked up the fish tank, and hurried off. After some distance, he appeared to remember something, turned back to Lin Shen and said, "My name is Helian Sheng, don't get it wrong. Come find me later." He couldn't really be a scam artist, could he? Lin Shen grimaced. Lin Shen didn't take the matter to heart, thinking if someone did come looking for him, at worst he could just compensate with some money. If it was too excessive, he could seek help from DAC, who had a good rapport with Wei Wufu. Helping out with a small favor like this shouldn't be a problem. 6 people arrived outside the examination area. With more than an hour left until the end of the test, they could only wait outside. Helian Sheng hurried into a laboratory where a group of people were waiting for him. These people clearly weren't students of the academy. Each one appeared quite old, seemingly very professional and prestigious. Yet when Helian Sheng entered, the group of old fellows actually came forward one after another, addressing him as Teacher Helian like elementary school students. "Teacher, we'll have to rely on you for today's experiment," Lu Ran said respectfully, as he too was among them. "I'm old now, with hands and feet not as agile. I can only offer my insight. You must carry out the experiment yourself." Helian Sheng handed a fish tank he was holding to Lu Ran. Lu Ran solemnly received the fish tank and placed it on the experiment table. After the experiment concluded, all the big shots were shocked. After coming to their senses, they stood up and applauded for Helian Sheng and Lu Ran. The dissected goldfish, which had been jumping lively back into the tank, showed no signs of ever having been emptied of all its organs. "Teacher, I'll escort you back," Lu Ran offered, supporting Helian Sheng as everyone else departed. "Good timing, I also have something to discuss with you," Helian Sheng didn't refuse, speaking as they walked. "Why so formal with me, teacher?" Lu Ran said, discontented. "Today I came across a promising seedling. If you're thinking of accepting a student, you might consider him," Helian Sheng suggested. "You could just tell me directly who it is," Lu Ran smiled. "I'm not insisting, just offering a suggestion. He's not from a major family, and he probably hasn't passed the test, so it's up to you to decide." Helian Sheng was naturally referring to Lin Shen. Since Lin Shen wasn't in the examination room at the time, he surely didn't pass the test. Helian Sheng hadn't expected that Lin Shen wasn't even a candidate. "It's a bit troublesome if he hasn't passed the test, that's against the rules," Lu Ran frowned. "Although he didn't pass the test, he has mastered inviting the gentleman into the jars from the solutionless skills." Helian Sheng smiled as he said this. "He mastered inviting the gentleman into the jar?" "Teacher, you can't be joking, right?" Lu Ran asked, somewhat incredulously. "I saw it with my own eyes. My sight isn't so dim with age yet," Helian Sheng chuckled. "If you're not going to take him, then I'll have to accept him myself." "You wouldn't mind having such a young disciple, would you?" "Someone actually mastered inviting the gentleman into the jars," Lu Ran pondered. "The person you're talking about, it's not evil Qian-chun, is it? Recently in the academy, he's the only one who hasn't given up on studying inviting the gentleman into the jars, but he already has a teacher." "Doesn't seem like it. I remember he said he doesn't have a teacher." Helian Sheng reached into his pocket, rummaging for a while, but failing to find his notebook, he pat his head helplessly. "Getting on in years, my memory is getting worse. I wrote down the name, but now I don't know where I've lost my notebook. Don't worry, I'll bring evil Qian-chun over for you to see. If it is him, then there's no problem. At most, I'll swallow my pride and request to take him from his current teacher." Lu Ren felt that the person Helian Sheng was talking about was likely evil Qian-chun. Although evil Qian-chun wasn't from the Supreme Clan, his talent and attitude towards learning were excellent. If he really did master inviting the gentleman into the jars, he would be worthy of becoming his disciple, and it would be fine to take him on. Chapter 609, Not Evil Qian-chun. Did the teacher come out of the examination room? Evil Qian-chun was somewhat puzzled. His teacher had been selected as an examiner, and at this time should still be in the examination room. "No, not our teacher, it's Lu Ran looking for you." The classmate ran too fast and kept gasping for breath. "Lu Ran is looking for me? What does she want with me?" Evil Qian-chun's eyes lit up. Not waiting for the classmate's answer, he asked again, Where is Lu Ran? After finding out where Lu Ran was, evil Qianchun hurriedly rushed over. Although they were both teachers at the academy, Lu Ran's status was not something ordinary teachers could compare with. When evil Qianchun first came to enroll at the academy, he had hoped to become a disciple of Lu Ran, but since Supreme Academy did not allow the selection of specific teachers, he was assigned to his current teacher. He had always felt very regretful about this. However, a teacher and a master are not the same. It's very difficult to change masters, but teachers are a different matter. There had been students before who managed to change teachers, so evil Qianchun still harbored a glimmer of hope. He had planned to apply to transfer to Lu Ran's tutelage once he had made a breakthrough in inviting the gentleman into the jar, but he didn't expect Lu Ran to suddenly seek him out. So Lu Ran has already noticed me. Could it be she wants to poach me into her tutelage? The more evil Qianchun thought about it, the more he felt it was not a mistake, and that his efforts were finally about to pay off. Walking briskly to Lu Ran's office door, evil Qianchun straightened his clothes before knocking on the door. "Come in," came Lu Ran's voice from inside. Evil Qianchun pushed the door open and, sure enough, saw Lu Ran sitting behind the desk. "You were looking for me, Lu Ran," evil Qianchun said very respectfully. "Have a seat so we can talk." Lu Ran invited evil Qianchun to sit on the chair opposite her, scrutinizing him as she spoke. "I've heard you've been researching the solutionless skill recently." "Yes, teacher, I'm researching inviting the gentleman into the jars within the solutionless skill." Evil Qianchun, who was usually fearless, felt somewhat nervous and uncomfortable in front of Lu Ran. "Don't be nervous, I just want to chat casually." "How is your research progressing?" Lu Ran asked with a smile. "I've just made a bit of headway, but there are still many challenges to overcome." Evil Qianchun told Lu Ran everything about his research. The more Lu Ran listened, the more she felt something was off. She had thought that evil Qianchun had already developed inviting the gentleman into the jars and was at least at the stage of using it. But from what he was saying, he had only just made some progress and was far from the stage of use. Could it be that the person my teacher mentioned was not evil Qianchun? But besides evil Qianchun, no one else at the academy is known to be researching inviting the gentleman into the jars. Lu Ran couldn't help but frown slightly. Seeing Lu Ran's frown, evil Qianchun's heart skipped a beat. Find exclusive stories on free web novel. Did I say something wrong? He worried internally, yet dared not ask aloud. Where were you just now? Lu Ran, fearing that evil Qianchun was being too modest and hadn't disclosed his actual research progress, decided to ask cautiously once more. I've been doing research over at the small plaza the whole time today. I haven't left, evil Qianchun said. Have you been to Fragmented Flower Path today? Lu Ran was still not giving up because she really couldn't think of anyone else besides evil Qianchun who could have researched inviting the gentleman into the jar. No. Evil Qianchun shook his head, a bit puzzled as to why Lu Ran was asking him these questions. Lu Ran was now certain that the person Lin Shen spoke of was not evil Qianchun. Lin Shen had encountered that person on Fragmented Flower Path, and evil Qianchun had not been there at all. His inviting the gentleman into the jar was not even close to being usable. It was clearly a different person. Evil Qianchun, do you know if there is anyone else in the academy who is researching inviting the gentleman into the jar? Lu Ran asked after some thought. Students exchange information much more than teachers do, and since evil Qianchun had been researching inviting the gentleman into the jar for a long time, he should know if other students were doing the same and had surpassed his progress. I don't think so. Inviting the gentleman into the jar requires too much control over the body and strength. There are not many in the academy who would research this move. Suddenly, evil Qianchun seemed to realize something, his eyes widening as he looked at Lu Ran and asked, Teacher Lu Ran, are you asking me these questions because someone else in the academy has researched inviting the gentleman into the jar and made progress? Lu Ran said thoughtfully, Today, a teacher encountered a student by Fragmented Flower Path and he used inviting the gentleman into the jar. Impossible. There are only a few people in the academy capable of researching inviting the gentleman into the jar, and none of them have produced results yet. Their progress is not even as advanced as mine, nowhere near the level needed to actually use it. Evil Qianchun looked utterly incredulous. If it's not a student from the academy, it's possible that it was a new applicant, Lu Ran thought aloud, now considering that perhaps teacher Lin Shen had not made a mistake, and it really wasn't an academy student. That's even less likely. New students should still be in the testing grounds right now, unless it was someone who was eliminated early. Evil Qianchun thought for a moment and felt it was even more improbable. How could a genius who managed to master inviting the gentleman into the jar be eliminated early? At the very least, they should have been able to persist until the end of the test. Both Lu Ran and evil Qianchun felt that this matter was very strange and could not figure out who it could be. Just then, Lu Ran's communicator suddenly rang. She took it out and saw that it was from teacher Lin Shen and quickly answered the call. Teacher, Lu Ran answered the call. Xiaoran, I found the diary and I've got the information on that student, Lin Shen said. What's his name? Lu Ran had been worrying, but hearing such news, she let out a long sigh of relief. Let me check. Lin Shen flipped through the notebook on the other end and then read, Lin Shen, the Lin is in the outstanding forest, and the Shen is in the profound unknown, race human. When Lu Ran heard Lin Shen say Lin Shen's name, she paused, thinking that she might have misheard, mistaking it for someone with a similar sounding name. But hearing the mention of the human race, it couldn't be wrong. There was only one human named Lin Shen in the academy. Ch601, this person might be a candidate who failed the entrance exam. You find him first. I'll speak with the Chi family later to arrange a special enrollment spot for him, Lin Shen said. Teacher, don't hurry just yet. Let me meet this person first. We can make a decision after I return, Lu Ran said, having some understanding of Lin Shen. She had watched the battle for the rankings among Ascension-level races and knew that Lin Shen's ability was indeed not poor, but she had not expected that he would also know inviting the gentleman into the jar. Chapter 600. It's actually him. Ouyang Yudu used a tactic similar to inviting the gentleman into the jar to break DEC's dust life base, but that was the power of the life base, not a skill. At the time, Ouyang Yudu even claimed that Lin Shen was stronger than he was, just not willing to win, and so on. Lu Rong thought then that Ouyang Yudu was merely trying to salvage Lin Shen's honor. But if Lin Shen really knew inviting the gentleman into the jar, it's uncertain whether he could defeat DEC, but the effect of the dust life base would definitely be reduced. In the universe, there is no invincible power, just as the separation method can counter Lin Shen's surfing fist. Inviting the gentleman into the jar also has a certain restraining effect on the dust life base. If it really is Lin Shen, this matter may not be so easy to handle. Lu Ren couldn't help but frown. Princes like Tianyun Xiang entering the academy to cultivate is not considered a big deal, but Lin Shen is different. Although he is only at ascension level, he holds the position of head of the Celestial Masters Institution within the Celestial race. Such a person generally wouldn't enter the academy to study. 1. There's no need. 2. There's no time. And thirdly, the Celestial race would not allow someone in a key position to stay in the academy for a long time. The head of an institution, with countless matters to deal with, how could they find the time to cultivate in the academy, not to mention the risk of leaking secrets? Teacher Lu Ran is the person mentioned by Teacher Helian, the one who has mastered inviting the gentleman into the jar? Evil Qianchun asked. It should be. Lu Ran got up ready to meet Lin Shen. Her impression of Lin Shen was not good, and if it weren't for Lin Shen, she wouldn't be willing to accept Lin Shen as her student, even if he had mastered inviting the gentleman into the jar. Teacher Lu Ran, may I join you to meet that person? Evil Qianchun eagerly asked. Come with me, Lu Ran thought about it and nodded in agreement. Lu Ran led Evil Qianchun to the outside of the examination area. Now, there was less than an hour left until the end of the exam, and Lin Shen and his group should be waiting here for Tianyun Xing to come out. Sure enough, Lu Ran quickly spotted Lin Shen and his group and walked towards them. Evil Qianchun followed at Lu Ran's side, eyeing the figures ahead. Soon, he also noticed Lin Shen and his group. But Evil Qianchun did not believe that the person Lu Ran referred to was one of them. He thought Lu Ran was looking for someone nearby. However, as they got closer, it was clear that Lu Ran was heading straight for Lin Shen and the others. Impossible. It can't be. It definitely can't be one of them. If it were them, why would they have left admitting defeat just now? Evil Qianchun couldn't accept that they were the ones Lin Shen was talking about. But Lu Ran had already reached Lin Shen's presence and called out his name, Lin Shen. There's something I'd like to discuss with you. Come to my office. Can it wait until after the test is over? Lin Shen glanced at the time. There was only about 40 minutes left until the test ended. If not, let's use the conference room next door. It won't take long, just a few words, Lu Ran said, pointing to a small building nearby. All right, Lin Shen told Ouyang Yudu and the 4 women to wait here and followed Lu Ran to the small building next door. Lu Ran used a card to open the door of a conference hall and brought Lin Shen and Evil Qianchun inside. Walking last, Evil Qianchun locked the door behind them. Teacher Lu Ran, what did you want to see me for? Lin Shen was considering whether to convey the message from Demon Master Demon Bone to Lu Ran. The benefits promised by Demon Master Demon Bone were no longer of much interest to Lin Shen, and he didn't need to pass on the message for such trivial gains. Did you go to Fragmented Flower Path an hour ago? Lu Ran asked. I did, Lin Shen nodded in reply, remembering the small street flanked by flower trees on either side. Indeed beautiful. Did you run into an old man? Lu Ran continued. We didn't run into him, he slipped on his own. I also caught the fish tank for him. It didn't hit the ground, not a scratch on it. Lin Shen's heart skipped a beat as he thought, it couldn't really be a scam, could it? Even Lu Ran is concerned, how much money is he going to swindle from me? Hearing Lin Shen say this, Lu Ran was certain that it was him who had encountered his teacher, Lin Shen. The person you met, that was my teacher, Lin Shen, Lu Ran said slowly. Your teacher? Lin Shen was startled and quickly explained, I really didn't bump into him. The teacher of Lu Ran, if he started to extort, Lin Shen was worried he wouldn't be able to afford the compensation. He never believed that someone of high status was necessarily of good character. Lu Ran couldn't help but smile wryly. What I mean is, the old man you ran into is my teacher, Lin Shen. According to my teacher, the way you caught the fish tank involved a solutionless skill, inviting the gentleman into the jar? Evil Qianchun stared intensely at Lin Shen, unable to believe that Lin Shen was capable of inviting the gentleman into the jar. What made him worthy of mastering that skill? Not really, just some insignificant trick I practiced before. Lin Shen didn't dare to reveal anything about Qi Xinhuo. After all, the man was settled into retirement at the Celestial Master Institute, and it would be somewhat dishonorable to betray him. An insignificant trick? Both Evil Qianchun and Lu Ran twitched at the corners of their eyes. If inviting the gentleman into the jars was considered an insignificant trick, what did that make all the teachers and students in the institute? Could you demonstrate your insignificant tricks one more time? Lu Ran instinctively emphasized the words, insignificant trick. She still wanted to confirm whether the skill Lin Shen used was truly inviting the gentleman into the jar, or some sort of similar innate ability, or perhaps a skill with a similar effect. The number of innate abilities was fixed, so if it was the effect of an innate ability, it wouldn't be surprising. But a skill was something one trained to develop, which meant having an additional skill, of course far stronger than any innate ability. There were also some similar skills, but their effects vastly differed from that of inviting the gentleman into the jars and couldn't be used in actual combat. Read new chapters at Free Web Novel. If Lin Shen fell into either of the two aforementioned categories, Lu Ran didn't think he qualified to be her student. Why? Lin Shen felt no obligation to demonstrate his skill to her. If you have truly mastered inviting the gentleman into the jar, our institute is willing to offer you a special admission spot to become a student. Lu Ran knew very well that Lin Shen, as a dean of an institute, wasn't as easy to persuade as an ordinary student. I'm sorry, but I am only here to escort Princess Yungxiang and have no plans to join your institute, Lin Shen said, having too much to do already without time for schooling. Lu Ran had known it wouldn't be easy to convince Lin Shen, so she went on. Once you're in the institute, you will have the same status as Prince Deci. How high Prince Deci's status was, naturally, went without saying. I appreciate the kind offer, but I have a lot of work and no time for school. Lin Shen couldn't care less about such trivial benefits. I can also offer you another special admission spot to recommend someone for enrollment. As long as it's not too outrageous, anyone you recommend can be admitted. Lu Ran threw out another condition. Chapter 612, Dec wants to break out of the cage. I don't have anyone to recommend, Teacher Lu Ran. If there's nothing else, I should get going. The test is about to end, Lin Shen said as he got up, ready to leave. Evil Qianchun, listening in, wanted to curse. The conditions offered by Lu Ran were the stuff of any student's dreams. The treatment from Dec was unique within the academy. The standard of treatment was something every student longed for. Moreover, there was one special recruitment slot, the value of which was immeasurable. Countless noble offspring from small tribes wanted to join the academy but couldn't. If this slot were for sale, it might not trade for a planet, but on those small tribes' planets, it would certainly fetch a city without a problem. Perform inviting the gentleman into the jars just once, and I'll give you a reincarnation ash, said Lu Ran without stopping Lin Shen from leaving, just stating it flatly. Yet her words made Lin Shen halt in his steps. He turned around, faced Lu Ran, extended his hand, and said, "Deal." If he could choose, he would want to perform inviting the gentleman into the jars 10 times just for the chance to spend a night with Lu Ran. This was clearly unrealistic, but as long as he showed Lu Ran he truly knew inviting the gentleman into the jar, there might eventually be some connection between them. Perhaps there would even be a chance to obtain the fire seed. Even without such an opportunity, the fact that a single performance of catching mudfish could earn him a reincarnation ash was like a pie falling from the sky, a stroke of fortune that Lin Shen wouldn't refuse. Continue, Lu Ran said as she took out a reincarnation ash, holding it between her fingers and flicking it out. The reincarnation ash flew not toward Lin Shen and was still several meters away from him. Lin Shen knew what Lu Ran meant. He reached out and caught it midair, and the reincarnation ash eerily changed direction, getting sucked into the palm of his hand. Thank you for your generous gift, Teacher Lu Ran, Lin Shen said as he turned and left the meeting room. Indeed, it is inviting the gentleman into the jar, Lu Ran sighed. Evil Qianchun stood there dumbfounded, almost at a loss for thought. He had studied for nearly 2 years, only just beginning to see some signs of progress, and he was still far from mastering it. Yet Lin Shen could already use it with ease. Evil Qianchun couldn't help but wonder whether Lin Shen had mastered it before, or if he had just done so after seeing the theory Evil Qianchun had written on the blackboard. If it was the latter, Evil Qianchun couldn't imagine how immense Lin Shen's talent truly was. But if it was the former, how could it be so coincidental that he wrote about inviting the gentleman into the jars on the blackboard and Lin Shen had already practiced it before? That seemed too fortuitous. Let's go, Lu Ran said, realizing it was impossible to recruit Lin Shen into the academy. She had already suspected this outcome, which is why she hadn't made any promises to Helian Sheng. She just felt regret that such a skill was mastered by Lin Shen. If Dec faced Lin Shen again in the future, they might not have the upper hand. The celestial race has picked up a huge bargain. No wonder Emperor Tianshu made him Dean of the Celestial Master Institute, Lu Ran mused, feeling she should warn Dec not to underestimate Lin Shen. Lin Shen might not understand those rule-based strengths, and perhaps his insight was somewhat lacking, but with his current combat ability, it would not be easy for DEC to beat him. Teacher, you go ahead. I have some matters to attend to. After leaving the conference room, Evil Qianchun took his leave. Lu Ran didn't mind. Since Evil Qianchun hadn't mastered inviting the gentleman into the jar, she had no intention of taking him as a disciple. After Evil Qianchun left, he hurriedly walked toward where Lin Shen and the others were. On a practice field, Wei Wufu and DEC were exchanging skills, and it was the first time for DEC to encounter someone whom he could not completely overpower in terms of skill. Although there were some who could match him, none truly won with skill alone. Most were like Tian Beluo, who practiced special techniques, not relying on experience and skillfulness derived from personal practice like Wei Wufu did. The two men discussed intermittently and sparred from time to time. Wei Wufu's combat ability greatly astounded DEC. Their perceptions of skill and realm were highly compatible, making DEC feel as if he had found a kindred spirit. Time has passed. Wei Wufu checked the time. The test was nearly over. He had to return. Wei Wufu, consider staying at the institute to study. With your talent, you are destined to become immortal. You might even go further. DEC sincerely invited Wei Wufu to stay. I follow Lin Shen, Wei Wufu said. Explore more stories with free web novel. Lin Shen is indeed impressive, but he only has great innate abilities. His insight and vision are not as good as yours. He seems strong now, but he will suffer later on, DEC continued. I know you are of the same race and you want to help him, but helping him doesn't necessitate being by his side. If you become stronger, you can help him more. Wei Wufu gazed at DEC with a look of surprise, saying, Lin Shen, is much better. You are not like him. Having said that, Wei Wufu no longer paid attention to DEC and turned away, leaving the practice field. DEC stared blankly as Wei Wufu left, and after a moment, his eyes began to shine brighter. You actually think you are much worse than Lin Shen, and even consider me inferior to him. Then I'll prove to you that I am stronger than him, and that you are not worse than him either. You only underestimate yourself because you've been with him for too long. Wei Wufu was unaware that his words had completely triggered DEC's desire to fight Lin Shen. DEC thought that Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yu, like others who followed Lin Shen from an early age, were impressed by Lin Shen's early display of powerful innate skills, so they developed the illusion of being inferior to Lin Shen after being by his side for so long. In DEC's view, they were selling themselves short. After Peony Fairy's test, DEC could directly sense that Lin Shen's insight was not as good as that of Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yu. Especially Wei Wufu, whom DEC saw as a natural martial arts prodigy, he didn't even believe himself to possess a better understanding of martial arts than Wei Wufu. From DEC's perspective, he was helping Wei Wufu break free from a fate of being psychologically manipulated by others and helping him realize his true value. Such a gifted individual should not be controlled by others. He deserves a broader future, DEC thought resolutely. The cage that binds you, let me help you break it. Lin Shen, of course, had no idea that he had once again attracted unwarranted trouble. He even thought that, thanks to his relationship with Wei, DEC would probably not bother him anymore. Chapter 612, Wrong Person Found. Lin Shen returned to the entrance of the examination hall and had just stood still and spoken a few words with Ouyang Yudu when he saw Evil Qianchun approaching him. Is there something else? Lin Shen asked, looking at Evil Qianchun. Did you master inviting the gentleman into the jars after reading what I wrote on the blackboard? Evil Qianchun asked with a serious face. No, I had practiced it before, Lin Shen answered truthfully. Hearing this answer from Lin Shen, Evil Qianchun visibly relaxed before asking again, how long did it take you to practice? Since Lin Shen had not just then mastered inviting the gentleman into the jars, there was still room for Evil Qianchun to catch up. He wanted to know how much time Lin Shen had taken to master inviting the gentleman into the jar. He aimed to spend less time than Lin Shen and master it more quickly. Such a skill required the coordination of 4 types of strengths, each extremely difficult to train, not to mention combining them, which could not be achieved in a short period. Evil Qianchun believed it must have taken Lin Shen several years of hard practice to master this move. Several months, I suppose, Lin Shen said, trying to stretch the truth, as he had not actually practiced for very long. Evil Qianchun was stunned when he heard this. He had wanted to spend less time than Lin Shen, but the time he had already spent was 3 to 4 times longer than Lin Shen's. Did it take you half a year from when you started practicing the 4 strengths until you mastered it? Asked Evil Qianchun, frowning, still holding on to a sliver of hope that the half-year Lin Shen mentioned didn't include the time for practicing the 4 types of strengths alone, which had taken Evil Qianchun a year and a half. More or less, on and off, over half a year, Lin Shen responded without actually having spent time training any single type of strength separately, having started directly with the siphoning power of catching loaches. On and off, Evil Qianchun was beyond words at that point. Anything else? Lin Shen asked, looking at Evil Qianchun. No, no more. Evil Qianchun felt as if all his energy had been drained, leaving dejectedly. Ouyang Yudu watched Evil Qianchun walk away, a playful look on his face, and muttered to himself in a volume only he could hear. Looking for a point of reference, you chose the wrong person. Before long, Wei Wufu returned, and Lin Shen and the others waited until the testing finished before they saw Tian Yunxiang emerge amidst the crowd. Despite the high barriers to entry at the academy, beyond the reach of ordinary people, there were indeed many outstanding individuals in this world, and quite a few eligible people had pushed through the thresholds to take the entrance test. Seeing the expression on Tian Yunxiang's face, Lin Shen and the others knew her results were likely not ideal. "Your Highness, how did the test go?" Lin Shen asked knowingly, wanting to rub it in a little for Tian Yunxiang. It's okay, I guess." Tian Yunxiang's face stiffened as she forced a twisted expression that was part grimace, part grim, her mouth twitching. "So, you should have no issue with enrollment then. Once you are admitted, we should be heading back. Do you want to give any message to Emperor Tianshu?" Lin Shen was overjoyed inside. He loved seeing Tian Yunxiang with such an expression. "No need. Why do you talk so much? I'm exhausted. I'm going back to the hotel to rest. Stop talking to me." Tian Yunxiang huffed and turned to leave. At the indication from Lin Shen, the four ladies of Yexing hurriedly followed Tian Yunxiang to ensure her safety. Lin Shen, in high spirits, walked behind them, his mood exceptionally good. If Tian Yunxiang failed to get admitted, she would have to return to Sky Pinnacle Star with him, effectively meaning he had easily completed the task assigned by Emperor Tianshu. Although I hadn't been able to complete it 100%, at least it was a case of no harm, no foul. Just as I was thinking that I could finally return home in peace, I suddenly saw DEC's figure among the crowd opposite me. Lin Shen noticed that DEC stood still amidst the crowd, staring in his direction with a gaze that seemed somewhat off. Continue reading at Free Web Novel. Tian Yunxiang, seeing DEC up ahead, had her dampened spirits immediately lifted and vanished into the clouds, a smile breaking across her face as she walked briskly towards him. DEC, Tian Yunxiang wanted to say something to DEC, but then realized that his focus was not on her at all. She couldn't help but turn her head to look and saw that DEC's gaze was fixed on Lin Shen, who was walking behind her. "Lin Shen, let's have a battle," DEC said. He was always a standout figure, someone who always became the focal point of people's attention wherever he went. Although this was within the Supreme Academy, where students could often see DEC without drawing much attention, unlike outside. But still, DEC was someone everyone cared about, and his words now suddenly brought silence to the originally noisy academy. The comings and goings of the crowd stopped, and everyone's gaze turned towards DEC and Lin Shen. With DEC stirring up the scene like this, many recognized Lin Shen. After all, Lin Shen's performance in the racial rankings battle was quite impressive, and a number of people remembered him. Lin Shen actually came to the academy, and DEC is challenging him? It seems they are destined to have a showdown eventually. Fulfilled my ass, you believe that too? DEC is DEC. He is one of a kind in this world, a truly invincible being at his level, not like those who just run away pretending to be invincible. Not necessarily. I think Lin Shen is really strong. The people buzzed with discussion, but Lin Shen simply felt overwhelmed. Everything had been fine before, so why had DEC had a screw loose all of a sudden and pulled this stunt? "DEC, I have official duties to attend to." Lin Shen hadn't finished his words when DEC interrupted him. DEC, looking at Lin Shen with a smile, said, "Win or lose, you can have one opportunity to use the Supreme Land." Upon these words, there was a great uproar. Even Lin Shen looked at DEC somewhat in shock, not knowing if DEC was joking. Lin Shen was aware of the Supreme Land. He had been researching recently where to undergo nirvana, so he had seen a lot of information on this topic. The Supreme Land was exclusive to the Supreme Clan for base mutation, and although it was only a Nirvana-level base mutation land, its fame was by no means inferior to some of the legendary lands said to breed undying creatures, perhaps even more so. After all, for most people, even if they were aware of the Immortal Land, it would be difficult to use it for Nirvana, as there was a 99.9% chance of turning into a non-human. In fact, the risk of becoming non-human was also extremely high in using the Nirvana Land, and ordinary Ascenders would certainly not choose such lands for their transformation. But the Supreme Land was different, modified by the Supreme Clan. The Ascenders who underwent Nirvana there faced almost no risk of turning into non-human beings, but could directly become Nirvana beings, cutting out many complications, and their strength after Nirvana was usually greater than that of ordinary Nirvana beings. Completing Nirvana in the Supreme Land once could at least equate to completing it 2 or 3 times in other base mutation lands, or perhaps even stronger. Chapter 613, I Lost for Ascenders. This undoubtedly possessed a tremendous allure. Many with insufficient strength or too few reincarnations, who yet aspired to become Nirvana beings, would consider having a chance to undergo Nirvana in the Supreme Land as if they were cheating. The Supreme Land was equally attractive to Lin Shen. Having such an opportunity would reduce his risks and save him a lot of trouble, which was naturally excellent. The key was that the Supreme Land was only open to members of the Supreme Clan, and it was rare for individuals of other races to get a chance. Many nobles and even royals of other races who desired to let their progeny undergo Nirvana in the Supreme Land could not secure eligibility. Lin Shen pondered for a moment before asking, "Is this true? DEC did not answer but instead pulled out a trouble-free jade token and tossed it to Lin Shen. This is the token to enter the Supreme Land. With this, you may enter at any time. Lin Shen caught the jade token and had no doubt about its authenticity. DEC, in the presence of so many people, would not likely speak falsely. Can anyone enter the Supreme Land as long as they have a trouble-free jade token? Lin Shen asked further. If he chose not to go to the Supreme Land, he could give the token to someone else. Every trouble-free jade token is registered. Entry into the Supreme Land requires the individual to correspond to the jade token, DEC said indifferently. However, you can rest assured I will change the record to your name or whoever you need it changed to. As long as they are not evildoers and unrelated to my clan, I can assist you with the change, but it can only be changed once. Speak, DEC was unconcerned. Our fight will not be broadcasted, nor will it allow onlookers, and the outcome will not be publicized, Lin Shen declared. Lin Shen's condition immediately sparked dissatisfaction among the surrounding crowd. They had all been awaiting the battle between Lin Shen and DEC, and now Lin Shen was saying he wanted a private duel without spectators, incurring their wrath. Lin Shen, can't you handle losing? Exactly, he lacks any sense of grandeur, wanting the jade plaque and afraid of losing face. Do you think all good things should go to you? No need to watch now, he's already lost in terms of momentum. Lin Shen definitely can't win. It's already impossible for him to win. Do you really think he could defeat DEC? Even Tianyun Shang was displeased, saying to Lin Shen, others may not watch, but I must. DEC, looking at Lin Shen, spoke. It is fine if others do not watch, and even my clan's people can refrain, but can your friends watch from the side? Yes, we will watch and not tell anyone, Tianyun Shang quickly added. Lin Shen had not expected DEC to say such a thing and almost began to suspect that there might be a Supreme Clan spy among his companions. But thinking it over, the few people he had brought along could not possibly include a spy from the Supreme Clan. Agreed, Lin Shen consented. Come with me then. DEC turned and walked slowly, waiting for Lin Shen to follow. The crowd was greatly disappointed. As much as they said otherwise, they still wanted to witness the clash between Lin Shen and DSEI, top-tier duel of ascenders, not something they could see at any time. Especially the students from the academy, each one of them felt very let down. Lin Shen, could you let me watch too? I believe you can win, and I want to witness it myself. Evil Qianxun came over just as Lin Shen was about to follow and said. Seeing Lin Shen looking at him with disbelief, Evil Qianxun spoke in a lower voice. I studied inviting the gentleman into the jars to match up against DEC. I really want to see with my own eyes how you defeat him with it. If you allow me to watch, I will owe you a favor. If there's ever anything you need me for, I swear on my name as Crown Prince of the Evil Dragon Clan, as long as it's within my power, I will do it wholeheartedly. You can watch, but no recording and no talking. Lin Shen considered for a moment and agreed to Evil Qianxun's request. The Evil Dragon Clan was also a top-tier race. Although they were fewer in number, they were renowned for their bravery and prowess in battle, and had no conflicts with the celestial race or humans. Lin Shen didn't want others to watch the battle, simply because he didn't want to expose too much of his abilities, nor did he want to be targeted for research all the time. The key issue was that in front of so many people, he felt embarrassed to act recklessly. If Evil Qianxun wanted to watch, then let him. Gaining the favor of the Evil Dragon Clan's prince wasn't such a bad deal. I want to watch too, I really believe you can win. Lin Shen, I'm your diehard fan, let me go. All of you step aside, I'm the true diehard fan. I've been watching Lin Shen's battles since I was a kid. I must go cheer and support my idol. Idol, take me with you. Suddenly, there was a throng of Lin Shen's supporters, each claiming to be rooting for him. Lin Shen didn't bother with them. Under the protection of the Yixing Four Ladies, he followed DEC to a teleporter within the academy. The staff teleported them to Thousand Island Star, a planet that was a vast water sphere with the ocean covering the vast majority of the area, dotted only by numerous islands. The environment of Thousand Island Star was almost the same as that of the human mother planet, even more suitable for human habitation. The only difference was that these islands and the ocean were inhabited by a vast number of base variant creatures, ranging from base mutation level to nirvana level. The group appeared on an island, and DEC had already arranged with the staff that no one else would be teleported to Thousand Island Star during this time, effectively booking the place for themselves. All of these arrangements had been made by DEC before he came to find Lin Shen. He hadn't originally intended for others to witness Lin Shen's defeat. He simply wanted to let Wei Wufu know that Lin Shen was not as strong as he imagined. Yi Xing and the others stood on the island, while Lin Shen and DEC faced each other on the seashore, poised for a great battle. Lin Shen, in our battle, please use all your strength and leave no regrets, DEC said to Lin Shen. Of course, Lin Shen replied as he underwent base mutation. His body was enveloped in a carapace, and he activated various innate abilities. For a moment, his body's carapace shone as brilliantly as the sun, radiating a splendid glow. In an office at the Supreme Academy, Lu Ran and a group of the Academy's top brass were watching through a holographic projection. Luckily, we installed the Skyvault system on Thousand Island Star, or else we would have missed this exciting event, said an elderly teacher with a smile. Lin Shen's abilities are not bad, he should cause some trouble for DEC. Let's hope he lasts a bit longer and doesn't lose too quickly. Most of the big shots were optimistic about DEC's victory, but only Lu Ran knew that defeating Lin Shen would probably not be so simple. Under the eager anticipation of everyone, the battle finally began. DEC immediately used the Dust Life base, turning it into a torrent of stars that rushed towards Lin Shen, which was the same move he had used against Ouyang Yudu before. Everyone was watching Lin Shen, wanting to know how he would break through this move. Facing the torrent of stars, Lin Shen's radiance exploded as if he was possessed by a celestial being, and he threw a punch out. The surfing 5-chain punch was the most powerful strike Lin Shen could use when pushed to his limits. Boom! The starry torrent surged. Even the strongest fist power couldn't withstand the endless assault of the galaxies, shredding Lin Shen's punch and throwing his body flying. Stay updated through free web novel Thump. Lin Shen crashed onto the sandy beach, struggling several times without being able to get up. You're so strong, I've lost, I hate this. Lin Shen's face was stripped of its carapace, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The people on the island and the big shots who were sneaking peeks outside were all dumbfounded, their mouths agape, speechless for a while. Chapter 614, really can use any means? Thirst. Fake. Way too fake. Lu Ran looked at Lin Shen's expression as if he were watching a stage actor perform. The signs of performance were just too heavy and far too exaggerated. Especially that last spit of blood was something no ordinary person could pull off. Suffer a wound, then suffer a bleed. Who has seen someone purposely dismiss their face armor to spit out blood, as though they were worried someone wouldn't notice he was bleeding? If this were a stage play, Lu Ran would have found it quite vivid and touching. But in a life-or-death duel, Lu Ran felt that Lin Shen had really gone overboard, shameless to the extreme. Even evil Qianchun was baffled, having considered countless possibilities, none of which included such an outcome. The expressions of the four ladies of Yexing were slightly strange, almost imperceptibly distancing themselves from Lin Shen, as if they didn't want others to know they were acquainted with him. The people of DEC were dumbstruck, looking at Lin Shen, who seemed to have given up and was lying immobile on the beach, with their eyes twitching and their teeth gritted, and said, "Many people on the Heavens Net call you Lin the actor, and I used to think they were wrong, but today I finally understand. They were absolutely right. You are just an actor. I can't help it. You're too strong. I'm really not your match. When we go out later, I will honestly tell everyone that I couldn't match your immense strength, defeated by your single move." Classmate Evil Qianchun can testify, Lin Shen said with difficulty as he sat up, looking towards Evil Qianchun. Testify? What the hell am I supposed to testify? Evil Qianchun, wanted to ridicule in his heart, but then realized that what Lin Shen said wasn't wrong. Lin Shen was indeed defeated by a single move from DEC, and he had seen it with his own eyes. Evil Qianchun could only say that this Lin Shen was utterly shameless. As soon as DEC declared that no matter whether Lin Shen won or lost, he would grant him the opportunity to enter the Supreme Land, the battle was effectively over. Looking at Lin Shen, DEC suddenly burst out laughing. "No need for all that trouble, I'll just carry your corpse out later, and naturally everyone will know you've been defeated." With that said, DEC threw a punch directly at Lin Shen. He could have elegantly controlled the dust to fight, but at that moment he just wanted to land a few rough punches on Lin Shen, better yet if he could punch him to death. "You're not playing fair, I've already conceded." Seeing DEC get serious, Lin Shen sprang up from the ground, instantly retreating hundreds of meters as DEC's punch created a crater with a diameter of dozens of meters on the beach. "Today you have no other way out. Defeat me or be killed by me." DEC knew that if he didn't put it this way, Lin Shen would never seriously fight him. Why bother? We had no grievances in the past, no enmity in recent days, why must we fight to the death? Lin Shen sighed. "Cut the crap. Whether you live or die is up to you." As patient as DEC was, he couldn't tolerate Lin Shen any longer and was about to make another move, somewhat angrily. "Wait a moment." Lin Shen hastily called out, looking seriously at DEC, and asked, "Are we truly engaged in a life-or-death duel?" "Indeed," DEC replied with an unwavering tone. "Is it the kind of life-or-death duel where one must use all their strength, employing every means to put the other to death?" Lin Shen asked again. "Of course, I will give it my all," DEC replied with certainty. He naturally hoped that Lin Shen would use all his strength to fight him, rather than putting on an act like before, which would be an insult to him. "Good, since that's the case, then I'll have to satisfy your request and fight you with all my strength and means," Lin Shen said as he directly summoned the folding fan and the mutated Jade Linglong. Then he fanned twice straight at DEC, and the mutated Jade Linglong also summoned the mutated Yushi life base, using the suppressing mountains and rivers skill. DEC was not alarmed, but delighted at this sight. It seemed that Lin Shen was really going to fight him seriously. He wasn't afraid of Lin Shen using pets, he was only afraid that Lin Shen wouldn't try his best. He had also watched Lin Shen's battle with Kristen later and knew that Lin Shen's life base had the ability to weaken strength, but he was not scared at all, allowing the mysterious characters to land on his body. Feeling his strength being weakened again and again, DEC did not resist. He thought this was a good thing. Defeating Lin Shen in this manner would make Wei Wufu fully wake up and realize that Lin Shen was not as invincible as he had imagined, breaking his psychological shadow. DEC originally thought that since Lin Shen had used so many weakening abilities, he should be about to make a move. But who knew that Lin Shen would stand there flicking his folding fan and pointing at the four women of Yexing? He spoke from afar. "Do you still remember what I taught you before? Music, begin." The four women of Yexing were slightly taken aback. When Lin Shen had borrowed them, he indeed had told them some things, but to have them do such a thing at this time felt somewhat embarrassing for them. Yet, embarrassing as it might be, they dared not defy Lin Shen's orders and one after another summoned their life bases. Keyboard, drum set, bass, guitar, the four women formed a band. As soon as the music sounded, a rhythm akin to death rock followed, then they heard them sing in unison. "The sky is vast, the fields are boundless, my life is the wildest. Experience more on free web novel." With their singing, infinite strength suddenly surged within Lin Shen's body. Fuck, he even has his own band for a fight? A boss couldn't help but let out a curse. This cheerleading squad is really not bad, each one is a beautiful woman. "Why didn't I think of this trick when I was young?" an old man lamented. "What are you thinking? Don't you know he has the talent ability of war song, and the war songs sung by these four women will augment his strength?" Finally, someone said such a sentence, which made the bosses who were lamenting and admiring the beauty of the four women of Yexing all pause in surprise. They seldom paid attention to the battles at the Ascension level. Only a few had watched the ranking battles at the Ascension level. Most had only seen the duel between Lin Shen and Kristen, and did not know that Lin Shen also had the talent ability of war song. Evil Chen Chun watched with his eyes wide and mouth agape. He had seen fights with hired muscle before, but he had never seen one with a band for a boost. And really, a band formed by four beautiful women was quite a treat for the eyes. Even such crude lyrics, when sung by them, did not seem so vulgar anymore. "DEC, since this is a fight to the death, then I will not hold back," Lin Shen said as he launched a surfing triple strike right at him. But the surfing triple strike, augmented by the band's war song, unleashed a power that was far from the simplicity of the previous surfing triple strikes. With a thought, DEC caused thousands of dust particles to rush towards Lin Shen like a river of stars. This move had blown away Lin Shen's surfing quintuple strike, and he originally thought it would definitely be no issue against the triple strike. Chapter 615, Conceding the Match. But there was a problem. DEC underestimated the intensity of the band's buff to Lin Shen. A typical ascender singing a war song actually doesn't provide a strong buff to Lin Shen. It takes a large number of people to significantly enhance the effect. But that's under normal circumstances. If there is a synergy with music-based attribute, then the effect is not a simple matter of numbers. Just like Wei Wufu using the Ch601 wooden fish in combination with rhythm and war song, it could bring a considerable buff to Lin Shen. The Ch601 wooden fish and Wei were only at Ascension level, and moreover, Wei did not possess genuine music-based strength. The four ladies of Yexing, however, were all Nirvana-level music-based powerhouses, with all their life bases being musical instruments. Their accompaniment and singing could produce a war song buff that was far stronger than what Wei could provide. With the enhancement of the war song, Lin Shen's surfing triple punch was like a series of towering waves, astonishingly reversing the galactic storm of dust and striking towards DEC. That terrible strength was akin to a landslide, sweeping everything along with it. DEC's expression immediately grew solemn. Indeed, he could control the dust in the space and turn it into life base, but that was within a certain range. After all, he was just at Ascension level, and his ability range was rather limited. If he could advance to Immortal, perhaps he could truly control the countless stars. For now, he could only control a certain amount of dust. However, this wasn't an issue. DAC's expression unchanged. He threw a punch, the fist power rolling like a snowball towards the oncoming tidal waves. However, this punch, when thrown, didn't have the effect DEC had expected, as the negative effects on him significantly reduced both his attribute and skill power. The rolling snowball wasn't as strong as anticipated. The fist power failed to block the punch wave, instead shattered by it and swept towards DEC along with the wave. DEC's eyes narrowed, his body radiating a mysterious glow like that of a deity, and a point of holy light appeared on his forehead. This holy light unfolded, akin to a divine holy eye, focusing on the punch wave and releasing a beam of light. Boom. The punch wave was shattered by the holy eye divine light, causing the observing powerhouses to exclaim in admiration. DEC is indeed a born Nirvana being, wielding the power of his attribute as an ascender, second only to one other in the cosmos. But before their exclamations had ended, they saw Lin Shen throwing punch after punch, releasing successive surfing fists. The punch waves layered atop each other, endless as a tsunami, crashing towards DEC. With the accompaniment of the Nirvana-level band, Lin Shen's strength was amplified not just by 1 or 2 times, but by several times over. The attribute strength of each surfing fist attack had already broken past 1,000, even capable of matching with that of a Nirvana-level vitality attribute. DEC was indeed invincible, as the divine holy eye continuously shattered Lin Shen's punch waves. But that's all there was to it. His dust life base was unable to attack Lin Shen, repeatedly swallowed by the terrifying punch waves rolling back his way. This was the absolute suppression by strength. If it wasn't for the divine holy eye, DEC would have no means to counter in face of such overpowering might. The powerhouses watched in awe as the terrifying punch waves ravaged the sky, with real oceanic giant waves not even coming close in ferocity, leaving DEC to only respond with the divine holy eye, as his other abilities had no effect whatsoever. However, the Holy Eye Divine Light is extremely energy-consuming, and DEC could not possibly use it continuously. Yet Lin Shen's waves of fists came furiously as if they cost nothing, and even DEC, who was nearly invincible, began to show signs of fatigue as the Holy Eye Divine Light gradually started to weaken. Shameless, what kind of duel is this? It is clearly those four women who have given him too strong a boost, otherwise he would not be a match for DEC at all. This man is truly cunning to the extreme, using his own and his pet's skills to weaken DEC, and then having that band boost his own strength. With this ebbing and flowing, not to mention DEC, even if another Nirvana being were there, they would probably be pressed and beaten just the same. Lin Shen has already broken the rules by using pets, let alone bringing a band. This is not a duel at all, this is bullying by the majority. The big shots were all filled with righteous indignation, but there was also some surprise in their hearts. The boost that the band gave to Lin Shen was stronger than they had imagined, enabling Lin Shen's strength to reach a level that could compete with a Nirvana being. Stay tuned with Free Web Novel. If his opponent were not DEC, any other Ascender would have probably already met their bitter end right there on the spot. Even DEC had no power to break through Lin Shen's waves of fists, like a vast ocean. As the Holy Eye Divine Light grew weaker, when it shot towards the waves again, DEC's body was actually shaken back a step. DEC was actually shaken back. Evil Qianchun's face was full of disbelief. He originally thought that Lin Shen would use inviting the gentleman into the jar to restrain DEC, but he did not expect this kind of battle, where it was a frontal, hard confrontation, rendering DEC powerless to fight back. Evil Qianchun had never seen such a scene, nor had he ever imagined it. Relying on external help, turns out one can be this strong. Evil Qianchun, looking at the Yexing Quartet performing hard, seemed to have an epiphany all of a sudden. Your own strength is certainly important, but so is external assistance. It's an equally important factor. If Lin Shen's own band was even stronger, maybe they could completely overpower DEC. DEC quickly retreated, exiting the range of the waves of fists. He tried several times to break through Lin Shen's waves to get past. But the results all ended in failure. He himself was too severely weakened, and the band's boost to Lin Shen was too strong. No matter how powerful his skills were, they could not break through Lin Shen's waves of fists. Originally, he thought Lin Shen wouldn't be able to maintain such waves of fists for long, but he himself was almost at his limit, and yet Lin Shen's fists only grew in might, causing DEC to completely lose hope of victory. Continuing the fight was pointless. DEC withdrew from the battle ring, looking at Lin Shen with a complex expression. I lost, DEC sighed. He admitted to his defeat, but it felt extremely stifling. He clearly had the ability to prove that he was stronger than Lin Shen, but with the band's boost, his own abilities were of little use. Although somewhat reluctant, DEC accepted it. Just like Lin Shen asked at the beginning whether any means could be used in a life-or-death duel, since it was a life-or-death duel of course, the goal was to survive, whatever means Lin Shen used were justified, and DEC acknowledged this. But inside, he was stifled and uncomfortable. Since his birth, he had never felt so frustrated. Lin Shen pointed with his folding fan, and the singing and accompaniment of the Yexing Quartet stopped. Thank you for yielding, Lin Shen said in good spirits. Chapter 616, Mutated Thunder Kunpeng. Lin Shen's mood had improved, but the big shots observing the battle felt just as stifled as DEC, all of them uncomfortable with restraint. In the territory of the Supreme Clan, to let someone from an outside race defeat DEC with a numerical advantage was unheard of. Yes, in their eyes, Lin Shen had won with numbers on his side, for without the war song boost from the four women of the band, even with his weakening skills, he wouldn't have possibly been DEC's opponent. Now, they suddenly felt that it would have been better to let Lin Shen go when he was showing off his acting skills. If they had let him go then, at least DEC's reputation as the invincible one would have remained untarnished. By conceding defeat in this manner, not only did DEC feel aggrieved, but they all similarly shared in the humiliation, losing face both inwardly and outwardly, yet they couldn't express any of it. No, we can't just let him go like this. This isn't a real duel, the result doesn't count, one of the big shots said angrily, slamming the table and rising to his feet. He looked toward Lu Ran and said, You are DEC's master, what do you have to say? Young man, experiencing some setbacks isn't a bad thing. DEC was previously too unchallenged. Losing a battle might be a good thing, Lu Ran said calmly. Indeed, she thought so too. DEC had indeed previously had it too easy, and facing some setbacks now was better than suffering a major loss in a true life and death battle later on. Lin Shen had taught DEC 2 lessons today, and far from feeling that Lin Shen had been deceitful, Lu Ran was actually quite appreciative that he had managed to give DEC these 2 lessons. Once Lu Ran had spoken, the other big shots had nothing to add, and besides, this was a battle between DEC and Lin Shen, where they truly had no place to intervene. The Supreme Academy had its own rules, and they couldn't bully a mere Ascension-level individual. Even if they wanted to, the rules would not permit it, and all the more so since Lin Shen wasn't just an ordinary Ascender, he was representing the celestial race on this trip. No, this doesn't count. It was clearly agreed to be a duel. You had Ye Xing and the others help you, which is just bullying by numbers and was not a one-on-one duel at all, a voice expressed their inner thoughts. The speaker was Tianyun Shang, who had been watching the battle from the island. She had expected to see Da Shi defeating Lin Shen and displaying his supreme divine prowess. Instead, she could only watch DAC's frustrating concession, empathizing deeply as if she herself had been slighted, and stood out, indignantly speaking up for DAC. Lin Shen was already unfazed by such reactions. He wasn't surprised in the least by the brainless girl's remarks. If this had been a real battlefield, such a person would likely be beheaded by a commander as a sacrifice to their banner. However, this was not a battlefield, and Tianyun Shang wasn't human. It was the celestial races and Emperor Tianshu's affair if the celestial race produced such a foolish princess, and Lin Shen had no connection to that, nor would he worry for the troubles of the celestial race. "I'll bother you about changing the name on the jade plaque some other time. We will take our leave now," Lin Shen said, paying no attention to Tianyun Shang, ready to teleport away. "Lin Shen, I'm speaking to you. Didn't you hear me?" Tianyun Shang blocked Lin Shen's way, puffing with anger. "Princess Yun Sheng, what do you want then? Do you only feel satisfied if I die at DEC's hands? If so, you go ask the Emperor's permission. Just one word from him, and without DEC having to lift a finger, I would chop off my own head and present it to him," Lin Shen said, looking coldly at Tianyun Shang. That's not what I meant." Tianyun Shang was a bit intimidated by Lin Shen's demeanor and involuntarily averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. "What do you mean by that?" Lin Shen asked coldly. I just want you to fight a fair battle with DEC. Tianyun Shang seemed to feel that it was shameful to be intimidated by Lin Shen and said somewhat angrily, "Our celestial race must win honorably. How can we use such despicable means?" "That's not what heroes do." "When did I ever say I was a hero?" Lin Shen replied indifferently. "Continue your adventure with free web novel." Tianyun Shang was suddenly at a loss for words. "Princess Yun Shang, I appreciate your righteous words on my behalf, but I have already lost, and that is an indisputable fact," DSC spoke up. "You have not lost, you were simply outnumbered," Tianyun Shang said. "Loss is loss, unrelated to any other matter," DEC said, looking at Lin Shen seriously. "I was defeated this time, but next time I will win back. I hope when I see you again, you will have become even stronger." After he spoke, DEC prepared to send Lin Shen and the others away from Thousand Island Star. Suddenly, the sea surged with towering waves as a massive creature emerged like a cosmic battleship soaring into the sky. The gigantic body in the sky seemed to cover the entire sky, casting shadows over the small islands and the nearby seas. More terrifying was that the giant creature's body was entwined with azure lightning. The lightning spread all around, and in an instant, the sky was everywhere filled with spiderweb-like flickering azure lightning. That is, a mutated Thunder Kunpeng. The watching powerhouses all changed color. The images before their eyes suddenly cut off, the projection losing signal. Lu Ran vanished in a flash, and upon realizing the situation, many powerhouses disappeared one after another, rushing toward the teleportation array of Thousand Island Star. When a Thunder Kunpeng enters the water, it becomes a Kun. When it ascends to the heaven, it is a Peng, its body is immensely huge, and it possesses the power of infinite yin-yang thunder. The infinite yin-yang thunder has the attribute of devouring and destroying all things. Once hit by infinite yin-yang thunder, the body will lose all ability to resist. If it's a Nirvana-level being, there may be a chance to use the power of Nirvana to withstand a bit of the infinite yin-yang thunder, but that would have to be a Nirvana being with top-level Nirvana attributes. Ordinary Nirvana beings, even with the power of Nirvana, would still lose the ability to resist upon contact with the infinite yin-yang thunder. Originally, to eliminate a single Thunder Kunpeng, several Nirvana beings died, and that was under the circumstance of being besieged by more than a dozen Nirvana beings, and that was a non-mutated Thunder Kunpeng at that. The mutated Thunder Kunpeng they had just seen was far more terrifying than the one previously eliminated by the Academy. If anything happened to DEC, Tianyun Xiang, or Lin Shen, the Celestial Race would not let it go easily. The fury of the Celestial Race was one thing, but what they could least accept was any issue with DEC. With the appearance of the mutated Thunder Kunpeng, lightning bolts darted everywhere between heaven and earth. Lin Shen immediately shouted for everyone to hurry and teleport away, but when he tried to activate the wrist inheritance device, he found it didn't work. As lightning enveloped the sky, DEC shone with a divine radiance, confronting the heavens, and the dust within a kilometer radius sparkled like stars, gathering toward his hand. Chapter 617, Pointing to the Sky. Countless star-like specks of dust converged above DEC's palm, forming a massive light sword that, as DEC thrust his arm upwards, flew stabbing towards the enormous creature in the sky. With the light sword's ascension, even more starlight appeared all around, all being absorbed into the sword, making it grow larger, and the aura it emitted grew increasingly terrifying. The creature's body resembled that of an eagle or a hawk, yet was unimaginably massive. Its claws were as black as iron, while the feathers on its body shone a crystalline snow white. Azure blue lightning flickered and flashed continuously over its body, filling the entire sky. The instant the light sword soared into the sky and thrust towards the giant bird, azure blue lightning spontaneously manifested in the void and struck the sword. Stay connected with Free Web Novel. The light sword was like an immense lightning rod, attracting the directionless, rampaging lightning from all over the sky to itself. For a moment, countless bolts of lightning throughout the heavens were drawn to the light sword. Struck by the azure blue lightning, all the particles that comprised the sword seemed electrified, freezing still in midair and becoming completely motionless. Then, Lin Shen and the others saw the countless dusty particles lose their light and instantly turn into black ash, falling down like volcanic ash. Yi Kong, Yi Yun, Ye Yu, and Ye Xing immediately summoned their own life bases, directing them to rise into the sky. The drum set played by itself, the guitar and bass sounded without fingers on the strings, and the keyboard ebbed and flowed as they performed a strange piece of music. Eerie sonic power undulated forth in an attempt to counter the mysterious giant bird. Boom! But a clap of thunder erupted in the sky, and the force of their musical range was scattered, their sound almost inaudible. In the next instant, the four life bases attracted lightning. Azure bolts struck the life bases, suspending them in midair wrapped in currents of electricity. No matter how the Yi sisters tried to control them, they couldn't move the life bases an inch. In the blink of an eye, black smoke started rising from the lightning-struck life bases, parts of them turning charred, on the verge of destruction. Everyone's faces turned pale with panic. The Nirvana-level Yi sisters were unable to withstand the bird's assault. Who else could withstand the giant bird's attack? Unwilling to sit ducks for slaughter, everyone began to offer up their spirit bases. They dared not use their own life bases, fearing that, like the dust life bases and the instrumental life bases, they would be directly destroyed by the lightning. And indeed, just as they feared, the moment their spirit bases flew into the air, they attracted the spontaneously forming azure blue lightning. Countless bolts of lightning came out of nowhere, and their ascension-level spirit bases were instantly blackened by the lightning, turning to ashes that scattered into the air. A divine radiance shone ever brighter on Daisi's body, and the divine holy eye appeared once again on his brow. The beam shot from the divine holy eye pierced through the layers of lightning, but still could not reach the face of the giant bird before being shattered by the lightning. Seeing that even DEC could not stop the strange bird's lightning, and with the azure lightning coming into existence alongside the bird, rampaging between heaven and earth like a lightning cage, everyone shuddered at the thought that they might soon be overwhelmed by the lightning. We better run. Tianyun Xiang had never experienced such a thing, her face a ghastly shade, her body trembling uncontrollably. There's no escape, that's a Thunder Kunpeng. Its speed is said to be unrivaled among its peers, not to mention we are merely ascenders. Even if we were nirvana beings of the same level, our speed couldn't possibly surpass its. We're still alive simply because it doesn't want to kill us yet. It's playing a cat-and-mouse game with us, DEC said with guilt. It's my fault. I thought the Thunder Kunpengs had long since gone extinct. I didn't expect one to still exist, and it appears to be a mutant, no less. As soon as DEC spoke, Tianyun Xiang became even more desperate. If even DEC admitted to being powerless, then their demise was surely sealed this time. Yi Kong, begin the war song. Lin Shen did not concern himself with Tianyun Xiang's emotions. He had to drive this creature away before the Thunder Kunpeng's lightning struck, otherwise they would all perish here today. The four goddesses of Yi Kong wore strange expressions. Their combined strongest blow had been easily countered by the Thunder Kunpeng, and now their life bases were on the verge of destruction. Lin Shen, an ascender, even with the most powerful buffs, could not possibly be strong enough to contend with the Thunder Kunpeng. Besides, now that their instruments were attracted to the lightning and immobile, unable to accompany, they could only support Lin Shen with their vocal range. The effect was far lesser than before. But at this point, they had no other choice and reflexively obeyed Lin Shen's command, singing the war song. Yet a voice more sonorous and uplifting than theirs, accompanied by the sound of rhythmic tapping, arose. The four goddesses turned their heads and saw Wei Wufu in a white robe, billowing in the storm, holding a wooden fish, tapping out the rhythm of the war song and simultaneously belting it out loud. The musical rhythm that had become ingrained in the bone of the four goddesses made them subconsciously join Wei Wufu and sing aloud with him. Ouyang Yudu, holding an umbrella, muttered the war song under his breath and walked behind Lin Shen, positioning the Jade Bone Demon umbrella above Lin Shen's head. His voice was soft, but each word was firm and strong. If the lightning were to strike, he would use the Jade Bone Demon umbrella to absorb the lightning, shielding Lin Shen from the initial assault, allowing Lin Shen to release his strength with his whole heart. Lin Shen stood under the umbrella, his gaze fixated on the enormous bird in the sky, so vast that it was hard to see in its entirety. The dazzling brilliance on his body grew ever more resplendent, with all skills unleashed. Lin Shen slowly raised a hand, his fingers like a spear, aiming at the creature in the sky, wanting to first test the waters with a finger sand. If it could penetrate the lightning, then his next attack would be to merge with the contrarian, launching the strongest blow to target the creature's vital points. Watching Lin Shen raise his hand under the umbrella, pointing toward the heavens, DEC also slowly joined in the war song. Although unsure whether Lin Shen's strike would be effective, if he could add a bit of strength to Lin Shen, it might increase his chances. Perhaps influenced by everyone, Tian Yunxiang also began to sing the war song, her voice trembling slightly. Lin Shen pointed to the sky, preparing to launch finger sand, and considered whether he could use the false separation method and pseudo-snowballing to directly penetrate the lightning. Since Ouyang Yudu was standing behind Lin Shen holding the umbrella, DEC and Tian Yunxiang, standing at an oblique angle behind him, did not see Fei Zai crawling onto Lin Shen's shoulder. Amidst the thunderous reverberation of lightning, they did not hear Fei Zai's soft chirp either. All they saw was Lin Shen pointing to the heavens, aiming at the bird in the sky when suddenly the bird let out a long screech, then its wings stirred up tumultuous winds, and in an instant it shot straight into the clouds, disappearing in a flash, and all the thunder and lightning vanished without a trace. Chapter 618, Retreat Kunpeng. The thunder Kunpeng came quickly and departed just as swiftly, truly like the wind, traversing 90,000 li in the flutter of its wings. In just a moment, the thunder Kunpeng burst out of the atmosphere and vanished into the void, with all the lightning and thunder dissipating alongside its departure. Lin Shen stood there in a daze, already braced for a desperate fight, when unexpectedly, the thunder Kunpeng simply left. Others might not know why, but Lin Shen knew clearly in his heart that the thunder Kunpeng had made its sudden departure only after Fatty's soft chirp. His finger sand hadn't been of any use at all. He saw it that way, but DEC, Tian Yunxiang, and others were unaware of the reason. They saw only Lin Shen point his finger at the thunder Kunpeng in the sky, and like a frightened bird, it seemed to flee into the clouds. DEC looked at Lin Shen with a complex expression, his gaze somewhat odd. Tian Yunxiang also stared blankly at Lin Shen, feeling like the Lin Shen before her eyes had changed somewhat from before. She didn't know what had changed, only feeling that he somehow no longer seemed so annoying. The four girls from Yekong had looks of disbelief on their faces. Their life bases had been retrieved, and although severely damaged, were fortunately not destroyed given they had been taken back in time. With some methods, recovery was still possible. Like Tian Yunxiang, they believed that the thunder Kunpeng had been scared off by Lin Shen pointing a finger, their hearts filled with incredulity. But the undeniable fact before their eyes was that with just a point to the heavens from Lin Shen, the thunder Kunpeng had been scared away, almost like a miraculous sign. It was then that a thought occurred to them, as if they were born to be with Lin Shen. With them singing the war song for Lin Shen, his strength could reach such an astonishing level. Then, if they continued to follow Lin Shen and they all ascended to immortal status, who in the universe could stand against them? They needed to rely on Lin Shen to survive in the universe, and Lin Shen also needed their war song to aid him. They felt there could be no more solid relationship than this. As long as they did not develop dissenting thoughts, Lin Shen should not abandon them. After all, where could Lin Shen find others who could harmonize with the war song as they could? What they couldn't fathom was that scaring away the mutant thunder Kunpeng was not due to Lin Shen's strength nor related to their war song, but rather, it was because of Fatty, who was still perched on Lin Shen's shoulder. Ouyang Yudu, standing behind Lin Shen, stretched out his hand to pick up Fatty and tucked it back into his backpack before casually walking away, leaving Lin Shen alone to bask in the attention of the crowd. Wei Wufu's white robe disappeared, and the Ch601 wooden fish was also taken back. Everyone with their own thoughts, while looking at Lin Shen, suddenly witnessed several figures teleporting onto the island. The first to arrive was Lu Ran, followed by various big shots from the academy. Upon entering, they had all been prepared to kill the mutant thunder Kunpeng at a moment's notice, only to find the skies clear without a trace of the creature. Seeing DEC and the others safe and sound, without any casualties, the many big shots heaved a long sigh of relief. The mutant thunder Kunpeng was far too terrifying, beyond what ordinary ascension and nirvana beings could match. If DEC could return to nirvana, then dealing with a mutant thunder Kunpeng might have still been possible, but unfortunately he was currently at the ascension level, thus likely no match for the thunder Kunpeng. This undoubtedly was the best outcome. DEC was unharmed, Lin Shen and Tian Yunxiang were also safe, and the Supreme Clan and Celestial Race could continue to coexist peacefully. Yet they all wondered, just how did DEC and his group manage to fend off the mutant thunder Kunpeng? DEC, are you alright? Lu Ran scrutinized him and asked. I'm fine, DEC shook his head. How did you manage to fend off the thunder Kunpeng? Lu Ran continued to inquire. Many of the bigwigs turned to DEC, eager to know the answer to this question as well. I didn't do anything. It was Lin Shen who scared the thunder Kunpeng away with a single finger, DEC stated truthfully. Yet his honest words made Lu Ran and the others exchange incredulous looks, finding it hard to believe what DEC had said. Can you explain in more detail what happened? Lu Ran had to continue asking patiently. DEC recounted the event of Lin Shen pointing his finger towards the sky, after which the Thunder Kunpeng was frightened off. The faces of Lu Ran and the other bigwigs grew increasingly strange. If these words had not come from DEC, they would have thought it a mythological tale. They had witnessed Lin Shen's strength before, and, even with the boost from Warsong, he could only be considered mid-level within the Nirvana level. That mutated Thunder Kunpeng, without a doubt, was a top-tier Nirvana creature. Lin Shen hadn't even unleashed any power, merely stretched out his finger, and that was enough to scare it away? If this wasn't a mythical story, then what was? Yet there was no reason for DEC to lie, nor was he a liar. He certainly had no reason to cover up anything for Lin Shen, so what he said must be true. However, such truths were difficult for Lu Ran and the other immortal-level bigwigs to comprehend. Why would the Thunder Kunpeng flee just because Lin Shen pointed his finger at the sky? Outside, people gathered, waiting for the outcome and suspecting something big might have happened when they saw one bigwig after another rushing into the teleportation array. Could Lin Shen have been killed by DEC? If Lin Shen was killed by DEC, why would the Institute's teachers be in such a hurry? I think it's more likely that DEC was killed by Lin Shen, and that's why they're so anxious. No way, how could Lin Shen kill DEC? Could it have been a mutual destruction? People speculated about all sorts of possibilities, their eyes glued to the teleportation station, hoping to discern something. It hadn't been long, but it felt like centuries to those waiting. Finally, someone came out of the teleportation station. Leading the group were the bigwigs from the Institute, followed by Tian Yunxiang and Lin Shen, who were being escorted, with DEC and evil Qian Chun bringing up the rear. It looks like everything is fine, but who won and who lost? It seems like no one is injured. What were the teachers hurrying over for just now? What on earth is going on? Enjoy new chapters from free web novel. Gazing at the crowd that had completely surrounded the teleportation station, Lu Ran spoke indifferently. In the duel between DEC and Lin Shen won. Disperse now. Upon hearing this, there was an uproar. They could hardly believe that Lin Shen won the battle. After speaking, Lu Ran personally escorted Tian Yunxiang and Lin Shen back to the hotel to prevent any harassment from others. Naturally, people didn't dare to bother Lin Shen and the others or approach DEC with questions, but evil Qian Chun became their target instead. Once the bigwigs left, several students who were on good terms with evil Qian Chun crowded around, eager to find out what had happened on Thousand Island Star. Chapter 619, Unexpectedly Obedient. The news that Lin Shen repelled the Thunder Kunpeng with a single finger spread quickly within the academy. However, the majority of people did not believe this claim, thinking it was merely a rumor. Rumors are stopped by the wise, a saying that the students of the Supreme Academy abide by thoroughly. Apart from a very few individuals, most thought someone had exaggerated, and Lin Shen wasn't that formidable. Even the event where Lin Shen defeated DEC was spoken of as having another side to the story. Of course, there was indeed more to it. Lin Shen didn't care about these things. After Lu Ran personally escorted them back to their hotel and was about to leave, Lin Shen approached Lu Ran. "Teacher Lu Ran, can I talk to you for a moment?" Lin Shen called out to Lu Ran. "What is it?" Lu Ran was somewhat surprised and wondered why Lin Shen would seek her out. Lin Shen hesitated for a moment before asking, "Do you know a tiger person named Demon Bone? You mean Demon Master Demon Bone?" Lu Ran's eyes suddenly sharpened, and she stared at Lin Shen. "It seems you know him. Are you friends or foes with him?" Lin Shen didn't answer her and continued to ask, "What exactly do you want to know?" Lu Ran stared at Lin Shen. Seeing that Lu Ran wasn't willing to answer and to prevent any misunderstanding, Lin Shen said, "I encountered him before, and he asked me to deliver a message to the Supreme Clan's Lu Ran. I guess that would be you, right?" "What message?" Lu Ran frowned and asked. "He only said one thing, to ask you, does the original pact still hold?" Lin Shen relayed the original words to Lu Ran and then added, "He said, no matter what your answer is, to let him know. Of course, I made no promises, so it's also fine if you choose not to respond. If you see Demon Master Demon Bone again, tell him that the original pact no longer holds," Lu Ran replied, surprising Lin Shen. Lin Shen nodded and turned to leave. "Aren't you curious about my relationship with Demon Bone?" Lu Ran's voice came from behind. "Stay updated through free web novel. I'm just passing a message. Whatever relationship you two have, I'm not interested." Lin Shen shook his head. Demon Bone has earned the title of Demon Master because he has the ability to turn decay into a miraculous state, such that any student he teaches, no matter how mediocre their talent, can transform from a mediocrity into a genius. It's almost like magic, which is why he has the title of Demon Master. Hearing Lu Ran speak, Lin Shen stopped in his tracks and turned back to look at her. Lu Ran continued, "I too have studied under Demon Bone for a while. At that time, my talent was not good, one might even say it was poor, and I could only pin my sole hope on Demon Bone to beseech him as my teacher and accept his guidance. Others only know that Demon Master Demon Bone can turn a mediocrity into a genius, but they don't know that learning from him also comes with a price. Every student who studies with Demon Master Demon Bone must do 3 tasks for him. Whatever he asks, even if it's something monumental, even if it means killing one's own parents, it must be done. Did no one refuse him when he made such impolite demands? Lin Shen furrowed his brow and asked. It's difficult to refuse because he left weaknesses in every student. Whether teaching them moves or modifying their bodies, he always has a trick up his sleeve. No matter how strong the student becomes, he can easily destroy them. Lu Ran continued, the evolution skill I practice also originates from Demon Bone, so it definitely has flaws. The agreement he mentioned is about completing 3 tasks for him when becoming his disciple. I've already helped him twice, and him sending you to me means he wants this last favor. What does he want you to do for him? Lin Shen pondered before asking. I don't know, but it can't be anything good, Lu Ran said coldly. Demon Bone is extremely cunning and has committed many evil acts. He even betrayed his own tiger brethren, causing the deaths of countless tiger people. What good can come from it? I'm not going to help him with anything anymore. Tell him that the next time you see him. Understood, Lin Shen nodded, but couldn't help asking curiously, you mentioned that Demon Bone would even betray his own kind and has caused the deaths of many tiger people. What happened exactly? Just search for the demonic dyed star incident and you'll know. Lu Ran did not answer Lin Shen but left him with these words before walking away. Following Lu Ran's instructions, Lin Shen searched for information on the demonic dyed star incident and found plenty of it. He skimmed through the details, and it was truly shocking. Demon Bone had gained control of a planet inhabited by a humanoid life form known as the demonic dyed. For many years, Demon Bone lived on demonic dyed star, guiding and educating its inhabitants, helping them transition from primitive society and integrate into the interstellar community. However, in the end, Demon Bone annihilated the entire demonic dyed race, not sparing even a single infant. The whole demonic dyed star was slaughtered to the extent that rivers ran with blood. Not a single one of the billions of demonic dyed survived, and those who investigated later were so horrified by the gruesome scene that they were psychologically traumatized upon their return. It's not unusual for immortal beings to destroy planets. There have been incidents where immortals accidentally destroyed life-bearing planets before. But blowing up a planet and personally killing billions of its inhabitants are entirely different concepts. Someone like that, Lu Ran, would rather be disloyal and faithless than help again, and that was actually quite normal. Lin Shen wouldn't have helped him either. No one wants to see a genocide occur, so Lin Shen could understand Lu Ran's position. He just hadn't expected the Demon Master, Demon Bone, to be such a terrifying individual. Not only an immortal, but also a cruel murderer who had wiped out a race of billions. Until now, Lin Shen had believed that the Demon Master, Demon Bone, was at most a nirvana being. After returning to the hotel, Lin Shen met with Tianyun Xiang to discuss going back to Sky Pinnacle Star. He'd assumed Tianyun Xiang would not readily agree to return, but, surprisingly, she did not argue this time and directly consented to go back to Sky Pinnacle Star, which seemed very unusual. Worried that she had agreed only superficially and might sneak away again, Lin Shen had the 4 Yexing women take turns watching her. However, by the time Lin Shen and the others boarded the spacecraft the next day, Tianyun Xiang had caused no trouble at all and obediently followed him onto the craft. Lin Shen was greatly surprised, confused as to why Tianyun Xiang suddenly became so easy to talk to. Never mind, whatever the reason, this is good news. Lin Shen was in high spirits as everyone returned smoothly to Sky Pinnacle Star. Tianyun Xiang cooperated unexpectedly well throughout the journey, not even bickering with Lin Shen, which he found somewhat unbelievable. Lin Shen, your finger skill is very strong. I'd like to learn it too. Teach me when we get a chance. Before heading back to the Imperial Palace on Sky Pinnacle Star, Tianyun Xiang suddenly turned around and spoke soft words to Lin Shen, then departed. Must have taken the wrong medicine, Lin Shen thought, not interested in dealing with this prince. Chapter 620. After completing this mission, Lin Shen and the Celestial Master Institute once again found themselves at leisure. Lin Shen first sent Ye Xing and the others back to Giant Ring Star, while he returned to the human mother planet with Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yudu. The main goal was to investigate the situation at Gourd Mountain. Lin Shen wanted to understand what was going on at Gourd Mountain before the strange person came looking for him, then decide whether or not to return the mechanical wristwatch to the strange person. This was the first time Ouyang Yudu had heard of a place called Gourd Mountain, and he was even more astonished to learn that it could be an entrance to the Realm King planet. Upon reaching the front of Gourd Mountain with Fei Zai Fatty by their side, they easily located the mountain. Ascending to the summit, they arrived at the cave entrance. How is there a hole here? I don't recall seeing it the last time I was here. Wei, do you remember this hole? Lin Shen, not completely confident in his memory, asked Wei Wufu, pointing at the hole on the ground. No, Wei Wufu answered with certainty. Lin Shen took out a nightglow flower and shone its light down into the pitch-dark cave. To his surprise, the nightglow flower, which could illuminate even the darkness of Giant Ring Star, could not light up the cave below. Lin Shen summoned several pets to scout the path ahead, but after they went down, there was no more sound from them. It was as if their connection with Lin Shen had been severed, and he could no longer sense their presence. If it were not for the fact that he could still feel their lives hanging on, Lin Shen would have suspected they were dead. This cave is too strange. Who knows what's really inside? Lin Shen mused, not daring to get close to the cave entrance. Ouyang Yudu squatted at the entrance of the hole and looked down for a while, then suddenly said to Lin Shen, You just said the strange person found the mechanical wristwatch here, and without the wristwatch, he didn't have a way off the human mother planet, yet he made it to Meidu Star. I found this very odd before. Do you think it's possible that this hole could be the entrance to Gourd Mountain's teleporter? Now that you mention it, it really does seem possible. Lin Shen had considered this possibility before, but hadn't dared to attempt it. I'll go down first and take a look, said Ouyang Yudu as he leapt straight into the hole. His figure disappeared into the darkness and vanished without a trace. Ouyang, Ouyang, can you hear me? Lin Shen called into the hole several times, but there was no response. You stay, I'll go. Look, look. After waiting a while with no news from Ouyang Yudu, Wei Wufu prepared to go down and take a look. Lin Shen quickly grabbed him, a wry smile on his face. Let's not do a Gourd brothers saving Gramps' one after another. Let's go down together and have a look. Okay, Wei Wufu nodded. Lin Shen stood by the edge of the hole, counted 1, 2, 3, and the two jumped in together. Upon entering the hole, Lin Shen immediately felt a strong sensation of weightlessness, as if floating through the air without the need to fly on his own. When Lin Shen once again sensed gravity, he found himself amidst a landscape of ruins. Surrounding him was lifeless terrain and stone pathways, with an occasional glimpse of decrepit buildings in the distance. Even from a distance, one could see that many of the buildings had already collapsed. The stone path was covered in a thick layer of dust, and the surrounding land was utterly lifeless, devoid of plants, insects, and seemingly even bacteria. The whole planet seemed as though it had died. Wei Wufu was right beside him, with a few pets Lin Shen had recently let in nearby. They were all safe and sound, just unable to return. That hole really was the entrance to a teleporter. Lin Shen saw Ouyang Yudu standing in front of a building ruin not far away. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu exchanged glances and walked towards where Ouyang Yudu was. Found anything? Lin Shen asked as he walked. He discovered that upon this teleportation, there was no wristwatch device on his hand, which meant that they could only leave this dilapidated planet by finding a teleporter on it. Look at the writing here, Ouyang Yudu said with an odd expression, pointing at the half-collapsed gateway ahead. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu both looked up and saw that a signboard, covered in dust and hanging askew on the partially collapsed gateway, possibly due to the rope falling off, a lot of the dust had been shaken off the signboard, and they could vaguely make out a few characters beneath the dust. Nuwa Temple, Lin Shen paused slightly. In the mythology of the human mother planet, Nuwa was an exceedingly important deity. According to Lin Shen's understanding, human mythology could be divided into two phases, the matrilineal clan phase and the patrilineal clan phase. In the mythology of the matrilineal clan phase, the supreme deity was Nuwa. The myths of Nuwa mends the heavens, and Nuwa creates humans corresponded to the two vital capabilities of women at the time, childbirth and weaving. Lin Shen always thought that Nuwa symbolized an era of women's power. It was a deity created by women to consolidate their own status and highlight women's achievements. Find your next read on free web novel. On the human mother planet, Nuwa temples were hard to come by nowadays, but before the Great Disaster they were rather common. The key point was that this was no longer the human mother planet, so why was there a Nuwa temple here? Could it be that the aliens also had legends of Nuwa? It's strange, why would there be a Nuwa temple here? Lin Shen muttered softly. Let's go in and take a look. We might find something useful. I see there's nothing on this planet, which leads me to think that life here may have been completely annihilated, said Ouyang Yudu as he walked in, holding his umbrella. The temple walls had almost entirely collapsed, and they didn't need to enter through the gate. The three of them walked around it into the courtyard and saw that most of the building had crumbled. The stone incense burner at the entrance was split in two, with incense ash scattered all around. Relatively speaking, the main hall was still intact, with only a few broken tiles, and overall it was still quite complete. The Nuwa Hall signboard was still hanging above the door, but it was covered in so much dust that it was almost unreadable. It was only with some guessing that they could make out the three characters. Ouyang Yudu pushed the door open with his jade umbrella, and the three of them were shocked by the sight inside the hall. The statue of Nuwa inside the Nuwa Hall was actually hung from the roof beams, making the otherwise serene statue of Nuwa look like a hanging ghost, eerie and frightening. Who did this reprehensible deed? Lin Shen frowned slightly. Someone must have done it, as the statue couldn't have hung itself from a rope. The offering table was broken in two, and the incense burner and tablet on it had fallen to the ground, also broken into pieces. Lin Shen picked up a piece of the tablet, noticed that the break was very smooth, as if it had been cleaved into two with a single stroke. Chapter 621, nothing much was inside the main hall, except for the hanging statue of Nuwa. Basically, there was nothing intact. Lin Shen and his two companions then went to check the rear hall, only to find that it had completely collapsed, leaving nothing behind. It's unclear which race's temple this is, but the deity they worship bears some similarities to the human pantheon, Ouyang Yudu remarked. Mythological similarities are quite common. On our human mother planet, different regions have similar myths, just with different names. It's probably a coincidence. Let's look elsewhere and try to find the teleporter as quickly as possible. Lin Shen didn't want to waste time in such a ruined temple. The three people left the Nuwa temple and headed towards the next building, hoping to find more clues. Since there were no living creatures around, the three of them flew at full speed and reached another building in no time. This building wasn't much better than the Nuwa temple, it was also in ruins, almost completely collapsed. Worse than the Nuwa temple, the plaque above the temple's entrance had fallen off and was lying in front of the largely demolished gateway. Wei Wufu bent down to pick up the plaque, turning it over to read the characters and find out what this place was. Pangu, Temple, Lin Shen read the characters on the plaque, and his expression changed immediately. If Nuwa could be considered a coincidence, how could one explain Pangu, another coincidence? How could there be such coincidences in the world? In human mythology, Nuwa is the supreme deity of the matriarchal clan, while Pangu is the supreme deity of the patriarchal clan. Nuwa is praised for creating humans and mending the heavens, while Pangu's feats involve splitting heaven and earth and transforming his body into all things. However, as Lin Shen understood it, mythological stories were always symbolic. Pangu splitting heaven and earth and transforming into all things possibly referred to ancient times when men were responsible for exploring the world and hunting food. Splitting heaven and earth could mean the discovery of new worlds and various things. The presence of temples dedicated to the two supreme deities in human legends in such a place made Lin Shen suspect that this area might still be on the human mother planet and that they had not teleported elsewhere. Ouyang Yudu had the same thought, and he soared into the sky, quickly reaching the heavens. Before long, Ouyang Yudu descended again and shook his head at Lin Shen, saying, "This isn't our mother planet." The nearby geographical environment and mountain ranges are entirely different from those on our mother planet. There is no such place there, and this planet is much larger than our mother planet. It's not the mother planet, yet there are such temples here. What kind of civilization could have such similar myths to humans? As Lin Shen spoke, he walked into the temple. The place was too severely damaged to see almost anything intact, with all the buildings collapsed except for the main hall. Lin Shen pushed open the doors to the main hall, and the sight that met his eyes made his pupils shrink. A statue holding a giant axe was hanging from the beam, akin to a hung ghost. What's going on? This place has also been turned into this. Who did this? Lin Shen couldn't help frowning. Even if the temples are in ruins, someone still hung up the statues. What kind of deep hatred could this be? Ouyang Yudu also sighed deeply. In the chaotic temple, the three people also did not find any useful information, so they had to set out for the next building again. The expressions of the three were no longer as relaxed as before. There seemed to be many mysteries here, making them feel inexplicable. When they arrived at the third building, they discovered that it was another temple. Why are there only temples here? Could it be that other than temples, there are no other structures on this planet? Could it be that the inhabitants of this planet were all followers of a divine religion? Lin Shen furrowed his brows. This temple was relatively more intact, with its gate tower still whole. The plaque above was covered with dust. Lin Shen casually waved his hand, and the dust shook off, revealing the words, Kwafu Temple. This cannot be a coincidence anymore. This planet must be related to us humans. Lin Shen really couldn't convince himself any longer. If Nuwa and Pangu were coincidental, such a coincidence occurring a third time was too much. Kwafu chasing the sun is also a very famous myth among humans, telling the tale of a giant who pursued the sun, became thirsty halfway, drank up 2 great rivers in one gulp, and continued his pursuit of the sun until he ultimately died of exhaustion. In Lin Shen's own view, the story should be about human migration. Humans, in that primitive society without clothing or food, could only chase the sun and migrate, moving to warmer places before winter's onset. Of course, human survival depends on water. Thus, the part in the story where Kwafu drinks up great rivers actually tells how humans lived by following water. The stories of Nuwa, Pangu, and Kwafu, though appearing to be myths, are actually part of human survival history. There can't be such coincidences. If it were just coincidence in names, that would be one thing, but the sculptures here also resemble those in human mythology. It can't be just a coincidence, Ouyang Yudu said as he pushed open the door and walked into the temple, and indeed, in the main hall, he saw another statue hung up like a hanged ghost. Have you noticed that in the 3 temples we visited, only the main halls haven't collapsed and are relatively intact? And this method of hanging up statues like hanged ghosts doesn't seem to be merely an act of venting frustration, Ouyang observed while looking around the main hall. Unfortunately, there's not a single piece of paper, mural, or inscription here, so we have no idea what these temples are all about, Lin Shen said helplessly. He looked around for a good while, but there were no inscriptions on the walls or pillars, leaving them clueless about the situation here. After leaving the Kwafu temple, Lin Shen and his companions continued their search for possible clues. The strange person most likely left from the human mother planet here, and if that person could leave, they could also find a way out. They arrived at another building, and unsurprisingly, it was another temple. It seemed that apart from temples, there were no other structures on this planet. Once again, they came before a temple that was more intact than the previous ones, with less dust. The ancient stone plaque read Darkbird Temple, causing Lin Shen to pause, taken aback. Fei Zai, who had been sleeping in the backpack all this time, stuck his head out, his head tilted as he scrutinized the Darkbird Temple, his face unexpectedly showing a very human-like, puzzled expression. Chapter 622, The Dark Bird Gives Birth to the Shang. Lin Shen thought about the possibility of Fatty being a mutated dark bird. Could it be that the dark bird temple here was actually dedicated to its ancestors? However, whether Fatty was truly a mutated dark bird was still up for debate. After all, the dark birds acquired by Dark Bird Base were all black, and dark inherently implies the color black. Whether Fatty, a white bird, could be a mutated dark bird was still uncertain. Seeing the dark bird temple here, Lin Shen and his companions were quite puzzled. After all, compared to the deities worshipped in the previous 3 temples, the dark bird's status differed vastly. This made Lin Shen think of something. To find Gourd Mountain, one must be guided by the dark bird, indicating a special relationship between the dark bird and Gourd Mountain. The fact that there was a dark bird temple at the location where the caves of Gourd Mountain led made Lin Shen feel that there was nothing simple about this affair. Fatty crawled out of the backpack and perched on Lin Shen's shoulder, stretching his neck and looking around. The dark bird from the myths isn't reputed to be very good, Ouyang Yudu said. Ho, not good? Wei Wufu obviously didn't know the myth of the dark bird and asked. Have you ever heard the mythical story of the dark bird giving birth to Shang? Ouyang Yudu asked. No, Wei Wufu shook his head. It is said that in ancient times the dark bird was a messenger of the heavens. 3 women were bathing in a river when a dark bird flew by carrying an egg. The egg fell into the river and one of the women picked it up. After swallowing the egg, she became pregnant and gave birth to the renowned founder of the Shang tribe. That's the story of the dark bird giving birth to Shang. Ouyang Yudu paused for a moment before continuing. According to the myth, this is the legend of a divine child sent from heaven. But if interpreted from a human perspective, it could be viewed as a crime. We all know that in reality, no egg can make a person pregnant, so there are only 2 possibilities. One is that the woman was pregnant before marriage. She might have been violated, or the man refused to take responsibility, forcing her to use such an excuse to give birth. The second is that the egg brought by the dark bird was a parasitic organism. After the woman swallowed the egg, she was infested, which would be even more terrifying. Whichever possibility it was, the woman was unfortunate and suffered pain she should not have borne. I see. Lin Shen listened to Ouyang Yudu's interpretation and found it rather interesting. Fatty seemed to want to go in. Lin Shen patted its head and then proceeded towards the interior of the dark bird temple, eager to find out what exactly was being worshipped inside. Just like the previous temples, most of the structures inside the dark bird temple had been destroyed, with only the main hall remaining largely intact. The 3 of them pushed open the great doors of the main hall and, as before, saw a human-shaped idol hanging from the rafters of the temple. Lin Shen had initially thought that what would be hanging would be a statue of a dark bird, but unexpectedly it was a humanoid statue that hung there. Even more puzzling was that the statue turned out to be a male elder, not the female protagonist of the dark bird giving birth to Shang. No, that's not a statue, it's a body, a human body, Ouyang Yudu, after looking for a while, suddenly spoke with a somber tone. It was only then that Lin Shen and Wei Wufu took a closer look. Indeed, they could see signs of the skin being dried out, although the body appeared statue-like. Normally, a body dried out like this should be skin and bones, but this body remained plump, almost lifelike. If it weren't for the weathered skin, it was hard to imagine that this was a real corpse. That Lin Shen and the others had not realized that it was a body at first was due to this reason. In other temples, it's usually statues that are hung up, so why is it that here an actual human corpse is suspended? Lin Shen stared at the corpse, attempting to deduce the individual's identity based on his clothing and attire. Fortunately, his clothes were relatively intact, though the style seemed quite particular, not in line with modern fashion. It must be an ancient style of robe. Lin Shen had no expertise in ancient attire and couldn't determine which dynasty it belonged to. After examining it for a while, Ouyang Yudu pondered and said, although it's hard to pinpoint the exact dynasty, one thing is certain. These garments are not of modern style or craftsmanship, they must be from an older era. That's strange, Lin Shen couldn't help frowning. If Gourd Mountain had only fallen here over 200 years ago, then it wouldn't be possible for someone from an ancient time to come here via Gourd Mountain. Yet here lay a human corpse, which could only imply 2 possibilities. Either Gourd Mountain had always been here, allowing ancients to travel through it, or the body was not truly human, just deceptively similar in appearance. Staring won't unravel any truths. Let's see if there's anything on him, Lin Shen said as he donned the carapace, gingerly searching the pockets of the corpse's clothing. Fei Fatty had been curiously surveying everything inside Darkbird Hall, his gaze occasionally landing on the corpse without taking further action. After searching for a while, Lin Shen did indeed find something, a jade token that was rough at the top and narrower at the bottom, around a foot in length. Lin Shen examined the jade token, noticing that there were characters carved on both sides. Although they looked familiar, he couldn't recognize them. Ouyang, take a look at these characters. Lin Shen handed the jade token to Ouyang Yudu. Ouyang Yudu examined it and said earnestly, "This appears to be a kind of script from the pictographic stage of development, quite different from our current language. Still, it is indeed a form of human script. It seems this is truly a human, and an ancient one at that." Lin Shen continued to search the corpse, hoping to find any other useful items. Aside from the jade token, however, the pockets held nothing else. Since he is one of our own kind, he deserves a proper burial, Lin Shen decided as he lifted the body, removing it from the rope around its neck. No sooner had the body been detached from the rope than it spontaneously ignited, burning up in flames like white phosphorus exposed to air, engulfing the entire body in fire. Lin Shen quickly dropped the corpse, which continued to burn fiercely on the ground, soon reducing to a pile of ashes. What just happened? Lin Shen stared at the pile of ashes on the ground, perplexed by the situation, unaware of why the corpse had suddenly self-ignited. There's something inside, Ouyang Yudu, with his keen eyes, noticed something. He picked up a stick, rummaged through the ashes, and pried something out. Upon close examination, it was a piece of fabric akin to silk. What was odd was that this palm-sized silk fabric had emerged from the flames completely unscathed. Chapter 623, Golden Crow Temple. Ouyang Yudu picked up the silk handkerchief and shook it, and all the ash fell off, revealing the white, translucent silk handkerchief that looked like a square scarf. There were lines of black string-like small characters embroidered on the white silk handkerchief, which couldn't be seen when mixed with the black ash before, but now were clear to see. The characters were embroidered so tiny that if it weren't for Lin Shen and their fellows' keen eyesight, ordinary people would probably be unable to see them clearly without a magnifying glass and would mistake them for ordinary patterns. Lin Shen leaned in to look but could not recognize what those characters meant, although they seemed to be from the same system as the characters on the jade token. This made Lin Shen feel somewhat absurd. He could recognize alien characters but was unable to recognize the ancient script of humanity. Ouyang Yudu looked at it for a while and said, I only recognize some of the characters. From what I've seen, the text embroidered here appears to be a love letter. A love letter? Lin Shen did not expect that to be the answer. Yes, a love letter, and this one is written to Jiandi, Ouyang Yudu added. Jiandi, isn't she the female protagonist of Darkbird's Life and Commerce? Could it be, as you guessed correctly, that Darkbird's Life and Commerce actually has a hidden male protagonist? Lin Shen, driven by curiosity, asked hurriedly, does it say who wrote the love letter to Jiandi? No, Ouyang Yudu shook his head. What a pity. Lin Shen looked at the body that had been burned to ashes and frowned. This person had a love letter written to Jiandi on him. Could he be that male protagonist? No one naturally could answer his question, and Ouyang Yudu handed the jade token to Lin Shen. I don't know the use of this jade token either, you keep it for now. By the way, what do these characters mean? Lin Shen remembered that Ouyang Yudu hadn't explained the meaning of the characters on the jade token. I can't quite make them out, I only recognize the character command, Ouyang Yudu said. Lin Shen had no choice but to keep the jade token and planned to find someone who understood these ancient texts later to figure out what the jade token really was. The three of them looked around inside the temple again but didn't find anything else. Just like the other temples, most things in the main hall were destroyed. Even the tablet representing Darkbird was slashed into two halves. Fei Zai had been unresponsive all along. As they were leaving, Lin Shen tried to put him back into the backpack, but Fei Zai dodged his palm and jumped onto Lin Shen's other shoulder. Lin Shen was a bit surprised but did not force it back into the backpack. After the three of them left the Darkbird temple, they immediately felt something was not quite right and couldn't help but turn their heads to look around. They found nothing, but as they turned to leave, that uneasy feeling surfaced again, as if someone was watching them from behind. However, after repeatedly looking back to confirm, they still saw nothing. The three of them looked at each other, feeling that something was not quite right, and donned their carapaces ready for battle. They couldn't just stay there indefinitely, so they had to keep moving forward in search of a possible teleporter. The sensation of being watched persisted, yet they were unable to detect anything all this time. It wasn't until they neared the ruins of another temple that the strange feeling suddenly vanished. All three couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The entities in this place even have a sense of domain? Heading towards this other temple, they no longer felt the sense of being observed. Perhaps those entities dared not enter the territory of other temples. Lin Shen pondered and said, we didn't have that feeling in the other temples, but after coming out of the Darkbird temple, we suddenly felt it. Could it be related to the body I took down? Possible, Ouyang Yudu nodded. This place is too peculiar. Let's not touch anything inside the temples anymore. Lin Shen acknowledged, and as they got closer, noticed that this temple was in a much better state of preservation than the previous ones. Golden Crow Temple. Could this be related to the Golden Crow from the mythological tale of Ho Yi shooting the suns? Lin Shen couldn't help but wonder aloud. The trio entered the temple to search, hoping to find a teleporter hidden inside. They didn't find the teleporter, but in the main hall, they did see another suspended statue. This time it was indeed a statue and not a body. However, the statue obviously had a humanoid form rather than that of the Golden Crow. There's a bow hanging on the wall. As Lin Shen scrutinized the temple, he noticed a bow hanging on the wall. It appeared to be a very ancient bow, likely made from the horn of some creature, with a bowstring made of a material that resembled semi-transparent cow's tendon. Overall, the bow looked very crude, as if it were a product of a primitive society with lesser crafting skills. This is the Golden Crow Temple, and there's a bow here. Do you think this bow might have something to do with Ho Yi from the tale of shooting the suns? Lin Shen asked, staring at the bow on the wall. Ancient people believed the sun was a golden crow bird, and the legend says that long ago 10 suns, which were 10 golden crows, came out to play at once, scorching the earth and making it impossible for humans to survive. So they summoned a divine archer, Ho Yi, who shot down 9 of the golden crows, leaving only one sun, which is the sun we see today, Ouyang Yudu explained with a smile. The tale of Ho Yi shooting the suns is one of the most fantastic mythological stories, as it's hard to imagine what kind of life people led back then based on that tale alone. Also, among all the mythological stories, only the story of Ho Yi shooting the suns has a sequel, which is very peculiar. Normally, a mythological story should only have one protagonist, but the story of Ho Yi shooting the suns led to the tale of Chang'e flying to the moon. One story with 2 protagonists, that's quite special in itself. Having learned their lesson, Lin Shen and his companions didn't dare to remove the bow from the wall. They didn't find anything useful and were about to leave when Fatty, who had been standing on Lin Shen's shoulder, suddenly became animated. Flapping its short, stout wings, Fatty's plump body struggled towards the bow on the wall and then, using its beak to grasp the bowstring, it pulled the bow off the wall and flung it towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen reached out and caught the bow. It felt cool to the touch. The black, horn-made bow was very comfortable to hold. "Do you want me to take it with us?" Lin Shen caught Fatty as it flew back and looked at it with some confusion. Fatty nodded, then hopped onto Lin Shen's shoulder and burrowed into the backpack. It drew the zipper closed with its beak and began to sleep again. Chapter 6024, Gods and Ghosts of All Heavens. Lin Shen held the bow and swept his eyes over the interior of the Golden Crow Temple one more time. After confirming there were no other findings, he left the temple with Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu. However, just as they had left the Golden Crow Temple, they felt that eerie sensation of being watched by something again. Lin Shen thought to himself, here it is again. The last time I had this feeling was when we left the Darkbird Temple. If there's a commonality between these 2 temples, it's that we took something from them. It seems these things are the triggers for the surveillance. With this realization, Lin Shen's expression became even more solemn. If taking something caused them to be spied on, then didn't that mean each temple actually contained some sort of creature within? Perhaps they just hadn't been able to find them, or they were simply invisible to them. Only after they had taken something, when those bizarre creatures watched them, could they start to sense it a bit. If that was truly the case, this planet was far too terrifying. It was hard to imagine what kind of creature lay hidden within the temples. Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu's expressions were equally serious, clearly having come to the same conclusion. But at this juncture, all they could do was to grit their teeth and continue on. Fortunately, that uncomfortable feeling of being watched disappeared after they entered the next temple district. Continue your adventure with free web novel. This allowed Lin Shen and his companions to breathe a sigh of relief. As long as those things did not come out to attack them, they were willing to negotiate. This was a river god temple, and not far behind it was a black river with rapids and a width of several hundred meters. Within the river god temple, Lin Shen and his companions saw hanging deity statues, but there was no trace of the teleporter. The 3 of them searched methodically. Along the way, they saw many temples, some with familiar names, others they had never heard of. Not even Ouyang Yudu, who was so well-traveled, had seen many of them. The most common among these temples were the land temples, mountain god temples, and river god temples. Each mountain had its mountain god temple, and every river had its river god temple situated nearby. There would also be a land temple at regular intervals. Despite all calling themselves land temples, mountain god temples, or river god temples, the hanging deity statues within suggested they were dedicated to different deities. Lin Shen and his companions didn't dare to touch anything inside the temples anymore. They were merely searching for traces of the teleporter. As the sky grew dark, they hadn't found the teleporter and had to continue their journey in the black night. When the last ray of sunlight disappeared, the entire planet became pitch black, as dark as if one could not see one's hand in front of their face. With no moonlight or starlight, the darkness was complete. Just as Lin Shen was about to bring out the night glow flower for light, he suddenly saw multicolored pillars of light shooting up into the sky. Many of the locations of these light pillars were temples they had visited before. However, most of the light pillars were in places they hadn't been to, presumably other temple locations. Under the watchful eyes of Lin Shen and his companions, those soaring multicolored pillars turned into various mysterious and strange spectral entities in the sky, occupying corners of the void. Some appeared as evil ghosts, others as celestial beings, from primeval monsters to sacred deities. Some emanated a terrifying battle spirit, others possessed awe-inspiring strength. Countless deity and ghost-like spectral silhouettes filled the night sky, turning it into a spectacle of a demonic and ghostly shadow play. The innumerable bizarre spectral beings all stared at them, as if myriad deities and spirits were looking down on insignificant ants. Lin Shen and his 2 companions shuddered violently, feeling the presence of the shadows that swirled around them like malevolent spirits, exuding an unspeakably terrifying aura that was clearly beyond their ability to confront. Merely the force they emanated was enough to oppress Lin Shen and his friends, making it hard for them to catch their breath, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. Suddenly, the myriad of lights vanished, and the column of light that had pierced the heavens disappeared as well, leaving the world in silence and darkness. Lin Shen noticed that the bow in his hands emitted a faint, cold luminescence, and Ouyang Yudu also had a glow coming from his pocket. He pulled it out and found it was the handkerchief with the love letter on it. The handkerchief, like the bow, glimmered with light. An idea struck Lin Shen, and he took out the jade token, which also glowed with the same light. Lin Shen passed the jade token to Wei Wufu, feeling these items must be of some use, otherwise Fei Zai wouldn't have had him bring them along. Boom, boom, Lin Shen and his friends heard the terrifying sound of the earth trembling, as if some unfathomably monstrous giant was taking steps towards them, each step causing the ground to shake. The three exchanged glances, wanting to leave the area quickly, but suddenly realized there were terrifying footsteps coming from all around, above and below, in all directions. In the endless darkness, it seemed as though countless primordial beasts were encroaching from the shadows, with innumerable unseen eyes fixed on them, sending chills down their spines. Although invisible, Lin Shen and his companions could feel the indescribable terror bearing down on them. Any of the creatures lurking in the dark could easily crush them to death. Each of them utilized their base mutation powers, floating back to back in midair, facing the menacing creatures that seemed to be everywhere. The bow, token, and handkerchief in their hands began to shine brighter and brighter, illuminating the area around them for dozens of meters. Lin Shen saw that where they had been standing, numerous arms had emerged from the ground, swaying like wild grass in the wind. Those arms immediately emitted black smoke when touched by the light from the bow and plunged back underground, causing the ground to shake as if an evil demon were roaring below. Lin Shen and his companions were both alarmed and elated. This land was not somewhere they were meant to tread, not even in the present state. Even if they could ascend to nirvana, they would likely be as insignificant as chaff in such a place, completely at the mercy of others. Fortunately, they had these three items in their hands, which seemed to suppress the unknown terrifying creatures in the darkness. Especially the bow in Lin Shen's hands, its cold, ghostly glow was unusually intense. Could it be that this is truly the Ho Yi's bow that brought down the 9 golden crows? Lin Shen wondered silently. They couldn't see, yet they could feel that beyond the glow, it seemed as if countless demons and ghouls were packed together, watching them coldly. Back then, they had blankets for protection, but now they could only rely on the bow, token, and handkerchief in their hands. What they didn't know was whether these three objects could fend off the innumerable terrors lurking in the darkness. Suddenly, an immeasurably large golden claw descended from the sky and entered the range of the light. Chapter 625, Daybreak. Lin Shen and his companions immediately broke out in a cold sweat, as the immense pressure of the golden claws pressed their suspended bodies down to the ground. This was just the pressure alone. If they were to actually be touched by the golden claws, they would likely be crushed to pieces instantaneously. Brilliant flames like the proud sun emerged upon the golden claws, and upon contact with the glow of the bow, scarf, and command token, they crackled loudly. The golden claws, as if catching fire, continued to press down. Lin Shen was terrified to the extreme, his body pinned down, nearly prostrate on the ground. The bow in his hand suddenly shone brightly, with rays of cold light shooting out like 1,000 arrows in all directions. Wherever the cold light reached, the gigantic golden claws were immediately pierced through, and with a scream, they retracted swiftly. In the surrounding area touched by the cold light, bursts of radiant brilliance flared up among ongoing screams, as the dark and dreadful creatures seemed to be retreating one after another. Lin Shen was both shocked and delighted, having not expected the bow to be so powerful. The chilly brilliance from the bow shone on them without harm, but those dark existences were injured by the cold light, and for the moment, no terrifying creature dared to approach them any longer. Yet the trio could feel that those strange beings had not left, but were still lurking nearby, staring at them as if they were a throng of hungry ghosts eyeing 3 pieces of pastry on a plate. "Say something, or I'm going to lose my mind," Lin Shen said, his gaze fixed on the darkness, though he saw nothing. "Whatever is in this darkness, I'm afraid it's not as simple as Nirvana level," Ouyang Yudu said. "Nirvana level doesn't carry such vast presence." Lin Shen was aware of this too and swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he said, "If these creatures are all undying, then this planet—" Lin Shen didn't finish, but Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu understood his implication. Ouyang Yudu remarked with a wry smile, "This place might contain a piece of immortal land, giving birth to countless undying creatures. If that's the case, we can only be thankful that these undying creatures haven't been able to break free." Stay updated with free web novel. Lin Shen understood what Ouyang Yudu meant. They had come here from Gourd Mountain, and if these creatures were to break through from Gourd Mountain, the first to suffer would naturally be the human mother planet. Ouyang Yudu, however, didn't spell it out, fearing that those dreadful beings might overhear. "If I had known these things were so useful, I should have taken more when we visited those temples during the day," Lin Shen mused. Later, they also found other items in the temple, but they didn't dare to take more at the time. If we had taken them then, the force that acted just now might not have been limited to a single claw, Ouyang Yudu said. "Are you suggesting that the claw was a golden crow claw?" Lin Shen asked, understanding his meaning. "Only temples from which we've taken items appear to have something watching us from the shadows. If what acted just now wasn't the golden crow, I really can't think of any other reasonable explanation, Ouyang Yudu replied. That means the temples from which we've taken items are targeting us more? Then why did the Darkbird Temple's beings not make a move? Lin Shen inquired. I don't know, Ouyang Yudu admitted, unable to ascertain the reason. The three fell back into silence, and Lin Shen suddenly had an idea and spoke up again. If we now head in the direction of the setting sun, catching up with it, wouldn't we be able to avoid facing these horrific creatures? Is there a possibility that it's not the real sun? Ouyang Yudu said. Not the sun? Then what is it? A startled Lin Shen asked upon hearing this. Have you forgotten the legend of Ho Yi shooting the sun? Ouyang Yudu inhaled deeply and said, You just said that the Golden Crow attacked us. If the Golden Crow attacked us, how could it be illuminating this planet? Lin Shen felt that what Ouyang Yudu was saying was somewhat contradictory. I just mean to say that on this planet, anything is possible. Perhaps the sun here isn't the real sun, but some kind of special creature, Ouyang Yudu continued. After all, there's no moon, and we can't see the stars here. Why is there a sun? Moreover, when the sun set just now, I saw the light of the sun disappear all at once. Normally, even if the sun sets, there would still be twilight for a while, not utter darkness all of a sudden. You make a good point, Lin Shen pondered and said. This planet is indeed strange. If there really is an immortal land here, it's a tremendous discovery. Perhaps we can use the power of the immortal land for nirvana. You might be able to, but Old Wei and I can't do such a thing. It would turn us non-human, said Ouyang Yudu with a smile. I was just speculating, don't take it so seriously. Lin Shen smiled helplessly. Nirvana land was already perilous in many ways. One wrong move could lead to the loss of one's personality, becoming a non-human without self-awareness. Using the immortal land for nirvana almost guaranteed transformation into non-humans. The power of the immortal land was too terrifying. Ascenders simply couldn't withstand it. Even the mighty Supreme Clan could only modify nirvana land for use. Those immortal lands were too dangerous for anyone to dare use. The conversation was said to involve three people, but in reality it was mostly Ouyang Yudu and Lin Shen talking, with Wei Wufu at most uttering a sound of agreement or saying yes, merely providing a sense of participation. Lin Shen and Ouyang Yudu had long been accustomed to this. The three of them talked intermittently, not knowing when this cursed place would finally see an end to the night. 24 universal hours passed with no sign of light in the sky. After several more hours, the sky suddenly brightened and a sun leaped out from the distant space. Everything around them lit up all at once, but Lin Shen and his companions didn't see the terrifying creatures they had imagined. Within 10,000 miles, there wasn't even a shadow, let alone any monstrous beings. That's not right. Why would the sun rise from there? Lin Shen said, staring intently at the sun. I remember the sun set on that side, didn't it? I'm not mistaken, am I? No, you're not wrong. The sun did set on that side, Ouyang Yudu said. Yes, Wufu's response was even more succinct. It seems Ouyang was right, that sun might indeed not be the sun. Lin Shen felt it was odd to say this, so he quickly added, Could it really be the Golden Crow? I wonder if this bow in my hands could shoot it down. Shoot it down? Do you like being surrounded by those terrifying beings? Ouyang Yudu said. Like, surrounded? Wufu echoed the words. Ahem, I was just thinking out loud. Let's hurry up and look for the teleporter. Lin Shen, realizing the folly of his words, quickly changed the subject. Chapter 626, Master Chao Du the Three didn't want to waste any more time and strove to find the teleporter and leave this place during daylight. Although they possessed a bow, a token, and a kerchief that could save their lives in the dark, who knew if these things would always be effective? Previously, only the Golden Crow had taken action. If an existence more terrifying than the Golden Crow made a move, would the bow still be enough to fend it off? The trio hastened on their way, paying their respects before entering each temple they came across to check inside. They definitely didn't dare to take anything, just to see if there was a teleporter inside. All the temples here had been severely damaged, yet the main halls were all intact. However, the statues inside the main halls had all been hung up, making it seem as though the gods had collectively hanged themselves. Despite pondering over it, Lin Shen couldn't figure out what was going on. After searching many temples without finding the teleporter, they suddenly came upon a massive temple they had never seen before. Unlike the dilapidation of the regular temples, this temple was not only free from any signs of decay, but was also incredibly resplendent, as if built from golden bricks, with even the roof being golden. Having seen so many broken-down temples, the sight of such a temple surprised all three of them. It seems that if there's a place where the teleporter could exist, it would be here, Ouyang Yudu said. Since we're here, let's go in and take a look, the three of them said as they approached the resplendent temple, and from a distance, they saw a large golden plaque hanging above the massive door, engraved with 3 golden characters, Golden Buddha Temple. The more Buddha is worshipped, the more Buddha will bless us. I like this place, Lin Shen said with palms pressed together in salutation before he went up to push the door. However, this push had no effect on the massive doors, which left Lin Shen slightly taken aback. The doors of the other temples had opened with a push. Why wouldn't the doors of the Golden Buddha Temple budge? While he was puzzling over it, a squeaking sound came from the door, which then opened by itself. Instinctively, Lin Shen and his companions stepped back, readying themselves for battle, only to see a shiny, bald head poke out, followed by a monk in a moon-white robe stepping out from within. "Where have the three of you come from, and what brings you to my golden Buddha temple?" the monk asked, holding prayer beads and looking at them. The three of them looked at the monk incredulously. They never dreamed that there would be a human in this place. You are human?" Lin Shen asked tentatively as he scrutinized the monk. Benefactor jests. "My Dharma name is Master Chao Du, and since I have not yet achieved enlightenment, I naturally remain human," the monk replied with a smile. "Master Chao Du, how come you are here?" Lin Shen asked the odd monk, perceiving his Dharma name as peculiar. Who would use such a strange name? "Since I was young, I've lived in the Golden Buddha Temple. Where else would I be?" Chao Du answered. Lin Shen and his companions exchanged looks before Ouyang Yudu spoke up. "We've lost our way and wonder if Master Chao Du could enlighten us. I have never stepped out of the Golden Buddha Temple, so I know nothing of the outside world. Please forgive my inability to assist," Chao Du replied, bowing his head. "Master Chao Du, as night falls, may we stay overnight in the temple?" Ouyang Yudu asked. Chao Du appeared hesitant, but after a moment of contemplation he nodded. "You may stay, but please do not wander about carelessly, lest you disturb the Buddha." "We will be sure to conduct ourselves with propriety," Ouyang Yudu assured him. Master Chao Du then pushed the door open and welcomed the three of them inside. The Golden Buddha Temple looked splendid from the outside, but its interior was even more opulently extravagant. Even the bricks on the floor seemed to be made of gold. Upon entering, the three saw a spacious courtyard, opposite which stood the majestic main hall with the words Golden Buddha Hall inscribed on the golden plaque beneath the eaves. Through the open doors, they could see a golden Buddha statue inside. However, the door was too low, or perhaps the statue was too gigantic, so only the golden lotus pedestal at the bottom was visible. "Master Chao Du, let's pay our respects to the Buddha first. Although we're just staying temporarily, it's important to observe the proper rituals," said Ouyang Yudu. "Find your next read on free web novel." "Very well." Master Chao Du led them into the hall where they saw the towering golden Buddha statue, which stood over 10 meters tall and was exceptionally imposing within the hall. Looking around the hall, aside from the golden Buddha statue, they did not see anything else of note, mostly just items used in Buddhist worship. They did not catch sight of any teleporter. Master Chao Du lit incense and handed one to each of the three, directing them to bow and offer the incense to the Buddha. After paying their respects without noticing anything amiss, they came out, and somewhat puzzled asked Master Chao Du, "Why haven't we seen any other monks?" With a puzzled expression, Master Chao Du asked, "What other monks? There's only this poor monk in the Golden Buddha Temple." "Just you in such a large temple? How did you survive when you were young?" Lin Shen asked, looking at Master Chao Du with confusion. "From childhood to the present, this poor monk has been the only one in the Golden Buddha Temple. It was the Buddha who took me in and raised me," Master Chao Du stated, as if it was a matter of course. Lin Shen and the others exchanged looks. The Buddha taking him in and raising him? How could such a thing happen in this world? Putting aside whether there was even a Buddha present on this planet, even if there truly was a Buddha, it would likely be an alien being. How could it possibly raise a human? But thinking about the temples they had encountered before, it seemed not entirely impossible. Maybe those terrifying beings suddenly developed a merciful heart and took a liking to the little baby, deciding to raise him. Even so, how did Master Chao Du come to be? He couldn't have just appeared out of thin air at the Golden Buddha Temple, could he? This vast Golden Buddha Temple only enshrined a Golden Buddha in the main hall, with no other side halls or such places having any other deities. Master Chao Du arranged for Lin Shen and the others to stay in the side rooms, and then left to chant scriptures in the main hall. When leaving, he cautioned the three not to leave the courtyard or walk around indiscriminately, lest they commit any taboo. Lin Shen always felt there was something incongruous about everything in the Golden Buddha Temple. Even the dilapidated temples hadn't given him this feeling. Yet this resplendent Golden Buddha Temple did, making him feel a sense of disjunction, as though the temple did not belong to this place. Lin Shen shared his feelings with Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu, who felt the same way. "I think this Golden Buddha Temple wasn't originally from this planet. It's a mystery who might have moved it here," Lin Shen mused. "All the other places we've seen were temples, but this is named a temple. It indeed doesn't seem to be an original structure here," Ouyang Yudu added. Dong, 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 dong. From the direction of the main hall, the sound of a wooden fish being struck was transmitted. In the quiet of the Golden Buddha Temple, the sound of the wooden fish was especially clear. It must be Master Chao Du worshipping and chanting sutras. Chapter 627. The Fruit of Buddha. Lin Shen and his companions originally thought that by nightfall they would still witness that extraordinary spectacle, yet as darkness fell, nothing happened. The entire Golden Buddha Temple was glimmering, like a golden lighthouse in the night. Outside the temple lay darkness, yet inside shone golden light, like a city that never sleeps. The bow, token, and scarf, which usually emitted a fluorescent glow at night, were quiet, surprising Lin Shen and his companions. Suddenly, Lin Shen's body trembled as the inheritance fan, which had already reached the 7th turn, astonishingly advanced to the 8th turn. Details of the inheritance fan poured into Lin Shen's brain, and the fan dance acquired an additional form called shocking. Fan dance's shocking form whisks up a storm to bring down celestials from above. Upon understanding the function of the shocking form, Lin Shen was overjoyed. The shocking form turned out to be an ability to prohibit flight. Its wind nullified all flying capabilities. Lin Shen was not in the mood to explore the shocking form further, for he did not understand why the inheritance fan had suddenly leveled up. Discover exclusive tales on free web novel. There's something off about this place. My Jadebone Demon Umbrella has gained an extra reincarnation, Ouyang Yudu said, speaking first. My life base has also gained an extra reincarnation. Lin Shen looked toward Wei Wufu, but soon remembered that Wei Wufu had already reached the 10th turn. His reincarnation count would not increase. Lin Shen closely sensed that the golden light shining upon him carried an almost imperceptible strength that seeped into his body. While the two were contemplating this unforeseeable event, the gate opened and Master Chao Du walked in, carrying a plate with 3 fruits on it. The 3 fruits were also bright with golden light, and upon closer inspection, they somewhat resembled the shape of gourds. The temple only has fruits to eat. Please make do with these for now, Master Chao Du said as he placed the plate on the table, addressing the 3 of them. Thank you, Master. What kind of fruit is this? I've never seen it before, Lin Shen inquired. These are from a Buddha fruit tree in the backyard. I consume these fruits daily. They stave off hunger and thirst for several days and make the body feel very comfortable, Master Chao Du explained. Such a miraculous fruit, I'll taste it first. Lin Shen quickly grabbed a fruit and took a bite. Evolution theory made him immune to all poisons. He was not afraid of toxins and wanted to test it himself first. The fruit melted in his mouth, exceptionally sweet, and as it reached his stomach, a strange power spread out, making all the pores in his body feel open and permeable. This taste and odd flow of energy didn't seem poisonous, rather it was similar to the sensation of consuming the 5 elements fruit. Lin Shen ate the rest of the fruit, and the power flowing into him grew more robust. The inheritance fan vibrated once more, reincarnating again to reach the astonishing 9th turn, matching the reincarnation count of a contrarian. The contrarian, despite also absorbing some energy, did not reach the 10th turn and maintained the 9th turn. What a good fruit, thank you, Master, Lin Shen couldn't help but exclaim. The honored guest is too polite. It is merely an everyday food. It doesn't warrant such praise, Master Chao Du said with a smile. Seeing Master Chao Du's sincerity, Lin Shen realized that if the master ordinarily subsisted on such fruit, it must indeed be an extravagant lifestyle. Seeing Lin Shen's reaction, Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yudu also picked up fruits and gave them a try. Wei Wufu didn't notice anything special, but Ouyang Yudu's eyes shifted slightly, indicating that like Lin Shen, he too had reaped some benefits. Lin Shen had not expected that in such a place, his life base would undergo 2 consecutive reincarnations. It was truly a remarkable twist of fate. Seeing Master Chao Du preparing to leave with a plate in hand, Lin Shen hurriedly called out to him, Master Chao Du, could you take us to see that Buddha fruit tree? Certainly. Master Chao Du didn't refuse and led the 3 of them out of the guest room's courtyard, and soon they arrived at the backyard. Indeed, in the backyard was a fruit tree, 3 zhang high with a twisting trunk like a true dragon, its branches adorned with golden leaves and hung with thousands of fruits that looked like golden gourds. Only then did Lin Shen fully believe that Master Chao Du subsisted on these fruits on a daily basis. Strangely, this Buddha fruit tree wasn't planted in the soil but in a water pool, its entirety rooted within, with the huge underwater root system clearly visible. The water pool was deep green and profound, its depth unknown, as one's gaze couldn't reach the bottom, but Lin Shen could distinctly feel the astonishing energy emanating from this pool, even more intense than the energy given off by the River of Chaos on the celestial star. The difference was, the energy here was very gentle, no matter how intense, it wouldn't harm the human body and could be absorbed smoothly. Lin Shen and Ouyang Yu exchanged glances, both perceiving the surprise in each other's eyes. Master Chao Du, do you usually drink the water from this pool? Lin Shen asked. Master Chao Du shook his head and said, Normally, I only eat the Buddha fruits, which is enough to keep me from hunger and thirst, with no need for drinking water. Lin Shen looked at Master Chao Du with a peculiar expression, noting how his heart seemed as pure as a blank sheet to actually bring them to see such a miraculous tree. If they had been evil-hearted, consumed by greed at the sight, they might have killed Master Chao Du and claimed the temple for themselves in an instant. However, since Master Chao Du had consumed these fruits from childhood, his level was likely not something ordinary people could compare with. Master, if I may be so bold to ask, what level are you? Inquired Lin Shen. Master Chao Du seemed puzzled at the question. What do you mean by level? Cultivators are divided into base mutation, ascension, nirvana, and immortal 4 levels. Don't you know? If anyone else claimed ignorance, Lin Shen would just think they were feigning innocence. But hearing Master Chao Du say he didn't know, Lin Shen actually began to believe him. Benefactor, could you elaborate on these 4 levels? Master Chao Du asked, somewhat curious. After pondering a moment, Lin Shen described the distinctive abilities of the 4 levels, and Master Chao Du listened intently. After listening, Master Chao Du mused, Since I have had memory, it seems I have already possessed what you call the base mutation carapace, the life base. I just don't know whether I also have the nirvana attributes and immortal laws you mentioned. Master, you could demonstrate for us, and we'll check for you, said Lin Shen. That might be good, Master Chowdu thought for a moment, picked up a branch from nearby, and then his hand shone with golden light. The withered branch, bathed in golden light, slowly began to revive, sprouting new buds along its length. In no time, a dry branch turned into one covered with golden leaves, brimming with life energy, as if it had just been freshly plucked from a tree. Is this what you call the nirvana attributes? Master Chowdu asked in an expectant tone, looking at Lin Shen. It should be. Lin Shen had never seen such a resurrection attribute, his surprise growing even more. Chapter 628, Immortal Landmaster. Chowdu nodded at the words and then inserted the twig into the soil in the corner of the wall, before twirling his prayer beads and closing his eyes to chant sutras. A golden light radiated from his body like a halo of Buddha's light, and under its illumination, the twig miraculously grew into a several-meter-tall Buddha fruit tree within moments, bearing golden, gourd-shaped Buddha fruits. Lin Shen and his companions were dumbfounded. They could not tell whether Master Chowdu's miraculous ability was due to the power of nirvana or the immortal laws. Could this be the immortal laws? Master Chowdu stopped chanting his sutras and then looked at Lin Shen to ask, Master, we are only ascenders. We can barely recognize the power of nirvana, and whether your ability is the immortal laws, we dare not conclude, Lin Shen replied with a wry smile. Master Chowdu was not disappointed and nodded in response. A trifle matter, benefactor, do not be concerned. Ouyang Yudu chatted with Master Chowdu for a few more sentences. But unfortunately, Master Chowdu had always lived inside the Golden Buddha Temple and had never been outside of it, completely unaware of the outside world. He did not even know that there were other temples outside the Golden Buddha Temple. He had also never seen the spirits in the night sky. According to him, he chanted sutras and worshipped the Buddha every day in the Golden Buddha Temple and had never been in contact with the outside world. Lin Shen was the third outsider he had seen. Lin Shen hastened to ask, Do you still remember what the people you saw the first 2 times looked like? Master Chowdu thought for a moment and said, The first person I met looked a bit like you, but he was taller and more mature and hardy. Looked like me? Lin Shen was slightly startled. Yes, he bore a resemblance to you, only he was not as tall as that man, Master Chowdu reminisced. Is it this person? Lin Shen took out his communicator and projected his fourth brother's image. After looking for a while, Master Chowdu shook his head and said, It's not him. He also looks quite like that person, but the temperament is different, nor is he that tall. It's not my fourth brother. Lin Shen couldn't think of anyone else. Lin Xiangdong bore the closest resemblance to him. Although their third brother looked somewhat similar, the resemblance was not as strong. He heard that his second brother seemed very tall and robust, but he was not sure how similar they looked. Lin Shen's memory of him was vague. Who was the person you encountered the second time? Lin Shen could only continue asking. It was a person with a somewhat peculiar face. Half of it was human, and the other half appeared to be a statue cast of iron. Upon hearing Master Chowdu's description, all 3 of them were elated. The bizarre person he's talking about is clearly Tai. Since Tai has been here, it means we've come to the right place, and we're headed in the right direction. Lin Shen quickly continued, Master Chowdu, do you know where that person went afterward? He went nowhere, Master Chowdu said with a peculiar expression. Lin Shen and his companions did not understand what Master Chowdu meant and could only look at him, waiting for him to continue. Master Chowdu went on, After he arrived here, like you, he stayed for 1 night, and I offered him Buddha fruits. He ate them, and like you, wished to see the Buddha fruit tree. I took him to see it, and afterward he rested here by himself while I went to worship and chant sutras. But when I returned, he was gone. He must have left quietly by himself, Lin Shen mused. Master Chowdu shook his head. Having lived in the monastery for so long, I'm intimately familiar with everything here, almost as if I have a psychic connection. If he had left, I would certainly know. I can affirm that he has not left the backyard. Then it's strange. If he didn't leave the backyard, how could he disappear? Lin Shen pondered. I have also speculated various possibilities, and ultimately I concluded that there is only one possibility. He must have gone down into the pool. Other than this, there are no other paths in the backyard, Master Chowdu said, pointing to the pool where the Buddha fruit tree was planted. Explore stories on free web novel. Is there a passage under this pool that leads away? Lin Shen suddenly became overjoyed. He had originally thought that finding the teleporter would take some time, but unexpectedly, he stumbled upon this piece of information. I don't know, I have also dived to explore it. The pool seems bottomless, and the roots of the Buddha fruit tree keep growing downwards. I have descended almost 10,000 meters along the roots, but the underwater pressure became increasingly strong, so much so that I could no longer continue. Pausing for a moment, Master Chowdu continued, Although I couldn't reach the bottom, I saw a black ancient temple deep below where the roots of the Buddha fruit tree were embedded. While the divine spirits worshipped within the temple were not visible, there were 8 pillars inside the temple, each sufficiently thick that it took 10 people to wrap their arms around one. At the top of each pillar was a statue of a bizarre creature. Above, the statues seemed to be shrouded in mist, and within the boundary of the pillars there wasn't a single drop of water. All the water was blocked from entering. Lin Shen and his companions looked at each other, realizing that even if the likely immortal Master Chao couldn't dive into it, they would probably have an even harder time reaching the ancient temple beneath the water. Even if the teleporter really was in the ancient temple, it seemed impossible for them to leave from here. If even Master Chao can't dive down there, how did that strange person manage to go down? Lin Shen's curiosity deepened. Just as he thought the matter had come to an end, Master Chao went on. I couldn't approach the temple and was about to retreat when I saw a figure of light emerge from within the temple, walking through the water as if the pressure meant nothing, radiating a brilliance like a myriad of sunbeams. I wanted to get closer to him, to communicate, but the figure paid no heed to me. He trod upon the water as if he were an immortal walking on waves, and in the blink of an eye he broke through the surface. By the time I surfaced, the figure of light had already disappeared without a trace. Only the sky was filled with strange and changing lights, as if it were covered with thousands of divine glows, which took a while to dissipate. Master Chao continued. I have been here for over 100 years and have seen such celestial phenomena 13 times. It was only on that day that I realized the source of these spectacles was from beneath this pool in the ancient temple. As Lin Shen listened, his heart pounded fiercely. The more he heard Master Chao describe it, the more he felt that the ancient temple beneath the water must be the place of base mutation capable of nurturing life. Master Chao had witnessed the phenomena 13 times in over a century, which suggested that this base mutation had given rise to 13 creatures. If, as they had earlier speculated, there was an immortal land on this planet, and this place was that land, then did it mean that over 100 years this place had nurtured 13 undying creatures? That was quite alarming. If 13 undying creatures could emerge in just over 100 years, then in the billions of years, how many such creatures had this place brought into being? Considering further the temple they encountered on their arrival and the bizarre creature in the night, the more they thought about it, the more their scalps tingled with unease. Master Chao, could you take us down to see that ancient temple? Lin Shen asked thoughtfully. I fear that your strength might not suffice to dive deep enough to see the temple, Master Chao said pensively. It wouldn't hurt to try, Lin Shen replied, having no other options. If Tai had indeed left from the ancient temple to leave this place, their only choice was to attempt to dive into the temple. Chapter 629, Immortal Land 222 Master Chao nodded, not saying much more. Summoning a carapace to protect his body, he walked towards the pool. Wei, you wait for us outside. Lin Shen handed his backpack to Wei. I want to go down. Wei Wufu did not reach out to take the backpack, intending to join Lin Shen and the others in their descent. All right. Lin Shen did not allow Wei Wufu to go down, not because he needed him to stay above, but because Wei Wufu had a bit of fear of water. The three of them followed Master Chao into the water. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu climbed down using the roots of the Buddha fruit tree, and upon submersion, they saw that the pool's water was indeed crystal clear, allowing them to see a great distance away. The furthest down, Master Chao with his carapace, resembled a golden Buddha, the helm adorned with symbols of the Buddha, and a divine halo of Buddha light at his back, soft golden light illuminating the surroundings. Ouyang Yudu was an excellent swimmer, but because of Lin Shen and Wei Wufu, he too had to descend slowly and did not speed up. Stay tuned for updates on Free Web Novel. The Master Chao ahead, seeing the state of Lin Shen and Wei Wufu, also slowed down. The energy in the water was pure and gentle, continuously flowing into their bodies, nourishing both their life bases and Lin Shen's body. This place had an abundance of energy that was hundreds, if not thousands of times richer than that of Celestial Star. Simply soaking in this pool daily would surely allow one's level to soar rapidly. Were it not for the level barriers that required special methods to break through, one could level up endlessly here. The deeper they went, the purer the pool's energy became. Having descended just over 100 meters, Lin Shen felt as if what surrounded them was not water but pure energy itself. If I used the supervase pattern here, I wonder if the world's force that gets absorbed would directly burst my body. Lin Shen had a vague feeling that his double life base might possibly attain a double 10 ranking today, right here. After descending over 1,000 meters, Lin Shen felt as though the water below had turned into extremely fine particles, similar to being in sand, making further descent extremely difficult, as if digging down. It was just a sensation, as the water was still water. Ahead, Master Chao continued to descend slowly without being affected. This feeling was not unfamiliar to Lin Shen. He had encountered a similar situation when he had entered Luohe Snow Mountain with Tian Buluo. If we go further down, the pool's water might become like copper walls and iron barriers, impossible to move through, Lin Shen thought with a twinge of disappointment. According to this situation, it seemed impossible to descend to a position where they could see the ancient temple. As he wallowed in frustration, a luminescence slowly radiated from the bow on Lin Shen's back. The water around Lin Shen started to flow away from his body, forming a bubble-like space in the water. Lin Shen was both shocked and delighted, and in the bubble, he used his flight ability to stabilize his position, then turned to look at Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yudu. He noticed they were in the same situation, as their tokens and square scarves also emitted a luminescence, keeping the pool water at bay. The three of them discovered that with this item isolating the pool water, they could actually fly in the water without any hindrance. Master Chao Du, witnessing the changes in them, was slightly surprised but didn't mind and continued his descent. With their speed increased, Master Chao Du no longer held back, quickening his pace downward. Lin Shen and the others easily kept up with Master Chao Du this time, flying slowly behind him and quickly descending several thousand meters. Master Chao Du's descending speed noticeably slowed down, looking to be an obvious difficulty, similar to the state Lin Shen and the others had experienced earlier. The Buddha light behind Master Chao Du grew brighter, as if combating the pool water, forcefully digging downward. After descending for more than 1,000 meters, Lin Shen and his companions discovered a glow appearing from the originally dark depths. A vast ancient temple was faintly visible underwater, with 8 enormous stone pillars rising from the gloom, each topped with an exotic beast jade statue, emitting a fluorescent glow that illuminated the black ancient temple. As they dove further, the features of the ancient temple and the exotic beasts slowly became clearer. The entire architecture of the temple was made of an odd mud brick construction. The walls were built with black mud bricks, while the roof was woven from grass, looking very rudimentary. The only parts of the ancient temple made from carved stone were those 8 pillars, which was different from Luoja Snow Mountain. Luoja Snow Mountain was protected by a certain force, forming an area that could move on its own. But this ancient temple had no such protection, directly immersed in the water, and it was unclear how those mud bricks and grass roofs remained non-decayed. The roots of the Buddha fruit tree, like giant pythons, pierced into the ancient temple, burrowing into the earth below. At this point, Master Chao Du could dive no further. His lips did not move, yet a voice reached the ears of Lin Shen and the others. "I can only dive down to here. I am powerless to go any further." Lin Shen swam toward Master Chao Du and let him into his water bubble. "Master, let's go down together and have a look." Lin Shen wasn't entirely at ease in his heart concerning Master Chao Du. But if this really was the immortal land, and there were undying creatures lurking within, Master Chao Du might be the only one capable of confronting them. After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Shen still decided to take him further down. In fact, Lin Shen was also clear in his mind that with Master Chao Du's abilities, snatching something from them wouldn't be difficult, so there was no need to worry so much. The 4 of them sank in their bubbles, slowly descending into the range of the ancient temple. The 8 exotic beast jade statues showed no reaction, allowing them to safely land inside the ancient temple. There were a total of 17 mud brick houses within the ancient temple, surrounded by a fence made of unknown wood without doors or walls. Lin Shen and the others found this eerily odd, as the house too was filled with water. The fire was burning in a mud basin, with flames merging with the water as if burning in air, without the slightest impediment. Even more eerie was the fact that above those flames loomed a fiery phantom, resembling a fetus, exuding an indescribably terrifying aura. The flames in that mud basin, they're actually nurturing a terrifying creature. This truly is the immortal land. Lin Shen and the others looked on in astonishment. Lin Shen hadn't been to other base mutation sites, but through his research, he knew that such sites were usually some kind of pond or land, like cultivating plants, nurturing base variant creatures. However, he had never encountered a base mutation site that nurtured base variant creatures from a fire basin in any records. "Let's go look inside the other houses," Lin Shen suggested, seeing that there was only a fire basin in this mud brick house. Upon reaching the second mud brick house and opening the door, there was also a mud fire basin inside, with fire burning in it. At the top of the flames was a phantom resembling a tiger, but with wings on its back. Its presence was clearly more terrifying than the fetal-like phantom from before, looking as though it might open its eyes and leap from the fire at any moment. Chapter 630, Yingyue. Lin Shen hurriedly closed the door and backed out, fearing that he might trigger the phantom within the flames. The 4 of them inspected each mud hut in turn. The situation was the same in each one. There was a clay basin inside every hut, and inside the basin, a bonfire was burning. Some of the bonfires had already conjured phantoms, while others were still just bonfires, not yet having given birth to any phantoms. The phantoms varied, some still in a fetal state, while others had already taken form. The most terrifying among them was nearly solidifying into a corporeal entity. It was a deity with the body of a human and the tail of a snake. Lin Shen couldn't discern its origin. The red flames converged into a flickering light, seemingly forming a substantial body. "It seems that the color and aura of the flames in each fire basin here are slightly different," Lin Shen mused after stepping outside. "In most Nirvana land, the attribute should be singular, but the attributes of these flames appeared to be all different. If one wanted to use these flames for Nirvana, it was necessary to ascertain the exact attribute of the flames. Out of the 17 fire basins, only 4 had yet to birth any creatures. The flames in those 4 basins were clearly purple, orange, white, and red. One could not tell their attributes or what kind of creatures they might birth just by looking at them with the naked eye. This poor monk can feel that the creatures bred from these flames are all extremely terrifying beyond my reach, Master Chowdu said. This place should be the immortal land. Those terrifying creatures on the planet should all hail from here. Normally, a base mutation site should form naturally, so why does this place appear to be artificially manufactured? Ouyang Yudu pondered. In fact, he hadn't mentioned another thing. The Golden Buddha Temple and the Buddha Fruit Tree were likely built later by people relying on this ancient temple, existing on this planet by drawing energy from the immortal land. Someone must have modified this immortal land, but it's unknown who possesses such terrifying power to transform an immortal land, Lin Shen said, his gaze shifting towards the 8 colossal pillars. The pillars and the mud huts inside the ancient temple were clearly not built in the same style. They appeared to be added later. Lin Shen approached one of the great columns and examined it from all angles, but couldn't make sense of it. This pillar, more than 100 meters high, looked as though it was carved from a single block of mountain stone, bare of any marks or inscriptions. The mythical beasts at the top were also unrecognizable to Lin Shen and the others. Lin Shen inspected all 8 pillars without discovering anything. Everything here was simple and primitive, bereft even of text or symbols. Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yudu were also exploring around, hoping to find the teleporter. But having inspected all the mud huts and found no teleporter, there was no other place inside the ancient temple that could potentially conceal one. Strange, there's no teleporter here. How did Tai leave? Lin Shen frowned slightly. He had thought these pillars might possibly be the teleporter, but after studying them extensively, he realized that didn't seem to be the case. There's a well over there that's a bit strange, Ouyang Yudu called over to Lin Shen and Wei Wufu. Lin Shen followed Ouyang Yudu to the well and saw that it was a well hewn out of rock, with the well's rim and walls made of stone. Lin Shen examined it and noticed nothing particularly special. The well was crudely dug, with an uneven rim. Take a look inside the well, Ouyang Yudu said. Lin Shen leaned over and peered into the well. At first glance, he didn't realize anything amiss. There was water in the well, but Lin Shen paused and suddenly realized something was amiss. They were in water now, so how could there be more water beneath the well? Lin Shen stuck his head out further to study it and, indeed, saw that deep within the well, just like a normal water well, there was a water surface, separate from the water above, creating the strange phenomenon of a body of water within another. Even more bizarre was the reflection of a full moon within that water. The moon? Lin Shen looked up, but all he saw above was water, with no sky in sight. Where could the moon in the well's reflection be coming from? The characters on the well, Wei Wufu said, staring at the inner wall of the well. Lin Shen followed Wei Wufu's gaze and, sure enough, saw inscriptions on the wall of the well. Ying Yue Well. Lin Shen recognized the 3 largest characters immediately, written in universal cosmic script. Behind those 3 characters, there was a row of smaller text, quite abundant in quantity. Given the narrow entrance, Lin Shen found it difficult to view the text and had to lean further down to read it. Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu held onto his legs, one on each side, ready to pull him back up in case of any emergency. I have traveled across the universe's vast expanse, in search of the land of Nirvana, and stumbled upon this place by chance, astonishing even the Celestials. Lin Shen read the characters inscribed on the well's inner wall. Explore more stories at Free Web Novel. The more Lin Shen read, the more shocked he became. This person claimed to have traveled throughout the universe in quest of a location for a base mutation of Nirvana, accidentally finding this planet. He found that the planet was home to numerous undying creatures, each one a terrifying existence. Should they leave the planet and enter the universe, each could possibly dominate their own territory. Some undying creatures were so formidable that even he felt he was no match for them and was almost killed by them. He had suffered severe injuries, but fortunately, by sheer luck, he found his way to this ancient temple, where those dreadful beings dared not enter, thus saving his life. According to him, this ancient temple was an unimaginable land of the immortal, unlike any other he had seen. Any known immortal land in the universe seemed insignificant in comparison to this one. Thrilled by this discovery, he considered it the immortal land he had long been dreaming of. He planned to reincarnate and cultivate anew here and, at the time of his ascension, use this immortal land to complete his nirvana. Based on his research, the flames within these 17 fire basins were the condensed essence of the immortal land's life-giving strength, yet these 17 flames each had their own attribute. Moreover, every time they nurtured a new undying creature, the flame's attributes would randomly change and never remain the same. Out of the 17 flames, 16 were constantly changing, and they were continuously birthing new undying creatures. Only one flame had remained unchanged for 10,000 years and had never given birth to any undying creature. At first, the man couldn't understand why, but after a long time, he finally grasped the key to it. It wasn't that the flame couldn't nurture undying creatures, but rather, the undying creature it was meant to nurture was different from the usual ones. The other 16 flames produced mutated undying creatures. But the flame in this basin was nurturing a kind of higher-level immortal entity that he had never seen before, far beyond a simple mutated undying creature. Chapter 631, reincarnation and cultivation again. After a series of tests, that person discovered that the strength of the fire in the basin was simply too much for anyone at the ascension level to endure. Even though he had made preparations for nirvana at the highest level of the immortal land, he still wasn't confident about achieving nirvana here. After repeated research, that person still had no assurance of completing nirvana here, so he thought of a method. Since the power of this immortal land was too strong, he decided to weaken it. He only needed the attribute of this place, the strength could be gradually increased later. Hence, he brought over the ancient Buddha tree from the Buddha Mother Star and planted it in the ancient temple. The ancient Buddha tree had the function of absorbing and converting energy, capable of drawing away some of the immortal land's energy. But this was still not enough. The ancient Buddha tree simply could not withstand the energy drawn from the immortal land, and if planted, it wouldn't be long before the energy made it burst. So, he then found the chaos gourd vine of the immortal level and grafted it onto the ancient Buddha tree. The ancient Buddha tree was used to absorb energy, and the chaos gourd vine transformed the energy into gourd fruits, which were essentially energy containers. Gourds of chaos continuously developed on the vine, and as long as the chaos gourds were plucked, they could be stored away. This not only solved the problem of excessive energy, but the stored energy could also be used to maintain his energy expenditure here and even prepare for future immortality, which was truly killing 3 birds with 1 stone. After all this effort, that person finally found that the energy absorbed by the ancient Buddha tree and chaos gourd vine was still too little. At this rate, it would take at least hundreds of millions of years to reduce the power of this immortal land to a level he could withstand. Because of certain reasons, that person couldn't wait that long, so he thought of another method and studied the double life-base technique. When he reincarnated and rebuilt himself, he would use the double life-base method to strengthen his body so he could use this place for nirvana sooner. Moreover, the double life base wasn't just casually condensed, it was specifically designed for this nirvana. Still, that wasn't enough. The man then used undying level spirit suppression stones as materials to create 8 spirit suppression stakes, suppressing the energy of the immortal land. The exotic beast jade statues on the spirit suppression stakes were not actual jade sculptures but were the bodies of 8 mutated undying creatures. They were sealed alive on the spirit suppression stakes by that person to stabilize them, to prevent the stakes from being pushed out by the energy of the immortal land. As the bodies of the mutated undying creatures were sealed, their energy would continuously deplete, and the energy transmitted through the spirit suppression stakes would be absorbed by the undying creatures, then expelled again by the seal. The more energy there was, the stronger the seal became. The stronger the seal, the faster the power inside the bodies of the undying creatures would deplete, and conversely, the slower the drain when there was less energy. After so many measures, that person was confident that he could use the fire in the basin for nirvana after 30,000 years, and thus he reincarnated to rebuild himself peacefully. To prevent any accidents during his reincarnation and rebuilding, he had all these matters carved inside the Ying Yue well. If he encountered an accident during reincarnation, as long as he saw these texts, he would naturally know what to do next. Once he achieved nirvana again, even if there were accidents, he would be able to recover through nirvana, and by then, he should be able to remember everything. The reason he did so much was because he lacked the confidence to successfully complete nirvana using the fire in this place, which forced him to make so many preparations. In the information left by this person, there was no mention of the Golden Buddha Temple or Master Chao Du, suggesting that the person who built the temple and kept Master Chao Du here was not the same person who left the messages in the well. To Lin Shen's surprise, the last part of the text also mentioned the Ying Yue well, which turned out to be the teleporter to leave this planet, and by leaping into the well, one could depart from this planet. However, Ying Yue well is extremely special, and for some unknown reason, the undying creatures born on this planet could not leave here via Ying Yue well. This person is really formidable. All these methods are truly beyond one's imagination. Did he ever reveal his identity? Ouyang Yudu exclaimed in admiration. Knowing they could leave through Ying Yue well, everyone's mindset changed somewhat, no longer as tense as before. Go ahead and let go, I'll take a closer look below, there are some more words down there, Lin Shen said. Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yudu released their hands, and Lin Shen directly entered the well, hovering within to examine the text above. It says below that the planet is unimaginably terrifying, especially the fire basin, which hasn't nurtured an undying creature for tens of thousands of years. The undying creatures it previously nurtured must be exceedingly horrifying. If they could break out from this planet, the powers of the universe would likely undergo a great reshuffling. Fortunately, the planet itself is very special, making it hard for those terrifying creatures to leave, he read. He is also speculating about who might have transformed the immortal land, constructed these mud huts and mud basins. Even he admires such capabilities, Lin Shen continued before suddenly falling silent. What's the matter? Ouyang Yudu asked hastily. In the end, he signed his name, Lin Shen said, his voice tinged with an odd tone. It seems like you recognize this person's name. Ouyang Yudu deduced some clues. Yes, not only do I know it, you all should too, Lin Shen said with a peculiar expression, the ancient realm king. Upon hearing the name revealed by Lin Shen, both Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu understood why Lin Shen reacted that way. The existence of the ancient realm king is a profound one. Even he spoke of the planet's undying creatures as exceedingly dreadful and nearly invincible, and he almost got killed by them. The thought of how terrifying this planet really was made them realize just how lucky they were to have arrived alive. It was as if their ancestors' graves were billowing with green smoke. It's important to note that the name left here was the Ancient Realm King, and not his given name, implying he came here after he became the Ancient Realm King. Even a mighty person who had already become the Realm King almost perished here, which was truly unimaginable. That's not right. If I remember correctly, after the Ancient Realm King carved boundaries with a finger to the sky and achieved the title of Realm King, it wasn't many decades until the Ancient Dynasty collapsed, and the Ancient Realm King's whereabouts became unknown. Ouyang Yudu said with a strange expression. Could it be that the Ancient Realm King did not die, but instead came here to reincarnate and practice anew? If that was truly the case, then it was very likely the Ancient Realm King hadn't died, which provoked even more speculation from Lin Shen. An Ancient Realm King who had not perished, how could he possibly have left a legacy for others to find? Whether the 3 treasure chests and the tomb of the Ancient Realm King truly existed became somewhat intriguing. Continue reading a free web novel. It seems like there may have been some complications when the Ancient Realm King attempted to reincarnate and practice anew, said Ouyang Yudu. It seems that way, Lin Shen concurred upon noticing the clues. If the Ancient Realm King had succeeded, he would have likely erased these words. Since the words were still here, it was very possible that something went wrong with the Ancient Realm King's reincarnation and new practice. Chapter 632, Seeing the Strange Person Again. If this place really is a nirvana spot prepared by the Ancient Realm King, undergoing nirvana here would surely grant extremely powerful nirvana attributes. Maybe we could utilize this place for nirvana. Lin Shen's thoughts stirred again. Leaving aside whether this place was prepared by the Ancient Realm King or not, the person who set this up must be one of the rare powerhouses in the universe. Even his reincarnation and rebirth here encountered problems. If we want to attempt nirvana here, I'm afraid it's going to be a matter of life and death. Ouyang Yudu mused. Lin Shen naturally knew the dangers here, but he himself possessed a double life base, along with a superbase form and evolution theory. Maybe he really did have a chance of successfully achieving nirvana here. The only question was, what kind of nirvana attributes one would obtain through nirvana here. It was also unknown whether it would truly be worth the risk. Master Chao Du, we have found the way out, and plan to leave now. Would you like to go back to Golden Buddha Temple, or leave with us? Lin Shen had not yet decided how he would undergo nirvana, but knowing such a place existed could serve as an option. I am a monk. I will not re-enter the secular world in this lifetime. Please, benefactor, send me back, said Master Chao Du. You guys wait here for me. I'll escort the master out. Lin Shen took the bow and escorted Master Chao Du out of the pool. Just as Lin Shen was preparing to say goodbye and leave, Master Chao Du picked a few gourds from the trees and handed them to Lin Shen. Take these Buddhist fruits for your journey. Thank you, Master. Lin Shen quickly expressed his gratitude. If it weren't for meeting him here, the 3 of them would have had a hard time escaping from this planet. After bidding Master Chao Du farewell, Lin Shen dove back into the underwater ancient temple with his bow and rejoined Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yudu. The 3 of them leapt into the Yingyue well one by one, and when they regained their normal vision, they found themselves in the midst of endless ocean. When they burst forth from the water, only then did they realize that they were at sea. Finally out, Lin Shen flew up into the air to survey the surroundings, and saw a city faintly visible on a distant shoreline. They were no longer on that mysterious planet. At this point, Lin Shen still felt a sense of lingering fear. That planet was far too terrifying. Not even an immortal might survive a visit there. The 3 headed toward the city by the sea, and Lin Shen used the communicator to check the planet. To his surprise, this was a well-developed world that had been under the control of the celestial race for many years. With the authority Lin Shen had, he could use the teleporter here for free, but it needed several transfers to reach Meidu Star, and only from there could one teleport to Sky Pinnacle Star. Since it was all free anyway, the 3 of them made their way back to Sky Pinnacle Star, feeling as if their experiences on that eerie planet were just like a dream. Your next read is at Free Web Novel. It's too late. Lin Shen sat on the sofa and couldn't help but let out a sigh. There was less than 2 days left until Tai was due to find him. There was simply no time to explore the secrets of Gourd Mountain. Plus, the secrets of Gourd Mountain seemed increasingly astonishing, and they couldn't be uncovered in a short amount of time. Lin Shen thought it over and decided he'd better meet that strange person proactively rather than wait for him to come knocking. If things were to get stirred up on Sky Pinnacle Star, it would be even less manageable. Mostly, Lin Shen harbored a terrifying suspicion that Tai might be the Ancient Realm King whose reincarnation failed. If he really was the ancient realm king whose reincarnation failed, the mechanical watch would be like a time bomb. It could explode at any moment, so it would be better to return it. He sent a message to Tian Xin, explaining that he was going to meet Tai. Tian Xin soon sent a message back. Glad you've thought it through. What belongs to others should be returned. You can't just covet everything. With a wry smile, Lin Shen knew all too well that Tian Xin had no idea the stakes involved. The safety of the human mother planet was at risk. It wasn't that Lin Shen didn't want to return it, he dared not to. Originally, Lin Shen had planned to go to Giant Ring Star by himself, leaving Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu at Sky Pinnacle Star. Since Ouyang Yudu still had to deal with the affairs of the Special Service Department, he gave up on the trip to Giant Ring Star, but Wei Wufu insisted on accompanying him. After resting, the two set off for Giant Ring Star without delay. Tai, I've already contacted Lin Shen. There's no need for you to look for him. He will be here soon to meet you, Tian Xin said as she put down the communicator, turning to speak with Tai, who was lying beside her. Both of them were lounging on sunbeds by the outdoor pool at the moment. Tian Xin was dressed in floral shorts and a t-shirt, while Tai wore black cotton shorts and a white tank top, revealing half of his steel body. Good, Tai replied, not bothering to ask about the relationship between Tian Xin and Lin Shen, or how she had managed to contact him. You're not curious about how I contacted him, or what our relationship is? Tian Xin couldn't resist asking. No need, Tai said with his eyes closed, lying there. You really are a good friend, don't worry, I won't let you suffer a loss. If that Lin Shen refuses to return your things, I'll make sure to help you deal with him, Tian Xin assured. Good, Tai nodded, pulling his sunglasses down to cover his eyes. It was several hours later when Lin Shen and Wei Wufu arrived at Paradise Island. He went to meet Tian Xun first, having already made contact before. Tian Xun was waiting for him inside Paradise Palace. I can't see through Tia's strength, be careful, and try to avoid any conflict. Tian Xun had already spoken to Lin Xun about Tian Xun about Tia before and reiterated the warning now. I understand, Lin Shen nodded and said, I'm just here to return his things. I won't get into any conflict with him, don't worry. I'd better go with you to meet him. Tian Xun was still worried. Having so many of us go together seems a bit like we're trying to intimidate him. I think he responds better to a softer approach. I'll go by myself, Lin Shen said with a smile, wrapping his arms around Tian Xun and whispering into her ear. Go home and wait for me. I'll be back soon. After messaging Tian Xin to find out their location, Lin Shen headed to the pool with Wei Wufu. Before they even reached the pool, Tai sat up from where he was lying and looked in the direction of Lin Shen. Getting up immediately, Tian Xin shouted to Lin Shen, hurry up and return the item to Tai. He won't give you trouble out of respect for me. Lin Shen understood Tian Xin's intention, to downsize the problem by handing over the item. I'll give this back to you. Can our grievances then be considered settled? Lin Shen took out the mechanical wristwatch and walked up to Tai, offering it to him. Tai slowly stood up but didn't reach out to take the watch Lin Shen was offering. Instead, he fixed Lin Shen with a cold gaze and pointed at the bow on Lin Shen's back, asking sharply, Did you go to Terror Star? The Terror Star you're talking about, is it the one with collapsed temples all around? If so, I just came back from there. It was a close brush with death, Lin Shen replied, seizing the moment to ask Tai something he wanted to know. Chapter 633, You Are My Brother. Is that bow from the Golden Crow God Temple? Tai asked again. Yes, Lin Shen nodded. You went to the ancient temple? Tai continued to inquire. Yes, I couldn't have returned without going there, Lin Shen replied. Tai appraised Lin Shen before continuing. Good. You and I shall battle. If you win, the bow remains yours. If you lose, you give the bow to me. No need to fight. Take everything. Just answer a few questions for me, Lin Shen said as he removed the bow and handed it over to Tai along with a mechanical wristwatch. Though the items were valuable, one needed to be alive to enjoy them. Even Tian Xin had said that Tia was unfathomably deep, and Lin Shen suspected him to be the reincarnation of the ancient realm king, so he preferred not to give him an excuse to take action. Tia seemed surprised, examining Lin Shen before slowly saying, Do you not know the origins of this bow? I don't know, and I don't want to know. Since I've said I'd give it to you, even if it were the universe's greatest treasure, it's yours now, Lin Shen said as he tossed the bow and watched directly to Tai. This bow, while not the universe's #1 treasure, isn't far off. It is the immortal life base of the greatest archer of the ancient clan, possessing the strongest destructive power in the universe, second to none, Tai said calmly as he caught the bow. The immortal life base of the ancient clan's greatest archer, Tian Xin, was astonished upon hearing this. Because of the passage of time, ordinary people might only be aware of the ancient realm king's existence, with knowledge of the ancient dynasty growing scarce. Tian Xin had researched much about the ancient dynasty since she needed to visit the Realm King planet to find the Realm King's treasure casket. The ancient Realm King had established a dynasty, and it was certainly not just due to his strength alone. The domain of the universe is immensely vast, and even if the ancient Realm King were as strong as can be, he could not possibly guard the universe alone. Beneath the ancient Realm King were countless immortals from various clans who, after the formation of the ancient dynasty, were enfiofed to govern different star regions. Apart from those immortal beings from other races, the ancient clan itself also had many immortals, with the most famous being the ancient 10 generals. Among the ancient 10 generals was one who was hailed as the universe's foremost divine archer, an immortal who never missed his target. An arrow shot meant certain death, without exception. However, due to the remote era, even the name of this divine archer was unknown, known only as one of the ancient 10 generals, nicknamed Sun Shooter. If this bow truly was the immortal life base of the Sun Shooter general, its value would be beyond measure. Now that you have the item, it doesn't matter what it is. Can you answer a few questions? Lin Shen said nonchalantly. Tai was somewhat taken aback, as Lin Shen was being surprisingly generous, which differed from his prior impression of Lin Shen. The one who left the message at the Ying Yue well, was it you? Lin Shen directly asked his most pressing question. I don't know, I've forgotten, Tai replied. What do you think? Lin Shen was not surprised by Tai's response. If there truly were issues with the reincarnation and rehabilitation of the ancient realm king, it was quite normal for him not to remember whether those were his own words. I don't know, Tai frowned. Did you complete your nirvana there? Lin Shen asked another question. Yes and no. Tai's reply this time was unexpectedly ambiguous. What do you mean? Lin Shen also furrowed his brows. I can't remember things from the past. I can feel that I should have completed my nirvana there, but I did not find a fire basin corresponding to my strength. It is possible that the attribute within the fire basin changed, Tai pondered aloud. It was only then that Lin Shen understood. The words in the well had mentioned that after a fire basin gives birth to an immortal creature, its attribute would change accordingly. If Tai had used the power within the fire basin to achieve nirvana, then it was very likely that the attribute inside the fire basin had changed after the nirvana. What do you remember about that place? Lin Shen didn't know how else to ask, so he simply asked in broad terms. I know what you want to ask, but I can tell you, I am not him. Tai said as he tossed the bow back to Lin Shen. I only want my own things. I don't want yours. Let's call all debts settled in consideration of Tianxin's face. How can you be so sure that you are not him? Lin Shen was somewhat incredulous, but nevertheless let out a long sigh of relief. He hadn't expected that the face of that little guy Tianxin would actually be useful. Because I've already remembered who I am, Tai stated with certainty. Who are you? Lin Shen was suddenly surprised. If Tai really had remembered who he was, then it was highly unlikely that he was the reincarnated ancient realm king. What on earth are you talking about? Can you speak in a way that I can understand? Tianxin complained irritably on the side, as he truly couldn't understand a single word. Lin Shen ignored him, staring at Tai as he awaited an answer. My name is Lin Yin, Tai said slowly. Lin Shen gazed at Tai in shock, momentarily at a loss for a response. That name was all too familiar to him. His second older brother was named Lin Yin, but Lin Shen was sure that Tai was not his second brother. Stay tuned to Free Web Novel. Though Lin Shen had been young when his second brother had gone missing and had virtually no memory of him, he had heard from his third and fourth brothers that the second brother had a very robust physique, which matched Tai to an extent. However, their second brother was not a half-human, half-metal monster, and based on the remaining half of Tai's face, his facial features looked nothing like those of the Lin family. All the Lin brothers, including Lin Miao, had single eyelids, whereas Tai clearly had double eyelids, and there were no similarities elsewhere. The color of their pupils and hair was also a bit different, and their facial features were clearly distinct. Where are you from? Lin Shen felt that Tai, calling himself Lin Yin, probably just had a similar-sounding name, or perhaps it was a coincidence of the same name, Dark Bird Base. The 4 words uttered by Tai left Lin Shen completely stunned. Yes, Dark Bird Base, Lin Yin. I've remembered it now, some of the events I experienced at Dark Bird Base, but only some parts, Tai explained. No, you are not Lin Yin. It can't be that you're from the Dark Bird Base. Lin Shen shook his head. What makes you say I am not Lin Yin? Tai's eyes turned cold, and his iron hand seemed ready to move. You say you are Lin Yin, so do you know who I am? Lin Shen asked, looking at Tai. Of course I know your name is Lin Shen. Tai didn't understand why Lin Shen was asking this. Then do you know where I was born? Lin Shen asked again. Dark Bird Base, Tai said, frowning as he asked, what are you getting at? You know my name is Lin Shen and that I was born in Dark Bird Base. So if you are Lin Yin, how could you not know that Lin Shen is your younger brother, your own blood brother? Lin Shen said, fixing his gaze on Tai. Tai, struck dumb, stared blankly at Lin Shen and asked, the Lin Yin we're talking about, is it the same Lin Yin? In Dark Bird Base, there should not be a second Lin Yin unless the Dark Bird Base you're talking about is not the same one I'm from. Lin Shen stated. So it turns out there's such a thing. Then that means Tai, whose face always lacked expression, suddenly revealed a very complicated look. You are my brother, chapter 634, getting more and more absurd. Lin Shen was completely flabbergasted, thinking, has Tai's brain gone bad? Even if his brain's broken, his eyes should still be fine, right? Or is it that he's never looked in a mirror and doesn't know what he looks like? We don't share a single similar trait. How could we possibly be biological brothers? However, upon further reflection, Lin Shen thought that given Tai's current half-human, half-metal state, if it were himself, he probably couldn't accept it either. It was understandable that he didn't like looking in mirrors. Tai, look, I have single eyelids and you have double eyelids. My hair and pupils are lighter in color, while yours are darker. Even our nose bridges are different, yours being higher and mine smaller. Not a single facial feature is similar. How could we possibly be biological brothers? Lin Shen pointed to his own face, trying to remind Tai as gently as possible that they looked nothing alike. After listening to this, Tai indeed fell into deep thought while gazing at Lin Shen. Lin Shen let out a slight sigh of relief. By the looks of it, Tai must have understood. Suddenly, Tai walked up to Lin Shen, placed his hand on his shoulder, and looked at him with an uncommonly tender gaze. Not inheriting the excellent family genes is not your fault. Phew! Tian Xin, who was eating fruit and enjoying the show, almost burst out laughing and couldn't stop no matter what, laughing so hard she couldn't straighten up. Lin Shen was completely dumbfounded. What was all this about? How could it have anything to do with genetic inheritance when there wasn't a single similarity between them? No matter how poor his own genetics might be, they couldn't possibly be entirely different. Actually, I have 2 older brothers and an older sister. They all have single eyelids too, Lin Shen pondered and said. Tai's pupils shrank, his face a picture of shock. Seeing this, Lin Shen somewhat regretted speaking out. Tai was eccentric and odd in his ways. If he became angry and disillusioned with reality, might he turn hostile and attack Lin Shen on the spot? You mean to say, Tai said with a serious face, looking sternly at Lin Shen. That's right, it's just as you're thinking. Lin Shen didn't dare say it out loud, not wanting to provoke Tai any further. I have 2 more brothers and 1 sister, Tai said earnestly. Lin Shen looked at Tai dumbfounded, his mind in turmoil, thinking to himself, you're focusing on the wrong thing. If you look nothing like us, how could you possibly be our biological brother? I seem to recall a little now. I should have 3 younger brothers and 1 older sister. You're the youngest, right? Tai mused. I am indeed the youngest, but you really don't look much like us, Lin Shen said hesitantly. Then there's no mistake. Where are the other 2 brothers and the eldest sister? I want to meet them, Tai stated solemnly, as if he hadn't heard a single word Lin Shen said. The eldest sister is here. I'll go get her, said Tian Xin, eager to add to the drama and ready to fetch Lin Miao. Tian Xin, wait, Lin Shen quickly called out to stop her. They still hadn't figured out why Tai thought himself to be Lin Shen's second brother, Lin Yin. If they pretended now, and later when Tai's mind cleared up, he might think that Lin Shen deceived him, wouldn't that be a mess? Tai looked at Lin Shen and said, perhaps my appearance has changed a bit, which is why we seem a little different. You say it's not very likely, which means you also can't be sure, so our eldest sister should be able to recognize me. Let's go see her. Naturally, it will prove you are my younger brother. Lin Shen thought it made sense. He couldn't remember what his second brother looked like, but their eldest sister certainly would. Just one look from her, and Tai would probably give up. With this in mind, Lin Shen was about to say he would go to find their eldest sister, but Tai insisted he should be the one to see her. Without further discussion, he had Tian Shen lead the way for them to go together. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu could only follow along. Lin Shen really couldn't understand why Tai was so stubborn in thinking that he was Lin Yin. Lin Miao was in the kidney treasure pill processing factory. The kidney treasure pills had officially gone on sale recently, and through Tian Shen's channels, they were sold to many planets of the celestial race, with quite impressive sales. The production couldn't keep up with the sales speed, which caused Lin Miao a great deal of distress. The output of kidney treasure pills was limited. It was really too difficult to cultivate them on a large scale. Lin Miao, who was inspecting the cultivation garden, saw Lin Shen and the others coming. A smile immediately appeared on her face as she walked towards Lin Shen and his group. Seeing Tai with Lin Shen and the others was a slight surprise for Lin Miao. She certainly recognized Tai, but she had not been to Paradise Island during this period and was unaware that Tai was there. Seeing no particular issue as Tai walked with Lin Shen and the others, she knew something must have happened, and they were probably no longer enemies, so she wasn't too worried. When Tai saw Lin Miao, he didn't wait for Lin Shen to say anything and took the initiative to walk over. Standing in front of Lin Miao, he looked at her and said, "Eldest sister, I am Lin Yin. Do you remember me?" Lin Miao was baffled by Tai's words. Although many years had passed, she still remembered what Lin Yin looked like. Even if her memory wasn't clear, Tai's appearance was indeed quite different from Lin Yin's. It was impossible for her to mistake him for Lin Yin. Just as Lin Miao was about to say something, Tai suddenly asked softly, "Eldest sister, is Hua still around?" Lin Miao, who was just about to say something, suddenly froze. Your next chapter is on free web novel. Lin Shen had a severe allergy to cat hair when he was a child, so they couldn't keep cats at home. Later, Lin Yin brought home a newly weaned kitten, claiming it had saved his life and he wanted to take it home for Lin Miao to take care of. But because of Lin Shen, the kitten couldn't stay at their house. So, they found a yard outside specifically to keep the kitten, even giving it the name Hua. This was something only Lin Yin and Lin Miao knew about. Even Lin Shangdong and Lin Zhengzheng were unaware. Seeing that this stranger knew about Hua made Lin Miao feel bewildered, but no matter how she looked at Tai, he just didn't seem like Lin Yin. "You know about Hua?" Lin Miao asked doubtfully. "Once when I was out hunting creatures, I heard the cry of a kitten in the bushes. When I turned my head, I saw a little milk cat crawling out of the bushes, and lurking in those bushes was a 7-step gold-ringed snake about to ambush me. If it hadn't been for the accidental warning from the notecat, I might not have survived that attack. After finishing his story, Tai asked again, is Hua still around? It was too old, and it passed away a few years ago. I buried it in the flower bed where it loved to play, Lin Miao said, staring at T, momentarily at a loss for words. This was something that should only be known to Lin Yin and herself. To prevent their brothers from worrying, Lin Yin had specifically instructed her not to tell anyone. Chapter 635, Striving for the Peace of the Universe. Lin Shen listened more and more and felt something was off, puzzled about how Tai could know about his second brother's matters. Although he didn't understand the situation, no matter how he looked at it, Tai just couldn't be his second brother. Big sister, does he look like our second brother to you? Lin Shen quickly reminded her. Lin Miao scrutinized Tai carefully. Indeed, he didn't resemble their second brother. But the longer she looked, the more a sense of familiarity crept in. If one ignored the face and the half-steel body, this man's build and aura were very much like Lin Yin's. For a moment, Lin Miao actually hesitated. Big sister, you do remember me, don't you? I can't remember what happened, and maybe I look a bit different from before, but I can feel it. You are my big sister. The feeling between relatives can't be wrong, Tai said to his sister with absolute certainty. Big sister, seeing Lin Miao's hesitation, Lin Shen hurried to remind her that they couldn't just confirm Tai was their second brother because he knew some things about him that would be too far-fetched. Don't rush. Lin Miao stopped Lin Shen and said to Tai, take off your shirt, let me see your back. Although Tai didn't know what Lin Miao was planning to do, he knew she must have a way to confirm his identity. Without asking anything, he took off his vest and turned his back to Lin Miao. The gazes of Lin Shen and the others fell on Tai as well, curious about what Lin Miao was up to. Tai's physique was robust and well-built, half eerie dark steel and half strong muscles. The perfection of the muscular half was in no way inferior to the steel body. Lin Miao fixated on the fleshy half of Tai's back and immediately became emotional. She walked quickly closer, reaching out to touch a spot on Tai's lower back. There was a red birthmark as big as a quail egg shaped like a square whole copper coin. That's right, Yin, it really is you. Where have you been all these years? Lin Miao's emotions suddenly collapsed and she began to sob, holding on to Tai tightly. Big sister? Tai held Lin Miao's shoulders, the eye on the human side of his face also red, looking very emotional. Lin Shen was dumbfounded, his mouth agape, staring at the two of them crying in each other's arms. No way, it's not possible. Could it be because of some kind of body mutation? That second brother looks a bit different from before. Lin Shen was full of doubts for a moment. Big sister, are you sure he's our second brother? Lin Shen saw that Lin Miao had somewhat regained her composure and quickly asked again. There's no mistake. The shape and location of this copper coin birthmark are exactly the same, there's no doubt, Lin Miao stated with certainty. For a moment, Lin Shen also began to waver, thinking such a strange birthmark couldn't possibly be such a coincidental match. What Lin Shen thought would be a test to make Tai give up hope had turned into an extensive scene of family recognition, with Lin Miao pulling Tai into conversation, becoming more and more certain that he was indeed their second brother, Lin Yin. Although Tai could not remember many things, the bits and pieces he did remember all matched up. What's going on? Lin Shen only felt his scalp go numb, his brain in a whirl. The strange old Tai he had been avoiding, could he really be his second brother, Lin Yin? Lin Shen couldn't be certain but found no evidence to refute it either. Tian Xin, standing aside, was also stunned. He too had thought it unlikely that Tai could be Lin Shen's real brother, but now, it seemed they truly were siblings. Wei, do you think it's possible he really is him? Lin Shen went to the side, looking at the two immersed in genuine emotion, and quietly asked Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu looked at Lin Shen, then at Tai, and nodded, saying, It seems, what does striking resemblance mean? It means not looking alike, right? Lin Shen was somewhat at a loss for words, but by this point he seemed to have nothing to say and could only keep silent. Lin Miao was very happy and had lunch prepared, calling Lin Shen and the others to eat together. Sitting to the side, Lin Shen felt very awkward. He simply could not accept that the oddball Tai was actually his second brother. Little Five, what are you spacing out for? It's not often your second brother comes back. He must have suffered a lot out there over the years. We need to take good care of him and chat more with him. I'll toast to your second brother. Lin Miao was very happy. Right, we're all family now. You're Tai's little brother and I'm Tai's brother, so we're brothers now. I'm older than you, so just call me Brother Xin from now on, Tianxin said cheerfully, raising his glass. Come on, Little Five, let's drink to our second brother. No, let's drink with our second brother. What are you talking about? From now on, you should call me Big Brother. Everyone here is your big brother, got it? Lin Shen felt frustrated, unable to stomach the situation. That's not how it works, Tianxin quickly interjected. Then how does it work? Do you want me to call your little aunt over here and discuss it properly with you? Lin Shen said. I don't care, I'm your second brother's brother, so you have to call me brother, Tianxin was fuming. Stay connected with free web novel. When Lin Shen returned to Paradise Palace, it was already dark, but fortunately he had the Nightglow flower, so he did not fear the darkness. Entering Tianxin's room, Lin Shen's eyes suddenly lit up. The night was so dark, yet there seemed to be a light within this darkness. That light, so white, when Lin Shen woke up the next day, he felt life was so fleeting and that one should do meaningful things, not waste time any longer. So many humans were still suffering, and in the universe, countless races were enduring hardships and unfair treatment, waiting for a savior to rescue them. Lin Shen felt that as a member of the countless races in the universe, he should stand up and strive for the rise of humanity and the peace of the universe. If I don't enter hell, who will? If I don't become a sage, who will? A true man should be strict with himself, strive for progress, and even in death, leave behind achievements in the universe. Lin Shen ruthlessly declined Tian Shen's invitation to sleep in a bit longer and resolutely got up from bed, determined to train hard for the freedom of the countless races of the universe. After eating breakfast, including 2 extra eggs, and not seeing anyone else come for breakfast, Lin Shen couldn't help but lament, "Who has seen Paradise Island at 9:30 in the morning? There aren't many as diligent as me now. Those lazy people will eventually be eliminated by the world. And me, I will rise against the current and become the pioneer of the times." Lin Shen went to the training field alone, puffed out his chest, pushed the door open, and saw Tianxin Wei and Tianxin Wei and Tia discussing something inside. "Ahem, good morning." Lin Shen coughed lightly and then turned to close the door. "It's this time of day, and you say good morning?" Tianxin glanced at him. Lin Shen ignored him and approached Wei, saying, "Wei, how come you're here so early and didn't call for me to join?" "Noisy," Wei Wufu said in just one word. "Ahem," Lin Shen, changing the subject, said, "Come on, Wei, let's practice together. It's been a while since we sparred. Let me see if your skills have gotten rusty." Chapter 636, Your blade technique is too weak. Lin Shen used to spar with Wei, and it was basically a beating. Desperate moments offered a chance of victory, but in a pure skill battle, Wei Wufu could manage with just one hand. "Come at me, Wei," Lin Shen said, grabbing 2 blunt training swords from the weapon rack and assuming the Blood Life Blade skill stance. Wei Wufu picked up a practice blade and chopped straight at Lin Shen. The counterattack stance Lin Shen took seemed to be of no use against Wei Wufu. Wei simply did not fall for it and came chopping down regardless. Lin Shen defended using the Blood Life Blade skill, but his way of defense was to chop back, aiming not at Wei Wufu's body but at the incoming blade. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing was incessant, and both men exhibited a ferocity like tigers. It looked as though they were both fighting desperately, but in reality, Lin Shen was continuously defending. His defensive blade technique simply differed from that of others. Watching from the side, Tianxin was slightly surprised. When did that guy's skill become so precise? For a moment, Wei Wufu couldn't break through Lin Shen's defense, and it appeared that Lin Shen was more than managing. "Keep it up, Wei," Tianxin said as she picked up another practice blade from the weapon rack and tossed it to the battling Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu caught the training sword Tianxin threw with his free left hand and wielded swords in both hands like Lin Shen, his assault becoming even more frenzied. Blade flashes danced in the air as the 4 swords collided rapidly, creating a tumultuous din as if they were in the midst of a ferocious battle reminiscent of thousands of soldiers clashing. Lin Shen held the hilt of his broken sword, seeing that Wei Wufu too was left with only the hilts of his broken swords, and felt immensely pleased. This was the first time he had faced off against Wei Wufu head-on without falling short, and although his advantage was due to purely defensive moves, it was enough to thrill him. "My skill has finally reached a new level," Lin Shen thought to himself, but then Tai approached. "Lin Shen, your skill is too poor. It's too easy to get killed out there. You need more practice." "I'll spar with you," Tai said, taking 2 more practice swords from the rack and tossing them to Lin Shen. Lin Shen thought, "What nonsense are you spouting? I admit my skill isn't there yet, but just in terms of defense, my level surely isn't bad. What's this about getting easily killed? In your dreams, you used to bully me just because you had more strength and speed and my level was lower. If we were on the same level, try breaking through my defense." "I lack your strength and speed, so I'd rather continue with Wei," Lin Shen tactfully replied. "No need. I'll control my strength and speed to match yours," Tai said, also picking up a practice blade and chopping at Lin Shen. "The same strength and speed? Let's see you break my Blood Life Blade skill." Lin Shen didn't believe Tai could do much to him. As Tai's blade came chopping down, Lin Shen immediately employed the Blood Life Blade skill, sealing off potential changes in trajectory, and met it with his left-hand sword. Lin Shen's block caught nothing but air. He clearly saw Tai's sword chopping down, but when he went to block, he found that his own sword was a step too quick. By the time his sword had swung through, Tai's blade had only then come crashing down, leaving him no time to react, let alone bring his other sword to guard in time. Tai's blade was poised at his neck, and although Lin Shen could have used the shrimp sliding skill to retreat, he didn't pull back. They were practicing blade technique, and by the measure of blade technique, he had already lost with that move. What was with that blade just now? Tianxin, observing from the side, was also somewhat surprised. She hadn't understood how Lin Shen had lost. Lin Shen's defensive position was fine, and the timing of his strike was correct, but why couldn't he block Tai's blade? It was truly baffling. From her angle, it looked as if Lin Shen had sped up his own sword swing, sweeping past before Tai's blade had even fallen, failing to block Tai's strike. Wei Wufu pondered, staring at the blade in Tai's hand. Your blade technique is too fierce, yet it's all defensive, which is contradictory, said Tai as he retracted his blade, speaking slowly. Defending in blade technique is like defending a city, which relies on the city's strengths to defeat a stronger foe with weaker forces. But you forsake your original advantage, sallying forth to clash head-on with the enemy. If the two sides are evenly matched, you might defeat the enemy, so why bother defending at all? Since you've chosen to defend, then why waste your troops and lose your advantage? The logic doesn't hold. Moreover, when you take the initiative, you're easily lured, and if you can't discern the feint from the real, it can be said to be an unprovoked defeat. Tai devalued Lin Shen's Bloodlife blade skill completely, yet Lin Shen was not angered. What Tai had said was not wrong, and indeed, Tai had broken Lin Shen's Bloodlife blade skill with a single stroke, an indisputable fact. Far from being angered, Lin Shen felt somewhat relieved that it was Tai who had first broken his blade technique. If, in a true life-and-death fight, someone had caught him in this flaw, the price he'd pay wouldn't just be these instructive words, but a price paid in blood and possibly even his life. Lin Shen's thoughts quieted down as he looked at Tai, his hands gripping his twin swords tightly. Again. Lin Shen knew that Tai was right, but he didn't intend to change, nor could he. The scrap sword skill demanded that he attack in order to utilize its effectiveness, and if he switched to purely defensive, without the added effects of the Bloodlife blade skill, it would just be an ordinary defensive blade technique. So Lin Shen could only continue down this path, and if there were problems, then he would solve them. Time and again, Lin Shen clashed with Tai, but Tai's sword seemed to work magic, with Lin Shen always blocking too soon or too late, never able to touch his blade, his neck invariably ending up under Tai's sword. This made Lin Shen realize that he and Tai were not on the same level at all. Tai was simply using changes in rhythm to break the defense of his Bloodlife blade skill. Nevertheless, Lin Shen didn't give up. He patiently adapted to the changes in Tai's rhythm. He was adept at rhythm changes himself, just not as good at controlling them as Tai. His twin sword merge strike was inherently a combination of two rhythms, one straightforward and one contrasting. Yet in such conditions, Tai still found the rhythm's breaking point, or rather, Tai used rhythm to disrupt his rhythm entirely. Seeing that Lin Shen didn't have the slightest intention of changing, Tai was not in a hurry, knowing well that verbal instruction is hard-pressed to change a person's obsessiveness, but the harsh reality can easily change one's perspectives. Chapter 637, If Man is Not Dead, He is Not Wrong. Lin Shen's blade technique was very odd. All his cutting habits resembled the smearing in conventional blade techniques, or rather, the slicing motions used to divide meat. Or, one could say it was like the harsh grating of a knife against a hard object. It's difficult to describe exactly what that kind of feeling is like. Such a blade technique looked strange and was highly difficult to use, and it was not easy for the average person to apply these skills in real combat. Every stroke of Lin Shen's blade followed this technique, which resulted in his struggle to control his strength and difficulty in releasing and retracting his moves smoothly. Therefore, once he struck with his blade, it had to hit the target, otherwise, it would give the opponent an opportunity to exploit. It was hard for an ordinary person to cause Lin Shen to make a mistake, and even harder to seize the chance if he did. But Tai easily did so, simply by manipulating the rhythm. Lin Shen could only patiently try time after time to keep up with Tai's rhythm, at the very least ensuring that the changes in rhythm would not throw off his own. After numerous attempts, Lin Shen compensated for the lack in rhythm by using the merged strikes of dual blades. Even if the rhythm of the first blade was controlled, the second blade could timely patch the gap. However, when the second blade struck Tai's blade, it felt as though it had hit thin air. Then Lin Shen saw Tai's blade disappear, and when he spotted it again, it was positioned at his neck. Your blade technique has far too many weaknesses. Even if you could adapt to the change in rhythm, there are still 1,000 ways to break through your defense, said Tai, withdrawing his blade calmly. Alright, let's do it again then. Lin Shen responded with a hint of irritation. Even though Lin Shen knew Tai was right, having his painstakingly developed blade technique belittled to such an extent would annoy anyone. With dual blades in hand, Lin Shen once again adopted the stance of the Bloodlife blade skill, but this time, his aura was noticeably more fierce. When Tai struck with his blade again, Lin Shen met it with the same move as before. Tai's blade disappeared once more before Lin Shen's eyes, but Lin Shen's blade did not stop. It went straight towards Tai's body. This was the eye for an eye, blood for blood, mutually assured destruction technique he had figured out before. If I can't hit your blade, then I'll just strike at you directly. Let's exchange blood for blood, life for life, and see who outlasts the other. But before his blade could touch Tai, Tai's blade had already reached his chest first. Lin Shen realized a sad truth. Because he was shorter than Tai and had a shorter reach, Tai's blade had already reached him, while his own blade was still a little short of reaching Tai's body. You should be glad that you have longer arms, otherwise you would have been the first to be struck, Lin Shen said. Discover hidden content at Free Web Novel. Then try again, Tai said calmly. Try then I will, Lin Shen tried over and over, and he realized that each time he was just a little bit off, quickly recognizing that the difference was not as simple as arm length. Anticipating the enemy's moves, after a moment of contemplation, Lin Shen understood what was really happening. Tai had the ability to exercise the heaven and celestial being's skill, predicting every move Lin Shen made, his strikes already targeting him. Yet Tai's ability was clearly much stronger than Tian Beluo's, making it seem as if he wasn't anticipating the enemy's moves at all, making Lin Shen think he just lacked that little bit. If it had been someone less perceptive, they might never realize that they were lacking not just a little bit. It's the third time I've encountered this disgusting technique, and I must break it. Lin Shen especially loathed fighting against those who possessed such skills. It made the battle extremely uncomfortable. Every move would be interrupted, like being forced to hold back in the middle of urinating. It was excruciating and unbearable. If desperate, Lin Shen could use finger sand to stealthily shoot cold arrows or overpower the skill with brute strength. But he was practicing his blade technique now, so he had to overcome this nauseating skill through his swordplay. How can I make his predictions wrong? Lin Shen thought hard but couldn't come up with a solution. Since he couldn't make Tai's predictions wrong, Lin Shen had to take another path. Tian Xin and Wei Wufu watched the fight. Wei Wufu silent while Tian Xin, a chatterbox, kept talking incessantly. Lin Shen's blade skill isn't bad, but it's far from his brother's. Every move he makes is exactly what his brother expects, playing right into his hands. If it were me, I could at least match his brother's speed, rendering his predictions useless. Unfortunately, his blade is too slow. The method I know to counter this, even if I told him, he wouldn't have the ability to apply it. Why don't you have a go? Wei Wufu, driven to distraction, swallowed his words. However, Tian Xin seemed not to understand Wei Wufu's suggestion at all and, with an air of superiority and arms folded, said, with his brother to teach him, there's no need for me to make a move. Have some shame? Wei Wufu asked Tian Xin with a complex expression. Lin Shen's blade techniques seemed to have no effect on Tai. No matter how unpredictably Lin Shen changed his moves, Tai always had an unexpected counter waiting for him. As Lin Shen fought, he felt as if he had forgotten how to use his blade, forced to change his technique as soon as he made a move. By this point, most people would have almost given up resisting. But you could say that people from the Lin family are stubborn, even pushed to this extent. Lin Shen still persisted with his blood-life blade skill and was not swayed. You're strong because you're strong, you win because you win, I know I'm wrong, but I refuse to change, I will keep going down this path. If the road is blocked, no worries, I won't detour, I won't turn back, even if I hit a wall, I'll open the wall and carve a path to continue forward. This guy really is stubborn. Can't he just change his approach, change his blade technique? Tian Xin felt so much secondhand embarrassment for Lin Shen, he looked pitiful, like he couldn't stretch out his hands. Defeat with the blade, train, failure, try again, defeat in spirit, it's hopeless, Wei Wufu said seriously. I understand that principle, but if you take the wrong path, shouldn't you turn back? Tian Xin said. How do you know? It's wrong, Wei Wufu countered. Being dominated to this extent, how can he not realize it's the wrong way? Tian Xin retorted, curling his lips. If one isn't dead, it's not wrong, Wei Wufu stated. Tian Xin, speechless, rubbed his forehead in exasperation. If a person dies, what's the use of realizing their mistake? So, it's not wrong, Wei Wufu nodded in agreement with conviction. Sigh, that's not what I meant. Tian Xin had never found talking to someone so frustrating. Chapter 638, Insoluble Blade Qi. Lin Shen's frustration was beyond description. He had sparred with Tian Beluo before, who also had the ability to predict moves, but sparring with Tian Beluo wasn't this disheartening. It wasn't just prediction anymore, Lin Shen realized. He had been digging his own grave the whole time, waiting for himself to jump in. Tai's level was just way too much higher than Tian Beluo's. But Lin Shen refused to accept defeat. It was just too suffocating to be schooled for so long, to be rubbed in the face like this. He couldn't help but get angry. Even just one victory, or winning a single move would be something. Yet, he couldn't even win half a move. Every time he was so close. Every time he lost by just that tiny bit. It was as if hope was shown to Lin Shen, yet it seemed unattainable at the same time. Clearly, Tai was toying with him. Tai had the strength to crush him completely, but he insisted on not doing so, just to win by a hair and leave Lin Shen in utter frustration. Now, Lin Shen truly wished his arms could grow a few inches longer. At the very least, he wanted to be able to inflict mutual damage on Tai to relieve his anger. Of course, he didn't really want to fight Tai to the death. He was just bitterly uncomfortable and wanted to regain some face. With such a pitiful thought, it seemed an absolute impossibility. Tai had already brought him to this state, making it look like the opportunity was right there, but Lin Shen just couldn't seize it. Lin Shen couldn't break through that tiny distance, and he even had the impulse to throw his blade like a flying knife at Tai, or to blast at him with surfing fist and finger sand. The problem was they were practicing blade techniques, and Tai wasn't a real enemy. No matter how lacking in morals Lin Shen was, he wouldn't stoop that low. The more Lin Shen fought, the more frustrated he became. The more he battled, the angrier he got. That stifling feeling was indescribable. I really should bring a 40-meter-long sword to battle, see who can beat that length. As Lin Shen swung his blade, he wished it could grow longer, or that the blade wind could harm his opponent just like the finger sand wind. As he thought this, Lin Shen's blade actually produced a gust of blade wind. What was barely a hair's breadth away became a direct hit as the blade wind slashed across Tai, tearing his clothes and leaving a shallow mark on his steel body. Lin Shen, you're cheating. We agreed to practice the blade. How could you use that thing? Tian Shin exclaimed, hopping mad. No matter, blade chi is also a technique. Being able to use it means it's part of your strength. This strike was beyond my expectation, and I couldn't dodge it at the speed I set. It's my loss. Tai stopped Tian Shin and continued. Lin Shen, I've seen your performance on the racial rankings and knew you could use spatial fist power and finger strength. I didn't expect you could also use blade chi. This is very good for you. Hearing Tai speak like that, Lin Shen felt no joy in his victory, nor the excitement of unexpectedly mastering the method to use blade chi. Come on, continue. You may use blade chi and any other skill you wish to employ, Tai said. Stay tuned to Free Web Novel. Then, here I come. Knowing he was no match for Tai in terms of skill versatility, Lin Shen acknowledged he only had one path to follow. Blood Life Blade skill, sheer strength to overcome intricate techniques. As Tai attacked again, Lin Shen directly unleashed his blade chi, using the same scrap sword technique as before. Suddenly, Lin Shen discovered that Tai's own blade burst forth with blade chi, clashing with Lin Shen's in midair. Tian Shin laughed heartily. Merely blade chi? You're not the only one who can use it. Second brother can too. Crack. The two streams of blade chi collided, and surprisingly, Tai's blade chi was directly cleaved in half by Lin Shen's, maintaining its formidable momentum as it continued toward Tai, causing Chen Shin's eyes to widen in shock. Tai seemed a bit taken aback, but still managed to step aside and dodge the slice of blade chi. Upon seeing this, Lin Shen was ecstatic. He twirled his dual swords wildly, both resisting Tai's attacks and continuing to attack him, as the blade chi had split Tai's and could keep pursuing him, forcing him to evade. You're cheating. Second brother is holding back his strength, but you're using more power than him. It's not fair to play like this when we're just sparring amongst ourselves, Tian Shin complained indignantly from the sidelines. Lin Shen couldn't be bothered with the idiot. The strength Tai was using was completely under his control and certainly wouldn't be much weaker than his own. If it were significantly weaker, Tai would have adjusted it already. His blade chi could slice through Tai's not because it was stronger, but because it was using the scrap sword's technique, lending the blade chi an effect similar to that of the scrap sword. Although it wasn't as strong as it would have been with the actual scrap sword, it was still much more destructive than normal blade chi. Lin Shen's swords danced wildly, sending blades of chi in every direction, making it much harder for Tai to approach him like before. And even though Tai used several kinds of unique strengths, none could withstand Lin Shen's blade chi. He could only use his movement technique to dodge. Lin Shen, who had been feeling frustrated, now felt utterly exhilarated. It was as if someone armed with divine weapons was sparring with a bare-handed expert. The expert might be strong, but under Lin Shen's fierce defense with his godly swords, they had no way to strike, let alone get close to him. Unless Tai decided to break the limits he set for himself, forcibly increasing his strength and speed, or use the power of Nirvana to smash Lin Shen's blade chi from a distance, there was no way he could suppress Lin Shen. Clearly, Tai wasn't that kind of person. After attempting several approaches and realizing he couldn't break through Lin Shen's defense, he willingly withdrew from the fight. You win, I can't break your defense, Tai said naturally, seemingly indifferent to winning or losing. He's cheating. If you exerted more strength and smashed his blade chi, you could have toyed with him easily, said Tian Shin. Tai shook his head. Not really, his way of channeling blade chi is quite particular. With equal strength, his blade chi is almost invincible. Unless I use the power of Nirvana, I can't break through his blade chi. You mean to say, his blade chi is unbeatable at the same level? Tian Shin widened his eyes in disbelief. It's not exactly unbeatable at the same level, but the technique's destructive power is very strong, and combined with his defensive blade technique, unless you can break through his blade chi, you would need a much greater strength and speed, or the power of Nirvana to possibly beat him, Tai said contemplatively as he watched Lin Shen. I can't recall many skills, and it's not convenient to use the power of Nirvana, so you should practice with this, it might help you. As he spoke, Tai put the mechanical wristwatch, which Lin Shen had returned to him, back on Lin Shen's wrist and pressed a few buttons. Suddenly, Lin Shen felt the scenery before his eyes shift, as if he had entered a time tunnel. The next second, Lin Shen's feet touched solid ground, and when his sight cleared, his eyes widened in astonishment. How did I end up here? Chapter 639, The Arrival of the Star of Arms? Lin Shen found himself once again on that planet full of ruined temples. Fortunately, it was still daytime, and those bizarre creatures had not yet appeared. He quickly felt behind him, the Sun Shooter General's bow was still there. With this bow, he just needed to find the Golden Buddha Temple and he could return. So the mechanical watch can actually teleport to this weird planet. Does that mean that as long as I use this watch, I can leave anytime? Lin Shen was pondering why Tai would bring him here when he heard Tai's voice. Follow me. Tai was actually standing right behind Lin Shen, having been teleported with him. So he also came. Lin Shen followed Tai and asked while walking, why did you bring me here? Read new adventures at Free Web Novel. As they walked, Tai said, I don't know who was teaching you before, but what you've learned is offbeat and lacks normal systematic training. This has caused you to be unable to solve many problems through a system. But things have come to this point, and considering your current foundation, it's very difficult to complete a system now, so we can only take another road. Which road? Lin Shen asked. One skill can break all other skills. Overwhelming strength can overpower anything. You don't need to know everything, nor do you need to care what others know. Crushing them is enough. Tai led the way in front, continuing. Your blade technique channels energy in a very special way. You might be able to make it work. However, it's still not enough at present. Your blade chi needs strengthening, and this place can help you. How can it help? Lin Shen didn't quite understand how such a place could help strengthen his blade chi. We're almost there. Tai didn't explain further and led Lin Shen through the planet that was like ruins, arriving in front of a temple. The temple was so dilapidated that even the gate tower was gone, only the main hall remained standing. Nevertheless, the plaque above the main hall had also vanished, leaving them completely unaware of which deity was enshrined inside. Inside the grand hall, a god statue was hanging. Tai pointed to the statue and said, Go and bring it down, put it back on the altar. Upon hearing this, Lin Shen did not hesitate and went over to embrace the statue, freeing the head of the statue from the rope, and then returned it to the altar. Tai was much stronger than Lin Shen. If he wanted to harm Lin Shen wouldn't be able to resist, so even though he still didn't quite believe Tai was his second brother, he did as told. After the statue was placed back on the altar, the body, originally shaped from black clay, began to emit an eerie glow. Under that glow, the temple, which was once decrepit and in ruins, seemed as though time was flowing backward. All the collapsed buildings were being restored. In a moment, it had become a majestic and spectacular temple. Within the temple, a beam of light shot into the sky. In the daylight, a star twinkled overhead, corresponding with the temple from afar. Even the sun in the sky could not overshadow the star's brilliant light. Lin Shen saw the words Qiyu Temple engraved on the stone plaque of the temple and could not help but be slightly taken aback. How could humans not know of Qiyu, the weapon master, a legend from myth who contended with the Yellow Emperor? Just as Lin Shen was puzzled about what was happening, he saw the temple fall into disrepair once again. In a moment, all the buildings collapsed, this time including the main hall, and the statue inside was also destroyed. The temple that was intact just moments ago had completely turned to ruins in the blink of an eye, and the brilliance from before seemed like nothing but a fleeting dream. Lin Shen looked at Tai, not understanding what was happening and what Tai meant by this. Check the coordinate records in the watch, Tai said calmly. Lin Shen hurriedly opened the mechanical watch and discovered there were now 4 coordinate records in it. 2 of them were the coordinates of Realm King Planet and Ring Mountain Planet, and Lin Shen was familiar with these. Among the remaining 2 coordinates, one should be for this mysterious planet, and the watch was still counting down, signaling that teleportation would be possible once the countdown ended. As for the last coordinate, Lin Shen couldn't guess where it might lead. He had no idea what location it corresponded to. Thinking back to the dazzling daytime star, Lin Shen turned to Tai and asked, Is this the coordinate of the star that was shining earlier? Qiyu returns to position. Star of Arms appears in the world. You can use the teleporter to go to the Star of Arms for combat training, which will help with your blade chi and blade techniques, Tai explained. Lin Shen was utterly shocked. Could it be that each deity in these temples corresponds to a star? Can the deities in the temples transform into planets? It's not that magical. The planet likely existed independently, simply resonating with the temple. I don't remember much, only fragments of events. I don't know the origin of this planet, why there are these temples, or why the statues are suspended in the temples. I'll tell you when I recall more, Tai mused. Don't touch those statues casually. I don't know why, but my feeling tells me that some of them are very dangerous and should not be meddled with. Lin Shen nodded in agreement and checked the watch, noting that the countdown set by Tai was nearly over. Once the countdown ended, Lin Shen teleported back with Tai. Tai did not tell Lin Shen to go to the Star of Arms, but Lin Shen was very curious about it. He set a short timer and chose to teleport there. He only set 3 minutes, thinking that if the Star of Arms was too dangerous, he would only need to endure for 3 minutes to teleport back. After all, survival was his top priority. After a moment of dizziness, Lin Shen found himself on a planet covered with ancient bronze mountain ranges. Before he even landed, he saw a bronze humanoid holding a sword walking towards him from the front. When the bronze humanoid saw Lin Shen, red light burst from its body, and its bronze sword was pointed at Lin Shen. It threw its sword, which instantly turned into a streak of light piercing towards Lin Shen. Nirvana creatures. Lin Shen was taken aback, immediately summoned his full strength, activated various skills, and drew out his scrap sword and scabbard, clashing them together to meet the flying bronze sword. With a clang, the crimson flames on the bronze sword were forcibly cleaved apart. The collision between the sword and scabbard against the bronze sword actually left a notch on the blade, and Lin Shen staggered several steps back to steady himself. It seems Nirvana creatures are not that strong after all, Lin Shen muttered as he took out the inheritance fan and waved it a few times towards the bronze sword coming at him again. Wind, carrying enigmatic characters, landed on the bronze sword, which had been soaring through the air. Suddenly, the bronze sword plunged into the ground, unable to fly again. This shocking form is really useful. It can even ground Nirvana-level beings, Lin Shen rejoiced internally. With this shocking form, he wouldn't fear distance attacks from life base anymore. If someone dared to unleash their life base, just a wave of his fan would force it to the ground. Chapter 640, Coronation of All Elements. Lin Shen was about to say that once the life base hit the ground, it would be under his control, impossible to recall. But then he saw the copper figure reach out and grab it, and the bronze sword life base slid across the ground toward the figure. The copper figure, holding the bronze sword, charged at Lin Shen again, a crimson flame sword light tens of meters long slashing toward him. Lin Shen was fanning rapidly with the inheritance fan in a folding style and sway style sequence, summoning the contrarian to use the same root-born skill, merging with him into one. Merged with the contrarian, all his skills activated, Lin Shen tossed aside the inheritance fan and grasped the scrap sword and its scabbard, charging forward. Crack! Lin Shen's scrap sword struck the crimson flame sword light and split it directly in two. Wielding dual blades furiously, Lin Shen, braving the crimson flame sword light, blocked every sword light the bronze figure launched and crossed his sword with the scabbard, performing a scrap sword snip that decapitated the copper figure. The copper figure immediately fell to the ground, motionless. Its life-base bronze sword tried to escape, but Lin Shen knocked it down with his scabbard. Hunting Nirvana creature Bronze Sword Soldier found Nirvana spiritual base Bronze Sword. Before Lin Shen could pick up the bronze sword, the countdown timer he had set expired, and he was teleported out. With the experience from his first visit, Lin Shen set a much longer timer for his next entry. However, when he arrived at Star of Arms again, the corpse of the Bronze Sword Soldier was still there, but the Bronze Sword spiritual base was gone, presumably having escaped. Lin Shen didn't care much, and not far into the mountain, he encountered more Bronze Sword Soldiers. This time, there were dozens of them, including one with a violet-red body that clearly indicated a mutation. Lin Shen turned and ran. Facing so many Bronze Sword Soldiers alone was impossible. He couldn't risk his life. Fortunately, he was fast enough. The Bronze Sword Soldiers hadn't spotted him by the time he was far away, so they didn't chase after him. Could it be that Star of Arms is populated entirely by Nirvana creatures? Lin Shen thought, considering it very likely. Given that even something as mundane as a Bronze Sword Soldier was of Nirvana level, finding a creature below that level here would probably not be easy. After escaping a good distance and seeing no Bronze Sword Soldiers in pursuit, Lin Shen slowed down. He didn't dare to wander carelessly, not knowing if more terrifying creatures were hidden nearby. After rounding a mountain, Lin Shen saw a copper figure with a bronze knife walking alone ahead of him. Since it was just one copper figure, Lin Shen didn't hold back, unleashing his full firepower and quickly killed the figure. With all skills activated, along with the contrarian, Lin Shen's combat power was beyond comparing to an ordinary Nirvana being. Killed Nirvana creature Bronze Knife Soldier, found Nirvana spiritual base Bronze Knife, an alert came from his watch. This time Lin Shen didn't let the spiritual base escape. He used the shocking form to control it and then pinned it to the ground. It's been quite a struggle to get a Nirvana spiritual base, and you wanted to run. Lin Shen stored it in his storage space, a temple. Lin Shen continued forward and discovered a temple ahead, identical to the Ch601 temple he had seen on the mysterious planet, perched on the mountainside. Lin Shen flew closer and indeed saw 3 characters, Ch601 temple, written on the plaque of the temple. Lin Shen pushed the door open and entered. The Ch601 temple was empty, but in the main hall of the temple, on the altar, was a statue of Ch601. What exactly is the relationship between this Star of Arms and that mysterious planet? Why did the appearance of the Star of Arms only emerge after I restored the statue from the mysterious planet? Could it be that gods can also be kidnapped? Lin Shen couldn't figure it out. While Lin Shen was contemplating these problems, he suddenly heard a voice. Inheritor, please select the weapon you wish to inherit. Lin Shen looked up in astonishment at the Ch601 statue, which was speaking. However, the Ch601 statue was expressionless, almost mechanical, and its eyes emitted light, transforming into a holographic projection in front of Lin Shen. A variety of weapons with different forms appeared in front of Lin Shen. Blade, spear, sword, halberd, axe, tomahawk, hook, and fork, along with many other weapons unfamiliar to Lin Shen. Inheritor, please choose the weapon you want to inherit. The statue repeated the words. Why should I choose? What are the benefits of choosing for me? Lin Shen asked the statue, not sure if it could answer him. Choose any weapon, and you will acquire that weapon's innate talent. Using that category of weapon will grant you the talent's enhancement, and you will also become the inheritor of that weapon, competing for the title of Weapon King. The statue actually began explaining in detail. Lin Shen listened with his eyes wide open. Just choosing one weapon could grant him a talent, and if he became the Weapon King, he could also acquire the King's talent. This meant he would have 2 talents. What was even more unbelievable was that there were rankings for the King of All Arms. Having the title of King of All Arms would also grant him another talent's enhancement, making it 3 enhancements in total. Your next read awaits at Free Web Novel. Can I choose multiple talents? Lin Shen hurriedly asked. If he could choose more than one, he could select all kinds of weapons. Then he would have a talent enhancement when using any weapon. That sounded amazing. Yes, said the statue. Good, I choose them all, Lin Shen said without any hesitation. Are you sure you want to become the inheritor of all categories of weapons? The statue asked again. Yes, confirmed, Lin Shen said. The next second, all weapon images lit up, turned into streams of light, and rushed into Lin Shen's body, causing him to feel a strange change within. Sword artifact proficiency, blade artifact proficiency, spear artifact proficiency, axe artifact proficiency, random information kept appearing in Lin Shen's mind. Inheritor, leave your name. The voice of the statue rang out again. Fist God, Lin Shen said casually. Name Fist God, Sword Series Inheritor has appeared. Sword Series rankings open. Fist God ranks first on the list, crowned with the Sword King title, acquiring the Sword King talent. Blade Series Inheritor has appeared. Blade Series rankings open. Fist God ranks first on the list, crowned with the Blade King title, acquiring the Blade King talent. Spear Series, all series of inheritances have commenced. King of All Arms rankings open. Fist God ranks first on the King of All Arms list, crowned with the King of All Arms list, crowned with the King of All Arms title, acquiring the King of All Arms talent. With each announcement, streams of light merged into Lin Shen's body. Chapter 641, Blade Technique Rating Sword King Talent, Blade King Talent, Spear King Talent. Lin Shen felt his brain was about to explode with the influx of so much talent information. Among his talents, he now had a massive amount of new ones, with proficiency in various weapons. The first level of weapon mastery granted him a 20% enhancement when using that particular weapon, including the speed at which he learned its techniques. But the king-level talents of each series directly granted Lin Shen a 100% enhancement when he wielded that type of weapon. In other words, now when Lin Shen unleashed a wave of Blade Qi, its power would be more than doubled with an increase of 120% strength. The final King of All Arms talent would not amplify his Blade Qi, but it would weaken the attributes of any weapon before him, essentially acting like a debuff aura against all other weapon series. Awesome. This is just too awesome. With these talents by my side, why worry about defeating any opponent? Lin Shen was quietly reveling in his joy when he suddenly heard the statue continue to speak. The weapon ranking is opened, temple activated, teleportation station opened. Creatures from all across the universe may enter Star of Arms through the teleportation station to inherit weapon legacies. Lin Shen was instantly displeased upon hearing this news. Now that he was the only one who could benefit from the various king talents and the King of All Arms talent, there was no way he could maintain his ranking once those top-tier powerhouses entered the fray. How is the ranking calculated? It can't be that I need to compete against other inheritors, right? Lin Shen asked. You just need to demonstrate your skills, and the score will be assessed accordingly. The one with the highest score will be declared the king of that series. The King of All Arms ranking battle occurs once a year, with only the kings of each series eligible to compete. The final victor becomes the King of All Arms, and that series of weapons receives an additional 10% talent mastery bonus, the statue responded. That's a relief. Good that there's no need to fight, Lin Shen sighed upon hearing the answer. As long as he didn't have to fight, he was very satisfied with the here evaluation rules. The title King of All Arms, he could also use it for a year, and by that time, he feared he would no longer have the king title of each series, nor the qualification to compete in the battle for the King of All Arms. Being able to benefit from the mastery talent bonus of each series was like getting a free ride, definitely better than having nothing at all. Wait, now that I'm the King of All Arms, I possess the talents of all series. Doesn't that mean that all the mastery talents have been enhanced? The normal mastery talents should include a 10% bonus, Lin Shen hurriedly asked the statue. Correct, the statue affirmed Lin Shen's thought. Then, if others also choose talents from all series and win, wouldn't all the series still be enhanced? Lin Shen inquired further. There will be no second person with the full series of talents. You were the first to arrive here. It is only to activate the full series that you were allowed to choose all talents. Any creature coming hereafter will only be able to choose one type of weapon talent. The statue's reply left Lin Shen dumbfounded. Turns out, I was just a tool. Lin Shen thought about the advantages of being a tool, and it seemed quite valuable. At least he had the all-series weapon talent that no one else could have. Even if it was only a 10% enhancement, it was still better than nothing. As a tool, Lin Shen was willing to serve a few more times. Lin Shen considered it for a moment, and since he was already here, he decided to let the statue see how much score his Blood Life Blade skill could earn. Weapon Master, may I address you as such? Lin Shen asked, looking at the statue. Of course, the statue replied. Weapon Master, I have a blade technique that I'd like you to evaluate. Can you tell me how many points it might score? Lin Shen drew his scrap sword, holding the blade in one hand and the scabbard in the other. Begin. The statue's voice was still that cold, emotionless tone. Lin Shen performed his Blood Life Blade skill with all his might in the hope of achieving a high score. He was quite confident about his Blood Life Blade skill. After all, it was his unique creation. With equal levels of strength and speed, even Tai had remarked that his Blood Life Blade skill was not easy to break. Read latest stories on free web novel. To prevent the divine image from failing to perceive the profound intricacies of his blade technique, Lin Shen exerted his full strength in driving the blade chi when using it, so that the divine image could truly understand the essence of the technique. After completing a set of his blade technique, Lin Shen sheathed his sword and stepped back, feeling very satisfied with his performance, which was a normal level for him. Weapon Master, how many points would you give my blade technique? Lin Shen asked, looking at the divine image. 3.5, the divine image answered directly. Almost simultaneously on the Blade series ranking list, the name of the Blade King Fist God was followed by a numerical value of 3.5, indicating that the rating for the Blade King's blade technique was 3.5. Is the maximum score 5 points? Lin Shen asked, looking at the divine image with suspicion. No, the divine image denied Lin Shen's guess. If it's out of 10, my blade technique only scores 3.5. Isn't that a bit too low? Actually, the real power of my blade technique lies in its particularly unique force, Lin Shen tried to explain, since scoring 3.5 out of 10 seemed too low. It's not out of 10, it's out of 100, said the divine image, waiting until Lin Shen had finished before speaking slowly. Out of 100, and you give my blade technique a 3.5. Lin Shen's face conveyed utter disbelief. Even if the Bloodlife blade skill wasn't the best, it should not score merely 3.5 points. Yes, the divine image replied without a trace of emotion. May I ask, is this score based on the technical difficulty of the blade technique itself, or on the strength of the power? Lin Shen felt that it should be based on the strength of the wielder, and not so much on the technical difficulty of the blade technique itself. Otherwise, how could his formidable blade technique only score 3.5 points? The score is based solely on the quality of the blade technique itself, the divine image replied, causing the corner of Lin Shen's eye to twitch uncontrollably. If it was only about the quality of skill, how could his blade technique be rated only 3.5 points? Lin Shen just couldn't understand. However, he wasn't foolish enough to argue with the divine image and turn to leave. Lin Shen had come to see that with such a low score, he definitely couldn't retain his position as Blade King, not to mention other kingships. They were bound to be someone else's sooner or later, so he might as well leave quickly. At Sublight Star, Lang and several others were searching for ascended creatures when they suddenly encountered a small black stone hut that appeared before them, with a sign hanging above it inscribed, Chi-Yu Temple. Why is there a temple here? Lang and the other ascenders decided to try entering the temple and pushed the door to step inside. The moment they entered the temple, they saw the divine image on the altar shining brightly, and then, inexplicably, they found themselves inside the Temple of the Star of Arms. However, the temple they had reached was not the same one Lin Shen was in. Like with Lin Shen, the divine image uttered the same words, and Lang and the others, overjoyed, hurriedly chose their respective series. Lang's life base was the Wolf Fang Blade, and he chose the Blade series attribute. After choosing their attributes, they turned to look at the ranking lists, and seeing that the name of the kings on each of them was Fist God, they looked at one another in confusion. Is this guy making a joke? How come all of the rankings are his? A Gallic person commented disdainfully, the ranking list only has him. He must be the first one to have come here, but how could he have chosen all the attributes? Look, there are scores behind the Blade series rankings. That should be his blade technique score, right? Haha, out of 100, and he has only 3.5 points. That blade technique must be really terrible, said another. Lang smirked knowingly. Let me take his place as Blade King. After reaching an agreement with the divine image, Lang demonstrated his Wolf Fang blade skill. Chapter 642, Core of Life. Lang was very confident in his blade technique. Although he was just an ascender, this blade technique came from the royal family of the Razor Fang clan, and it was a technique recognized throughout the universe. Even if his mastery was not perfect, scraping a passing grade should still be possible. And if not passing, at least he shouldn't lose to a rookie with only a 3.5 score, right? After demonstrating his blade technique, Lang looked towards the statue and the leaderboard with full confidence, only to be stunned. Now, in the Blade series ranking, there were only him and the Fist God, with the latter scoring 3.5, while his score was a mere 0.1. 1-1? Has there been a mistake? How could my blade technique possibly score only 0.1? Lang couldn't accept this result, believing there must be an error. You're not 0.1, the statue answered. The statue replied, your real score is actually less than 0.1, but since the lowest score that can be given is 0.1, it can't go any lower, so we can only show you a score of 0.1. Lang and a few others were all shocked. In a system graded out of 100, Lang's executed blade technique didn't even meet the bare minimum standard. There must be a mistake. The Wolf Fang blade skill is well known in the universe. How can it be worth less than 0.1? Lang said in disbelief. Lang, don't rush. Let's try ourselves. Then we'll know if there's something wrong with the scoring, said the Gallic person beside him. Lang thought it made sense, so he stepped aside to wait. The Gallic person chose the Claw series, summoning his Zhujuan Claw life base, and then performed the soul-chasing life-seizing Claw skill. As everyone watched with anticipation, a score of 0.1 appeared beside his name as well. My soul-chasing like-seizing claw skill only scored 0.1. It seems the score is correct. The standard for scoring is too high, the Gallic person remarked, and then suddenly noticed his own ranking surpassing the Fist God, placing him at the top of the Claw series. Then a beam of light entered his body, granting him the Claw King talent. Haha, I've become the Claw King, the Gallic person laughed excitedly. The other few were also eager to try, showing off their own skills, and they mostly scored 0.1. Enjoy new adventures from Free Web Novel. However, since Lin Shen had no points in the other series, they all surpassed him, earning the title of King. Only Lang was in an awkward position, failing to receive the title and talent of the Blade King. On some planets, more and more Chi-Yu temples were being discovered. Gradually, people teleported into the Star of Arms, challenging the leaderboard. Lin Shen, who had already left the Star of Arms, felt his talents fading. His king talents were vanishing one by one. To hell with these worthless talents, gone is gone, I guess. It's not like I need them anyway. Lin Shen consoled himself. After all, he still had the mastery talents of various series, even though they were far from as potent as the king talents, but they were better than nothing. Currently, not many people have entered the Star of Arms, and many leaderboards remain unclaimed. However, all who have been to the Star of Arms know of a guy called Fist God on the leaderboard, the first to claim all the ranks, likely the first person to reach the Star of Arms. They were quite puzzled. How could this Fist God choose talents from all categories while they could only pick one? Some suspected that Fist God wasn't an actual person, but a name designed by the leaderboard to occupy a spot when no one else had entered, simply to prevent the leaderboard from being empty. Otherwise, why use a name like Fist God? Among the weapon rankings, there isn't even a category for fists. If it were just to occupy a spot, then all the rankings should have no points. However, Fist God had a score of 3.5 on the Blade Technique leaderboard, currently the highest score among all the leaderboards. Aside from that 3.5, there aren't even any scores breaking 1 at the moment. Several ascenders, attempting to explore the Star of Arms after joining the rankings, naturally ended up dead, and their rankings disappeared as well. Lin Shen inexplicably regained a few king talents, but not long after, the king talents vanished again. Presumably, someone else had climbed up the rankings. The appearance of Chio Temple and the Star of Arms quickly caught the attention of various forces. Many powerful factions began sending people to explore the Star of Arms, not rushing to challenge the leaderboards at first. The result of their exploration was terrifying. The number of Nirvana creatures on Chi-Yu Star was incalculable, with tens of thousands of Nirvana creatures visible everywhere. Not to mention ascenders, even Nirvana beings could hardly escape with their lives if they encountered one. It's still unclear whether there are any immortals on the Star of Arms, as most immortals wouldn't recklessly venture to unknown planets. Newly discovered planets are often first explored by the Pioneer Corps. Only after understanding the situation of the planet would immortals weigh the pros and cons and decide whether to go there. If they go rashly and suffer some damage, whether they can survive the next death ordeal is questionable. Moreover, since each race is competing for rankings on the species leaderboard, even top-tier immortals won't head to the Star of Arms just yet. Lin Shen also found out that there were too many Nirvana creatures on the Star of Arms. Faced with thousands of Bronze Sword soldiers, not to mention as an ascender, even a top Nirvana cultivator would have difficulty contending with them. Fleeing was the only option. So, after the countdown ended, Lin Shen left the Star of Arms, not continuing to hunt Nirvana creatures on it. Beauty, can you see if this thing is of any use? When Tianxun had some time, Lin Shen took out the Core of Life and handed it to Tianxun, wanting to know what use Chenghen Dongli's spirit base had. Tianxun took the Core of Life and activated it, quickly understanding the information about the Core of Life. This is a mutant-quality Nirvana spiritual base, with the ability to convert life. It can record life information or use these records to transform into a life form, roughly equivalent to cloning or a doppelganger, Tianxun explained. However, it's not exactly a clone, as this life form is still under your control and lacks independent consciousness. Moreover, it has a very special function. It can help the original body absorb damage. In other words, the damage your body suffers will be transferred to it, lasting until this clone is completely destroyed. So you mean that until the clone is destroyed, the original body is essentially invincible. Lin Shen, though having guessed as much, was still overjoyed. Having the Core of Life was like having a doppelganger that could bear damage for him, and this doppelganger had the same abilities as him. Indeed, but the original body still has a vulnerability. Whenever a clone is created, a random weakness appears on the original body. If the original body is hit at this weak point, the damage will not be transferred to the doppelganger, so you must still be cautious. Fortunately, the location of the weakness changes with each clone, so there is less worry that someone will discover and exploit it, Tianxun clarified. Chapter 643. 1.5 Lin Shen then realized why Chenghen Dongli was so surprised when he had attacked his weak point and killed him. If it weren't for Lin Shen's ability to see the vital points, it would have been nearly impossible to hit the critical spot in one strike. If the first strike had not killed Chenghen Dongli, Lin Shen would have had no chance of winning. This spirit base is indeed quite good, keep it and use it for now. Lin Shen hadn't undergone Nirvana yet, so he couldn't make use of the item himself, but giving it to Tianxun would make her ventures into new territories somewhat safer. Such a rare spirit base might be hard to find a second one in the universe, and it's a life-saving artifact. Are you sure you're willing to part with it? Tian Xun asked Lin Shen with a teasing smile. What's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine. We are one and the same. There's no question of willing or unwilling, Lin Shen said earnestly. I guess you still have some conscience. Tian Xun handed a card to Lin Shen and said, I know you now have the Supreme Land available, and you can use most of the base mutation lands within the Celestial race, but you might still want to consider this base mutation land as a reference and alternative. Although it's just the lowest grade of base mutation lands, I believe its value is not inferior to the Supreme Land. The lowest grade of base mutation land? Lin Shen took the card and saw it read, Dao Yuan Star, in 3 characters. Yes, the lowest grade. If you undergo Nirvana there, you will drop to the base mutation level and then need to cultivate again. You would be able to become a Nirvana, being without any obstructions. Naturally, the process would be much more troublesome than using Ascension Land or Nirvana Land, but it also has its benefits. Tian Xun continued to explain. The first benefit is that you don't have to worry about Nirvana failing. In that low-level base mutation land, no matter how many times you undergo Nirvana, the possibility of becoming non-human is extremely slim. The second benefit is that the attribute of that base mutation land is very special. If you can complete Nirvana there, the Nirvana attributes you gain will be very useful. Useful? What kind of rating is useful? Lin Shen didn't quite understand the word useful. Things were either strong or weak. How could they be described as merely useful? Undergoing Nirvana there, you will gain Nirvana attributes known as demonic domain power. Using demonic domain power, you can enter a mysterious state where most physical attacks are ineffective against you, while your own attacks remain effective against others. Tell me, isn't that Nirvana attribute extremely useful? Tian Xun explained. Why does this demonic domain power sound like it's turning me into a ghost? Lin Shen mused. Your description is apt. It's indeed somewhat similar, Tian Xun laughed. Demonic domain power really does seem useful, but the power of Nirvana should be able to attack someone in a demonic domain state, right? Lin Shen asked. That's possible, but unless you have an attribute that suppresses it, ordinary power of Nirvana will have a hard time dispelling demonic domain power, Tian Xun thought for a moment before replying. So, it really does seem quite advantageous. With the demonic domain power, one wouldn't have to fear the opponent using life-base or physical attacks. Dealing with the power of Nirvana would be enough. Lin Shen contemplated and felt that this power really had something to it. Demonic domain power is also effective against immortal strength, Tian Xun added, completely astonishing Lin Shen. Are you saying that immortal laws can't affect someone in a demonic domain state? Lin Shen's eyes widened. In theory, unless there is a law that can suppress demonic domain power, ordinary laws cannot affect someone in a demonic domain state. Lin Shen was truly shocked this time. Then this power of the demonic domain is really strong. Strong it is, but it also has its weaknesses. There are certain powers of Nirvana that can restrain it, and once restrained, it becomes useless. Moreover, the destructive power of the demonic domain power is relatively low, not particularly strong in terms of offensive strength. Tian Xun explained the advantages and disadvantages of the demonic domain power in detail. Any Nirvana attribute might be restrained, that's not so surprising. But low destructive power, that's a bit problematic, Lin Shen pondered. Tian Xun laughed. You can't have your cake and eat it too. There must be trade-offs. It depends on your own choice. I'll think about it more. Actually, I am somewhat inclined to use the dual Nirvana method. Lin Shen shared his thoughts with Tian Xun. Experience more content on free web novel. Tian Xun was somewhat surprised upon hearing that. Are you talking about the dual Nirvana method where both minor and major Nirvanas are undertaken simultaneously? Did you find this in library number 1? Yes. Have you seen it too? Lin Shen wasn't surprised. Given Tian Xun's status, it was normal for him to know about the dual Nirvana method. I haven't seen it myself, only people who have tried the dual Nirvana method, Tian Xun said with a wry smile. Someone has actually succeeded with this method? Who was it? Lin Shen asked eagerly. The number 1 expert of the Celestial race, Tian Xun said slowly. The Dean of the Celestial Court, An Yi. Lin Shen became even more excited upon hearing this. Even the number 1 expert of the Celestial race, An Yi, had used the dual Nirvana method, which showed how formidable it was. It was even possible that An Yi's status as the top expert was due to using the dual Nirvana method. With this in mind, Lin Shen became even more inclined to undergo Nirvana through the dual Nirvana method. Don't get too excited too soon. In our Celestial race, only An Yi has succeeded with the dual Nirvana method. After him, many exceptional talents and scions of great families also wanted to attempt Nirvana using this method. They made preparations that are almost unimaginable to ordinary people, and without exception, they all failed. Tian Xun said seriously to Lin Shen, if you want to take that path, then you need to be prepared to become something non-human. In the entire Celestial race, there's only 1.5 who have truly succeeded in dual Nirvana. Didn't you say that only An Yi himself succeeded? How come there's half another person? Lin Shen questioned, perplexed. Because one person succeeded halfway but not the other half, Tian Xun said of his own accord. After using the dual nirvana method, he became non-human. He just retains his consciousness due to some special reasons, but his body has completely transformed. Who is that person? Lin Shen asked curiously. The father of Tian Xin, my elder brother, the current family head of the Tian family, Tianzhu, Tian Xun said slowly. Although he still retains his consciousness, his body has completely transformed, which also has some impact on his mind. In recent years, my brother has kept a low profile, hardly involves himself in the affairs of the clan anymore, and rarely interacts with outsiders. Still, I can feel that his emotions are becoming more and more detached. I'm sorry, Lin Shen didn't know about this and apologized with some guilt. He and I are half-brothers and we were never close, so it's nothing much. But Tian Xin is close to me, and if he becomes completely non-human, Tian Xin's life thereafter will probably be difficult, Tian Xin sighed. Tianzhu was such a figure, my talents are far from comparable to his. Once hailed as the strongest talent of an era in Tianshu, even he didn't succeed. If you insist on taking that path, think it over carefully. If you can avoid it, it's best not to take that path. If it's absolutely necessary, I can only do my best to help you, but there's no guarantee of success. Chapter 644, Impacting the Rankings and Joy. More content from free web novel. Tian Xun advised Lin Shen not to be in a hurry. If there were a chance, she would arrange for Lin Shen to meet Tianzhu first. Whether he chose to take that path or not, listening to Tianzhu's experiences and insights could be helpful. However, Tianzhu did not meet people easily. She needed time to make arrangements. Lin Shen was in no rush either. His life base was now at dual 9, just a little shy of dual 10, and he had not yet decided whether to embark on the path of dual nirvana. As more and more people entered the Star of Arms, Lin Shen's various king titles and talents were being taken away. Now, the only one remaining was the title of Blade King. He had not anticipated keeping the Blade King title, thinking that his 3.5 rating would soon be surpassed. Blade as a category was popular, there were many who practiced blade techniques, and equally numerous were the famous blade techniques, resulting in fierce competition for the Blade King title. Lin Shen was not wrong in his thinking. Many tried to challenge for the Blade King title, including extremely talented individuals from various powerful cosmic races. Yet, up until now, aside from Lin Shen, the highest anyone else had scored in blade technique was 2.9, not even achieving 3 points. In fact, across all the weapons leaderboards combined, there were only a few who had broken past 3 points, with 3.5 remaining the highest score among all leaderboards. The Tiger Clan Royal Star. Big brother, the opportunity has arrived, Ch601 said, hurrying into the backyard, looking at Ch601, who was meditating and spoke with excitement. What opportunity has arrived? Ch601 looked at Ch601's anxious appearance and asked with a frown. Big brother, you don't know? A new planet has recently been discovered in the universe. It's called the Star of Arms. Ch601 recounted the details about the Star of Arms and the leaderboards. This is indeed interesting, Ch601 said, pondering with eyes lowered. Big brother, if the Tiger Soul Blade technique you created makes it onto the list, it could certainly take the position of Blade King, Ch601 said. I created this blade technique for actual combat, not to vie for fame and profit, Ch601 said dismissively. You joining the leaderboard is not just about fame. Now, blade masters from all over the universe are getting ranked with their techniques, and that includes the proud scions of grand and powerful clans. If you want to see how the Tiger Soul Blade technique compares to those famous top-tier blade techniques, this is also an opportunity. Normally, most people wouldn't dare accept your challenge, and you can't really risk life and limb against those individuals. The leaderboard is an excellent chance to verify your skill, Ch601 said. You make a good point, Ch601 said, his interest piqued. His infamy was too great, and his blade technique too ruthless. When he challenged others, nobody would accept, and usually he could only practice with his blade on otherworldly creatures. He too wanted to know how the blade technique he created compared in strength to those top-tier techniques of other races. Big brother, don't hesitate, let's go now. There are currently 16 known teleportation arrays in the universe that can send us to the Star of Arms, and we can conveniently travel via Geet Star, needing only 2 teleports to get there. Ch601 laid out the route he had already considered. The planet Geta Star was already quite bustling, and since the Chiyo Temple, which provided transportation to the Star of Arms, was discovered, the number of people teleporting to Geta Star had been increasing. The Star Lord of Geta had no choice but to manage Chiyo Temple strictly to prevent chaos on Geta Star caused by the arriving powerful beings from various races. Those from different races wanting to teleport to the Star of Arms were lining up in front of the small temple, with queues stretching for miles in several rows. This was already with the Star Lord of Geta implementing restrictions, otherwise even more would have come. Many who teleport to the Star of Arms do so not to pioneer new lands, nor to hunt any creatures, they simply wish to see how their best skills rank in the universe. Of course, the most important thing was to master a talent. When Ch601 and Ch601 appeared, they were immediately recognized by others. The Tiger Clan itself is one of the powerful cosmic races, actually ranking even above the celestial race, and Ch601 also had a notorious reputation. His fame might not have been as legendary as that of Dec, but if one had to choose between the two of them for a fight to the death, it's likely that more people would choose Dec than Ch601. Born into the royal family of the Tiger Clan, Ch601 was a natural ascender. At just 4 years old, he had already achieved Nirvana using a Nirvana-level base mutation site. One could say that Ch601 grew up in Nirvana land, and no one knew how many times he had undergone Nirvana. What truly spread Ch601's fame across the universe was an incident of a 100-clan confrontation that happened 7 years ago. A master forger from the Tiger Clan had crafted a Tiger Soul Blade and set up a challenge arena, allowing young blade practitioners from all races in the universe to fight for the blade. Over 100 major clans under the Tiger Clan had blade technique masters entering the battle. After all, the Tiger Clan was known for their skill with blades and had many strong blade practitioners. No one could have expected that the challenge would turn into a rotating battle among 100 clans. Ch601 was the first to step up to the challenge. He was the very first and ultimately the last defender of the ring. Those who began by challenging him were the blade technique masters from the Tiger Clan's own ranks. In the end, blade practitioners from other powerful cosmic races also arrived in droves, yet no one could defeat Ch601. It wasn't until Feng Tianling, a blade wielder from the Phoenix clan, was defeated that no one else dared to challenge Ch601, and the Tiger Soul Blade ultimately became his. Before Ch601, Feng Tianling was known as the unrivaled blade user below the immortal level, but in that battle, Feng Tianling lost. Despite only losing by a slim margin, a loss was still a loss, and he even had his head severed. Thus, the world lost its unrivaled blade user beneath the immortal level. So, when someone recognized Ch601, they all became excited. Ch601 is here. The Blade King's position is finally going to change hands. Finally, a real top-tier powerhouse has come to challenge the rankings. The leaderboard is probably going to become more and more intense. Who knows who that fist god really is to have held on to the Blade King's position for so long. But with Ch601's arrival, a score of 3.5 is definitely not going to cut it. How is the scoring even determined? It's obviously based on a 100-point system, so why is the highest score now only 3.5? That's really strange. Even though no top-tier powerhouses have yet participated, among those skills being rated, there are secret techniques from major clans. Their scores couldn't possibly be this low, could they? I wonder how many points Ch601's blade technique will receive. I think it should be at least above 10 points. How many points it can get, I don't know, but it's surely going to be higher than 3.5 points. Ch601, expressionless, queued up, while Ch601, hearing the discussions around him, couldn't help but feel elated. Big Brother is truly Big Brother. His prowess is well known throughout the universe. Just as Ch601 was feeling proud, he heard a discordant voice. There are many strong individuals in the universe, and not a single one has scored above 3.5 points. Whether Ch601 can surpass this score is still an uncertainty. Seeking out the source of the voice, Ch601 turned and found that it was Evil Qianchun from the Evil Dragon Clan. Chapter 645, Terrifying Blade Technique. Ch601 naturally recognized Evil Qianchun, as he had once taken the entrance examination for the Supreme Academy with him. Resultantly, Evil Qianchun was admitted, but he was not. However, Ch601's failure to be admitted didn't mean he lacked ability, but rather that he was genuinely unlucky and had a propensity for seeking trouble. Even though he was there to take the test, Ch601 couldn't keep himself out of trouble. The day before the test, he teleported to a resource planet on Chonggao Star to hunt alien creatures and ended up getting injured. During the test, he couldn't perform well and was directly eliminated. Evil Qianchun and Ch601 were both friends and foes, having gotten to know each other through fights. Although they stopped fighting later, they still felt the need to compete in everything. Both agreed to take the examination for the Supreme Academy, but Ch601 did not pass, and for this, he was often the object of ridicule by Evil Qianchun. When Ch601 turned and saw him, he knew that scoundrel was deliberately trying to annoy him. The universe is filled with strong individuals, and Supreme Academy is the cream of the crop. So how come no one can score above 3.5? Oh, now I remember. There's a rumor that the Academy's strongest, Dec, was bullied by someone and couldn't even block a single finger. Ch601 feigned pity. Oh dear, the top student of the Academy lost so miserably. That must have been an act, right? Does Supreme Academy teach acting now? Rumors are like that, changing as they spread. Now the message that has spread from Supreme Academy has many versions, one of which is that Lin Shen stunned Dec with a single finger. Ch601 also knew these rumors were not credible, but he deliberately chose this one to discuss, just to disgust Evil Qianchun. However, surprisingly, Evil Qianchun didn't argue back at Ch601, but merely said, Lin Shen is a leader of the celestial race, an extraordinary person. Losing to him is no disgrace. Some people wish they could lose to Lin Shen, but don't even have the chance. We aren't accustomed to losing, but if those coming from the Supreme Academy like to lose, then let them lose. We're here to win. Ch601 was full of confidence in Ch601 and never thought that Ch601's blade technique score would be lower than 3.5. Then let's wait and see, Evil Qianchun replied with a sneer. Evil Qianchun, who was ahead in line, entered the Qiyu temple and was teleported to the Star of Arms ahead of Sha Qianchu. There are many large Qiyu temples on the Star of Arms, and each small temple corresponds to a different Qiyu temple, with people teleported in from the same small temple arriving in the same Qiyu temple. After selecting his blade talent, Evil Qianchun didn't rush to compete for ranking, but chose to wait for Sha Qianchu and Sha Qianpo to arrive. After a good while, the two who were ranked later arrived. Both Sha Qiancho and Sha Qianpo chose blade talent, and after making their selection, Sha Qianpo directly chose to have his blade technique scored by the temple's statue. Those ahead already knew Sha Qianpo was aiming to challenge the rankings, so nobody tried to battle him over it, all waiting to see how many points he would score and whether he could exceed Fist God's score of 3.5. Sha Qianpo took the blade handed over from Sha Qiancho and began demonstrating his blade technique. With just his starting stance, those watching felt a murderous aura assailing them, as if under the illusion that Sha Qianpo's blade in his hand was chopping at them. Certain individuals with weaker wills began unconsciously to step back. As Sha Qianpo's blade technique unfolded, the aura of deadly menace grew stronger with each strike, conveying the impression of a lethal attack. Purely through demonstrating his technique, he managed to evoke the sensation of a bloody stench wafting towards the onlookers. Although Evil Qianchun didn't get along with Sha Qiancho, witnessing Sha Qianpo's blade technique, he couldn't help but be inwardly alarmed. Sha Qianpo's blade technique is incredibly murderous. Just its aura is enough to break the average person's will to fight. No wonder back then Sha Qianpo could single-handedly fend off the rotating battles from many masters of the blade. If I had been born a few years earlier and participated in those duels, I likely wouldn't have been a match for him. Damn it, it looks like I've really been outwitted by that bastard Sha Qiancho. Can't help it, who would expect him to have such a formidable elder brother? With such a blade technique, surely he must score higher than 3.5. After Sha Qianpo demonstrated his blade technique, those who watched felt a chill in their hearts and spines, and many believed that such a terrifying swordplay was bound to seize the first place. However, when the scores on the ranking board appeared, everyone was dumbfounded. Sha Qianpo's name showed up in the second place of the blade rankings with a score of only 2.9 behind him, unexpectedly falling short of reaching 3 points, let alone surpassing the Fist God at the top. Impossible. How could such a blade technique only get a score of 2.9? No way, that horrific blade technique got a mere 2.9, so just how strong is the Fist God's technique that scored 3.5? I really want to see the Fist God's blade technique with my own eyes. Had whoever considered this? The name Fist God is definitely a pseudonym, but since he's using the name Fist God, it shows he must be extremely confident in his punching skills, which must also be incredibly powerful. If that's true, then the blade technique might not even be his strongest suit, and yet he still occupies the seat of the Blade King. That's just outrageous. Explore more adventures at Free Web Novel. Your words make sense. It's just a pity that in this 100 Arms rankings, there aren't any rankings for hand-to-hand combat. Otherwise, we could have known just how profound the Fist God's martial arts really are. If even Sha Qianpo's blade technique can't reach 3 points, then what on earth would a blade technique with a full score be like? Hearing the discussions around him, Evil Qianchun surprisingly didn't mock them and didn't even say a word. Only those who truly understood knew how terrifying Sha Qianpo's blade technique was. He felt utterly unqualified to mock Sha Qianpo's blade skill, so he kept his silence. Big brother, Sha Qiancho, looked toward Sha Qianpo, wanting to say something, but Sha Qianpo gestured with his hand to stop him. Then, Sha Qianpo chose to perform his blade technique again, asking for another evaluation from the statue. But this time, Sha Qianchu cast aside the blade in his hand and grasped the Tiger Soul blade he always carried, his eyes filled with seriousness. Watch closely, this is my big brother's true strength. Although Evil Qianchun had said nothing, Sha Qianchu still felt as if his face had been slapped. He couldn't help but speak to Evil Qianchun. Your big brother has an even more powerful blade technique? Evil Qianchun exclaimed in astonishment. To tell the truth, he had already been amazed by Sha Qianpo's blade technique just now, and had not expected that it wasn't even Sha Qianpo's strongest. Sha Qiancho proudly said, "That murderous blade technique was just what my big brother used to practice. What he's demonstrating now is his current blade technique." Hearing Sha Qianchu say that, Evil Qianchun became even more curious, his gaze locked onto Sha Qianpo, afraid of missing anything. Sha Qianpo stood with the sword sheath in his hand, and before he even drew the blade, the murderous aura emanating from him already made people shiver with dread. At the moment Sha Qianpo drew his sword, everyone involuntarily took a step back. The terrifying momentum that soared skywards was enough to stir one's soul. Everyone felt as if a ferocious tiger drenched in blood and carrying a storm was charging at them, ready to tear them apart. The intensity of the sword's momentum was staggering. Ah, Pua, a spectator suddenly stepped back a few paces, bumping into someone behind him, spewing fresh blood from his mouth, his face turning ashen as he collapsed to the ground, his eyes bulging to their limits, staring fixedly at the sky. This person is dead. He was scared to death. The crowd was greatly shocked. The intensity of Ch601's sword momentum had reached such a level. Chapter 646, The Insurmountable 3.5. Just the momentum of his blade can scare a person to death. Ch601's blade technique is too ferocious. So strong, ordinary people can't even compare their blade skills with his, let alone stand before him without their legs going weak. With such blade techniques, he's definitely top-notch in the world. People were both shocked and admiring, and even evil Qianshun couldn't help but praise. A blade has its courage, a tiger has its spirit. To possess one is already to be a fierce god among men. Ch601, who has both, can rightly be called the supreme wielder of blades. Haha, evil Qianshun, you finally said something reasonable. My big brother truly deserves the title of supreme wielder of blades. Ch601 laughed heartily, his mood reaching an extreme high. He had an excellent relationship with Ch601 and was truly happier to see Ch601 achieve such success than if he himself had mastered a unique blade technique. However, his smile suddenly froze on his face because a new score had appeared on the rankings. Ch601's name was still listed after Fist Gods. He hadn't managed to take the Blade King's position. The score behind the name had increased from 2.9 to 3.4, although it had grown a lot, it was now the second highest score on the King of All Arms list. However, it still hadn't surpassed Fist God's score of 3.5 and remained in second place. Ch601, seeing his own score, couldn't help but frown slightly, his gaze fixed on the top-ranked Fist God and the score behind his name. Impossible. How can such a terrifying blade technique only get a score of 3.4 and still not surpass Fist God's 3.5? Could it be a mistake? This scoring system can't be out of 100, right? Maybe 3.5 is the maximum score? Is this ranking fake? How could such blade technique only have 3.4 points? It doesn't make sense. This is the strongest blade technique I've ever seen. You're telling me it's only worth 3.4 points? Are you blind? What sort of crappy scoring system is this? You should ask that poor fellow who got scared to death just now whether this blade technique is only worth 3.4 points. Stay tuned to Free Web Novel. Those who had seen Ch601's blade technique were all voicing their indignation on his behalf. Such a blade technique, no one who saw it would think it deserved only 3.4 points. Looking across the universe, there were very few blade techniques stronger than this one. The blade techniques of immortals might be stronger than Ch601's, but that strength is only because their level is higher and their strength is greater. If you really discuss blade skill finesse and artistic conception, it would be hard to find many who surpass Ch601. If such a blade technique could only score 3.4 points, they really couldn't imagine what other blade technique in the universe deserved a score above 10. Impossible. There's something wrong with this score, Ch601 finally realized, pointing at the nose of the divine statue and swearing, "Are you blind? How can you give such blade technique only 3.4 points?" Because this blade technique is indeed a 3-point blade technique, the divine statue answered without any emotion. This blade technique is only worth 3.4 points? Then tell me, what kind of blade technique is worth 100 points? Ch601 roared angrily. None, answered the divine statue. If there's no blade technique worth 100 points, why have a 100-point system? This answer infuriated and annoyed Ch601. Because there is a blade technique worth 99 points, the divine statue continued. Fine, then tell me, what blade technique can score 99 points? Ch601 could not contain his anger and continued to question. The others were also looking at the divine statue. They too doubted its scoring system and truly could not imagine any blade technique that could score more than 90 points higher than Ch601's Slaying Heart Blade skill. The name of this blade technique left the crowd stunned, as no one had ever heard of it before. People looked at each other in confusion, and it didn't take long for someone to realize that indeed, no one had heard of this blade technique. You just make up a name for a blade technique and claim it scores 99 points. You can say anything you want then. I could say my brother's blade technique is worth 100 points. What's the meaning in empty words? Ch601 said. In 1 year's time, during the King of All Arms' battle, the final victor can choose the Slaying Heart Blade skill as their reward. Then they will know for themselves, the statue continued emotionlessly. There's a blade technique as a reward for King of All Arms? The news took everyone by surprise. They had not known this before. I can't wait a year. You need to give an explanation now, Ch601 insisted. I am only responsible for scoring. If you do not accept it, you may seek out those ranked above and a battle will settle the dispute, the statue said. Ch601 was momentarily taken aback, and the crowd felt that the statue's words were reasonable. If they believed that the statue's scoring was incorrect, then the solution would be to challenge those ranked higher. Defeating them would naturally prove the scoring wrong. Fine, then tell me, who is this Fist God? Ch601 asked. Fist God is Fist God. This is the name he left behind. The statue replied. Ch601 felt frustrated. Clearly, the name Fist God was fake. No one would choose such a name, making it impossible to find the person by that name. Let's go. Ch601 wanted to say more, but was pulled away by Ch601. Ch601 had 1,000 reasons to be unsatisfied on his brother's behalf, but it was useless without finding that Fist God. The news that Ch601's blade technique was only rated 3.4 points rapidly spread across the universe. Many people found this score ludicrous. That was Ch601 after all. If his blade technique was rated only 3/4 thin, were there really any techniques in the world that could exceed a rating of 10? What made people even more curious were the Fist God, who scored 3.5 points, and the so-called 99-point rated Slaying Heartblade skill. Some had even gone to the statue to ask if someone from another division won the title of King of All Arms. Besides the Slaying Heartblade skill, what other rewards could they choose? The statue's answers were frustrating. Whether it was the Slaying Heart Sword, Slaying Heart Spear, or Slaying Heart Claw, they all sounded like some skill, just with a different skin. Because of Ch601's appearance, real top-level powerhouses started to participate in the ranking, and many Ascension and Nirvana-level fighters left their rank on the leaderboard. More and more people scored above 3, but still, no one exceeded a score of 3.5, and Ch601 was the only one with 3.4. Thus, it became apparent that the scoring was relatively fair. Some with a reputation comparable to Ch601's didn't even score above 3. Many geniuses with astonishing talents scored merely in the 3s. Consequently, there was even more curiosity about who that Fist God, with a score of 3.5, could be. Some suspected that Fist God must be an immortal-level powerhouse to have such a high score. No matter what, no one suspected Lin Shen, as very few people knew he practiced blade technique. Tian Xin was enjoying her meal while absorbed in the news, but upon glancing at Lin Shen, who sat across from her and was also eating, she smirked and said, "We both practice the blade, but look at Fist God. His practice is known to all. What are you practicing?" "I've never seen blade practice that focuses only on defense and not on offense. If you like defense so much, wouldn't it be better to train with a shield?" Chapter 647, Dual Perfection of Life Base. "Have you ever heard of the phrase, an inadvertent mistake?" Lin Shen said while having breakfast. "I've read more books than you. Of course I have heard of it. What does it have to do with your blade technique?" Wu Xin retorted. "It seems that you read for quantity over quality, not even knowing what an inadvertent mistake means," Lin Shen said as he wiped the kanji from the corner of his mouth with an air of composure. "So you're the erudite one, then tell me, what does it mean?" Tian Xin scoffed coldly. "As your elder, I'll teach you today. The so-called inadvertent mistake means I actually didn't intend to kill you. But you're so useless that merely the force of my defense affected you. Little Tian Xin, you were done for just like that. It's not my fault, only yours for being useless. That's called an inadvertent mistake," Lin Shen said with a smile. "What a noble inadvertent mistake. Let's give it a try. I want to see how you plan to finish me off." Tian Xin, infuriated, immediately stood up, ready to fight Lin Shen to the death. "Why so agitated?" "Look, you've even scared your little mystical creature. Is it still at the steel level?" Lin Shen looked at the steel poison bee that Tian Xin had carefully placed on the table and said, "What's the rush? With such a mystical creature, advancing is bound to be very slow." Tian Xin sat back down. He didn't truly want to fight Lin Shen, he just couldn't stand losing face. "Does Tai know about this mystical creature?" Lin Shen beat around the bush. "If Tai really is the reincarnation of the ancient realm king who failed to restore his past life, he should know what was in the chest, right? Even if he had forgotten, hearing about this matter might jog some memory. My second brother is much more reliable than you. He wouldn't blabber nonsense. He recognized the extraordinariness of this beast at first glance and told me to take good care of it," Shinxin said proudly. "Take good care of it," Lin Shen said as he finished his meal and got ready to leave. "Are you planning to go through dual nirvana?" Tian Xin suddenly called out to him. "Yes, that's the plan." Lin Shen stopped in his tracks. "My father isn't someone who meets with just anybody. You'll have to wait if you want to see him," Tian Xin said with a hint of arrogance. "I can wait. Any time is fine," Lin Shen said with a smile. "Then keep waiting. When my father has time to meet you, I'll let you know." Tian Xin felt rather uninterested in Lin Shen's attitude. After leaving the Paradise Palace, Lin Shen returned to his room and took out his mechanical watch to teleport to the mysterious planet. He wanted to visit the Golden Buddha Temple and use the pool there to advance his double life base to 10th turn, making the final preparations for Nirvana. When Lin Shen teleported to the mysterious planet, he had calculated the time to arrive during the day. Unfortunately, his location was not the place he had visited before. He had to try his luck finding the Golden Buddha Temple. Luckily, his luck wasn't bad. After flying for a few hours, he saw a familiar temple, which helped him figure out the direction of the Golden Buddha Temple, and he hurried towards it. Upon arrival at the Golden Buddha Temple, Master Chao Du seemed to have expected Lin Shen's return and did not show any surprise, welcoming him into the temple. Lin Shen explained the purpose of his visit and handed over some daily necessities he had brought with him. Master Chao Du didn't stand on ceremony, accepting Lin Shen's items and allowing him to cultivate in the yard where the Buddha fruit tree was located. Lin Shen didn't enter the water. Merely remaining in the yard was enough for the pure energy emanating from the pool to advance his life base to 10th turn in not much time. Having nothing else to do, Lin Shen pulled out the Go board he had brought and played the game with Master Chao Du. Master Chao Du didn't know the rules of Go. After Lin Shen explained them to him, they only played a few games before Lin Shen was completely out of his league. "I'm done. You're too strong." After being thoroughly defeated by Master Chengdu once again, Lin Shen really wasn't in the mood to continue playing. Master Chengdu smiled. "I have a little trinket here. Take a look and see if you're interested." "What trinket?" Lin Shen was immediately excited. "Wait here, I'll go get it." Master Chengdu left the courtyard and soon came back with a wooden plate holding some objects on it. "Did you carve these?" Lin Shen saw many intricately carved wooden figurines in different postures on the plate. These carvings were all of a little monk, each in different poses, some reading, some sweeping, some carrying water, some chanting. Each one was lifelike, looking very adorable. "I carved these from branches of the Buddha fruit tree during my leisure time," Master Chengdu said as he picked up an unfinished puppet and started to carve it slowly with a thinly shaved piece of wood. "These little monks you're carving, are they you when you were young?" Lin Shen looked at the figurines, then at Master Chengdu, feeling they bore some resemblance. "I had never seen anyone else before, so I could only carve myself," Master Chengdu said. "They are really well carved." Lin Shen suddenly had a thought and asked eagerly, "Master, those two people you saw before, can you carve their likenesses?" "You mean them? I have carved them before. If you want to see, I'll bring them to you," Master Chengdu said, filling Lin Shen with boundless joy. "I'd appreciate that, Master," Lin Shen said, not expecting such a find. Master Chengdu smiled and said nothing more, turned, and left the courtyard, only to return shortly after with two carved figurines. Lin Shen took a look, and one of them was indeed Tai. Master Chengdu's carving skills were extraordinary, having captured Tai's likeness almost perfectly, even portraying his cool demeanor as if it were life itself. Experience tales at Free Web Novel. Lin Shen turned to the other figurine, which made Lin Shen feel somewhat unfamiliar. Just as Master Chengdu said, this person also had a tall and robust stature, not much less than Tai's. But unlike Tai's somewhat somber and cool temperament, this man looked spirited and carefree, completely different from Tai's demeanor. Lin Shen studied this person's face, finding it somewhat familiar. He used his communicator to look at himself and then at the face of the figurine, noticing they did have some similarity. No wonder Master Chengdu said they looked somewhat alike. Although this person did not resemble Lin Shangdong as much, their facial features were closer to his than those of his third brother and the others, sharing 3 to 4 points of likeness. Unfortunately, Lin Shen truly couldn't remember what his second brother looked like, nor did he know whether this person might be his second brother. He used his communicator to take a picture of the figurine, planning to show it to his older sister when he got back, as he always felt that Tai's appearance was too different from theirs to likely be his second brother. In comparison, the person carved into this wooden figurine seemed more probable. Lin Shen stayed at the Golden Buddha Temple for a little more than 2 days, during which time his double life base achieved the 10th turn, reaching dual completion. The Contrarian, apart from an increase in attributes, had no other changes, whereas the Inheritance Fan's Fan Dance now had 10 styles. The 9th style, Fall, and the 10th style, Fan, were both auxiliary types of skills as well. Chapter 648, Sword Slays. The Immortal Luo style and Shocking Form are very similar, and their functions even seem somewhat redundant. Shocking Form can prohibit flight, and Luo style can also cause one to fall from the sky, leaving Lin Shen baffled for a moment as to what the distinction between the two skills actually was. However, the final Fan style gave Lin Shen some pleasant surprises. Although it was still a support skill, the ability of this fan style was to double all the abilities of the Inheritance Fan itself. Doubling everything didn't just refer to attributes, but also included doubling the effect of the skill. The effect of this skill was almost equivalent to the effect of the Contrarian merging with Lin Shen. Of course, the two were completely different approaches, but the combat power of the Inheritance Fan soared more than twofold thanks to this skill. After all, the enhancement of the weakening skill's effect, coupled with the increase in one's own combat capabilities, was not merely a simple doubling of attributes. Worthy of being a later stage life base, this skill is far stronger than the previous 9 Fan Dance skills. Should I practice fan skills? Lin Shen mused upon seeing the sheer power of the Inheritance Fan and felt an urge to train in the art of the fan. Unfortunately, he couldn't find any powerful fan techniques for the time being. As a less mainstream weapon, not many in the universe used it, nor had he heard of any formidable fan techniques. Lin Shen searched on Skynet and discovered that there had been several famous fan techniques in the past, but those had been lost due to the lack of successors. The most famous fan techniques currently in the universe could not be considered top tier, and one of them was surprisingly the Peacock Clan's Peacock Display skill. Initially, the discovery was merely a whim for Lin Shen, but when he found out that the Peacock Display was the Peacock Clan's secret fan technique, his heart leaped with joy. He had been worried about not having a reason to get closer to the Heavenly Consort. Maybe this was a good excuse. Then, upon further reflection, Lin Shen felt a bit troubled again. Everything else seemed manageable, but he was afraid of getting in trouble with Emperor Tianshu. Emperor Tianshu was currently his boss, unpredictable and scheming. Lin Shen really didn't dare to act rashly. Provoking Emperor Tianshu was something Lin Shen's current capabilities could not withstand. Forget it, it's better not to look for trouble. For now, I should think of other ways to work with other fire seeds, Lin Shen thought, and then remembered Lu Ran from the Supreme Academy. Her status was high, but luckily she didn't have a husband, so it might be possible to come up with a plan. Should I go find Demon Master Demon Bone and tell him the answer to Lu Ran's problem? Lin Shen knew that Demon Bone was not a kindly spirit. He feared that after bringing the answer, Demon Bone might turn against him. During the 2 days Lin Shen spent at the Golden Buddha Temple, the universe was nearly turned upside down. These 2 days saw continuous attempts by formidable individuals to break into the 100 Arms ranking, but not a single one managed to achieve a score of 3.5, though there were a few who scored 3.4. Now everyone was wondering who the Fist God was and what that 3.5 rated blade technique was. Although everyone knew that the rating didn't represent the actual combat power, based on those who had already made the list, the blade technique rating was generally fair. As long as the blade technique was excellent and the practitioner was well trained, even those at lower levels could achieve relatively high scores. The secret blade techniques of the top clans, as long as the user wasn't too poor, would generally be able to hit around 3. After 3, climbing higher wasn't so simple. The young people nowadays can't even properly train in a skill. A 100-point system and not a single one can break through a 3.5 score. It seems I need to provide some encouragement to the youngsters. Moore was in a foul mood. As the only immortal of the male clan, Moore had originally wanted to propel his clan to a higher ranking. However, just as the final battle for clan ranking had begun, he was unfortunately seriously injured and, not daring to continue fighting, had no choice but to forfeit. With his forfeiture, it was impossible for the male clan's ranking to rise any further, and one can only imagine Moore's frustration. After treating his injuries, Moore spent his time watching the battle for the clan rankings, growing more and more dejected. If it weren't for his bad luck, facing off against an opponent who fought recklessly for the sake of ranking, resulting in a mutual heavy loss, the male clan wouldn't have missed the chance to be ranked, possibly even within the top 70 to 80 million. In a very foul mood, Moore decided to find some amusement to improve his spirits. Moore first sealed off the news, preventing others from learning about the discovery of the Ch601 small temple on Male Star, and then immediately headed to the temple himself. Upon being transported to the Star of Arms, Moore directly chose the Sword Series attribute. However, Moore did not use his real name but chose a pseudonym, Divine King. On one hand, an immortal entering the rankings was indeed a bit like bullying ordinary contestants, and on the other, with the alias of Divine King, he wanted to tell everyone that the so-called Fist God was nothing but trash. If the Fist God was a god, then he was the god of gods. Moore summoned his sword base and executed a set of Mai Quan's sword skill before the statue. This was one of the swordsmanship skills he had created, which had become widespread within the male clan, essentially a mandatory skill for its members to learn. Moore originally thought that with his own strength and swordsmanship, presenting the Mai Quan sword skill would effortlessly earn him a score above 10 with no issues at all. But after he finished demonstrating the Mai Quan sword skill, the statue only awarded him a score of 2.8. Not to mention surpassing the Sword King and trouncing Fist God's 3.5, he didn't even make it into the top 10 of the Sword Series rankings. Moore's face turned green with vexation, and he was only relieved he hadn't used his real name. Otherwise, if this ranking were seen by others, he would likely be laughed to death by those old-timers and would never be able to hold his head up again. Moore quickly took on the challenge again, this time not casually choosing a swordsmanship skill, but instead harnessing his full concentration and unleashing his most proficient, Strange Tales 10 Days sword skill. Strange Tales 10 Days sword skill was acquired in his youth from a wanted criminal of the universe. It was with this swordsmanship that he, from a minor clan background, was able to attain the status of an immortal. The power of this swordsmanship was self-evident. After ascending to an immortal, Moore sought to improve and perfect this swordsmanship, but found that even with the insight and abilities of an immortal, he was unable to alter even a single move. To this day, this swordsmanship remained his greatest reliance at the immortal level. Moore believed that he had been too casual with his first attempt, and was certain that his score this time would far surpass the first, that he would definitely seize the Sword King title and beat Fist God's 3.5. Yet, when he finished performing the Strange Tales 10 Days sword skill, he only received a score of 3.3, placing him 4th in the Sword Series rankings, behind 3 others who scored 3.4. The competition for rankings in the Sword Series was fiercely intense, with an abundance of masters in swordsmanship. "What kind of rotten ranking is this? Are you messing with me?" Moore bellowed angrily and slashed at the statue with his sword. Having been bested in the clan ranking battle, now throwing all caution to the wind, vying against the young upstarts and still losing, his indignation was palpable. His sword contained the power of the immortal laws. Even a mountain would be cleaved in two as if it were tofu. Discover stories at Freeweb Novel. Yet when his sword struck the statue, it remained immovable, not even flinching, without leaving a single mark. "Are you challenging me? Then have it your way." The statue's eyes emitted a divine light as it suddenly rose. Stepping down from the altar, myriad lights coalesced in its hand, forming a divine sword which it swung towards Moore. Sword severed, man perished, a head rolled to the feet of the statue, an immortal-level being, unable to withstand even a single strike, silently fell within the confines of the temple. Chapter 649, Tian Xiaochao. Despite the male clan's efforts to seal off the news, the message that Moore died in the Qiyo temple still got out, shocking the entire universe. Someone investigated the time of Moore's death, as well as the changes in the rankings at that time, and made a speculation that was hard to accept. It was during that time period that Moore appeared briefly on the rankings twice, only to disappear from the list due to his death as the Divine King. Although the Divine King's time on the rankings was short because there were so many people focusing on the rankings recently, and some were even live streaming the changes, it was quite easy to find the scores of the Divine King's 2 appearances. Was Moore really the Divine King? That's hardly possible, isn't it? Would the Immortal's swordsmanship have such a low score? How is it not possible? The temple's scoring is fair. Immortals are only strong in strength. Their skill doesn't necessarily have to be stronger than others. Continue reading at Free Web Novel. How exactly did Moore die? He didn't attack the statue in a fit of rage because his score was too low, did he? The Immortal swordsmanship score didn't even reach 3.5. What kind of blade technique is the Fist God? It's impossible for an Immortal's score to be that low. Moore couldn't have been the Divine King. People had various speculations, but these had nothing to do with the male clan anymore. The moment the news of Moore's death went out, the male clan had already announced they had joined the Demon tribe. Rather than saying they joined, it was more a decision made to preserve the male clan. Without the Immortal, the male clan no longer had the power to maintain everything they now possessed. If they couldn't quickly find a powerful backer, the entire clan could likely be enslaved by their opponents. Lin Shen had been following the changes in the species rankings closely. Lin Shangdong's rank was in the 90 millions, which was just enough to make it into the species rankings. If Lin Shangdong could hold out to the end, humans would historically enter the universal species rankings for the first time. Lin Shen studied those ranked near Lin Shangdong. Most were Nirvana beings from minor clans, and some were from major clans, but they didn't pose much of a threat to Lin Shangdong. The likelihood of humans entering the species rankings was still very high. Tian Shen had returned, and he also brought back a message. Tianzhu had agreed to meet Lin Shen, and Tian Shen would take Lin Shen to see Tianzhu. Lin Shen, Wei Wufu, and Tian Shen went back to Sky Pinnacle Star together. Lin Shen told Wei Wufu to go home first, and he followed Tian Shen to the Tianzhu manor. As they walked, Tian Shen said, "After we get to the house, say as little as possible and just follow my lead." "All right," Lin Shen readily agreed. The Qi family and the An family each had 4 mansions, but the Chen family wasn't as abundant in mansions. Each family tended to their own affairs, giving off a vibe of each household sweeping the snow from its own doorstep. The Chen-Zhu branch was one of the more influential ones within the Chen surname group, but its influence wasn't anywhere close to an existence like the An family first mansion. However, if one were to talk about sheer combat power, it was doubtful that anyone in the celestial race dared to claim a certain victory over Tianzhu. The Tianzhu manor was as large as an estate. As soon as Tian Xin and Lin Shen entered the manor, they saw a young celestial standing in the courtyard holding a sword in his arms and staring at them coldly. "Brother 7, father wants to see Lin Shen, so I brought him here." Tian Xin spoke with grandeur outside, but now his words to Lin Shen were tinged with cautiousness. "You want to walk the path of dual nirvana?" Tian Xiaochao looked at Lin Shen coldly, completely ignoring Tian Xin. "Since there is such a path, I want to take a look," Lin Shen answered. "True techniques are not transmitted to the incapable." "You may take a look, but first you must prove that you're worthy of it," Tian Xiaocao stated, her face stern. "Brother 7, father sent for him." Tian Xin tried to flare up, but ended up speaking in a compliant manner. "Come talk to me when you have the ability to defeat me," Tian Xiaocao said flatly, deflating Tian Xin's temper. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, he said nothing. Tian Xin doesn't have it easy at home either, Lin Shen thought to himself. He then asked Tian Xiaochao, "How do I prove myself? I have one sword move. If you can understand it, then you'll have passed my test," Tian Xiaochao replied coldly. "I'm not very good with my eyes and can't see clearly. Don't make me look. How about I take 10 of your sword strikes instead to pass this test?" Lin Shen suggested with a smile. At these words, Tian Xin's expression changed abruptly. He tugged at Lin Shen and said, "Don't be reckless. My brother 7 is a natural swordsman with a single strike capable of slaying 7 lives. If you were at the Nirvana level, perhaps you could take one of his strikes, but you are just ascended, you can't withstand his sword." Lin Shen calmly asked, "Has he walked the path of dual nirvana?" "No," Tian Xin shook his head. "If he hasn't walked the path of dual nirvana and I can't even get past him, then there's no point in looking any further," Lin Shen said as he took off the scrap sword from his waist and, holding the scabbard, walked towards Tian Xiaochao. "You indeed have the heart of someone daring to walk the path of dual nirvana," Tian Xiaochao said indifferently. "But having the heart isn't enough. We still have to see if you're capable. There's no need for you to take 10 of my strikes. I will only make 1. If you can withstand it, then proceed inside." "Then bring it on," Lin Shen said, uninterested in further conversation, and stood before Tian Xiaocao. Tian Xiaocao, holding her sword, slowly lowered her hand. One hand held the scabbard, laying the sword in front of her, while the other held the hilt, yet she did not draw the sword. Her eyes, like sharp blades, were fixed on Lin Shen. Tian Shen watched the two anxiously. He understood Lin Shen's capabilities, which were indeed strong, but he was also well aware of Tian Xiaoqiao's abilities. If Lin Shen were at the Nirvana level, he likely could have fought Tian Xiaoqiao. But regrettably, Lin Shen was still merely ascended, and Tian Shen feared that Tian Xiaoqiao's single strike could actually kill Lin Shen. Tian Shen was internally fearful of seeing Tian Xiaoqiao draw her sword, yet he also yearned for a quick resolution, torn immensely within. Tian Shen had expected a swift outcome from a single sword strike, but after a prolonged wait, Tian Xiaoqiao still had not drawn her sword. The two maintained their positions, standing motionless. Tian Shen was impatient, but when he calmed down, he noticed that although Lin Shen's stance appeared defensive, it also hinted at the possibility of a counterattack. If Tian Xiaoqiao's strike was not successful, she would face his thunderous retaliation. Tian Xiaoqiao had yet to draw her sword, probably because she was not confident she could break through Lin Shen's defense and deliver a fatal blow with a single sword strike. This guy's defense has been trained to such a degree that even Brother Seven can't find an opening. No matter how perfect the defense, flaws will emerge over time. If we continue in this deadlock, Lin Shen will always be on the receiving end, Tian Shen thought with a strange expression. Chapter 650, Not Daring to Draw the Sword. In the tower of Tianju Manor, 3 young celestial women stood at the windowsill, their gazes piercing through the estate and intently observing the standoff between Lin Shen and Tian Xiaoqiao. These 3 women were Tianju's daughters, respectively Tian Xiaocheng, Tian Xiaojiao, and Tian Xiaoqiao. What do you think? Can Lin Xiaojiao's challenge? Tian Xiaoya's eyes were enchanting, as if they could capture one's soul, her whole being exuding a languid aura. Tian Xiaoqiao's swordsmanship is too deadly. With one strike, he can kill across 7 lives. Even those at the pinnacle of nirvana can hardly defend against it. Lin Shen, oblivious to his impending doom, has arrogantly claimed he can withstand 10 of Tian Xiaoqiao's strikes. I fear he might not survive even one, said Feng Xiaoqiao's swordsman Xiao. He's asking for defeat, yet he's picking a fight to his own detriment. If he really gets killed by Tian Xiaoqiao, how are we to explain this to the younger aunt? Tian Xiaoqiao chided. Don't worry, Xiaoqi's swordsmanship has reached new heights. He can control the kill across 7 lives at will now and would not take Lin Shen's life. Otherwise, Xiaoqi wouldn't have been allowed to confront him, Chen Xiaocong said. He made another breakthrough so soon? Tian Xiaoqiao truly is a natural-born swordsman, Tian Xiaoya said lazily, though her praise for Tian Xiaoqiao didn't seem quite sincere. Oh, Lin Shen actually has some tricks up his sleeve. It's been a minute, and Xiaoqi still hasn't found his weakness, Feng Xiaochang remarked in surprise. This is rather odd. I've seen his performance in the Ascender's ranking battles. His movement technique is unpredictable, and his skills extraordinary. However, it's apparent that his foundation is weak. His skills are unstructured, sufficient only for desperate struggles, not for a real test of skill. How could he suddenly possess such refined techniques? This is not something that can be achieved overnight. Was he concealing his incompetence before? Tian Xiaofeng questioned with a frown. After watching carefully for a moment, Tian Xiaoya suddenly laughed. You've all been deceived by him. He has no foundation or refined skills at all. He has simply practiced a purely defensive blade technique. With Tian Xiaoya pointing this out, Tian Xiaofeng and Tian Xiaosong noticed the signs too. Is that the greed for life and fear of death sword? It must have been modified by someone to address its original flaws, Tian Xiaofeng said with a frown. The original greed for life and fear of death swords was meant to be used in conjunction with the cut-off descendants and grandchildren's sword. The library only holds the defensive greed for life and fear of death sword, not the offensive cut-off descendants and grandchildren's sword. Lin Shen's blade technique is a modified version of it, but the person who made the changes lacked insight and ability, merely enhancing the defense without adding any offensive capabilities. Now it's just a purely defensive technique, Tian Xiaoya explained. A purely defensive blade technique? It's unusual for someone to practice such a thing, truly a peculiar individual. But defense is always passive, keeping the initiative in the opponent's hands. The moment he reveals the slightest flaw, he is likely to be defeated by Xiaoqi, Tian Xiaosong chuckled. Exactly, no one can maintain a perfect defense forever. With time, flaws will emerge. Hence, the moment he chose to utilize such a defensive technique, he was already defeated. It seems the contingency plan we prepared won't be necessary. Tian Xiaoqiao alone will suffice to drive him away, Tian Xiaoya said with a laugh. If not for our father's worsening condition, and out of consideration for the younger aunt, we could have allowed him a meeting without concern. But with father's condition as it is, should we reveal the dual nirvana method to him, the situation might only worsen, Tian Xiaofeng lamented. I don't understand what Tian Xun and that brainless Tian Xin are thinking. Is it necessary to go this far for an outsider? Tian Xiaosong scoffed. Perhaps the younger aunt believes that he can traverse that path. If he truly makes it, he could become someone to rely on in the future, Tian Xiaofeng suggested. What makes him capable of walking that path? Among our celestial race, many are distinguished geniuses, yet only the Celestial Academy Dean has truly made it. Not even our father, with his unparalleled talent, managed to achieve it. What makes this lower race individual able? Tian Xiaosong said contemptuously. To be favored by someone like the younger aunt and esteemed by the Heavenly Emperor, there must be something special about him, Tian Xiaoya stated indifferently. Over the years, there have been many seeking that path. Has there been any success? Tian Xiaosong challenged. Enough, no more talk. He won't pass Tian Xiaochao's challenge anyway, so let's put an end to this, Xiao Xiaofeng declared. The three sisters watched the standoff between Lin Shen and Tian Xiaocao, originally expecting a quick outcome. Time ticked away second by second, and the expressions on the faces of the three women gradually changed. It's been almost half an hour. Can it be that Xiao Cao still hasn't found his weakness? Xiao Cao said in some surprise. His defensive blade technique is somewhat formidable. The three women waited another half hour, yet Tian Xiaochao still hadn't made her move, and the two continued their standoff. Lin Shen's defensive stance was more resilient than they had anticipated. Discover stories with free web novel. However, at this point, they still firmly believed that the defender could not possibly avoid revealing weaknesses indefinitely. As time slowly passed, those secretly paying attention to this battle also began to show changes in their expressions. With such swordsmanship, Tian Xiaochao had not found a chance to strike even after such a long time. This was not something ordinary people could achieve. This man's patience is a bit terrifying, Tian Xiaofeng said with a complex expression. With such patience, it is easy to achieve great things no matter what one does. No wonder the young lady sees something in him. He is indeed rare. Patience and endurance, which woman wouldn't like that? Tian Xiaoya said with a teasing smile. We're talking serious business here, Tian Xiaofeng glared at Tian Xiaoya. Tian Xiaosong said somewhat anxiously, continuing this deadlock isn't a solution. If this drags on and father sends someone to look for us and they find us here, that would be terrible. Who knew Lin Shen could be so patient? It's been over 2 hours, and he still hasn't revealed any weaknesses, Tian Xiaofeng said helplessly. Just as the three of them were growing worried, they saw Lin Shen suddenly loosen his grip on the hilt of the blade, and his hand holding the scabbard also relaxed, hanging by the side of his body. This sudden movement surprised those secretly watching, and Tian Xiaochao also frowned, unsure of what Lin Shen was up to. Can't hold on anymore? Thinking of giving up? Tian Xiaofeng thought to herself, relieved. Others had thoughts similar to Tian Xiaofeng's, believing that Lin Shen couldn't hold out any longer and was about to give up. I'm holding a blade, yet you don't dare to strike? How about now? Do you dare to make a move? Lin Shen stood casually, looking at Tian Xiaochao as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Tian Xiaochao's gaze suddenly turned cold. Tian Xiaofeng and her sisters were stunned. They had seen people courting death, but had never seen anyone do it quite like this. Did this guy get water in his brain, or did he fall headfirst into a cesspit when he was little? Tian Shen felt a bit numb. He could not fathom why Lin Shen would provoke Tian Xiaochao like this. Chapter 651, A Desperate Strike. Tian Shen had already felt that Lin Shen would hold out as long as he could endure a bit longer. Perhaps his father would send someone to look for him. Who would have guessed that Lin Shen would suddenly pull such a move, jumping wildly as if he was right in front of Ghost Gate, seemingly afraid that Yama wouldn't see him? Not to mention Tian Xin, even those secretly paying attention to this side were stunned by Lin Shen, completely unable to comprehend what he was doing. To provoke Tian Xiaochao to abandon a defensive stance, if such an act were done by a higher-level expert against a lower-level one, it might be considered reasonable. However, Lin Shen was merely an ascender, facing the top-tier nirvana, being Tian Xiaochao. His actions were no different from seeking death. Where on earth did he get the courage? Tian Xiaofeng looked at Lin Shen as though he was looking at an idiot. This person is too interesting. Tian Xiaoya's eyes lit up. Feng Xiaosong put his hand to his forehead and said, Isn't this foolishness? I actually thought he had some ability just now. I must have been dizzy from waiting for too long. Even if Lin Shen defended with all his might, he might not be able to withstand Tian Xiaochao's swordsmanship. Now such a move seemed to anyone like courting death. Lin Shen himself didn't think he was courting death, nor did he arrogantly believe he could easily block Tian Xiaochao's swordsmanship. In the over 2 hours of confrontation with Tian Xiaochao, Lin Shen had deeply felt the strength and high level of Tian Xiaochao's swordsmanship. When it came to mastery alone, among those Lin Shen had met, there were but a handful who could be considered stronger than Tian Xiaochao. The reason he acted this way was that he knew the chances were slim he would meet Tianju today. Someone from the Tian family didn't want him to meet Tianju. Tian Xiaochao made it clear from the beginning even if Lin Shen won, he would only have passed this one challenge. By implication, there were certainly more people waiting for Lin Shen afterwards. Lin Shen was unsure whether their behavior stemmed from Tianju's instructions or someone else's doing. The likelihood of Tianju giving such instructions seemed slim. If Tianju didn't want to meet him, he wouldn't have agreed to Tianxun's request. But it also couldn't be ruled out that something had happened after Tianju had agreed, causing him to regret. Regardless of the possibility, Lin Shen knew the chances of meeting Tianju today were slim. Upon reflection, Lin Shen felt that if he still wanted to meet Tianzhu, he couldn't keep passively battling through each challenge. Even if he could defeat Tian Xiaoqiao, who knows what tough challenges the Tian family had arranged for him later. If they truly didn't want him to meet Tianzhui, they might even arrange for an immortal to stop him, as the Tianzhui family was not without immortals. Are you sure? Tian Xiaotao stared at Lin Shen, his eyes sharp as knives. Since you dare not draw your sword, then I have no choice but to do this, Lin Shen said indifferently. Provocation won't work on me. Whether you defend or not, I will strike, Tian Xiaotao said. If I don't use a defensive stance, and just stand here and take your strike, will I be able to see Tianzhu? Lin Shen stared at Tian Xiaoqiao and asked. Lin Shen's words were like a sharp sword, piercing straight into Tian Xiaoqiao's heart. This is bad. Tian Xiaofeng realized the gravity of the situation and said with a grave expression, Lin Shen really does have some cunning tactics. If Xiaoqiao says he can do it, then we can't use the obstacles we've set up later, otherwise Xiaoqiao would have to step forward to solve his problems. But if we let Xiaoqiao say he can't, I fear it would shatter his moral compass. The opponent is an ascender, and he has given up his defensive position. Even I would not be able to say it's impossible. That would truly be a breach of defenses, Tian Xiaosong sighed. With little brother Xiao Cao's temperament, it's even less likely that he would say it's impossible. This guy is getting more and more interesting. He seems reckless, but is actually very cunning, Tian Xiaoya said with a smile, but he has overlooked a critical issue. He is inherently at a disadvantage, and he has given up his defense. Can he really withstand Shao Qi's sword? Of course he can't, Tian Xiaoshong snorted coldly. He has no idea just how terrifying Xiao Cao's sword that slays 7 lives is. If Xiao Cao didn't mind taking his life, a full-force attack would be unstoppable. No matter how perfect his defense, it wouldn't hold against Shao Qi's sword. Tian Xiaofeng forced a bitter smile and said, he has really thought wrong. He thinks Xiao Cao is in a stalemate with him because Xiao Cao can't handle him, when in fact Xiao Cao is merely refraining from using his full strength to avoid taking his life. Otherwise, he would have died a long time ago. This statement of his could cost him his life. Now we're in trouble. How will we explain this to the aunt afterwards? Tian Shen stepped forward to pull Lin Shen away, recognizing that nothing was more important than life. If Tian Xiaoqiao were enraged, it could really be life-threatening. Tian Shen gave a tug, but Lin Shen didn't budge an inch, still looking at Tian Xiaoqiao and asking, can you or can you not? I can. A trace of a smile unexpectedly appeared on Tian Xiaoqiao's typically cold face. However, his smile contained no friendliness or joy, but rather a bone-deep chill. After answering, Tian Xiaoqiao slowly transferred his sword from his left hand to his right. It's over. Seeing Tian Xiaoqiao now holding the sword with his right hand, Tian Shen's heart skipped a beat. In the Tianzhou family, everyone knew, sword drawn by the right, sword that slays 7 lives, sword drawn by the left, not a blade of grass survives. If Tian Xiaoqiao used his right hand to draw his sword, there was still a glimmer of hope. If he switched to his left hand, it meant he intended to kill, leaving no chance of survival. Tian Xiaoqiao gripped the hilt with his left hand and looked at him coldly, saying, if you can survive this sword of mine without dying, I will take you to see our father. Good, straightforward, bring it on. Lin Shen held the unsheathed scrap sword casually in his left hand, standing there nonchalantly. Tian Xiaoqiao's swordsmanship was strong and his realm high, but so what? Read latest chapters at Free Web Novel. In terms of skill and realm, Wei Wufu was not inferior to Tian Xiaoqiao and Tian Xiaoqiao. Lin Shen's blade technique had been honed under their oppression. He did not fear such a strong swordsman. Tian Shen wanted to say something more but didn't dare, and she certainly didn't dare pull Lin Shen away. Because Tian Xiaoqiao was about to draw his sword, anything she did now would only distract Lin Shen and make his death even more miserable. Finally, Tian Xiaoqiao drew his sword. His sword was fast, but not the fastest. It was precise, but not the most perfect. Yet, this sword stroke seemed like the traceless horns of an antelope, or as if it came from beyond the heavens, baffling to comprehend. One could clearly see his sword, yet it was impossible to know how to defend against it. Lin Shen didn't try to defend. He didn't even look at the incoming sword from Tian Xiaoqiao. At the very moment Tian Xiaoqiao drew his sword, Lin Shen also unsheathed the scrap sword, slashing towards Tian Xiaoqiao, trading blood for blood, life for life, the blood-life blade skill. Chapter 652, Unbearable Consequences. Everyone who saw Lin Shen willing to stake his life against Tian Xiaoqiao thought he must be insane. Tian Xiaoqiao was a nirvana being, while Lin Shen was merely an ascender. The attribute disparity was just too great. Even if Tian Xiaoqiao had no intention of using his attribute to crush Lin Shen, the speed of his sword strikes was not something Lin Shen could match. To fight a battle of life and death, it seemed that Tian Xiaoqiao's sword would pierce through Lin Shen's body before Lin Shen's knife could even touch Tian Xiaoqiao. All these thoughts were just fleeting. Tian Xiaoqiao's sword looked like it was about to stab into Lin Shen's body, while Lin Shen's knife was still a short distance away from Tian Xiaoqiao. That insignificant distance was enough for Tian Xiaoqiao to kill Lin Shen several times over. Yet, in the next moment, Tian Xiaoqiao, who was clearly about to stab Lin Shen, suddenly changed the direction of his sword. His blade met Lin Shen's knife, blossoming with white sword light at the same time. As knife and sword clashed, Tian Xiaofeng and the others, who were still wondering why Tian Xiaoqiao would do such a thing, saw that Tian Xiaoqiao's sword light was directly cleaved apart by Lin Shen's knife. Upon contact, Tian Xiaotao's sword was forcefully split into two. Impossible! Tian Xiaosong's eyes widened, unable to believe what she had witnessed. The sword in Tian Xiaotao's hand, although not a spirit base, was forged from top-tier Nirvana materials and was one of the masterpieces of a certain swordsmith of the celestial race. The sword's own strength was not something an ordinary Nirvana spiritual base could compare to, and Tian Xiaoqiao had further used the power of Nirvana to transform it into swordlight. No matter how one thought about it, it should have been Lin Shen's knife that was cleaved in two, but the reality was exactly the opposite. Not only was the sword light broken, but the sword was also cut in half, while Lin Shen's knife appeared to be completely unharmed. This completely overturned their understanding. How did he do that? Tian Xiaofeng asked, dumbfounded. Tian Xiaoqiao looked at the broken sword in his hand and frowned without saying a word. Does this strike count as me having accepted the fight? Lin Shen asked slowly, sheathing his scrap sword and looking at Tian Xiaoqiao. Of course not. There's something wrong with that knife, Tian Xiaosong said through gritted teeth. But unfortunately, her words fell on deaf ears as Lin Shen couldn't hear her. Tian Xiaofeng, Tian Xiaoya, and she all shared the same thought. There had to be something wrong with the knife. Otherwise, how could Lin Shen possibly cleave through Tian Xiaocao's sword light and sword? That was simply impossible. Tian Xiaoqiao raised his head to look at Lin Shen and nodded. You won. I'll take you to see father. With that, Tian Xiaoqiao tossed aside the broken sword and turned to walk away. Lin Shen followed Tian Xiaoqiao towards the back courtyard, and before long, they encountered three young celestial women blocking their path. Sister, I lost, and I accept it, Tian Xiaoqiao said to Tian Xiaoqiao and the other two. No, you didn't lose. His knife is the issue. It must be an immortal level weapon that's been tampered with on purpose. That power is not his own. Feng Xiaosong was cut off before she could finish by Feng Xiaoqiao. It's not the knife's problem. I lost, said Tian Xiaoqiao, causing Tian Xiaosong, Tian Xiaoxiao, and Tian Xiaoxiao and Tian Xiaosheng to freeze in place. They just couldn't believe that an ascender could cleave through a Nirvana being's swordlight and weapon. But Tian Xiaoqiao would not lie, nor would he help Lin Shen. For a moment, the three women stood there in shock, their prepared words rendered useless and unspoken. Sister, I'm sorry, Tian Xiaotao said as she walked past them. Lin Shen and Tian Xin followed her, bypassing the three women and continued towards the backyard. Is it really possible to sever the power of Nirvana and a Nirvana-level weapon with the strength of an ascender? Tian Xiaocong still could not believe it up until now. Although it's hard to believe, but Xiaoqiao wouldn't lie to us, Qian Xiaofeng said with a strange expression as he watched Lin Shen's retreating figure. We should have realized sooner that a person like our little aunt and someone whom the Heavenly Emperor took notice of must have their reasons. Lin Shen and Qian Xiaoqiao, walking through numerous courtyards until they reached a small one. Come in. Tian Xiaoqiao had not even knocked when a somewhat raspy male voice came from inside. Tian Xiaoqiao pushed open the door, and Lin Shen saw that although the courtyard was small, it was filled with many plants and flowers, not those mutant plants, but the most ordinary ones. Father. While Lin Shen was still surveying the courtyard, Tian Xiaoqiao and Tian Shen simultaneously bowed respectfully in a certain direction. Lin Shen looked to where they were bowing and saw a wooden hut. The hut had no door, only a bamboo curtain hanging down, which prevented one from seeing inside. You all go out first. The raspy male voice came from inside the house again. Tian Xiaoqiao and Tian Shen exchanged a look, and although reluctant, they still left the small courtyard and closed the main gate from outside. Just as Lin Shen was wondering how to greet the person, he heard the man inside say, Your sword strike was not bad. Tian Shen was not wrong about you. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have come to disturb you, but that path is just too difficult, Lin Shen said. No matter, I have long wanted to meet you, to see the kind of person my proud and arrogant sister has chosen, Tian Zhu slowly said. You are not bad, but if you are thinking of walking the path of dual nirvana, you should abandon that thought. With your abilities, even if you don't take that path, you will inevitably reach immortality in the future. There's no need to risk your life on that deadly road. Is dual nirvana really not feasible? Lin Shen asked with some confusion. People like you and I are not easily swayed from our convictions. Come in, whether it's a dead end or not, you'll know once you see for yourself. Tianju's voice came again from the wooden hut. Lin Shen had nothing to hesitate about, and after removing his shoes, he lifted the curtain and walked inside. His gaze fell on the interior of the hut, and to his surprise, he saw that there was an ice block inside, larger than a bed, with a person sitting on top of it. Stay connected through free web novel. Lin Shen wasn't sure if that could still be considered a person. It was more like an ice sculpture in human form. The entire body was made of clear crystal ice. The organs, bones, and veins inside could be clearly seen, and except for a slight tinge of color, the entire body appeared as if it were carved out of crystal ice. Although he knew Tianzhu had completely transformed from human, he did not expect to encounter such a sight. It was eerily bizarre. If you don't want to end up like me, then do not take that road, the voice of the ice person rang in Lin Shen's ears, but he did not see his lips move, nor did his eyes flicker in the slightest. As if seeing through Lin Shen's thoughts, Tianzhu continued, "My body has completely transcended humanity, no different from an ice sculpture. I need not eat or drink and cannot move. Although I may not die, I must endure this inhuman torment day and night." Lin Shen finally understood why the Tian family did not want him to meet Tianzhu. Nobody would have thought that the famous Tianzhu could turn out like this. The physical pain is bearable, but what's truly unbearable is housing a living soul within an absolutely static body. Moreover, your soul will constantly endure the erosion of a non-human consciousness, and with the slightest laxity, the soul will be completely lost, with even the last bit of humanity disappearing. Can you bear such consequences? Chapter 63, Choosing Nirvana. Lin Shen left Tianzhu Manor with a somewhat somber expression. Stay updated via free web novel. After meeting Tianzhu, Lin Shen had some understanding that Tianzhu wanted him to meet Tianzhu was actually to dissuade him from considering the path of dual nirvana. Dual nirvana was indeed very tempting, but the outcome of failure could be even more terrifying than death. Tianzhu's preparation was much more thorough than Lin Shen's, yet he still hadn't managed to fully endure it. Lin Shen now had some doubts about whether his own methods could withstand the transformation of his body by the two kinds of power, inside and out. If he ended up like Tianzhu now, he would rather die quickly instead. "Do you still want to take that path?" Tianxin asked Lin Shen on the way back. "I must admit, I have hesitated," Lin Shen sighed. "With your abilities, you don't need to take such a risk." Tianxin surprisingly said something sensible today. "Indeed, there's no need, but I still want to try," Lin Shen said thoughtfully. Tianxin widened her eyes. "Are you crazy?" "I'm not crazy." Lin Shen shook his head. "I now know what the real challenge of dual nirvana is, and I think I might be able to solve it." "What challenge? How to solve it?" Tianxin looked at Lin Shen with some disbelief. "The real danger of dual nirvana isn't nirvana itself, but how to completely merge the powers of two nirvanas," Lin Shen explained. "If the nirvana egg and the nirvana land have the same attribute, the power of nirvana will be too strong during nirvana, directly turning the body non-human, like your father. He was well prepared and strong enough to retain his consciousness, but anyone else would not even be able to keep their consciousness." "Good to know," Tianxin said with a cold snort. "So there's another path to take, using nirvana eggs and nirvana lands of different attributes," Lin Shen pondered. "Then you should dismiss that thought even more. That path is even more difficult, or else my father would not have chosen nirvana eggs and nirvana lands of the same attribute," Tianxin said. "True, having different attributes for the nirvana egg and nirvana land can cause more problems, even possibly leading to a failed nirvana due to the conflict in attributes and missing the chance to become non-human. It's more complex." Lin Shen took a deep breath and continued, "But if it's controlled properly, succeeding would mean gaining both attributes of nirvana. Dual attribute nirvana strength could solve more problems than single attribute nirvana strength." "How can you be sure that it will definitely succeed?" Tianxin said with a sneer. "I cannot be sure. That's why I never intended to take that path. I want to pursue the same path as your father," Lin Shen said with a smile. "Your words sound like an insult." Tianxin glared at Lin Shen fiercely. "That's not my intention," Lin Shen laughed. "Undertaking dual nirvana with nirvana eggs and nirvana lands of the same attribute can enhance the nirvana attribute. The same fire attribute, for instance, is stronger in dual nirvana than in a single nirvana, which is very clear from what your father said. His ice attribute is much stronger than others. After all that you've said, you've only spoken about how strong one could be after success, but you haven't said how one can actually succeed," Tianxin said somewhat dissatisfied. "I have some ideas, but they haven't been tested, so I don't know if they'll work. That's why it's no use talking about them now. If my ideas do work, you can try this method when you go through nirvana next time," Lin Shen said. "Thank you, but is this something you can test?" "If you get it wrong, you're done for." Tianxin's eyes flickered as she spoke. "We could find an ascender to test it out first. If your method really works, then it wouldn't be too late for us to use it for nirvana. This method can only be used by me. It's no use finding other ascenders." Lin Shen shook his head. After hearing the process described by Tianzhu, Lin Shen knew that Tianzhu's main reason for failure was that the nirvana attributes were too strong. His own strength couldn't contend with it, ultimately leading to a complete loss of his humanity. That Tianzhu managed to survive as a non-human entity, completing immortality, still alive to this day without having completely lost consciousness, is an exceedingly remarkable achievement in itself. However, he still can't be considered successful. It's just a matter of time before he completely becomes non-human. But Lin Shen has the super base form. He doesn't need to fight against the nirvana attributes. He can allow the nirvana attributes to fully merge with his body. Once successful, he could then release the super base form, returning to his flesh and blood state. Because single attributes are easier to control, Lin Shen believes this method is feasible. However, if it's dual nirvana, Lin Shen doesn't know what issues might arise, or if the super base form could handle all the possible scenarios, he isn't confident. After all, no one knows what might occur during dual nirvana, not even Tianzhu, who has no related experience. Unless Lin Shen goes to find An Yi, only if An Yi is willing to share his nirvana experiences would Lin Shen dare to attempt dual nirvana. An Yi is truly too strong. Without any prior experience or theoretical support, he succeeded in dual nirvana. This man's strength knows no bounds, Lin Shen marveled inwardly. He wouldn't dare to take such a risk himself. Now, Lin Shen is preparing for a single attribute nirvana. What's left is just to determine which base mutation location to use. Then he'll go to that base mutation place, get a nirvana egg, and start the nirvana process. Here lies the problem. Low-level base mutation places won't have nirvana eggs, so Lin Shen must select a nirvana-level base mutation place to get a nirvana egg that originates from there. The base mutation place that Tianxun suggested he use before is no longer an option. Lin Shen also considered using the fire basin on the mysterious planet to complete nirvana, but it's even harder to succeed there. That place is an immortal land by nature, giving birth to only undying creatures. To go for the same source and lineage, the only option would be to use an immortal egg with the immortal land, but no one has heard of success with such a method. The ancient realm king only used that land's power for nirvana, not having used an immortal egg, and even then, he didn't succeed. His current endeavor would be even more difficult than that of the ancient realm king, with odds of success slimmer than winning the lottery. It seems I have to choose a new land for nirvana. The supreme land of the supreme clan is a good option. It's relatively safe there, and the attributes gained are quite decent. With the enhancement of dual nirvana, Lin Shen was keen to use the supreme land for nirvana, but after checking the information on the supreme land, he realized it wouldn't be easy to obtain a nirvana egg from there either. Because that place was transformed by the Supreme Clan, the energy of the Supreme Land has been continuously drained. It's been many years since it has nurtured any Nirvana creatures, let alone Nirvana eggs. Where exactly should I undertake Nirvana? Lin Shen was somewhat troubled. Chapter 654, Chapter Fan Skills. Lin Shen made another trip to the library, wanting to see if there was any Nirvana land within the celestial race's collections that was suitable for his needs. Among the many Nirvana lands, there were indeed quite a few with strong attributes, which could be quite good for undergoing Nirvana. However, it was not easy to obtain a Nirvana egg of the same attribute in Nirvana lands with rare attributes, so for the time being, he wasn't sure which one to choose. Lin Shen roughly selected a few and found there were dozens of Nirvana lands that met his preferences. He planned to see if he could acquire a suitable Nirvana egg later. Since he was there, Lin Shen decided to check out the skill rooms and planned to pick up a fan skill to practice. Upon finding the fan category, he discovered that there were many subcategories under fan skills. Lin Shen looked for the folding fan subcategory and started to flip through the books one by one. With the technology of the celestial race being so advanced, why don't they have electronic versions? Flipping through these books one by one without intelligent filtering, I don't know when I'll ever finish, Lin Shen complained, but as he had nothing else to do, he slowly went through them one by one. Although fan skills were a niche area, the universe was too vast. The collection of folding fan skills here was still frighteningly extensive. After looking at some, Lin Shen realized that by just flipping through the initial moves, he could tell the quality of these skills and that it wasn't necessary to read each book in full. Lin Shen flipped through one book after another. Although some had distinctive techniques, most were repetitive tricks with no great value. After browsing hundreds of books, not a single fan method had impressed Lin Shen. The techniques stored in the second-floor library of the celestial race aren't all that special, Lin Shen silently critiqued internally. The reality was that the skills he had practiced were all too top-tier, and his adversary's skills were similarly among the rarest top-tier techniques in the universe. Having seen many good things, it became much harder to appreciate the lesser ones. To other smaller clans, these techniques would be dreamt of divine skills. Why isn't the Peacock clan's Peacock display fan skill here? Lin Shen looked around but did not find the fan skill he was interested in. On second thought, even if it were here, Emperor Tianzhu likely wouldn't have placed the Heavenly Consort's family skill out for others to view casually. After flipping through another 100 or so books and still finding none that caught his eye, Lin Shen grew too lazy to continue looking. Your next read is at free web novel. After all, he didn't rely on fans to defeat enemies. With blade techniques for defense and punches and fingers for offense, fan techniques were merely something he wanted to dabble in casually, so it didn't matter if he didn't have any. Just as he was about to leave the second-floor entrance, he happened to see a familiar figure leaving the administrator's desk. It wasn't so much the figure that was familiar, but the mosaic attire. Who else could appear in a place like this other than the Heavenly Consort? Given that few could access the second level, there weren't many borrowing or returning books, and there were only 2 books on the counter. One book was the Heavenly Heart skill, and the other was the 9 Heavens Mystic Wind fan skill. The Heavenly Heart skill was an internal version of the celestial race, not the kind of common material. Anything stored on this level was far from common. However, seeing that fan skill book, Lin Shen knew that it must have been the Heavenly Consort who borrowed it. After all, no matter how powerful the Heavenly Heart skill was, the Heavenly Consort, who hailed from the Peacock clan, would likely not practice it. It was very possible that she borrowed a fan skill, especially since the Peacock clan was quite good at such skills. How come I couldn't find this Nine Heavens Mystic Wind fan skill earlier, and why is it here? Lin Shen picked up the fan skill manual, pretending to be surprised. The librarian looked at him and said, "It just got returned not long ago. Would you like to check it out as well? Then I'll borrow them together." Lin Shen registered and borrowed both fan skills to take back home. Once home, Lin Shen tossed the randomly picked up butterfly fan skill aside and started reading the Nine Heavens Mystic Wind fan skill that the Heavenly Consort had checked out. Upon starting, he realized that it was indeed different from the other fan skills he had glanced through before. It was a very powerful skill. The skill comprised 9 moves, each with its own extraordinary mystique, especially in the application of controlling the wind with the fan, which could be said to be quite ingenious. Lin Shen was overjoyed, and it was just the right time to practice this fan skill. However, upon practicing, he realized that the Nine Heavens Mystic Wind fan skill was indeed difficult. The various transformations were just too complex, although there were only 9 moves. Each had thousands of variations. Just trying to remember all these variations was a huge effort for Lin Shen, and he had given up without even completing one move. After all, fan skills were something he had only planned on practicing casually. He didn't have the time or energy to fully commit to it. With that time and energy, it would be better for him to practice his finger skill more, since the finger skill that could seal acupoints was his greatest reliance. As for fan skills, even if he didn't know them, relying on the fan dance's 10 moves to face an enemy wouldn't pose too much of a problem. Lin Shen put the Nine Heavens Mystic Wind fan skill to one side, saw the butterfly fan skill he had tossed aside, and picked it up to flip through casually. As expected, it was a rather common fan skill. Just by looking at the first few moves, he knew it was similar to many other fan skills and lacked any distinctive features. Nevertheless, Lin Shen fought the urge to put it down and continued to flip through it. If Emperor Tianshu heard about his borrowing the book returned by the Heavenly Consort, it might arouse his suspicion. Maybe Lin Shen was overthinking it, but he'd rather overthink than not. If Emperor Tianshu were to investigate and he hadn't even looked at the book he borrowed himself, but only at the Nine Heavens Mystic Wind fan skill returned by the Heavenly Consort, no matter how he explained it, Emperor Tianshu would likely remain suspicious. To put on a complete act, Lin Shen not only planned to finish reading this butterfly fan skill, but also to practice it. Initially, Lin Shen was just purposefully skimming through it, and indeed, there was nothing particularly outstanding about the earlier sections. But as he read on, Lin Shen surprisingly discovered that this casually picked butterfly blade technique harbored extremely exquisite moves that even he found amazing. Compared to the earlier sections, the latter half of the butterfly fan skill could simply be described as a divine technique. Wow, who created this fan skill? It's so mundane in the beginning, but then suddenly it becomes miraculous later on. Lin Shen felt that the creator of the butterfly fan skill must have had a dual personality. One personality had crafted the beginning, while another had crafted the latter part. The difference between the earlier and later sections was like night and day. If Lin Shen hadn't randomly brought it home and continued reading for a special reason, he probably wouldn't have gone past the first few pages. The more Lin Shen read, the more amazed he became. The latter half of the butterfly fan skill was a masterpiece, and he wondered who had created such a skill. There was no information about the author in the book, not even a signature. Chapter 655, Butterfly Fan Skill. Not long after Lin Shen left the library, the dean came to the counter. What books did the chief of the Heavenly Institute borrow? The chief of the Heavenly Institute borrowed Nine Heavens Mystic Wind Fan Skill and Butterfly Fan Skill, the librarian checked and replied. Upon hearing this, the dean felt it was quite normal. He knew that Lin Shen's life base was a folding fan, so borrowing fan techniques was very common. Just as the dean was about to leave, he heard the librarian add, "The Nine Heavens Mystic Wind Fan skills had just been returned before he borrowed it." "Just returned? Who returned it?" the dean asked instinctively. "The Heavenly Consort," the librarian answered. "The Nine Heavens Mystic Wind Fan skills returned by the Heavenly Consort." The dean reached for the borrowing records, flipped through them, and indeed saw that it was the Heavenly Consort who had borrowed the Nine Heavens Mystic Wind Fan skill, and it had just been returned today, not even minutes before Lin Shen borrowed it. Is it a coincidence? The dean returned to his office, thought for a while, and still decided to contact Angelic. "Young master, do you think this is a coincidence?" the dean said. "Whether it is or isn't a coincidence, it can be made to be no coincidence." Angelic spoke indifferently. "You don't need to know anything about this matter, nor do you need to handle it. I have my own arrangements." After putting down the communicator, Anjiahi's face revealed a smile. "This is quite the opportunity that has presented itself, allowing us to resolve 2 troubles at once." Lin Shen was unaware that someone was already scripting the play. He had begun practicing the butterfly fan skill at home. The butterfly fan skill was not as complex as the Nine Heavens Mystic Wind fan skill, focusing on a singular flick motion. Lin Shen directly discarded the first half and only practiced the latter half, throwing the folding fan like a boomerang. And by utilizing hand techniques and strength control, the thrown folding fan could fly back on its own. In fact, flying back wasn't the point. It was about practicing the control of the folding fan with hand techniques and strength application. What made the butterfly fan skill truly impressive was that, after the fan was thrown, it could perform unpredictable trajectories in the air due to the fan's special structure and skill manipulation. The folding fan moved unpredictably up and down, left and right, like a butterfly dancing wildly in the wind, making it difficult for others to predict where it would fly to in the next instant. What astonished Lin Shen the most was that the creator of the butterfly fan skill, even when they threw the folding fan themselves, did not know where it would ultimately land. It was a skill that even its user could not fully control. Such a skill was of great interest to Lin Shen. After practicing for a while, he was able to control the folding fan to fly back after being thrown. This was a purely technical application, not the inheritance fan returning on its own. But being able to fly back was just the basics of the butterfly fan skill. The truly formidable part was the ultimate lack of control. Lin Shen even speculated whether, if the butterfly fan skill were truly mastered, it might be able to counteract the predictive techniques of the likes of Tian Beluo and Tai. After all, if even Lin Shen himself didn't know where the thrown fan would end up, how could the opponent possibly predict such a bizarre object? The more Lin Shen thought about it, the more excited he became, fueling his motivation to practice as he continually attempted to control the folding fan's flight trajectory. Experience exclusive tales on free web novel Disorder without order is useless. Only with order can disorder serve a purpose. If it were as simple as flinging it around randomly, then the butterfly fan skill would not have been placed on the second layer. Lin Shen had to first possess an extremely strong control over the folding fan in order to truly utilize the seemingly chaotic butterfly fan skill. Time after time, he flung out the folding fan, and the trajectory of the inheritance fan became more and more bizarre, soaring up and plunging down, veering left and darting right, like a butterfly fluttering around Lin Shen in dance. The ranking battles among the species continued, though they hardly concerned ordinary people. Ascenders like Lin Shen, and even those at the Nirvana level, simply lacked the capability to appreciate battles among the immortals. The visuals of the fights usually started with a terrifying light explosion and ended with one just as frightening. In between, there would occasionally be a meteorite or planet blowing up. When immortals took action, one couldn't even see their figures. They were just too fast. Aside from the somewhat entertaining battles among the lower-ranking Nirvana beings, fights between immortals were really only about observing the changes in rankings. Rankings at the forefront of the universe were far too distant for Lin Shen, and even for the entire human race, they were as remote as a dream. Lin Shen had no interest in who was the number one in the universe. He was solely focused on practicing the butterfly fan skill, with the folding fan in his hands becoming more and more lifelike, resembling a butterfly about to take flight. His communicator vibrated with a voice message from his older sister, Lin Miao. Upon leaving the Golden Buddha Temple, Lin Shen had sent the photographed wooden carving to his sister, hoping she could identify it and determine if the other wooden figure was indeed their second brother. Perhaps Lin Miao had been busy with work and had not replied to his message until now. Is the figure in the statue carved our second brother? Lin Shen could tell from his sister's tone that there might be a development. It does look a bit like him. Where did you get this wood carving? The figure carved as Xiao Yin should be his appearance around the age of 20, which you should not have seen before. Lin Miao's voice message quickly followed up. Lin Shen hastily described his visit to the Golden Buddha Temple and also sent a picture of the wooden carving of Tai to his sister. So looking at it this way, Tai is probably not our second brother, Lin Shen said. Not necessarily, Lin Miao replied with a series of voice messages. According to what Master Chao Du said, he saw your second brother first, and then many years later, he saw Tai. Perhaps something happened in between that changed your second brother's appearance, causing Master Chao Du to mistake them for two different people when in fact they are both your second brother, just that one is from 20 years ago and the other from more than 20 years later. That way it seems there's no problem. Lin Shen thought it could be possible. But with that, proving that Tai was not his second brother became even more difficult. Lin Shen, don't be so doubtful. Lately, I've been chatting a lot with your second brother, and there are many things that only he would know. He is definitely your second brother, there's no mistake, his sister said with certainty. Understood, sister, Lin Shen replied somewhat helplessly. He too hoped that Tai was his second brother and wished that his brother was still alive, but the disparities between the two were just too significant. He had to clarify things, as it was unreasonable to ambiguously acknowledge someone as his brother. What if Tai was not his second brother? If he gave up the search now, wouldn't that be unfair to the real second brother? Moreover, his third and fourth brothers were still striving to avenge their second brother. Lin Shen wanted to contact them but didn't have any means to reach them. Lin Shen wanted to make a trip to the Demon tribe to discuss the matter with his third brother. But unfortunately, the celestial race and the Demon tribe were like fire and water, and he had a deep grudge with the Demon tribe. No matter what identity he used to go there, he would not survive. Chapter 656, Tia's Secret Technique. Your second brother asked me to inquire if you think it's time for you to undergo nirvana. Big sister sent another message. Is Tai right next to you? Lin Shen felt somewhat speechless. If Tai was right by Big Sister's side, then he had probably seen everything they had just discussed. Do you take your sister for an idiot? Big Sister sent back a message, and Lin Shen finally breathed a sigh of relief. I do plan to undergo nirvana, but I haven't decided where to do it yet, Lin Shen replied. Your second brother said that you should go to the ancient temple for nirvana, came another message from Big Sister. That place is part of the immortal land. The risk is too great. Lin Shen was a bit surprised that Tai would suggest he undergo nirvana there. Lin Shen suspected that Tai was indeed the reincarnated ancient realm king who had failed in his rebirth. If even he had failed, why would he send him there? Big Sister initiated a video call, and Lin Shen chose to accept. The communicator immediately projected a holographic image, with Big Sister and Tai appearing before Lin Shen. Little 5, you've been to the ancient temple, you should know about the strength it holds. Undergoing nirvana there, the nirvana attributes you'll gain would be unique and incredibly powerful, Tai spoke directly. Did you undergo nirvana there? Lin Shen seized this chance to ask the question he wanted to know. Yes, Tai replied directly, I completed my nirvana there, just before heading to the alien world to look for you when I was passing by that place. Lin Shen calculated, thinking, that adds up. When Tai first emerged from the tree, he should have only been an ascender. It was later, when he left Gourd Mountain for the alien world, that he ascended to the nirvana level. However, this raised a question. Lin Shen had always thought Tai's half-man, half-iron state was due to undergoing nirvana too many times. But now, knowing that he was already like this at the ascension level, it must not have been nirvana that caused his transformation. What puzzled Lin Shen even more was, if Tai truly was the reincarnated ancient realm king, since he could easily succeed in nirvana, how could the ancient realm king have encountered problems? Are they really the same person? Or am I overthinking it, and Tai is not the reincarnated body of the ancient realm king, but just my second brother? Lin Shen pondered many things for a moment, but couldn't make sense of it all. The power of the immortal land is too strong. I fear I won't survive and will become non-human. To tell the truth, Lin Shen was somewhat tempted. Since Tai had successfully undergone nirvana there, he might also have a chance, but he didn't want to take the risk. I have a secret technique that can help you succeed in nirvana there, Tai said. Secret technique? What kind of secret technique? Lin Shen inquired skeptically. A method for training your consciousness power. When undergoing nirvana in the ancient temple, the most crucial aspect is your consciousness power. As long as your consciousness doesn't get lost, failure is almost impossible, Tai explained. Where did you learn this secret technique? Lin Shen asked, his expression odd. It's always been in my mind. I just remember that I have such a technique, but can't recall where it came from, Tai shook his head. Lin Shen had been a bit doubtful, wondering if his judgment was wrong, that perhaps Tai was really just his second brother and not the reincarnated body of the ancient realm king. But hearing that Tai had this secret technique made him feel that the possibility of Tai being the ancient realm king was greater. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that Tai knew the way to the ancient temple and even had this kind of secret technique? It seemed like it was prepared specifically for him. Tai shared the secret technique for training consciousness power with Lin Shen. After hearing it, Lin Shen felt like his head had gotten bigger. This method for training consciousness power was just too inhumane. First beating, then freezing, followed by burning. Lin Shen thought it didn't seem like a cultivation secret technique at all, but more like one of the 10 great tortures of the Qing dynasty. Tai told him that to make one's consciousness power strong, it was necessary to endure various hardships. Otherwise, it would never become strong. This secret technique doesn't sound quite suitable for me. When not pushed to the extreme, Lin Shen was unwilling to endure hardships. Only through extreme suffering can one become superior. To undergo nirvana in the ancient temple, you must master this secret technique and strengthen your consciousness power, Tai said. I'll give it a try. After ending the communication with Tai, Lin Shen felt complicated. Now that Tai was getting increasingly close to them, what would happen if they discovered in the future that Tai wasn't their second brother? I hope he is. Lin Shen sighed and went to look for Wei Wufu. He had to try and see if he could master Tai's secret technique. If he really could undergo nirvana in the immortal land, it was undoubtedly the best option. He had previously feared the risk of mishap was too great and hadn't dared to consider it. Now, knowing that Tai could do it, his thoughts became more active. Lately, Lin Wan had been very frustrated. She thought that after becoming the dean's assistant, she would have plenty of opportunities to get close to Lin Shen, only to find that since her appointment, she had scarcely seen him. Lin Shen, this dean, came to the Celestial Master Institute only a few times a month, unlike the head of any other institution. Each time Lin Shen saw her, it was to use her as a sparring partner. However, the others at the Celestial Master Institute actually liked this dean very much because Lin Shen would almost always give out money whenever he visited. Even though it was back pay and benefits, it was enough to move them. After so many years, they had finally seen a salary increase. Only Lin Wan, the assistant, seemed to be in an awkward position. She wasn't there to while away the time and collect a salary. Is this how an assistant is supposed to be used? Lin Wan felt like her understanding of an assistant's role wasn't quite the same as Lin Shen's. Lin Wan decided that she couldn't go on like this and must find a way to get close to Lin Shen. Otherwise, her time at the Celestial Master Institute would be wasted, and her time wasn't meant to be wasted. When he was selecting assistants, I thought he was a pervert. How come, after I became his assistant, there's no movement? Lin Wan had been somewhat worried that Lin Shen would have some excessive demands and that she might have to confront him, but the outcome was completely different from what she had expected. Lin Shen had never once crossed a line with her, and lately she couldn't even catch sight of him. No, I need to take the initiative to find opportunities. After thinking it over, Lin Wan decided to visit Lin Shen's residence. Enjoy new stories from Free Web Novel. Lin Wan knew that Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu also lived there. As she prepared to knock on the door, she suddenly had a thought. Let's listen to what they're doing first. Lin Wan's ears twitched, amplifying her hearing. She immediately picked up some strange sounds coming from inside. Don't be so rough. I can't take it anymore. Chapter 657. Success. Lin Wan's hand, poised to knock on the door, froze in midair, and her face twisted into an extremely bizarre expression. She could tell that the voice belonged to Lin Shen. Vivid and indecent images involuntarily surfaced in Lin Wan's mind, but she felt it was unlikely, so she quickly listened carefully again. Yet, the more she heard, the faster her heartbeat. Lin Wan, recalling how indifferent Lin Shen had been towards her, suddenly had an epiphany. Lin Wan lowered her hand and silently walked away. This discovery made the words she had prepared seem so inappropriate, it disrupted her plans, and she needed to return and think things over to come up with a new plan. In the backyard, Wei Wufu held the Wolfang Club spirit base, repeatedly smashing it onto Lin Shen's body, causing his flesh to split and his skin to tear open. Amid heart-wrenching agony, Lin Shen did not experience the state of consciousness and physical pain separation mentioned in the secret technique. Stop hitting. Lin Shen couldn't bear the suffering any longer, retreating to stop Wei Wufu's relentless assault. Wei, this method isn't working. If you keep hitting me, I'm going to end up with mental issues before the secret technique even begins to take effect, Lin Shen said as he activated Super Base Recast to heal his injured body. Tai's secret technique was too extreme. Enduring the beating was not enough. He had to feel the utmost pain. Lin Shen could only endure the beatings physically, and the result was not mastering the secret technique, but rather being overwhelmed by fear first. And this was just the most basic step of the secret technique. After Lin Shen's will could no longer be shaken by the pain of the beatings, he still had to experience an almost mortal spiritual state under extreme cold temperatures. After that, he would have to endure even more terrible pains, such as being scorched by fire and having his bones scraped. Lin Shen felt he simply couldn't hold on. Endure, Wei said, raising the Wolfang Club to continue the beating. It's not that I don't want to endure, but there's no need to, Lin Shen quickly responded. Think about it, even if I can hold on, by the time I reach the freezing step, my body's resistance to extreme cold would be so high that being frozen wouldn't put me near a death-like state, so I can't master this secret technique. There's really no need. Wei thought it over and found that Lin Shen had a point, so he set the Wolfang Club spirit base down. Lin Shen pulled up a chair to sit down, his wounds visibly healing at a remarkable rate. It seems this path isn't for me. I have to find another way, Lin Shen said. Change, try. Wei handed the Wolfang Club spirit base to Lin Shen, signaling that he wanted Lin Shen to hit him so he could try mastering the secret technique. Lin Shen took the spirit base and saw Wei had removed his shirt to reveal his steel-like muscles and broad chest. Wei, brace yourself, Lin Shen said, gripping the Wolfang Club with both hands and delivering a sweeping blow to Wei's torso. Wei didn't resist, the club's spikes piercing directly into him, his muscles immediately showing a dense pattern of wounds. After walking for a while, Lin Wan began to doubt whether she had misunderstood Lin Shen. Lin Shen seemed quite normal, and Wei Wufu was the epitome of masculinity. Even if Lin Shen had an issue, Wei Wufu certainly wouldn't. With this in mind, Lin Wan pricked up her ears to listen again, and even though she was now quite far from Lin Shen's place, with her capabilities and skill use, she could still hear everything clearly. Harder, this time, Lin Wan heard Wei Wufu's voice, followed by those moans that led to boundless speculation. Lin Wan ceased using her skill, her expression turning exceedingly ugly as she walked and muttered to herself, "What's wrong with the world? Have I slept for too long? Has the world changed into something beyond my understanding?" Lin Wan no longer doubted and quickly left as she even felt an urge to leave the Celestial Master Institute immediately and never lay eyes on Lin Shen or Wei Wufu again. She thought she was twisted enough, but, to her surprise, there were others even more twisted, making her feel twisted by comparison. Looking at Wei's chest and back, already mangled to a bloody mess, Lin Shen could only admire that Wei was truly capable of enduring pain. The Wolfang Club smashed directly onto that bloody back. Lin Shen, merely watching, felt the pain, yet Wei only grunted and even told Lin Shen to strike harder. The one delivering the blows, seeing those bloody mangled flesh, felt weak in the hands and legs, while Wei Wufu seemed unfazed, though the bloodless pallor of his face suggested that things were certainly not as easygoing as he claimed. When Wei said he could feel the separation of consciousness and body as described in the secret technique, Lin Shen couldn't be envious at all. Such pain, simply unbearable for humans, deserved to be mastered by Wei alone. Wei, this thing suits you. You should practice it. It wouldn't be bad for you to reach nirvana in the ancient temple, Lin Shen thought. If Wei could acquire potent nirvana attributes and fulfill the tasks Wei Chongqing entrusted, letting Wei achieve nirvana outside of his home planet. I can't use it. You practice? Wei shook his head. Lin Shen understood his intentions. He still wanted to return to his home planet to achieve nirvana, not willing to choose nirvana at the ancient temple. Knowing persuasion would be futile, Lin Shen then said, "You practice first. Once you've mastered it, tell me if there's any quick way to do it. I can't stand the pain. Find me an easier path." All right, Wei Wufu readily agreed this time. Being able to separate one's consciousness from physical pain was just the beginning. Next would be the step of freezing. Lin Shen found an ultra-low temperature planet and brought Wei Wufu there. Wei Wufu, without using any strength to resist the terrifying cold, laid down directly into an ice pit. Heat from his body was quickly stripped away, initially feeling very cold, but later it seemed not cold at all, even feeling quite warm. Lin Shen just watched by the side, wearing a carapace to fend off the cold, still feeling very chilly. Discover stories with free web novel. Fortunately, with the workings of evolution theory, he gradually adapted to the extreme chill of the place. Seeing Wei Wufu close to falling asleep, Lin Shen knew that if he truly slept, there would be no coming back. When he tried to pull Wei Wufu out, Wei Wufu merely uttered one word: wait. Every time Lin Shen attempted to retrieve him, Wei Wufu asked him to wait, but Wei Wufu's voice grew weaker, resembling the slurred speech of someone struggling to stay awake and about to fall asleep. Until Lin Shen could no longer hear Wei Wufu saying, "Wait," Lin Shen hurriedly went down to call for him, but Wei Wufu remained still, not responding. Wei Wufu remained still, not responding. Wei Wufu might have really been frozen to death and quickly pulled him out. With no heartbeat or breathing, Lin Shen felt a tingling terror, afraid he wouldn't awaken. Thankfully, after Lin Shen's resuscitation efforts, Wei Wufu's heart started beating again, and he gradually regained consciousness. "Spirit, out, succeeded," were the first words from Wei as he woke up, causing Lin Shen to pause, and then he realized Wei had experienced the soul out-of-body step mentioned in the secret technique. Chapter 658 looks good but is not practical. Wei Wufu kept challenging the limits of life, and even just watching him, Lin Shen felt like his own heart was about to block up. This secret technique was just too perverse. Each time, it pushed a person to the edge of life and death. Wei Wufu managed to pull through time and again. Lin Shen hadn't personally tried it, but he was already scared out of his wits, while Wei Wufu kept going on and on. The key point was, Lin Shen knew that Wei Wufu wasn't practicing for himself. In Wei Wufu's eyes, this was to help Lin Shen. How can there be such a person in the world? It must be that Mr. Tian forgot to endow him with the power to be selfish before sending him to this world. Lin Shen looked at Wei Wufu's repeated attempts with a complex expression. Fortunately, Wei Wufu's talent was good enough. The secret technique that Lin Shen shied away from was actually mastered by Wei Wufu. Stay tuned with free web novel Wait, Research, Quick Mastery. Having mastered the secret technique, Wei Wufu plunged into the study, wanting to find a way to master the technique without having to suffer so much. Lin Shen could only smile wryly to himself and let Wei Wufu be, thinking about what he could do to persuade Wei Wufu to undergo nirvana at the ancient temple. He couldn't think of anything for the moment, and since Lin Shen had nothing much to do recently, he had almost perfected the butterfly fan skill. Lin Shen finally understood why the ultimate realm of the butterfly fan skill was uncontrollable, because he could now absolutely control the flight path of the folding fan. But what truly could control the folding fan was not just his strength and skill, but also the world's influence on the folding fan. Typical skills tend to reduce the influence of external factors as much as possible. For example, to increase the moving speed, besides one's own strength and speed, what actually needs to be overcome is the hindrance of airflow. Nearly 99% of skills have to overcome this problem, but the butterfly fan skill turns the airflow into part of it. Heavens are unpredictable. Even the celestial race, with their extremely high technological capabilities, cannot predict the weather changes with absolute accuracy. This is due to the principle of the chaos pendulum, similar to the butterfly effect. A tiny change may cause unexpected results. The world is not that easy to predict. The butterfly fan skill is like that. When Lin Shen throws the folding fan, everything is already handed over to fate, no longer within Lin Shen's control. That's why Lin Shen believed that the butterfly fan skill could break Tian Beluo's unity of heaven and man. Unity of heaven and man could predict all of Lin Shen's actions, but once the butterfly fan skill was used and the folding fan was thrown, it had nothing to do with Lin Shen. No matter how powerful the celestial unity skill was, It could only predict Lin Shen's actions, not all the changes in the entire world. Of course, it's not excluding the possibility that the Celestial Unity skill is truly powerful enough to predict all the changes in the entire world. Therefore, Lin Shen planned to find Tianbuluo and try his butterfly fan skill to see if he could break his Celestial Unity. After contacting Tianbuluo asked him to wait a moment. He was going to compete for a ranking on the weapon combat rankings, and even asked if Lin Shen wanted to join him. Lin Shen was not particularly interested in the rankings. His level was too low. Even if he made it onto the list, he couldn't contend for the top position. Telling Tianbuluo that he would wait for him at Silent Residence, Lin Shen idly flicked the fan to pass the time. He had become very skilled in controlling the fan. In his hands, the folding fan was like a real butterfly, flying around him and ultimately returning to his hands, pure skill control. When Tianbuluo arrived at Silent Residence to find him, his expression didn't look very good. "What's wrong?" Lin Shen asked in confusion. "What kind of crappy rating system is that? My swordsmanship is so powerful, yet they only gave me a 3.1, not even close to making it into the top 100, Tianbuluo said sullenly. "I also feel that the weapon ranking scoring is a bit off," Lin Shen said empathetically. He also thought that his Blood Life Blade skill shouldn't be rated only 3.5 points. His Blade Chi was so strong, how could it possibly be rated only 3.5? There's no one in the entire universe who has managed to break past 3.5 points yet. I don't even know what kind of blade technique Fist God is to have scored 3.5 points. I really want to meet him, Tianbuluo said somewhat longingly. "We'll get to that later. Take a look at my fan skills first," Lin Shen said, almost letting something slip, but unfortunately Tianbuluo didn't notice. "Okay." Tianbuluo nodded slightly, curious to see what kind of fan skills Lin Shen had actually mastered. "You use Celestial Unity skill." Lin Shen summoned the Inheritance fan and said. Tianbuluo laughed. "I've seen your use of the fan. You can say there's no technique, purely relying on the strength and skill of your life base. You haven't been training for long, how strong can you get? You don't even need me to use Celestial Unity skill." "That's fine too." Lin Shen didn't waste words. He directly opened the folding fan, flicked his wrist, and tossed it towards Tianbuluo. Tianbuluo wasn't concerned at first, but when he saw the folding fan moving unpredictably in the air, rising and falling, moving left and right, completely uncertain of its next attack, he was shocked and quickly entered the state of Celestial Unity skill. What surprised Tianbuluo even more was that Celestial Unity skill actually predicted wrong. When the mysterious force pulled at his hand to grab the folding fan, it lightly shifted away, brushing past his waist and leaving a tear in his clothes. "There's something odd about this fan of yours." Tianbuluo stared blankly at the Inheritance fan that Lin Shen had just called back to his hand. "It's not that my fan is odd, it's that my butterfly fan skill is powerful." Lin Shen began to smile, feeling extremely pleased with himself. Indeed, as he had guessed, the butterfly fan skill was able to counter Celestial Unity skill. At least it could counter Tianbuluo's version of it. "Try it again," Tianbuluo said, not convinced, and asked Lin Shen to give it another go. The result was the same. Celestial Unity skill led Tianbuluo to predict incorrectly once more, and he still couldn't catch the folding fan flying chaotically in the air. But even as the folding fan flew erratically, Lin Shen couldn't control its trajectory, just the general direction. Although these two attacks hit Tianbuluo, they failed to cause him any substantial harm, merely grazing past and tearing his clothes. That was an unavoidable issue, for if Lin Shen were to completely control the folding fan's trajectory, then Celestial Unity skill would be able to predict the folding fan's path. There's an advantage, naturally there's a disadvantage. Using the butterfly fan skill was like buying a lottery ticket. Once Lin Shen went all out and released control of the folding fan, everything was up to fate. After sparring with Tianbuluo for a morning, Lin Shen realized a significant problem with the butterfly fan skill. The destructive power of this skill was too weak. Even with the enhanced abilities of the Inheritance fan itself, the destructive power was pitiful. Because it required external influences, these influences would also weaken the power of the folding fan, resulting in seriously insufficient destructive power. Tianbuluo, without using the Heaven and Celestial Being skill, simply had to employ large-scale attack skills to blast the folding fan away. He didn't need to predict its trajectory or landing spot at all. It was then that Lin Shen understood why such an impressive skill was rated at the second level. Its flaws were as evident as its strengths. With such weak destructive power, it was good enough to bully those weaker than Lin Shen, but against someone stronger, this move wasn't of much use. "Haha, Tian, your technique looks good but isn't practical." Tianbuluo laughed heartily. "Forget it, let's stop here." Lin Shen was very frustrated. Continuing to train was pointless without solving this issue. The butterfly fan skill ultimately had little practical value. Seeing that Lin Shen was down, Tianbuluo stopped teasing him and took his leave. "I trained for half a day only to realize it's something that looks good but isn't practical. What a complete waste of time." Lin Shen flicked the fan a few times, but still struggled to enhance the destructive power of the folding fan. Lin Shen caught the folding fan as it flew back and closed it, no longer willing to continue. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Shen. The flipping technique of the butterfly fan skill is actually a bit like the scrap sword skill. If I consider the tip of the fan ribs to be like saw teeth, could I possibly use the scrap sword skill with the folding fan? Chapter 659, Fan Sect Ranking. Merging the scrap sword skill into the butterfly fan skill was certainly not an easy task. Lin Shen tried several times and found that he either could not utilize the sawing and smoothing effect, or he could not make the butterfly fan skill create unpredictable effects. After practicing for a while, he felt it should be possible, but he encountered some difficulties when it came to practical application. Suddenly inspired, Lin Shen used a mechanical wristwatch to transport himself to the Ch601 temple, where he found the ranking list of the fan sect. After all, there are few who use the fan. If the score isn't high, maybe I have a chance to challenge the ranking of the fan sect. If I can obtain the Fan King talent, having the bonus from the fan skills should make practicing easier. Lin Shen checked and discovered that the Fan King's score in the fan sect was only 2.9, not even breaking 3 points. It could only be said that the fan sect really was a niche. In popular categories like blade, sword, gun, and others, a score of 3 points wouldn't even make the top 100. Let's give it a try, it might just work. Lin Shen chose to challenge the fan sect's ranking and performed the butterfly fan skill in front of the statue. He had no idea how many points the butterfly fan skill could score. If he didn't attain the position of Fan King, he would just have to practice on his own. The shortcomings of the butterfly fan skill are too obvious, otherwise it should have scored more than just 3.1 points. Lin Shen regained the boon of the Fan King talent, and wielding the fan immediately felt like divine assistance. Taking advantage of the Fan King's talent boost, Lin Shen continuously practiced integrating the sawing technique into the butterfly fan skill. After practicing for a while, he indeed made progress. When the folding fan flew in the air, its intense spinning made it resemble a circular saw, easily cutting through anything that blocked it, and its destructive power surged. Lin Shen kept practicing, modifying some techniques of the butterfly fan skill, trying to preserve that part which created the butterfly effect, and then better integrating the scrap sword skill. After numerous practices, Lin Shen flung out the folding fan once again. The folding fan fluctuated unpredictably in the air, flying erratically up and down, high and low. While it moved eerily, it also cut through the air like a circular saw, carrying a strong slicing force. Crack! A metal stake opposite Lin Shen was sliced open by the rotating folding fan, which, seemingly unaffected, spun back and landed in Lin Shen's hand. Lin Shen, holding the folding fan, gently waved it in front of his chest, feeling quite pleased. My life base is finally not just for show anymore. Lin Shen was in high spirits, feeling that there was still room for improvement in the butterfly fan skill. Just as he was about to seize the moment and continue practicing the modifications, he suddenly felt weak and found the Fan King talent had vanished. Lin Shen frowned slightly and teleported to the Ch601 temple to see that the position of Fan King had indeed been taken by someone else. His name as Fist God now fell to second place, and the person who had previously held the top spot with a score of 2.9 was called Ch601. Now Ch601's score was 3.2, 0.1 points higher than Lin Shen's, reclaiming the position of Fan King. Under normal circumstances, Lin Shen wouldn't bother competing, but this time he needed the Fan King talent boost, and he couldn't just give up the first place. Lin Shen chose to challenge the ranking again and once more used the butterfly fan skill in front of the statue. The butterfly fan skill, now with its cutting effect, compensated for its previous flaws, and the score soared directly to 3.5, snatching back the Fan King's rank. This time, I should be able to practice for a while. Lin Shen saw that his fan skill score had also reached 3.5 and felt that it should be quite stable this time. There were already so few people practicing the fan, not like the popular Blade series, and his Blade technique at 3.5 had held the position of Blade King for so long. A score of 3.5 in the fan sect should be able to maintain its position for a while too. Lin Shen left the Ch601 temple and continued to go back to research and practice his butterfly fan skill. Since the fan was such a niche category, not many people paid attention to this ranking, and for the time being, hardly anyone noticed that a score of 3.5 had appeared in the fan sect. Within the Imperial Palace, the Heavenly Consort felt as if something was missing from her body and her brow furrowed slightly. The Fan King talent has disappeared again, and someone has stolen the Fan King talent? The Heavenly Consort hesitated for a moment, but still chose to go to the small temple. As she saw for herself, indeed, the position of the Fan King had changed hands. The one who snatched the position of Fan King was none other than the Fist God. When the Heavenly Consort saw the rating behind the Fist God, she noticed it was 3.5 and couldn't help being slightly taken aback. This Fist God has a 3.5 in Blade technique and surprisingly a 3.5 in fan skills as well. To be able to master both types of weapons to such an extent must not have been an overnight achievement. I wonder which immortal it could be, thought the Heavenly Consort, while others also noticed the anomaly in the fan rankings. Once someone noticed, the news quickly spread. The Fist God has exerted strength again, reclaiming the position of Fan King. The ranking list reveals a second person with a 3.5 score, and it's him. Is a 3.5 score already the ceiling for ratings? 100 false ratings, but the true score is 3.5. Mastery of both blade and fan, the Fist God is crowned in both series. There truly exists such a person as the Fist God. Continue reading at free web novel. Normally, being crowned king of the fan sect wouldn't be a big deal, but because of the name Fist God and the score of 3.5, it soon spread across the universe. People were discussing who the Fist God could possibly be, to have attained another 3.5 score, and moreover in a different series. Others struggle to attain a 3.5 score with just one type of weapon, but the Fist God managed to do so with two. This was just too powerful. By now, most people had come to believe the Fist God must certainly be some old freak at the immortal level. Aside from those on the immortal level with so much time and energy to train in different series of weapons, who else would bother learning two completely unrelated skills? Some guy who calls himself the Fist God doesn't deserve the title of Blade King, sneered a man from the celestial race who had come to the Ch601 temple, looking at the name Fist God on the Blade series ranking list with disdain. And Jiahahi also arrived at the Ch601 temple, and he too chose the Blade series. Having chosen to challenge the Blade series ranking, Jiahahi drew his sword from his waist and with a flowing motion slashed out directly. This slash was incredibly fast, so fast that one could not even see the trajectory of the sword. By the time they saw the blade's light, it had already returned to the scabbard. And Jiahahi's blade technique was known as light seeing death. When you see the light of his sword, you're already dead, which is why it bears such a name. However, this name was self-assigned by Aniyaha to his own blade technique. No one could coin a nickname for his blade technique because those who had seen it were basically already dead. After executing his slash, Aniyaha looked towards the ranking list, gauging the score his blade technique would receive. Seeing the score on the ranking list, Anjiahahe smiled faintly. Although it's lower than I anticipated, it's enough. The Blade series ranking list underwent a change. The Fist God, who had always occupied the first position, fell to second place. The name of the Blade King changed to Tianhe, with a score of 3.7. Chapter 660, The Battle for Points E. The appearance of a 3.7 rating immediately caused a sensation. Many had thought that a rating of 3.5 might already be the true limit, but now with the sudden emergence of a 3.7 rating, everyone realized that 3.5 was not the limit after all. Tianhe's name also spread across the entire universe in a short period of time. People were speculating about who exactly Tianhe was and whether it was a real or fake name. If it were a real name, the surname Tian was the most common among the celestial race. However, it seemed more likely that it was a pseudonym, with Tianhe clearly taken from the phrase favorable timing, geographical convenience, and good human relations. Tianhe, what an audacious claim, hogging all the good fortune in the world, one said. Well, they do have the capital to do so, with a unique 3.7 rating in the universe, another responded. 3.7, how did he manage that? Even Sha Qianpo's Tiger Soul Blade technique didn't reach 3.5. Does Fist God still stand a chance to come back? It seems rather unlikely, doesn't it? If Fist God managed to get both skills to 3.5, that's already strong enough. He can't possibly have any hidden strength left. I think this 3.7 rating won't be surpassed for a short time. And Jiahahi looked at the various news on the internet, his eyes filled with scorn. Ignorant lower races, what you call the ceiling is merely the floor to me. And Jiahahi was browsing the internet, reading all sorts of admiring comments about him, when suddenly he noticed a shift in the direction of the comments. Someone got a 3.8 rating? And Jiahahi frowned slightly. According to the comments, he checked the news. Indeed, the latest news was all about a guy named Q who, on the fan sect ranking list, had beaten Fist God to take the position of Fan King, and his rating was even 1 point higher than his 3.7, reaching an astonishing 3.8. Who is it? Choosing to score like this at this time? Are they challenging me? And Jiaha's eyes turned a bit chilly. He naturally knew that the real top warriors of the universe had not yet been listed, as most of them were participating in the cosmic ranking battles. The current rankings were far from the real ones. Those who were listed at this time were basically engaging in minor skirmishes. The real rankings would not truly commence until after the ranking battles of the races were over. But now somebody decided to compete with him, and Anjiahi wasn't planning on indulging them. Anjiahi returned to Ch601 Temple and chose to challenge, once again using the light-seeing death blade technique. It was ostensibly the same technique without apparent change, yet this time his rating reached 3.9, beating Ch601 by a hard-won 0.1 point. This 0.1 was not the limit for Anjiahi, but rather it further demonstrated his terror. He could clearly be stronger, yet he controlled it to just surpass Ch601 by W1 point. The continuously rising ratings set new records and made the entire universe boil over. Many could see that Tianhe seemed to be seriously contending with Ch601. While people were guessing whether Ch601 would respond, they found Ch601's rating had also changed, and it directly jumped to 4.0. So it turns out that not only are their techniques exceeding a 3.5 in the universe, but they surpass it by far. There can't really be a technique with a full 100 points, can there? What would a technique with a perfect score be like? Can Tianhe still make a comeback? 4.0 is already high, it can't possibly go any higher, right? Here it comes. It's here. It's here again. Tianhe at 4.1. Chuyu and Tianhe's ratings kept soaring, clearly escalating their efforts, and the entire universe had already begun to celebrate wildly. The 3.5 rating and the title of Fist God had been cast aside and forgotten. Tianhe and Chuyu were now the focus of the entire universe. Everyone was speculating as to who would ultimately win this rating battle. Lin Shen did not care who would come out on top in the end. He was dissatisfied that his position as Fan King had been taken away again. He had wanted to reclaim his ranking, but seeing Chuyu's continuously rising scores, he wasn't sure he could take it back and had to give up for the time being. Once I practice some more, I'll kill you all. Now that he had lost his last two royal talents, Lin Shen felt somewhat depressed and had no choice but to give up the talent buffs and earnestly practice on his own. Without the talent buffs, Lin Shen's practice didn't go as smoothly, but this also led him to discover some issues he hadn't noticed before. Lin Shen made adjustments little by little, realizing that the Blood Life Blade skill didn't necessarily have to be used with a blade, it could work with a folding fan as well. However, the techniques needed some modification to better suit the characteristics of a fan. The Blood Life Blade skill, combined with the Butterfly Fan skill, felt incredibly awkward at first, but the results were surprisingly effective. When Lin Shen went back to using a blade, he thought about incorporating the techniques and theories of the Butterfly Fan skill as well. While Lin Shen was studying these skills, the rating battle between Chuyu and Tianhe continued on the other side, with their ratings both having soared to 4.3. Then they stopped moving, leaving everyone wondering if they had reached their limits or simply had no plans to continue competing. There are not many masters who use fans. Could this Chuyu be the heavenly consort? Anjiahe's face darkened. His light-seeing Deathblade technique had reached its limit, and the 4.3 rating could not be improved upon. Chuyu also had a rating of 4.3, which he found somewhat unacceptable. If it were an immortal who obtained such a score, Anjiahe wouldn't see it as an issue, but he suspected Chuyu was the heavenly consort, which he found hard to accept. Just as he suspected Chuyu to be the heavenly consort, she likewise suspected Tianhe to be Anjiahe. Having disputed covertly and openly within the celestial race for many years, the heavenly consort knew Anjiahe well. The name Tianhe was much in line with Anjiahe's personality, so she harbored suspicions as well. It was because of this suspicion that the heavenly consort wished to suppress the other's ratings, and in the end, she neither won nor lost. Tied at a rating of 4.3, it had now become the ceiling for all ratings. The ratings of these two individuals had turned into a media frenzy, with one piece of news after another and various speculations and analyses causing a blur for the audience. Even as the ratings of the two remained stagnant at 4.3, the celebratory mania continued. No one cared anymore about who the Fist God was. All they wanted to know was the true identities of Chuyu and Tianhe. Lin Shen had no interest in who gained how much in ratings. He was busy fighting against himself. While practicing, Lin Shen realized that the Butterfly Fan skill didn't actually require his control. Once he tossed out his folding fan, it would transform in the air on its own. So Lin Shen came up with an idea. After throwing out the folding fan, he would defend against its unpredictable changes with the Blood Life Blade technique. The Butterfly Fan skill was ever-changing, nearly infinite in its variations, which was perfect for training the defensive capabilities of the Blood Life Blade technique. The defensive aspect of the Blood Life Blade technique, in turn, allowed Lin Shen to understand how he could better utilize the Butterfly Fan skill. Chapter 661. Return to the Pinnacle. Lin Shen fought against himself, constantly honing both his fan and blade techniques and continuously making modifications in the details. His defensive posture became more and more rigorous, handling various emergencies with increasing adeptness. The changes of the folding fan in the air also became more and more unpredictable, not as a result of Lin Shen's control, but rather a result of increasing loss of control. When Wei Wufu saw Lin Shen, he found him holding the scrap sword and its scabbard, battling against the folding fan fluttering in the air like a butterfly. The folding fan even started to generate spinning, cutting chi, and although it wasn't as effective as the scrap sword, it was already quite terrifying. "It's done." When Lin Shen stopped, Wei Wufu said, "Did you really figure out a quick way to master it?" Lin Shen's eyes widened. He had just made up an excuse for Wei Wufu to practice that secret technique, but Wei Wufu had actually succeeded. Wei Wufu nodded, then slowly shared his thoughts with Lin Shen. Talking to Lin Shen was too exhausting, so they brought over paper and a pen, asking Wei Wufu to write down his ideas. Wei wrote and drew on the paper, and after a while, Lin Shen understood what Wei meant. The Tai secret skill essentially allows the spirit to transcend the constraints of the body, unaffected by physical changes and pain. However, to reach that state, one must undergo pain training time after time, even embrace death over and over again, to become completely indifferent to physical pain and no longer fear death, as if viewing the body's suffering from the perspective of a third party. In other words, if you don't want to become inhuman, you must first stop viewing yourself as human. Such a secret technique, let alone Lin Shen, there are very few in the whole universe who could master it. After days of reflection, Wei Wufu finally thought of a quick way to master it, which was also particularly simple. Anesthesia. Ordinary people can't bear to endure bone-scraping treatment, but if the body is anesthetized, anyone can withstand the pain of bone-scraping treatment. Of course, ordinary anesthetics are of no use during nirvana. Wei Wufu wasn't really suggesting Lin Shen inject himself with an anesthetic. His idea was to directly sever Lin Shen's nerves so that he couldn't feel pain, like a person in a vegetative state. The mind remains, but the body's existence can't be perceived. Under such conditions, if the body completes nirvana, it won't affect his consciousness, and the power of nirvana will reshape his body. Once nirvana is achieved, his severed nerves would also recover. Lin Shen watched in stunned silence, then outright rejected Wei Wufu's suggestion. Wei, you should be very clear, the process of nirvana involves the combination of nirvana attribute particles with one's own particles. If I can't control my own strength, the combination process will be uncontrollable. Then, the nirvana attribute particles might dominate and completely turn my body inhuman. Like Tianzhu, Lin Shen patiently explained why he rejected Wei's idea. The body can still control strength without perception. Wei Wufu wrote on the paper, appearing to have considered this problem. Lin Shen had no choice but to continue reading. Although Wei Wufu's method seemed very risky, if it really worked as he envisioned, it might be a viable path. But how can one sever the nerves, lose the sensation of the body, yet still control the strength within? Lin Shen was still puzzled. I'll wield the knife and sever the nerves in your spine, Wei Wufu wrote. Sounds reliable, but I haven't planned on undergoing nirvana. I haven't decided whether to go to the ancient temple for nirvana. Give me some time to think. By the way, I'm going to challenge the weapon ranking. No more chatting, I need to go. Lin Shen fled. It wasn't that he didn't trust Wei Wufu's blade technique and control ability, but anyone would be scared by such a procedure, and as an ordinary person, Lin Shen was no exception. However, Wei Wufu's words did make Lin Shen believe that he should be able to withstand the process of nirvana in his superbase form. In the superbase form, his body was fully crystallized, and he could barely feel any pain, so he should also be able to achieve the same effect. Maybe I really can undergo nirvana at the ancient temple. Should I pursue the path of dual nirvana? Lin Shen wondered as he teleported into the Qiyu temple. He glanced at the rankings and saw that the scores for both the Blade series and the Fan Sect had reached 4.3, quite a bit higher than his previous score of 3.5. It was because the scores were so low at this point that a score of 4.3 seemed very high. I wonder what scores my fan skill and blade technique could achieve now? Lin Shen felt that he had made significant progress in both his blade technique and fan skill, and his score should be higher than before, but whether he could reach a score of 4.3, Lin Shen wasn't sure. Let's give it a try then. Lin Shen chose to challenge the Blade series ranking first. His Bloodlife blade skill, refined by the unpredictable Butterfly fan skill, had become increasingly perfect in defense, and just by standing there with the blade in hand, he exuded an unshakable presence, as if he could respond to endless changes with constancy. When Lin Shen's score was released, the rankings changed once again. Tian He, with a score of 4.3, was kicked off the Blade King position, falling to second. The top position was reclaimed by Fist God, with a score that shot straight up to 5.0. Lin Shen hadn't expected that his blade technique score would increase so much that he thought, with the nature of the Chiyo statue, he would at most get an increase of a few tenths of a point. Let's try the Butterfly fan skill next. Lin Shen then chose to challenge the Fan Sect ranking. Inside the Imperial Palace, Emperor Tianshu was playing a game of chess with an elderly celestial. While making a move, Emperor Tianshu, watching the holographic projection, smiled and said, "Tian He must be Jiehe's boy, eh? His blade technique isn't bad." "Kids play, not worthy of such praise from your highness," Enyi said modestly, but his eyes could hardly hide the pride of a father. "Don't be so modest on behalf of your son," Emperor Tianshu laughed. "Jiehe is extraordinarily talented, eager to achieve great things, and likes to help others. He has such achievements, and after we grow old, it will be up to young people like him to support a sky for our celestial race." An Yi was about to say something when he suddenly saw the news update in the projection. Fist God back at the summit, reclaiming the Blade King title once again, his score, 5.0, the news anchor yelled out with all his might. Chapter 662 Dark Domain Lotus Seed, Fist God with a rating of 5.0, had directly widened the gap with Tian He. Originally, Fist God only had a rating of 3.5, but suddenly he had increased by 1.5 points, which was 0.7 more than the progressive increases Tian He had achieved. What the heck? It turns out Tian He and Qiyu were just scrabbling around like mediocrities. Haha, they were desperately fighting over 0.1 points for so long, and then Fist God just took a huge leap and easily secured a 5.0 rating. Fist God is a bit terrifying, his strength is unfathomable. When Jiehe saw this news, his pupils involuntarily constricted. He had already pushed his blade technique to the limit, and the highest rating he could reach was 4.3. He couldn't improve further. Fist God had easily entered the 5-point threshold. The gap was clearly not slight. The opponent's blade skills must be much stronger than his to have such a significant difference in rating. Fist God is indeed an old monster at the immortal level, and Jiahaya naturally didn't believe that anyone from the younger generation could have blade technique so much stronger than his, and he instinctively thought Fist God must be an old monster at the immortal level. Fist God, quite interesting, Emperor Tianshu said with a smile. Lao Yi, what do you think? Is this Fist God an old fellow at the immortal level, or a newcomer? This servant has not seen the person and cannot judge, En Yi said expressionlessly. Just guess, Emperor Tianshu said as he moved a piece on the board. This servant is dull and can't guess. En Yi remained without any change in expression. I think it's a young person. Those old guys are more worldly and cunning. They would never choose a name like Fist God, Emperor Tianshu mused to himself. What His Majesty says is reasonable, En Yi responded. The young people of today are incredible, each with exceptional talents and skills far surpassing our level at their age. Do you still remember when we were at the Ascension level? We were like two fools, not understanding anything, and suffered no small amount of hardships, Emperor Tianshu reminisced about the old times with a smile on his lips. His Majesty was wise but pretended to be foolish, only this servant was truly a fool. En Yi seemed somewhat moved. It's all the same. Remember when we went to the Dark Domain Star together? We heard that the blood from there could strengthen the body and grant the Dark Domain physique, and we each drank several bowls. We ended up retching and nearly lost our souls, Emperor Tianshu said with a laugh. If I recall correctly, I drank 7 bowls, you had 6, and the next day I was fine, but you couldn't even get out of bed. Your Majesty, you are mistaken. I drank 8 bowls, 1 more than you, so I was more seriously affected, En Yi corrected. Regardless of how many bowls we drank, that time we both almost met our ends. Thankfully, later we found that Dark Domain Lotus Seed not only cured our bodies but also brought fortune and disaster, using the Dark Domain Lotus Seed to achieve dual nirvana, Emperor Tianshu said and then slapped his forehead as if remembering something. That's right, there was 1 Lotus Seed left, wasn't there? 3 Lotus Seeds in total. Your Majesty and this servant each have 1. Indeed, there is still 1 left. En Yi nodded. That object has been stored for many years now, and today, the universe is filled with powerful beings like clouds filling the sky. We have truly entered a golden age where geniuses from all races emerge in great numbers. It's time for our celestial race to properly cultivate the younger generation. That lotus seed is useless just sitting there. It would be better served in the hands of our youth, Emperor Tianshu said. Who does your Majesty plan to give it to? En Yi's hand, which was holding a chess piece, paused for a moment before resuming its motion. Only after placing the piece on the board did he look up at Emperor Tianshu. In terms of talent and intelligence, Jiahai is one of the top in our race. The Dark Domain Lotus Seed is rightfully his, Emperor Tianshu declared. Your Majesty, you spoil him too much, En Yi shook his head. He is your only son, and I have so many. To be honest, I value him more than my own sons. But as you said, if I simply hand over the Dark Domain Lotus Seed to him, it might lead to criticism. What will the people of the Tian, An, and Qi families think of him? The taller the tree, the stronger the wind it attracts. We must guard against this, Emperor Tianshu said, patting En Yi's arm with a gaze full of emotion, just like a father concerned for his son. Your Majesty's concerns are valid, and besides, Jiahahe has already reached Nirvana level. The Dark Domain Lotus Seed isn't of much use to him now. Please consider someone else, En Yi suggested, his expression impassive once more. It's not an issue, he can simply cultivate again, Emperor Tianshu waved his hand dismissively. The evolution skill that Jiahahe is practicing is the modified angel reincarnation skills that you refined, right? Recultivating is just a matter of time. After his reincarnation, if he uses the Dark Domain Lotus Seed for a dual nirvana and gains the nirvana attributes, his path to becoming an immortal will be incomparable to that of ordinary immortals. How about this? If I simply give it to him, it will indeed provoke controversy, so let's arrange a competition. All young talents subordinate to the celestial race can participate, and the winner of the first prize will receive a secret reward. With Jihahe's abilities, he is sure to win the first place. What do you think, old An? Emperor Tianshu asked, looking at En Yi. Your Majesty has thought this through thoroughly. En Yi nodded slightly, showing little sign of emotion. Then it settled. Let the Celestial Master Institute handle this matter, Emperor Tianshu decided with finality. As they conversed, the universe news greeted a new surge of excitement. Not long after Fist God reclaimed the title of Blade King with a 5.0 rating, he astonishingly also knocked down Chuyu with the same 5.0 score, continuing to dominate as the king of both rankings. With the addition of being crowned king of all arms, Fist God now held the top position in 3 rankings. This Fist God is truly unrivaled in strength. Which immortal bigwig is this? Can't they at least give their real name? They should include the name of the blade technique in the rankings. It's called a blade technique evaluation, yet we don't even know the name of the technique. That doesn't seem right. You don't understand. Techniques are brought to life by the people who use them. The same technique, used by Fist God, earns him the title of Blade King. but if you used it, you might not even make the rankings. Techniques are inanimate, it's the practitioner that breathes life into them. Therefore, knowing the person is enough, knowing the name of the technique is of no use. By now, everyone accepted Fist God as an elder monster of immortal level, and the younger generation no longer thought of contending with Fist God. Many young geniuses were still striving to break through the 3.5 score threshold. Heavenly Consort sensed the disappearance of the Fan King talent again and was slightly startled. She quickly opened her communicator, checked the news, and then saw Fist God reclaiming the top position in both rankings with an overwhelming 5.0 score. Seeing the 5.0 score, Heavenly Consort didn't even consider the idea of competing for it. Even if she did, she might be able to improve her score by 0.1 or 0.2 points, but it was impossible to reach 5.0. Fighting for it any further would be meaningless. When I become immortal, I shall reclaim the title of Fan King for sure. Heavenly Consort also believed Fist God must be an old monster of immortal level. She didn't have the capital to compete with him currently, and could only wait until she advanced to immortal before challenging Fist God again to regain the title of Fan King. Chapter 663, The Referee Who Entered the Field. Personally, Chapter 663, The Referee Who Entered the Field. Personally, Lin Shen re-seized the title of Dual King, and his practice of blade and fan skills became even more efficient. The proficiency of both blade and fan techniques also improved continuously through his self-confrontations, but as time passed, the margin of improvement became quite limited, not as rapid as it had been at the beginning. Chief of the Heavenly Institute, His Majesty has returned and summons you to the Imperial Palace. Tian Kongyun came to fetch Lin Shen for an audience with the Heavenly Emperor. Lin Shen, not daring to delay, followed Tian Kongyun once more into the Imperial Palace. However, this time, the Heavenly Emperor did not summon him in the splendid palace as before, but in his bedchamber study. Lin Shen stood outside, glancing around. There were curtains in between, so he couldn't see what Emperor Tianshu looked like. In broad daylight, without any imperial consorts in the palace, what's the need for a curtain? Lin Shen silently grumbled to himself. Having been on Sky Pinnacle Star for quite some time and even holding the position of Dean at the Celestial Master Institute, others might think he was Emperor Tianshu's faithful lapdog, but on closer reflection, Lin Shen realized he had never actually seen Emperor Tianshu in person. After Lin Shen entered, Emperor Tianshu waved his hand and everyone withdrew, including Tian Kongyun who had brought him there. For a moment, only Emperor Tianshu and Lin Shen remained in the study. Chief of the Heavenly Institute, came the authoritative voice of Emperor Tianshu, and Lin Shen responded with an acknowledgement. I hear you've been very diligent lately, frequently visiting the library to study. What all have you learned? Emperor Tianshu's words instantly made Lin Shen break out in a cold sweat. As I thought, it has come. Lin Shen inwardly rejoiced, steadied his nerves, and replied, Recently, I have been learning blade and fan techniques. Oh? What blade and fan techniques have you learned? Emperor Tianshu pressed on. For blade techniques, I've learned the greed for life and fear of death sword, and for fan skills, I've studied the butterfly fan skill, Lin Shen said. Butterfly fan skill? Is it not the Nine Heavens Mystic Wind fan skill? Emperor Tianshu's voice had a hint of chill. Truly, nothing can be concealed from your majesty. The Nine Heavens Mystic Wind fan skill is indeed famous, and originally I did want to learn it and even managed to borrow it. However, after reading it, I felt that the skill was not suited for me. Instead, the butterfly fan skill was very much to my liking, so I chose to practice it and set aside the Nine Heavens Mystic Wind fan skill, intending to return it when I have time. Lin Shen's palms were sweaty. When he previously went to borrow the Nine Heavens Mystic Wind fan skill, although he had considered this point, he had not thought it through thoroughly. Emperor Tianshu's moods were unpredictable, and it wasn't impossible for him to dispose of Lin Shen over such a matter. After all, someone who would erase stars from the skies simply for finding them disagreeable wouldn't think twice about killing a man. I see. Emperor Tianshu's voice was still somewhat cold. The name Butterfly Fan Skill does sound somewhat unfamiliar. How proficient are you in it? Lin Shen was somewhat torn, but remembering what N6 had said before, he quickly bowed his head and answered, I've made some achievements. I tested it at the Chiyu Temple and scored 5.0, currently ranking first in the fan sect. So you are the Fist God. I didn't expect that the person I chose was a talent in all three disciplines of fist, sword, and fan. The blade technique you listed, is it that greed for life and fear of death sword? Emperor Tianshu's words were mocking, yet they carried less coldness. Lin Shen felt a chill in his heart, suspecting that Emperor Tianshu had long doubted he was Fist God. If he hadn't confessed just now, it would have been difficult to regain Emperor Tianshu's trust. Perhaps Emperor Tianshu might have killed him just for borrowing and returning the Nine Heavens Mystic Wind Fan skill from the Heavenly Consort. Yes, I made some modifications, increasing the defensive strength. It was a stroke of luck to receive a 5.0 rating, Lin Shen said. At such a young age, to discern right from wrong and to know what suits oneself, that is commendable, Emperor Tianshu said indifferently. I plan to hold a competition at the Celestial Master Institute soon. Talented youths from throughout Sky Pinnacle Star, regardless of race, may participate. The ultimate prize will be a Dark Domain Lotus Seed. I entrust you with the task of organizing this event. Whatever methods you use, you must ensure that the competition is a complete success. Your subordinate will do his utmost. May I ask what sort of treasure is the Dark Domain Lotus Seed? Lin Shen inquired. It's not about doing your utmost, you must succeed. If you can't handle this small matter, you have no business being the dean of the Celestial Master Institute, Emperor Tianshu scoffed. Yes, it will be done well. Lin Shen pondered what Emperor Tianshu truly meant. The Celestial Master Institute's only responsibility was to organize the competition. Wasn't arranging the event all that mattered? How could there be a question of doing it well or not? The Dark Domain Lotus Seed comes from a Nirvana-level base mutation plant. It exists between the Nirvana Egg and Reincarnation Ashes, and has very unique characteristics. Using a Dark Domain Lotus Seed as a medium eliminates the risks associated with dual Nirvana. Dean An Yi was able to achieve dual Nirvana successfully precisely because he used a Dark Domain Lotus Seed. Upon hearing this, Lin Shen felt as if his brain was going to explode. He was still somewhat dizzy even as he walked away. Dean An Yi had successfully achieved dual Nirvana thanks to a Dark Domain Lotus Seed. Such a precious item, and Emperor Tianshu was offering it as a prize for a competition. Lin Shen wondered if someone might have taken possession of Emperor Tianshu's body. Otherwise, how could he be so generous? On second thought, Lin Shen realized the situation was not that simple. He remembered Emperor Tianshu saying the Dark Domain Lotus Seed would be a secret grand prize for the first place winner and must not be revealed before the award ceremony. Connecting this to Emperor Tianshu's earlier statement, insisting that he must ensure the competition was perfectly executed, Lin Shen had an epiphany. The intention of this heavenly emperor must be for me to ensure, by any means necessary, that the Dark Domain Lotus Seed is reclaimed, right? But how should I go about it? Should I abuse the power of the organizing committee and engage in underhanded tactics? Lin Shen felt this might not be the right approach. Although the Celestial Master Institute was organizing the event, its power was still too weak compared to the Celestial Court. If he were to play foul during the competition, the old-timers from the Celestial Court would dare to make a move within the Celestial Master Institute for their children to capture the Dark Domain Lotus Seed, exposing all his secrets. Hold on. If the Dark Domain Lotus Seed is a mysterious prize that no one knows is for the first-place winner, who would come to fight for it? Lin Shen thought it over and realized that the Dark Domain Lotus Seed must not be Emperor Tianshu's own, and that he must have been forced to offer it. Furthermore, someone else must be contesting Emperor Tianshu for the seed. The one competing with Emperor Tianshu. It couldn't be Dean An Yi. Lin Shen suddenly felt overwhelmed. To covertly secure the Dark Domain Lotus Seed from the hands of Dean An Yi was akin to snatching food from the mouth of a tiger. The only good news was that the upcoming competition imposed age and level restrictions, with participation limited to those at Nirvana level, meaning no matter how powerful, Dean An Yi couldn't enter himself. Thinking about it, I also fall within the eligible range. Emperor Tianshu especially stressed that individuals from all races could participate. He wouldn't want me to join the fray myself, would he? That would be both referee and contestant, but even if I won, would others accept the result? Lin Shen pondered to himself. Chapter 664, My Race, My Rules. Chapter 664, My Race, My Rules. Lin Shen racked his brain but couldn't come up with a perfect solution, so he had no choice but to contact Tianshun for help. After listening, Tianshun asked Lin Shen only one question. Are you sure there's no celestial bloodline in your lineage? No, it's purely human. Why do you ask this? Lin Shen asked with confusion. Impossible. You must have the celestial bloodline. Really, there isn't. Our family is definitely all pure-blooded humans. If you don't have the celestial bloodline and aren't the illegitimate son of Emperor Tianshu, why would he give you such a tremendous benefit? Chen said. What tremendous benefit? Isn't this just a thankless task? Lin Shen was taken aback, as he had preconceived the idea that the Heavenly Emperor wanted the Dark Domain Lotus Seed back, so he didn't think about other possibilities. Still don't understand? The purpose of Emperor Tianshu organizing this competition is to let you take the Dark Domain Lotus Seed, a huge benefit given to you for nothing. He even gave you the power to judge, fearing that you wouldn't win. If you still can't get the Dark Domain Lotus Seed, then you can only blame yourself, Tianshun said. Is that so? I don't have to hand over the Dark Domain Lotus Seed to him? Lin Shen couldn't believe such a pie-in-the-sky fortune could really be falling into his lap. With such a big commotion made, although no one knew at the beginning that the final reward was the Dark Domain Lotus Seed, it will still have to be announced when the awards are given out. Everyone will know who got the reward. Do you think Emperor Tianshu would still want it back? Besides, what use does he have for it? Tianshun said. It could be used for his children. Lin Shen still couldn't believe that such good fortune could be real. That's why I'm saying, unless you are possibly the illegitimate son of Emperor Tianshu, why else would he give it to you? But one thing is certain, he can't give the Dark Domain Lotus Seed directly to his children, and he doesn't believe his children can get it, otherwise it wouldn't come to you, Tianshun said. Tianshun paused before continuing. Following this logic, there must be a competitor for the Dark Domain Lotus Seed whom even Emperor Tianshu fears, and none of his children can win against. There are a few people within the celestial race whom Emperor Tianshu fears, but the only one who can truly compete with Emperor Tianshu and also participate in the competition is an Asai's son, Angelic. If my conjecture is not wrong, your main rival this time will be Angelic. He is not an easy person to deal with. His talent is one of the very best within the celestial race. He is at a very high level of martial arts, and his methods are endless. Moreover, as a Nirvana-level powerhouse, you haven't achieved Nirvana yet, so defeating him is going to be very difficult, Lin Shen said, then laughed. This matches up, because Emperor Tianshu made you the judge so that you can find your own way, whether it's to use the rules or some other tactic. In any case, you can't let Angelic take the Dark Domain Lotus Seed. I think that the Dark Domain Lotus Seed is not actually Emperor Tianshu's to begin with. Angelic should have been able to take the Dark Domain Lotus Seed as a matter of course, and Emperor Tianshu has caused so much trouble just to prevent Angelic from getting it. After all is said and done, I'm still just a tool, Lin Shen sighed. To be a tool who can take away something like the Dark Domain Lotus Seed, if you don't want to, there are plenty who do. Emperor Tianshu has been good to you, Lin Shen asked with a smiling tone. Are you really not the illegitimate son of Emperor Tianshu? Do you see any wings on me? Lin Shen said helplessly. Angelic is very powerful. If you were at the Nirvana level, your chances of defeating him would be significant. Now, well, you'll have to think of more strategies. Here's what. I'll get Ye Xing and the others to help you, but as for the rest, you'll have to figure it out on your own, Lin Shen said. After ending the communication, Lin Shen felt invigorated. If it's just like Lin Shen said, being able to keep the Dark Domain Lotus Seed for himself, then the issue with Nirvana would truly be solved, without Wei having to strike him down again. Is it possible to tailor a rule that directly kicks Angelic out of the game? Lin Shen really wanted to change the rule so that only Ascenders could compete, excluding Nirvana beings. Thinking about it, he knew that such a thing definitely wouldn't work. If he did that, his opponent would no longer be Angelic, but Dean and Yi instead. If I can't kick Angelic out, then I'll change it to favor myself a bit more. Being able to bring a band on stage shouldn't be a problem, right? Lin Shen thought for a moment and then set his sights on the competition venue. Such a competition definitely couldn't be held in the city of Sky Pinnacle Star. Lin Shen was planning to find a planet with harsh conditions which would allow his skills to be maximized. No, spirit bases and pets must be banned, otherwise, those at Ascension level would be at too great a disadvantage. Lin Shen plotted how to reduce the advantage of Nirvana-level competitors as much as possible so he could defeat Angelic. The schedule also needs to be arranged. I'll first find a few Nirvana beings to wear Angelic down, while also probing his true capabilities. Lin Shen suddenly felt exhilarated by the dual role of referee and contestant. No wonder many coveted the position of an insider. Lin Shen went to the Celestial Master Institute and informed its head that the Heavenly Emperor intended to hold a competition. He asked her to draft a set of competition rules according to his specifications. After listening, Anai gave Lin Shen a suggestion. Dean, why don't we implement a revival system in the competition? Just in case of an accident, there would still be a second chance. The competitions we organize must be fair. We should do away with any competition system that severely affects fairness, Lin Shen said out loud, but inwardly he really liked the idea of a revival system, which would give him a second chance should he slip up. Unfortunately, his opponent was under the protection of Dean An Yi, who would definitely not allow him to implement such a system and might even turn it against him. An SI started working on the competition rules according to Lin Shen's requirements. Once she finished, Lin Shen would review them first. After ensuring there were no issues, he would then begin issuing announcements to start the registration. The registration period must be short to prevent too many people from signing up. Having too many Nirvana-level powerhouses register would also be troublesome for Lin Shen. While Lin Shen was contemplating how to target Angelic, at that moment Angelic was making tea for Anyi. Father, wasn't there an agreement between you and the Heavenly Emperor that the Dark Domain Lotus Seed should belong to you? Why is there a competition now? Angelic brought the freshly brewed tea to Anyi. If you come first in the competition, the Dark Domain Lotus Seed will still be yours, Anyi said indifferently. That's true. Without immortals participating, Anyi didn't think that among the younger generation of the celestial race, there was anyone who could take the first place from him. Furthermore, nobody knew the reward for the competition was the Dark Domain Lotus Seed. Even if they knew about the seed, they had no idea about its real use. The name Dark Domain Lotus Seed was just something Emperor Tianshu and Anyi coined casually. Outsiders had no clue what it really was. Be wary of that new dean from the Celestial Master Institute, Yi advised Angelic as he set down his teacup. Chapter 665, Modifying the Rules. Chapter 665, Modifying the Rules. The competition isn't hosted by the Celestial Master Institute. Can he still participate? Angelic was slightly startled. The Celestial Master Institute is in charge of the competition. Naturally, they set the rules, Anyi said indifferently. This is disadvantageous for us, Angelic pondered. Should we try to take control of the hosting rights of the competition? If we host the competition, do you think the Heavenly Emperor would agree? Anyi asked while savoring his tea. Then let's send our people into the competition to clear the obstacles, Anjiahahi suggested after a moment's thought. I have already tested Lin Shen's strength, and he indeed has some capabilities. His skills are formidable. However, his blade technique isn't systematic. Against true experts, this is a fatal weakness. Moreover, he is only at ascension level and lacks the capital to contend with me. My only fear is that he will play dirty with the competition rules. Do not underestimate any opponent. If the Heavenly Emperor does not wish for you to obtain the Dark Domain Lotus Seed and he is utilizing Lin Shen, he clearly believes Lin Shen is capable of snatching the Dark Domain Lotus Seed from your hands, said An Yi. Anjiahai nodded and said, Father's concern is well placed. If that's the case, then we must be wary of his covert methods. There are already quite a few outstanding Nirvana beings in my academy, all of whom have extraordinary identities. I will have them all participate in the competition. Surely he can't dispose of everyone under the watchful eyes of the public. If he dares do so, those nobles from the Tian, Qi, and An families won't let him off the hook either. Inciting public anger, even with Emperor Tianshu's protection, he would find it difficult to remain on Sky Pinnacle Star. Lin Shen had received the competition rules set by Sai, and after reading them, he felt very satisfied. The rules maximally restricted Nirvana beings, disallowing the use of spirit base and pets. Although Ascenders were equally limited, Nirvana beings would be significantly tougher to defeat if they were allowed to use Nirvana pets and Nirvana spiritual bases. Lin Shen, after considering the rules suitable, asked Sai to proceed with announcing the competition signups. Suddenly, a red tendon-like object crawled out of Lin Shen's pocket. Death powder has undergone its second Nirvana. Lin Shen felt a surge of joy within his heart, and then immediately thought of something and quickly contacted Sai again. Fortunately, Sai had not yet released the competition rules. Lin Shen had her modify them to disallow the use of spirit base while permitting pets. Sai asked repeatedly to confirm that pets were allowed before making the change, and then released the competition notice, which had a sign-up period of only 3 days. There was only a prize for the first-place winner, with no consolation prizes. Furthermore, the ultimate reward remained a hidden mystery. Considering these conditions, Lin Shen had thought there wouldn't be too many registrants. When the time came, he would arrange for the Yexing Four Ladies to go up first to probe Anjihahe's strengths and weaknesses, before stepping forward himself to eliminate Anjihahe. With Death Powder having undergone its second Nirvana, Lin Shen felt that eliminating Anjihahe wouldn't be too difficult. Lin Shen checked Death Powder's attributes and found that its 4-dimensional attributes had not changed. They were still the same as before. The only change was in the Nirvana attributes. Death Powder's previous attribute was named True Extreme Slaying Evil Death Light, and it was now named True Extreme Evil Slaying Destructive Death Ray, a much longer name. Lin Shen found a spot to test it and discovered that Death Powder's power of Nirvana had become stronger. It not only retained its previous destructive power, but had also acquired the disintegrative ability similar to that of Changhen Dongli. It's really powerful. In terms of destructive power alone, Death Powder's power of Nirvana must be considered top tier, Lin Shen remarked as he swung Death Powder around, feeling that it was rather convenient to use. Although Lin Shen's swordsmanship and fan techniques had become quite good, they were hardly comparable to Death Powder. The True Extreme Evil Slaying Destructive Death Ray, which could destroy and eliminate anything, was not something that those two types of skills could resolve. Lin Shen's Scrap Sword Snip technique failed to cut through the True Extreme Evil Slaying Destructive Death Ray, and instead, the Blade Chi was eradicated by the Death Ray. The physical bodies of the Scrap Sword and the Scabbard just managed to block the Death Ray, but that was all they could do. They couldn't cut through it, and Lin Shen was sent reeling back a great distance, his scabbard slipping from his hand. With his skills fully activated and after merging with the Contrarian, Lin Shen just barely managed to cut through the Death Ray using Scrap Sword Snip, and it required the combination of the Scrap Sword and its physical scabbard as the Blade Chi was entirely useless. A lone Scrap Sword skill could not sever the Death Ray, and the upgraded Death Ray was genuinely terrifying. As Lin Shen was studying the capabilities of Death Powder, an SI sent him a communication request. Aunt Sai, what's happened? Lin Shen asked, noting that NSI's expression seemed a bit off. Dean, the number of people registering is unexpectedly high. Many nobles from the Celestial, An, and Qi families have registered, and several princes have also signed up, NSI said with a complex expression. This was completely different from what they had initially thought. With so many strong competitors registering, controlling the competition would not be so easy. Lin Shen immediately understood what was happening and asked in a grave tone, those who registered, have they all studied at Anjiaha's He Family Academy before? Anasai was slightly startled, and upon realizing, she responded, wait a moment. After checking the registration list, Anasai quickly said, Dean, you were right. What should we do now? Lin Shen was even more certain that his opponent this time must be Anjiaha. Anyone can participate in the competition. If they want to join, then let them. The more, the merrier. Withdraw the Yexing Four Ladies registration forms, they won't be participating anymore. Get some Ascenders to register for the competition instead, Lin Shen instructed. and SI understood Lin Shen's intentions and immediately got busy. Lin Shen knew he couldn't stop the noble sons of the three families from registering, and Anjiahi's move was quite ruthless. If he dared to rig the competition, he would offend all three families, making it very difficult for him to get by on Sky Pinnacle Star from then on. Anjiaha's ambition is indeed grand, Lin Shen thought coldly to himself. He probably wants his He Family Academy to follow in the footsteps of the Supreme Academy, gathering all the talents from the celestial race and even other races under him. No wonder Emperor Tianshu couldn't tolerate him. Despite the registration period lasting only 3 days, the number of registrants kept increasing, with many renowned Nirvana beings from within the celestial race among them. Several top-notch Nirvana beings who hadn't even participated in the racial ranking wars had signed up for this competition, despite not knowing what the prize was. Now the entire celestial race was talking about the competition held by the Celestial Master Institute, and many were puzzled. The Celestial Master Institute was no longer what it used to be, and the prizes were so modest. How could it wield such influence that so many scions of noble families were participating in the contest? Chapter 666, Little Imperial Uncle Goes to War. Chapter 6666, Chapter 666, Little Imperial Uncle Goes to War. 3 days later, Lin Shen and the major figures of the Celestial Master Institute discussed the registration forms together. There were quite a few formidable Nirvana beings on the list, with not a single weak one, and the most powerful among them was naturally Anjiahai. Logistics Chief, design the match pairings. Arrange those formidable Nirvana beings against Anjiahai, and all the Ascenders against me to ensure my smooth advancement to the finals, Lin Shen said. This I'm good at, leave it to me, the Logistics Chief responded with a smile. But I'll need Sai's help, I must understand the connections of these people first, and then I can make the arrangements. Sai, Lin Shen turned to Sai. No problem, and Sai nodded. Vice Dean Anne frowned and said, Dean, if we do this, will those families be willing? The groups are assigned by fair lottery. Can't I just be lucky? Lin Shen said, looking towards Ch601. Huo, the drawing of lots is entrusted to you. You must ensure that all my opponents are Ascenders, and give the tough ones to Anjiahai. Don't you worry, Dean. Leave it to me, Ch601 chuckled. Dean, would you like me to take care of Anjiahai for you? Vice Dean Chao suddenly spoke up. You can deal with Anjiahai? Lin Shen asked in some surprise, looking at Vice Dean Chao. Don't get me wrong, Dean. I won't be participating in the contest, Vice Dean Chao explained with a smile. I have a bit of a relationship with a few of Anjiahai's aunts. I might be able to come up with a way to keep him from entering the arena. Lin Shen gave Vice Dean Chao a thumbs up. Old Chao, you really have some ideas, but this time let's not bother him. It's necessary that he shows up. Without him, the competition can't proceed. If you need anything, just say the word, Vice Dean Chao said very gentlemanly. Even if we can clear those obstacles, in the end, we'll still have to face Anjiahai. You must be careful, Dean. That man isn't easy to deal with. Among the celestial race's Nirvana beings, there are only a few who can beat him, Vice Dean Anne remarked. Is that so? There are still people who can beat him? Lin Shen said, somewhat surprised. He had originally thought that within the celestial race, Anjiahai was already number 1. The only one I can think of would be Uncle Tianjixia, Vice Dean. Anne mentioned with narrowed eyes, Dean, your relationship with the little imperial uncle is good, and his relationship with Family First Mansion isn't too great. If he could be invited to lend a hand, we'd be absolutely secure. Right, how could I not have thought of that? Lin Shen slapped his thigh, genuinely reminded by Vice Dean Anne. He had been thinking all along about how to deal with Anjiahai, as there was no one at his side who could confidently defeat Anjiahai. Although Ye Xing and the others were not lacking in ability, facing Anjiahai alone, they certainly had no chance of winning. Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu had not yet achieved Nirvana, so they were temporarily out of the picture as well. He had been so focused on how he himself could win against Anjiahai, he'd forgotten about Uncle Tianjixia. If Uncle Tianjixia were willing to help, there would be no need for Lin Shen to act personally. Being both referee and contestant would not be good for his reputation anyway. After the meeting, Lin Shen contacted Uncle Tianjixia, explained the situation in detail, and asked if he could help. Uncle Tianjixia's relationship with the An family wasn't good to begin with, and considering the favor he said he owed Lin Shen, he agreed to help without hesitation after hearing the request. Lin Shen had seen the strength of Uncle Tianjixia, and together with that 10 Directions ghost god-slaying blade in his hand, he should be an invincible existence among the Nirvana beings. Even with Lin Shen's current strength, combined with death powder, he might not be able to defeat Uncle Tianjixia. As for young fellows like Anjiahai, hoping to fight against Uncle Tianjixia, they were still far from capable. This meant Lin Shen didn't need to take action himself. Lin Shen had Anasai prepare a registration form for Uncle Tianjixia, and his group naturally became the group Lin Shen had previously been part of. In order not to make it too obvious, Lin Shen had the logistics director make some changes to the groupings, randomly assigning a few less formidable Nirvana beings for Tianjixia to warm up with to prevent excessive exhaustion. That way, Tianjixia could deal with Anjiahe in peak condition. On the day the competition began, Anjiahe and the others looked at the list of the grouping names. Others didn't think much of it, but Anjiahe was slightly taken aback, because he didn't see Lin Shen's name on the list. What's going on? Why isn't Lin Shen participating in the competition? Full of confusion, Anjiahe checked the list again, and when he saw the name of Tianjixia, his expression immediately changed. Little Imperial Uncle Tianjixia is actually participating in the competition. And Jiahe's face shifted between shades of light and dark. Since Lin Shen didn't plan to participate, the initially scheduled venue was changed. The competition was arranged on a picturesque planet with a suitable temperature where even the judges wouldn't find it too arduous. The sky was clear with only a few clouds drifting by. Hidden among one of those clouds was actually a small island. By the man-made seaside, Emperor Tianshu and Yi were sitting on the dock, fishing with rods. As Emperor Tianshu fished, he was looking at the grouping list. Seeing the name of Tianjixia, he couldn't help but scold, "How could Tianjixia also join the competition? This is outrageous. I'll go and fetch him back right now." Despite his harsh words, his backside remained utterly still. Little Imperial Uncle meets the criteria for participation. It's only appropriate for him to compete. "There's no need for your majesty to be angry," Yi said slowly and deliberately. "How could he meet the standards? He's already so old." Emperor Tianshu took another look at the competition rules and realized that the age restriction was gone, only stipulating that immortal-level participants could not compete. This Tian, how does he manage things, not restricting age at all? We're supposed to cultivate newcomers, not an old man. Emperor Tianshu's anger was thunderous. Yet after much blustering, he still didn't send anyone to call Tianjixia back. "Your Majesty, please calm yourself. Rules are rules. Since Little Imperial Uncle meets them, he naturally has the right to compete," Yi stated calmly. "Yi, this was an oversight on my part. Regardless of who wins, I will have them hand over the Dark Domain Lotus Seed to Jiahai. Rest assured, the Dark Domain Lotus Seed will definitely belong to Jiahai," Emperor Tianshu said. "Your Majesty's word is as precious as gold and should not be taken back. The victor receives the Dark Domain Lotus Seed. The rule cannot be abolished. If my son fails to obtain it, it's due to his own lack of ability. No one else is to blame." "Your Majesty needn't worry so," Yi said dismissively. Emperor Tianshu seemed completely oblivious to Yi's sarcasm, smiling as he said, "Jiahe's talent is exceptional. Defeating Little Imperial Uncle may not be impossible. The Dark Domain Lotus Seed will eventually be his." Yi didn't respond, half closing his eyes as if about to fall asleep. The competition started, and Tianjichia's opponents mostly conceded on the spot. Even those not arranged by Lin Shen didn't dare to challenge Tianjichia. It felt very hostile on Jiahe's side, however. Most of the prestigious Nirvana beings he had arranged to compete were grouped with him. Anjiahahi had no choice but to defeat each one by hand. Although these people were encouraged by him and had good relations with him, asking them to concede directly seemed rather unrealistic. Even if some were inclined to yield or knew they were no match, they still had to exchange a few moves with him before they could gracefully accept defeat. The problem was, those assigned to his group, although they had studied at his academy, weren't much lower in status than him. Moreover, each one was haughty and proud. Far from considering defeat, they engaged in tit-for-tat battles with Anjiahai, irritating him to the point of grinding his teeth. "You're willing to lose face like this, with the way I'm being grouped?" Anjiahai kept a smile on his face, yet inside he was itching to lash out at Lin Shen, who sat in the stands watching the competition. But he couldn't voice his suspicions. After each round ended, they would draw lots for the groupings anew, yet somehow, the lots always ended up placing him in the same group as those prominent Nirvana beings from the He Family Academy. To claim there wasn't some behind-the-scenes manipulation, and Jiahai wouldn't believe it even if he were beaten to death. Chapter 667, Injure Your Left Shoulder. Chapter 667, Chapter 667, Injure Your Left Shoulder. It was only because of Anjiahai's status that no one could do much about it. If it were anyone else, these prestigious young masters wouldn't have let it go so easily. Tianjixia also passed through the ranks effortlessly. Most of his opponents were ascenders, and occasionally a Nirvana being would come forth, claiming they had long admired him and just wanted a glimpse of Little Imperial Uncle's elegance. The entire journey was almost like attending a fan meet. Seeing this, how could Anjiahi not realize that it was all arranged by Lin Shen? Now, he regretted some things, not having expected Lin Shen to cheat so blatantly. He shouldn't have encouraged so many prestigious young masters to join the competition. Now he was in a difficult position to accuse Lin Shen of cheating, but Lin Shen wasn't even competing, so how could he be accused? To say that he cheated for Little Imperial Uncle? Unless Anjiahi went mad, he wouldn't do such a foolish thing. Anjiahi had planned for every eventuality but hadn't anticipated his opponent would change from Lin Shen to Little Imperial Uncle. Now, all his prior scheming was useless. The only thing left to do was to seize the first place and get the Dark Domain Seed. Otherwise, this would be an utter defeat. However, defeating Little Imperial Uncle Tianjixia was no easy task, yet Anjiahi had no choice but to win, for dual Nirvana meant too much to him. Both individuals defeated their respective opponents and advanced to the grand finals smoothly. The winner between Anyahaya and Tianjixia would be the champion of this competition and earn the mysterious grand prize. To the discerning eye, the previous matches were but a farce, only this final battle was truly serious. The prestigious young masters also watched Anyahaya's performance. They were well aware that Anyahaya had brought them along to trouble the new dean of the Celestial Master Institute, but ended up at a disadvantage himself. They were all curious how Anjihahi would strike back against the Celestial Master Institute, as defeating Tianjixia was no easy feat. "Little Imperial Uncle, please forgive my offense," Anjihahi said, bowing as he stepped forward. "Let's rely on our own abilities. Show me all your strength," Tianjixia replied, carrying a long box on his back, which held the 10 Directions Ghost God Slaying Blade. He hadn't had the chance to use the 10 Directions Ghost God Slaying Blade throughout the competition, not even the large hammer he usually wielded. Then, Tianjixia swung the large hammer in his hand, smashing it directly towards Anjiahi. The force of this hammer could shatter mountains, but Anjiahi, although he wore a long sword at his waist, hadn't yet drawn it. His movement technique was like a phantom, weaving in and out of Tianjixia's broad swings. The hammer, fierce as a storm, couldn't even touch the hem of his garment. Tianjixia was not impatient. Suddenly, he smashed the hammer into the ground, flames terrifyingly rising from the hammer, exploding out like a bomb. The ground blasted open, creating a huge crater, and the force of the explosion propelled Anjiahe into the air. His body was now enveloped in a white, jade-like carapace. "Now can we fight seriously?" Tianjixia said, with the large hammer over his shoulder, looking up at Anjiahe in the sky. "To battle against the little Imperial Uncle today is an honor for which I have no regrets in this life," Anjiahe said, as he removed the sword from his waist and slowly drew it. The blade was emerald green like water, its body resembling a secluded spring, and its edge emanated a frosty gleam. "Fine blade," Tianjixia remarked as he looked at the knife in Anjiaha's hand. "If I'm not mistaken, the knife you're holding is the renowned Reaper's Decree, forged by the master swordsmith Zhang Zhishuan, correct?" "Little Imperial Uncle has good eyes and insight. Indeed, this knife is the Reaper's Decree, crafted by Master Zhang Zhishuan," Anjiahahi responded. However, he then cast aside the Reaper's Decree he was holding and took the sheath in his hand. Everyone was somewhat taken aback, not understanding Anjiahahe's intention, wondering why he would discard the famous blade and only hold its sheath. Could it be that his brain malfunctioned and he threw away the wrong item? "What is the meaning of this?" Tianjixia asked coldly, looking at Anjiahe. Anjiahe, with a smile, explained, "Both of us are the pride of the celestial race. We shouldn't be fighting each other to the death. Injuring any of us would only please those who harbor hatred and would be a loss to our race. However, my blade technique is too sharp and it is bound to inflict injury, so I will fight with only the sheath to avoid any accidents." Anjiaha's words were graceful, and even Lin Shen had to admit that it was difficult to harbor any ill feelings towards him even as Anjiaha's opponent. Unfortunately, such words had little effect on Tianjixia. Tianjixia had seen far too many different sorts of people, and Jihe's attempt to move him with just a few words was simply impossible. Tianjixia struck the ground with the giant hammer in his hand. The Reaper's Decree, stuck in the ground, was sent flying by the vibration, landing precisely in front of Anjihe. "As a junior, you still lack the ability to wound me. Just use your skill if you can, so you don't have to make excuses for losing later on. It's such a nuisance," Tianjixia said impatiently. Seeing Tianjixia immune to his tactics, Anjihahi had no choice but to catch the Reaper's Decree and said seriously to Tianjixia, "Since little Imperial Uncle insists, I must comply. But please be wary, Uncle. With this strike, I aim to injure your left shoulder." "Come on," replied Tianjixia, not entertaining the banter, forcing Anjiahe to drop the pretense. "Be careful," Anjiahe said as he flapped his wings, transforming into a streak of light rushing towards Tianjixia. Tianjixia stood tall and unmoving like a pillar supporting the heavens, watching him with cold eyes. As Anjiahe brushed past Tianjixia, everyone saw Tianjixia suddenly lift his giant hammer. However, they failed to see Anjiahe's blade strike. Clang! An eerie sound abruptly filled the air, and spectators saw blood bloom like flowers on Tianjixia's left shoulder, where a carapace had been pierced to reveal a deep, bone-deep wound. What a quick blade! The onlooking crowd's faces shifted with unease, for even among Nirvana-level peers, the majority had not clearly seen Anjiahe's blade in motion. Teacher Jiahi is indeed extraordinary. With such a blade, it's hard to find a match in the world. If he were to participate in the weapon rankings, I fear his score might surpass that of Fist God, commended the many students who had studied in the institute. The observing Emperor Tianshu was also mildly surprised. Such speed with that blade from Jiahi was remarkable. But why have I never seen such a blade technique before? That's just him messing around with a self-created blade technique. It's not worthy of the Emperor's notice, Enyi remarked. To create such a blade technique at his age, Jiahi's talent is perhaps a once-in-a-millennium pinnacle of excellence for our celestial race. Indeed, he is truly the most fitting candidate for the Dark Domain Lotus Seed, Emperor Tianshu declared with a look of satisfaction. "What a quick blade," Tianjixia said, looking at Anjiahe and offering his admiration too. Little Imperial Uncle, shall we call it here and settle with a handshake? And Jiahai proposed with perfect propriety. If Tianji Xia were to concede now, he could save some face, but ultimately he would have no claim to the final reward against Jiahai. Chapter 668, Presumptuous. Chapter 668, Chapter 668, Presumptuous. Shake hands with me and make peace. Such a strike is far from enough. You need to show more skill, Tianji Xia said calmly. Little Imperial Uncle, both of us are pillars of the celestial race. Why must we fight to the death? And Jiahai sighed. Yet Tianji Xia ignored him, tossed aside the large hammer in his hand, and took the long box off his back, planting it directly into the ground. He flipped open the top of the long box with one hand, while the other reached in and drew out the 10 Directions Ghost God-slaying blade. As soon as the blade was unveiled, everyone felt threatened, as if the soaring murderous aura could split a person in two, causing them all to retreat several steps involuntarily. Even the Emperor Tianshu and An Yi in the clouds showed a look of surprise. That blade, why does it feel so familiar? The intention behind that blade, could it be the Three Reverences sword skill from that peerless swordsman of the mysterious clan? And Yi's expression changed slightly, but quickly returned to normal. I didn't expect that the little uncle would truly forge such a blade. Emperor Tianshu was somewhat surprised, for even he did not know that Tianji Xia had forged the 10 Directions Ghost God-slaying blade. Standing there with a single hand on the blade, Tianji Xia exuded a lofty sense of unapproachability, like the supreme devil within the abyss. And Jiahai's expression also became solemn as he watched Tianji Xia. In his hand, the renowned blade, Reaper's Decree, seemed to lose its luster under the ferocious flames of the 10 Directions Ghost God-slaying blade. Draw your blade, Tianji Xia commanded, his demonic flames engulfing the heavens. The 10 Directions Ghost God-slaying blade lay on the ground, flashing with frightening demonic lights. And Jiahai's eyes hardened, and like a stunned rainbow, he suddenly moved in front of Tianji Xia. In an unbelievable moment, Reaper's Decree was drawn. Clang! The 10 Directions Ghost God-slaying blade was lifted by Tianji Xia, blocking Jiahai's nearly invisible strike. Clang! 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 In the instant that Reaper's Decree was blocked, Jiahai turned into thousands of ghostly figures, with slashes of blade chi crisscrossing like lightning birthed from the void, engulfing Tianji Xia. Tianji Xia merely moved the 10 Directions Ghost God-slaying blade slightly in his hand, the tip of the blade always pointing downwards, not showing any attacking posture, yet blocking all the crisscrossing slashes. The sound of blade against blade merged into one continuous line, indistinguishable as to how many times they struck, no longer discernible as separate strikes. Those watching were dazzled and awed. And Jiahai had become one with the light of his blade, his body radiant. Blades of light flickered throughout the sky, but no figure could be seen. At times the light was like thunder and lightning, at others it was like a deluge, sometimes it seemed like a sky full of falling flowers, at others like entwined threads of affection. The sight was enough to make onlookers' hearts race and courage falter, even other Nirvana beings were inexplicably terrified. This Jiahai is indeed no ordinary Nirvana being. His blade technique is truly demonic and ghostly, so fast it's impossible to see clearly. Lin Shen was relieved to have found Tianji Xia. If he himself had faced Jiahai without knowing his capabilities, he might have been struck down from the very first slash. Jiahai would certainly not be as concerned with Tianji Xia as with him. Perhaps the very first strike would have incapacitated him. We truly underestimated the powerhouses of this world before. As Nirvana beings, I fear we wouldn't even be able to take one of his strikes. His blade is too fast, Yi Kong said, his voice tinged with fear. His blade is not just fast, it's more than that, Ouyang Yudu sighed. Not having entered Nirvana, we can only stand outside the door after all. It seems it's time for us to embark on Nirvana too. The crowd watched in a daze as, in just a moment, Jiahai had used countless blade techniques. Moreover, he had merged all those myriad blade techniques into his own, making it seem as if all streams returned to the origin, possessing the manner of a master of the blade technique of his age. Regardless of how his blade technique changed, however, it was all blocked by the 10 Directions Ghost God-slaying blade. The 10 Directions Ghost God-slaying blade seemed to have its own consciousness, its tip pointing toward the ground and hovering in front of Tianji Xia. With only slight movements, it blocked all of Jiahai's myriad blade techniques. To the ordinary eye, Jiahai appeared to have taken control of the entire situation, but the true experts understood that Jiahai had already been defeated. Tianji Xia hadn't even made a move, yet Jiahai was already unable to get the better of him, not even able to breach his blade. Enough already, Tianji Xia had run out of patience and reached for the 10 Directions Ghost God-slaying blade, slashing out against the heavens directly. Disheveled hair whipping about, demon flames reaching the sky, the moment the blade chi was raised, it was like the fierce light that slayed billions of demon gods, instantly shattering the sky full of blade chi. The terrifying blade chi extended like a demon possessing infinite magic power, roaring as it charged toward Jiahai. Jiahai's pupils contracted, holy light rising throughout his body, and from his back, another 4 pairs of lustrous angel's wings ascended. 6 wings unfurled together as infinite energy within the space converged upon him, transforming his body into the 6-winged angel of light, radiating a sun-like, dazzling brilliance. And Jiahahe gripped his sword with both hands. The light on the sword, originally a sacred white, but due to the white light converging so intensely, it had actually turned into a black akin to a black hole. The long sword slashed down, meeting the terrifying force of Tianziqia's heaven-defying slash. In just an instant, both the renowned sword, Reaper's Decree, in Njiahe's hand, and the black hole-like blade Chi he had formed were shattered by the 10 Directions Ghost God-slaying blade. The resulting shockwave forcibly blasted Njiahe's body up into the sky. Njiahe's face was filled with terror as he forcefully gathered strands of light between his hands, attempting to withstand the terrifying blade Chi. But if even his strongest slash could not hold against Tianziqia's single strike, how could he possibly hold on now? The force of the 10 Directions Ghost God-slaying blade continued unabated, like a roaring evil ghost continuing to rush toward Njiha, intending to utterly devour him. Suddenly, Tianziqia's other hand pressed on the back of the blade, forcefully pushing the 10 Directions Ghost God-slaying blade downward. The dread blade Chi, akin to an evil ghost, diverged from its path under the press of Tianziqia's hand, shooting past under Anjiahe's feet and rushing into the clouds above, splitting the sea of clouds in the sky cleanly in two. Boom. As people watched in stunned silence, the beams of light that burst forth from Anjiahe's clasped hands struck the body of Tianjixia, who had been pressing down the blade. Tianjixia, who had withstood the backlash of the 10 Directions Ghost God-slaying blade, was blasted away, colliding heavily with the ground and causing it to crack open. Anjiha, like the 6-winged angel of light, shot down from the sky, as if an angel descending, and charged at Tianjixia once more. That's enough, the victor has been decided. There's no need to continue, Lin Shen shouted angrily even as he dashed forward. I'm not dead, neither is he. The victory is not yet decided. The battle must continue. And Jiahai seemed to have lost control, transforming again into a white rainbow and piercing toward the wounded Tianjixia. Lin Shen had already reached behind the injured Tianjixia, grabbing him and swiftly retreating, dodging Njihai's terrifying strike. Njiaha's power had blasted a huge hole in the ground, the rocks within the pit crystallizing as if from a hydrogen bomb explosion. It was fortunate that Lin Shen retreated swiftly enough, otherwise, had the severely injured Tianjixia received that strike, if it didn't kill him, it would have cost him half his life. Insolence. Are you disregarding me, the head of the Celestial Master Institute? Lin Shen looked coldly at Njihai in the sky, who resembled a seraph. Chapter 669, Disqualification. Chapter 669, Disqualification. Onlookers only saw that Tianjixia was injured, not knowing that he suffered backlash from the power of the 10 Directions Ghost God-slaying blade because he had suppressed the sword, which led to his injury by Njihai. What if I don't take you seriously? Njihai was determined today to take the Dark Domain Lotus Seed, an opportunity that is hard to come by in a lifetime. Missing it meant there would not be a second chance. Your qualification for the competition has been cancelled, so get lost now, Lin Shen said without leaving any room for negotiation, directly pushing Njihai to the edge of a cliff. Cancel my qualification? You don't have the authority, Njihai said with scorn. The competition is organized by the Celestial Master Institute, and if I say your qualification is cancelled, then it's cancelled. Even if God himself came today, you would still have to get lost, Lin Shen declared. Then let's see who exactly is going to get lost today, Njihai said with a cold gaze, staring intently at Lin Shen, blade Chi bursting forth from his body, transforming him into a demonic blade without parallel and emanating a heart-stopping blade light. Dean, please step back. Let me handle him. Ch601 moved in front of Lin Shen. Stand down. Today I, the Dean, shall personally make him get lost. Lin Shen dismissed Ch601, removed the sheathed scrap sword from his waist, and started walking towards Anjiahe, step by step, with a brilliant carapace materializing around his body. The onlookers were somewhat surprised. Although Lin Shen was the Dean with strong abilities, he was still at the Ascension level. To fight against a top-tier Nirvana, being like Njihai should be beyond his reach, and by stepping forward himself, it appeared that not only would he fail to drive off Njihai, but he was also putting his own life at risk. With things already escalated to this point, there was no way Njihai would show any mercy to him. To them, Lin Shen's actions were no different from suicide. In the clouds above, Emperor Tianshu and An Yi both watched the unfolding events below. Neither of them spoke a word, each sipping tea as if nothing had happened at all. Njihai's palms became blade-like, and with a lightning-like swing, a blade light arrived in an instant, so fast it was almost imperceptible. Screech! The scrap sword was drawn by Lin Shen, directly meeting Njihai's blade light. Many shook their heads upon seeing this. Battling Nirvana with Ascension and actually facing it head-on, this was tantamount to courting death. But in the next instant, many widened their eyes in shock. Lin Shen's scrap sword actually split Njihai's blade light in two. How is this possible? It was unbelievable. And Jiahe's blade light was not a mere blade aura, but condensed from the power of nirvana, fundamentally different from the power of an ascension-level practitioner. Using the force of an ascender, Lin Shen astonishingly split the blade light formed from nirvana power, and it was even one condensed from the top-tier nirvana power of Jiahe, an utterly astounding feat. Jiahe's gaze sharpened, and his blade chi exploded wildly from him, both hands moving together, sending wave after wave of blade light slashing at Lin Shen from various angles. Lin Shen held the sword in one hand and the scabbard in the other, swinging both firmly, splitting each of Jiahe's blade lights, his footsteps never halting, steadily walking toward Jiahe. Blade lights flashed across the sky, only to be shattered one by one. Lin Shen was like a god of war defying the heavens, wielding his sword, shattering the divine punishment from the above. The crowd was already stunned. Jiahe's terrifying blade light assault had all been blocked, not a single strike reaching Lin Shen. "What kind of blade technique is that? How can it be so powerful?" someone exclaimed in amazement. Ascenders battling Nirvana beings, defeating the blade chi transformed from the power of Nirvana head-on. Not only was he not repelled, but he kept advancing step by step, as if he were an unstoppable war god. It was simply a miracle. What kind of blade technique can possibly sever Jiahe's power of Nirvana? You must know that Jiahe has cultivated the angel reincarnation skill, achieving Nirvana power that is certainly top-notch, incomparable to the strength and blade technique of an ascender. The scions who had some understanding of Jiahe were even more surprised. They were all the more aware of how difficult and terrifying the feat Lin Shen was now accomplishing. To challenge a Nirvana. Being as an ascender wasn't just about facing a tenfold attribute gap, but also a qualitative difference in strength. All this made an out-of-level challenge seem nearly impossible to achieve, even for people as strong as Daisy, who wouldn't easily attempt such challenges. And Jiahe swung his hands faster and faster, and the blade light became more intense, covering the sky like sheets of lightning. Despite that, Lin Shen's steps remained unwaveringly firm as he swiftly swung his arms, his sword and scabbard shattering all the lightning-like blade lights. The look in Jiahe's eyes grew colder. He had never imagined Lin Shen could actually receive his attacks head-on. Ever since he learned about Lin Shen, he never regarded him as an opponent, fearing only that Lin Shen might exploit the rules to his disadvantage. But now Jiahe was astonished to find that this person seemed harder to deal with than he had thought. "If you want to die, then I'll oblige you." Jiahe's intent to kill surged in the dark as he reached out his hand. The blade light converged in his hand, turning into a black light blade. Jiahe's 6 wings moved in unison behind him, and he shot forward like a rainbow, brushing past Lin Shen in an instant. The light blade was also swung out at that moment, so fast it was invisible to the naked eye. That was Jiahe's light-seeing deathblade technique. Everyone's heart skipped a beat at the sight. Even Tianjixie hadn't been able to defend against Jiahe's blade technique at first. Could Lin Shen, an ascender, possibly defend against this blade? Clang. Everyone's eyes widened because the black light blade in Jiahe's hand was actually shattered by the scrap sword in Lin Shen's hand. The power of the scrap sword didn't stop there. It struck Jiahe's chest, sending him flying away. It's truly unbelievable. Tian Beluo, who was watching the battle with Tian Qingyu, had his eyes wide open in shock. He admitted to himself that he couldn't achieve what Lin Shen had. Although his unity of heaven and man allowed him to predict an enemy's moves, if the enemy's strength was too great, he could do nothing to stop them, even if he knew what moves they would use. Jiahe was one of those people he couldn't stop, yet Lin Shen not only blocked him but also wounded him. Jiahe looked down at the shallow marks on his carapace, his eyes brimming with even greater intent to kill. Jiahe had always regarded himself as the top expert among the younger generation of the celestial race, even founding an academy to teach his peers skills. He didn't consider peers of his level worthy of his attention, and yet Lin Shen, an ascender, was able to battle him to this extent, even blocking his light-seeing deathblade technique, thoroughly igniting Jiahe's killing intent. This person must die. Jiahe's hands condensed a black light blade. His body flitted like a startled swan to appear in front of Lin Shen, and his light blade struck out like a phantom. The light emanating from Jiahe's body grew stronger and stronger, making him seem like a sun that was too dazzling to look at directly. Above his head, the angel halo appeared, endlessly emitting terrifying energy, blessing Jiahe and making his blade even faster. Chapter 670, Snatching the Sword. Chapter 670, Snatching the Sword. 3 minutes, a full 3 minutes, everyone seemed as if they had been struck by acupoint ceiling, immobilized for 3 minutes. During these 3 minutes, Jiahe launched a suffocating offensive, flickering around Lin Shen like a ghost, appearing and disappearing intermittently, slashing from unimaginable angles with blades that ordinary people couldn't see. Such a thrilling attack still failed to breach Lin Shen's defense. All the black light blades aimed at Lin Shen were blocked and shattered by him. Lin Shen was like an eternally unyielding mountain peak, standing firm against the pounding waves, which ultimately would break against him. The sword and its sheath seemed to possess some kind of magical power, forming an impregnable fortress. The Dean's blade technique is close to mastering the path, Vice Dean Chao exclaimed admiringly. The blade skill is good. Its only fault is that it seems to be all defense and no offense, Shi Xinhuo muttered. Being able to block Jihai's attacks with Ascension strength, could you do it when you were at Ascension level? Vice Dean An said while sipping tea. Naturally, I couldn't, Shi Xinhuo shook his head. Well, there you go. Every gain comes with a loss. If the Dean had an offensive move in his blade technique, maybe he couldn't have lasted until now, Vice Dean. An spoke slowly. I have a junior in my family who went to He Family Academy to study, and I've often heard the kids speak of Anjihahe. He talked about how Aniahahi had an extraordinary talent, that he could effortlessly master any skill, and had reached the masterly realm of all streams return to the origin, integrating the essence of hundreds of skills. He can see through an opponent's weaknesses at a glance and predict their actions, almost like a deity. Previously, I thought that kid was exaggerating a bit, but having watched his battle with Little Imperial Uncle, although not quite at the master level, he was not far from it. If the Dean were to attack proactively, he might get his movements anticipated and weaknesses targeted by Anjiahahe, making it very hard to defend. But with such passive beating, if it goes on for too long, wouldn't there be a mistake eventually? No one can maintain a perfect defense forever, Shi Xinhuo added. That's not necessarily the case. Our Dean's blade technique looks very stable, the logistic department head chuckled. Stable? How is it stable? I've never heard of a defense that's 100% impervious, Shi Xinhuo argued. I don't know about an absolutely flawless defense, but from my experience with accounting, our Dean is very good at calculating, the logistic department head said with a smile. What does that have to do with accounting? Shi Xinhuo was perplexed. If everyone in the universe saved 0.1 heavenly currency for you, can you imagine how rich you'd be? Said the logistic department head. You do understand the principle of accumulation, right? The Dean is conserving his strength, using the least amount of effort to wear down Anjihahi's energy. Anjihahi might seem ferocious, but his consumption is far greater than our Dean's. It's a matter of who will run out of stamina first and who will reveal a weakness first. So I say our Dean is stable. Even if he might show a flaw, Anjiahai will show one before him. As the group was discussing, they suddenly saw Anjiahai's figure flash and disappear, and when he reappeared, he was already beside Tianjixia, who was receiving treatment. Everyone was startled, thinking that Anjiahai had gone mad enough to actually kill Tianjixia. To their surprise, Anjihahi grabbed the 10 Directions Ghost God Slaying Blade lying beside and instantly returned to the battleground. There's a problem with the sword in your hand, this makes it fair. Anjihahi, holding the 10 Directions Ghost God Slaying Blade, pointed at Lin Shen and said, Everyone was shocked, having already witnessed how terrifying the 10 Directions Ghost God Slaying Blade was. They, like Anjihahi, had long suspected that there was something unusual about the sword in Lin Shen's hand. Now that Anjiahi had taken the 10 Directions Ghost God Slaying Blade, no matter how good Lin Shen's sword was, could it be better than the 10 Directions Ghost God Slaying Blade? Lin Shen, looking at the 10 Directions Ghost God Slaying Blade in Anjiahi's hand, felt a bit strange inside. Speaking of which, the 10 Directions Ghost God Slaying Blade and the Scrap Sword were actually forged from the same furnace into 2 blades. The 10 Directions Ghost God Slaying Blade was cast from the essence, while the Scrap Sword was made from the impurities that were refined out. Theoretically, the 10 Directions Ghost God Slaying Blade should naturally be much stronger than the Scrap Sword. However, after using the Scrap Sword for so long, Lin Shen discovered that this blade might not be inferior to the 10 Directions Ghost God Slaying Blade after all. It's just that it doesn't have a personality like the 10 Directions Ghost God Slaying Blade, nor does it have its domineering presence. It looks very ordinary, but if you can use it correctly, it might be stronger than any other blade. The 10 Directions Ghost God Slaying Blade itself is very strong, but the Scrap Sword needs a very strong master to bring out its full power. Vice Dean An, holding the 10 Directions Ghost God Slaying Blade, seemed like an angel of destruction wielding the Blade of Catastrophe from on high, slowly raising the Soul Slayer blade in his hand and chopping down toward Lin Shen. The terrifying blade light transformed into a roaring evil ghost descending from the heavens, as if it wanted to rip and destroy everything. With Vice Dean An's blade technique and strength, the Soul Slayer blade became even more bizarre and vicious. The Soul Slayer blade possessed the concept and strength of the 3 Reverences sword skill, which was an indestructible force like the true extreme slaying evil divine light. Just now, Vice Dean An's blade and blade light had been shattered with one strike, completely unstoppable. When everyone thought that Lin Shen would dodge the strike, they saw him once again swing the blade in his hand, still using that fierce defensive technique. Others might feel the power of the Soul Slayer blade was strong, but Lin Shen was not the least bit afraid. The Death Powder's true extreme evil slaying destructive death ray was even stronger, but the Scrap Sword still managed to saw it open. Unless there was absolute strength suppression, the usefulness of the Scrap Sword was unlimited. Wanting to suppress Lin Shen with absolute strength, Vice Dean and obviously couldn't manage it yet. With all of Lin Shen's skills fully activated, Weisstein An's attribute was not much stronger than his, not enough to be overwhelming. Lin Shen crossed the blade and its scabbard in front of him, intending to use the scrap sword snip skill to block the strike of the Soul Slayer blade. But when the power of the Soul Slayer blade surged over, Lin Shen was momentarily taken aback. The force of the Soul Slayer blade directly rushed into the scrap sword, igniting a purple-black flame over the platinum-colored blade. Lin Shen didn't feel any damage done to the scrap sword by the strength of the 10 Directions Ghost God-slaying blade. Instead, he felt a powerful force pervading the scrap sword, which itself had hardly any strength originally. With a thought, Lin Shen swung his blade in reverse, and the terrifying force within the blade instantly turned into the roaring power of an evil ghost, charging toward Weisstein An. Weisstein An, uncertain and shaken, attempted to use his blade to defend, only to find that the Soul Slayer blade in his hand seemed as if it were fixed in the air. He simply couldn't lift it. Weisstein An had no choice but to abandon his blade and dodge to avoid Lin Shen's strike. The dreadful blade Chi shot into the sky, broke through the clouds, and charged past the man-made hanging island in the clouds. Weisstein An's face turned ugly, but he saw Lin Shen had already arrived beside the Soul Slayer blade, reached out to grab it, and casually lifted the Soul Slayer blade. Chapter 671, The Virtuous Dwell. Here, Chapter 671, The Virtuous Dwell here. A divine weapon is fit only for those with virtue, and with your character and morals, you're simply unworthy of wielding this blade. Lin Shen held the hilt of the Soul Slayer blade, gently stroking its blade. The Soul Slayer blade seemed to respond to his touch, vibrating with a tremulous hum. Suddenly, Lin Shen casually tossed the Soul Slayer blade in front of An Jiahai, saying indifferently, "You want to use this blade, don't you? No need to seize it by force. Just take it if you can." A flicker of an unusual color passed through An Jiahai's eyes, but at this point he was in too deep to back out and reached out to grasp the hovering 10 Directions Ghost, God-slaying blade, his body erupting with terrifying brightness as he attempted to forcibly control the blade in his own hands. However, no matter how his strength surged, he couldn't make the 10 Directions Ghost God-slaying blade budge an inch. It was as if the blade was fixed in midair, utterly immovable. The onlookers were astonished, never expecting that such a blade could possess such strength, that even An Jiahai couldn't handle it. Little did they know the terrifying power contained within the 10 Directions Ghost God-slaying blade. It was forged using that unparalleled swordsman from the mysterious clan as the template, and the Three Reverences sword skill was one of the few capable of contending with the ancient realm king. An Jiahai, merely a nirvana being, how could he possibly make the 10 Directions Ghost God-slaying blade submit to him? Seeing An Jiahai, who, no matter how hard he tried, could not sway the 10 Directions Ghost God-slaying blade, a mocking smile appeared on the corner of Lin Shen's mouth. He extended his palm and softly commanded, "Come here." The 10 Directions Ghost God-slaying blade suddenly issued a heaven-shaking blade's cry, and terrifying blade Chi soared into the sky, repelling An Jiahai who was trying to hold it. The carapace on An Jiahai's palm was shattered by the blade Chi, injuring his hand and causing blood to flow freely. Yet An Jiahai paid no attention to his injured palm, fixating instead on the 10 Directions Ghost God-slaying blade as it automatically flew towards Lin Shen. He couldn't believe that the Soul Slayer blade, which he could not control, was obediently heeding Lin Shen's command like a dog. At this moment, An Jiahai felt like a clown. The others also looked at Lin Shen, who had now taken hold of the Soul Slayer blade, with complex expressions and couldn't help but entertain a peculiar thought. Could it be true that a divine weapon contains a spirit and is fated for those with virtue? Does even a blade despise An Jiahai for his actions? If not, how else can it be explained that under the heavens, An Jiahai can't even lift the blade, yet Lin Shen can command it with ease? Little did they know that the 10 Directions Ghost God-slaying blade had been partly forged by Lin Shen himself, and he too had perceived the true extreme slaying evil divine light. In addition, the scrap sword and the 10 Directions Ghost God-slaying blade were originally cast from the same furnace. Lin Shen always carried the scrap sword with him, so he naturally bore its aura. If there were anyone in the world other than Tianjixia who could move the Soul Slayer blade, it would be Lin Shen alone. Lin Shen didn't use the Soul Slayer blade but casually tossed it aside, letting it fly back to Tianjixia's side. The winner has already been determined. If it wasn't for Tianjixia's mercy, you would have been slain. The victory belongs to Tianjixia. You've long lost any right to continue in this contest, Lin Shen said lightly. When Lin Shen previously said that An Jiahai had no right to compete, most people didn't really take it seriously. The celestial race is fond of and adept at fighting, and Jiahai's refusal to concede and his continued battling could be barely justified as the courage to fight to the death. However, after the incident with the Soul Slayer blade, many people's gazes towards An Jiahai began to look somewhat peculiar. Even those scions who had studied at the He Family Academy now looked at An Jiahai with a measure of disdain. A person rejected even by a blade. Just how inadequate must his character and morals be? Although no one said it out loud, the facade that Anjiahahi had built up before was already showing cracks. And Jiahahi naturally knew all of this, and he was more aware of it than anyone else. But compared to the chance for the Dark Domain Lotus Seed, he would rather forgo such fame. The opportunity for dual nirvana was rare throughout the ages, related to whether he could stand at the pinnacle of the universe's pyramid in the future. Compared to that, what was a little bit of fame? In the future, when he achieved immortality and dominated all his rivals, who would care what he had done before? Everyone would only say, those who achieve great things do not fuss over trifles. The competition is the competition, with victory and defeat determined by loss and win, and based on the rules I have not admitted defeat, therefore, the competition must continue. If you are not convinced, then defeat me with skill. I allow you to represent Little Imperial Uncle in combat. Do you dare? And Jiahahi said with a cold face, today, no matter what, he had to obtain the Dark Domain Lotus Seed. He had just seen Tianjixia standing up and reaching for his sword. He didn't want to continue battling with Tianjixia. The 10 Directions Ghost God Slaying Blade was too powerful. He was not sure he could defeat Tianjixia holding the sword, so instead, he provoked Lin Shen to take action. If you won't accept a face-saving way out, then I'll just have to comply with your wishes. Lin Shen thought clearly that the Dark Domain Lotus Seed was too precious. Unless he completely drove Anjiahahi out of the competition, he would not back down. Lin Shen drew the scrap sword once more, prepared to continue the battle with Anjiahahi. However, Anjiahahi did not attack immediately. He looked at Lin Shen, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lin Shen, according to the competition's rules, pets can be used, right? That's right. Lin Shen, who set the rules, of course knew them very well. Then let's show you the real difference between Ascenders and Nirvana beings. Anjiahahi somehow pulled out a pet gun and shot repeatedly into the sky. Nirvana-level pets flew out one after another. In a blink of an eye, more than a dozen Nirvana pets appeared around Anjiahahi. That one emitting a cold aura, that's the Nirvana-level frost behemoth, right? I remember it's a rare Nirvana creature from Ice Ridge Star, with a frost attribute that can freeze anything. That's the 9-headed demon insect, the terrifying existence of the Hellburrow worm, Abyssal Demon Walker, Heavenly Armored Divine Soldier, Thunder Destroyer. One by one, their names were called out. Anjiaha's pets, without exception, were all top-tier Nirvana creatures. Any of these pets, if brought out, could fight with the top Nirvana beings. Now that more than a dozen Nirvana-level pets were present on the battlefield at the same time, even the most top-tier Nirvana beings would only have the option to flee. Moreover, Lin Shen was still an Ascender. Even if he used pets, he could at most summon Ascension pets, and it was simply impossible for him to contend with Anjiahahi's pets. This is bad. Lin Shen is still an Ascender, unable to use Nirvana pets. That's a big disadvantage, thought Tian Beluo, feeling that the situation didn't bode well. Where am I naive? Tian Beluo asked, puzzled. Lin Shen is the rule-maker of this competition. Do you think he would be so careless as to leave such a loophole? Qing Yu spoke indifferently. He is indeed not that careless, but with the situation as it is now, I really can't think of a solution. What about you? Tian Beluo pondered. Who knows? He always surprises everyone. Before today, who could have imagined that he could withstand Anjiahahi? Qing Yu watched Lin Shen on the battlefield, speaking with an unusual look. I always feel like he can solve any problem. Chapter 672 Red represents danger. Chapter 6722, Chapter 672 Red represents danger. The problem is this issue seems unsolvable. Tian Beluo still couldn't figure it out. How exactly Lin Shen, an Ascender, was supposed to deal with Anjiahahi and a dozen or so Nirvana creatures. Although the abilities of those Nirvana creatures were relatively simple, lacking in Jiahahi's adaptability and various skills, their strength and skills were top-notch among Nirvana beings. Any one of them pulled out would be capable of killing a group of Ascenders. The people from the Celestial Master Institute were shocked to see Anjiahahi summon so many Nirvana creatures and were already preparing to enter the fray to assist. Yet Lin Shen gestured for them not to come down, sheathed his scrap sword, and hung it back on his waist, sizing up Anjiahahi's pets with his gaze. Chief of the Heavenly Institute, now who should be the one to roll? Anjiahahi did not immediately command his elite pets to attack Lin Shen and mockingly sneered with a cold laugh. I've said it before, whoever comes today, you have to roll, Lin Shen replied, stretching out his hand to grab the death powder that entwined his body like ropes, pulling it out. Once the death powder left Lin Shen's body, it immediately straightened out, turning into a javelin carved and polished from ruby, which Lin Shen held in his hand. The onlookers were all taken aback, having thought that Lin Shen might have some kind of trump card, but instead, they saw him conjure up a strange weapon that seemed neither gun nor spear. No matter how powerful a weapon is, could it really stop over a dozen top-tier Nirvana creatures? Those Nirvana creatures could probably bombard Lin Shen into smithereens with just one blast of the power of Nirvana each, rendering any skills useless. Why don't you summon some pets of your own? Even Ascension-level ones will do. Although they definitely won't be a match for Anjiahahi's elite Nirvana pets, as long as there are enough of them, they can at least distract attention. If you just stand there and let them kill you, they'd still have to spend a while doing it, someone said anxiously, watching Lin Shen remain motionless. Can you even use a spear? Anjiahe looked at the death powder in Lin Shen's hands and started laughing with narrowed eyes. At this point, whatever skills Lin Shen possessed had already become irrelevant. Surrounded by over a dozen top-tier Nirvana creatures, an Ascender's skills would be futile. No, Lin Shen said, holding the death powder backhandedly as if ready to throw a javelin, and calmly observed Anjiahe and the horde of elite pets in the sky. To take you down, I don't need to know how to use a spear. Just a casual throw will be enough. Speaking thus, Lin Shen took a large step back with his right leg and stretched the arm holding the death powder back to the utmost, assuming the stance of someone about to throw a javelin. Competition is about winning, no matter who you are. Since you've already stood here, you have to bear the consequences that you should, Anjiahe said coldly as over a dozen terrifying Nirvana creatures radiated colored lights all over, like world-devouring celestial demons looking down at Lin Shen from the sky. The appalling power fluctuations were felt even by those watching from afar, finding them somewhat fearsome. In contrast, Lin Shen, a lone figure with a spear against the sky, seemed so insignificant. The terrifying Nirvana creatures, like world-destroying monsters, descended from all directions with horrific radiance, looking as if they intended to annihilate Lin Shen together with the entire planet. Finally, with his arm and torso stretched to their limits, Lin Shen threw the ruby javelin in his hand. Many felt puzzled in their hearts. What good could throwing a single javelin do? Even if it were a divine spear that upon being thrown would surely slay a Nirvana creature, there were still more than a dozen terrifying Nirvana creatures left. It seemed insignificant. Moreover, they hadn't heard of any weapon that could allow an Ascender to kill a Nirvana creature with a single strike. The death powder turned into a crimson javelin the moment Lin Shen threw it, shooting straight towards one of the Nirvana creatures. The javelin was fast, faster than a bullet, but for Nirvana creatures, such speed was still far from sufficient. The abyssal demon walker, burning with black flames, reached out like a demonic god, aiming to grab the death powder flying towards it. The other horrifying creatures paid no attention to the death powder, still bearing their fangs and claws in a chaotic dance, each with a terrifying glow rushing towards Lin Shen, their claws ready to unleash the power of Nirvana. Just as the abyssal demon walker was about to catch the death powder, and everyone felt a profound sense of disappointment, a bright red light suddenly lit up from the death powder. The entire body of the death powder shone with dazzling red light, as if it had suddenly activated acceleration mode. The abyssal demon walker, whose palm was about to grab the death powder, closed on empty air. A red lightning bolt emerged out of thin air, shocking the whole world in an instant. That streak of red was like lightning zigzagging through the sky, traveling at unbelievable speed, instantly piercing through the head of the abyssal demon walker and the black flames that enveloped it. Fast, unbelievably fast. Even more astonishing was that after piercing through the body of the abyssal demon walker, the red luminescence didn't slow down. Twisting its form, like serpentine lightning, it strung up all the Nirvana creatures in the sky in an instant, as if threading them onto a bracelet. The red light was so fast that the residual radiance formed a red loop in the sky, stringing those dozen or so Nirvana creatures together like a demonic necklace. As some people gazed at the blinking red light in the sky, their brains couldn't quite register what had happened, staring blankly, puzzled by what had just taken place. Why did the javelin thrown by Lin Shen suddenly curve? Could it be that the spear was a spirit base? Even if it was a spirit base, it couldn't possibly accelerate to that extent so quickly, could it? Ascenders can only use Ascension-level spirit bases, right? And it seemed to have pierced through the heads of over a dozen Nirvana creatures. How was that possible? Those were top-tier Nirvana creatures, after all, with the power of Nirvana and the physical strength of Nirvana-level bodies. How could they be so easily pierced through? Even a top-tier Nirvana-level powerhouse couldn't penetrate the power of Nirvana and bodies of a dozen top-tier Nirvana creatures in an instant. As everyone tried to process the sight of the Nirvana creatures skewered in the sky, their minds seemed unable to catch up with the turn of events. It wasn't until the genuine form of the death powder stopped and floated in midair, and the residual red shadows faded away, and holes appeared in the heads of the dozen Nirvana creatures, causing them to fall from the sky, that people began to realize what had occurred. Over a dozen top-notch Nirvana-level creatures were killed in an instant by that bizarre javelin. Realizing this, everyone felt goosebumps, and chills ran down their spines. They had only heard of the formidable reputation of these Nirvana creatures, each name resonating like thunder, but they had never imagined these terrifying beings could be slain all at once. Looking at the death powder twinkling with red light in the sky, everyone seemed to suddenly understand for the first time that red might signify danger. Chapter 673, I can do it too. Chapter 673, Chapter 673, I can do it too. Anjiaha's eyes widened to the limit as he stared at the death powder in the sky as if he had seen a ghost. Those pets were the finest among those undergoing Nirvana. Even for him, it had cost a great deal to collect them one by one. How could they have been killed in an instant? For a moment, Anjiahe doubted whether Lin Shen was a disguised immortal. No Ascender could kill his Nirvana creatures, let alone in a flash. Unless, Anjiahe seemed to realize something and said with a dark look at Lin Shen, "You cheated, the competition rules don't allow the use of spirit base." Anjiahahe's words were suddenly choked off, for he had already seen the death powder, suspended in the sky like a javelin, swell in an instant and transform into an immense monster akin to a ruby giant worm. With its bizarre mouthparts, it dove down and devoured the pet corpses that were falling toward the ground, one by one. Fear, an indescribable fear, spread throughout everyone's minds. When death powder killed those nirvana creatures, its speed was so fast and the act not too bloody that although most people felt its power, they didn't have a clear concept of its horror. It wasn't until death powder entered a giant state and one by one swallowed those nirvana creatures, deemed incredibly strong by the onlookers, turning them into pieces, that they truly felt fear. People have an innate fear of giant things. The enlarged death powder, with a body like that of a dragon, twisted and wound its way through the sky, devouring all the pet corpses into its belly. Then it returned to its normal state and flew back into Lin Shen's hand, still resembling a weapon much like a javelin or spear, with no apparent change from its initial form. But now, everyone's gaze upon it was completely different from before. That is, a pet, a nirvana-level pet, someone said, full of doubt, still unable to believe their own eyes. Lin Shen, an ascender, how could he possibly use a nirvana-level pet? And even if it was a nirvana-level pet, how could it kill a dozen or so top nirvana creatures all at once? Some even doubted whether death powder was a nirvana pet at all, but rather an immortal pet. Didn't you want to use pets? Continue, Lin Shen said, pointing at Anjiahe in the sky with death powder. In an instant, Anjiahe only felt fear rushing over him like a tide and retreated subconsciously, avoiding the direction death powder pointed at. The terror of that single strike from death powder was simply too profound. Looking at Lin Shen, Anjiahe felt his throat unbearably dry as though it had cracked open, unable to utter another word. He was very confident he wouldn't lose to anyone of the same tier, nor would he fear any nirvana being. But that strange pet in Lin Shen's hand made Anjiahe realize for the first time that he was not truly unbeatable at his tier or utterly fearless. Everyone knew the battle was over. As soon as that red glow necklace appeared in the sky, the fight had already ended. Anjiahe had lost, thoroughly and utterly defeated, his reputation and the match itself. However, the most discussed topic on Sky Pinnacle Star was not Anjiahe's defeat. The celestial race is a kind that does not like to fail, and the losers are quickly forgotten, as they prefer to discuss the victors instead. Many people were guessing what exactly the mysterious pet held by Lin Shen was. Without a doubt, it must be a nirvana creature, but such a peculiar nirvana creature had never been seen or heard of by them before. The key was that this one pet actually managed to instant kill over a dozen top-quality nirvana pets, which was quite freakish. Some had already started calling death powder the strongest pet just below the immortal level, but as they didn't know death powder's name, someone gave it a nickname, Red Warning. Red signified danger, and when you saw that flash of red, you should know to stay far away. As an ascender, Lin Shen became one of the heads of the Celestial Masters Institution. How could he be an ordinary person? I knew all along that he must possess exceptional strength, someone asserted. Oh come on, didn't you used to say that Lin Shen was trash, and that you could take the head of the Celestial Masters Institution's position if you wanted? Another person retorted. I still say that Lin Shen is trash. Just give me his blade and Red Warning, and I'd do just fine, the first speaker claimed. Yeah right, their companion snorted. I could say the same. I don't even need the blade, just give me Red Warning, and I could do anything. Red Warning is really too powerful, undoubtedly the strongest pet below the immortal level. Didn't you see how scared Anjiahe was at that time? He didn't dare to utter a single tough word, and it was fortunate that people from the first mansion came to take him away, or who knows how he would have stepped down, someone remarked. Red Warning is strong, but don't underestimate Lin Shen either. His blade technique pushed Anjiahe to the point where he wanted to win with his pet. Besides Lin Shen, which other ascender could achieve that? Another person pointed out. You've all just heard about it, but I was there and saw it with my own eyes. Lin Shen's blade technique was truly divine, absolutely the reincarnation of a blade god. You didn't see how, when Anjiahe tried to take little Imperial Uncle's blade, he couldn't even lift it. It was only Lin Shen who, with a casual move, made the blade fly into his hand by itself. If that's not a blade god, then what is? Someone boasted. The deeds of Lin Shen's great battle with Anjiahe spread far and wide across Sky Pinnacle Star. This battle made Lin Shen famous, but Death Powder's fame even surpassed Lin Shen's. It was a pity that, after swallowing so many top-quality nirvana creatures, it entered the nirvana state once again to undergo its third nirvana. This creature levels up too quickly, being able to upgrade just by eating, which is just too cool. If it continues to develop at this pace, it might become an immortal before long, Lin Shen pondered. If Death Powder really became an immortal and remained under his control, then he could truly walk sideways in the future. Lin Wan was sitting at her assistant's desk today, her gaze unfocused as if pondering something. She had also witnessed the battle between Lin Shen and Anjiahe yesterday. As for Death Powder, Lin Wan found it somewhat interesting but didn't value it much. In her long life, she had seen many powerful creatures like Death Powder and didn't find it particularly extraordinary. What really caught her attention was the blade technique Lin Shen used. Others might not be aware, but Lin Wan knew all too well that Lin Shen's blade technique was derived from her own technique of using both hands. Yet, Lin Shen had trained the technique to a level even she didn't recognize, making it even more enigmatic than her own method. This person, why is he so strange? Lin Wan's gaze involuntarily shifted toward Lin Shen, who had come to the Celestial Master Institute today and was working in the dean's office. Chapter 674, Want It? Help Yourself. Chapter 674, Want It? Help Yourself. Lin Shen came to the Celestial Master Institute today, not for work, but to wait for Emperor Tianshu to deliver the Dark Domain Lotus Seed. The competition had already concluded, yet there was still no sign of the prize, which was causing concern for anyone. Could it be that Emperor Tianshu has taken the Dark Domain Lotus Seed for himself? While Lin Shen was worrying, he saw Tian Kongyun approaching and immediately felt overjoyed, thinking that Tian Kongyun had come to deliver the Dark Domain Lotus Seed. But unexpectedly, Tian Kongyun had come to instruct Lin Shen to meet with Emperor Tianshu at the Imperial Palace, leaving Lin Shen wondering what tricks the Emperor was planning this time. Lin Shen then thought to himself that it was only normal for an item as precious as the Dark Domain Lotus Seed not to be casually handed to someone else. Emperor Tianshu probably wanted to give it to him in person. Anjiahai had discarded all shame in his desire to obtain the Dark Domain Lotus Seed, and if someone else had brought it, it could easily have been stolen on the way, which was not an impossibility. Following Tian Kongyun to the Imperial Palace, Lin Shen was now familiar with the way and took various turns to arrive at the study in the living quarters. Dean, you've done a good job, and your blade technique is also impressive. Emperor Tianshu rarely praised Lin Shen. To serve His Majesty, one must give their all, Lin Shen said with a slight bow. Now that the task is complete, do you wish to have the Dark Domain Lotus Seed or not? Emperor Tianshu suddenly asked. Lin Shen felt an urge to curse in his heart. This cunning old fox. Could it be that he's planning to swindle me out of the Dark Domain Lotus Seed? I knew it. How could such good fortune be real? How could he give me such a once-in-a-millennium treasure? It seems I misjudged this. The old man never intended to give me the Dark Domain Lotus Seed. This question was akin to a death sentence. To say he wanted it would mean Emperor Tianshu had no intention of giving it to him. To say he didn't want it, after all the effort and even revealing the death powder, would be too much to bear. After thinking it over, Lin Shen still said, I want it. Lin Shen didn't lack the ability to flatter, but after consideration, he decided not to say any superfluous words. Good, if you want it, go retrieve it from an F family's first mansion, Emperor Tianshu said, causing Lin Shen's eyes to widen. Your Majesty, could you possibly trouble someone from the An family to bring over the Dark Domain Lotus Seed? Lin Shen dared not go to An family's first mansion, and he inwardly grumbled, I knew it. The Dark Domain Lotus Seed wasn't his to begin with, he's just being generous with someone else's property. After all this trouble, the Dark Domain Lotus Seed is still at their house, and now if I go there, would Anjiahi let me off? Wouldn't Yi give me the Dark Domain Lotus Seed? It would be a miracle to get it. This pit is truly damn deep. If they could send it over, why would there be a need for you to retrieve it? Emperor Tianshu said with a smile that was not quite a smile, the Dark Domain Lotus Seed is a naturally occurring anomaly, growing on a planet utterly unlike ordinary ones, with extremely strict conditions for growth. After being picked, it also requires special methods to preserve it. On Sky Pinnacle Star, the only place capable of preserving a Dark Domain Lotus Seed is the Guli Nest in an family's first mansion. If you wish to obtain the Dark Domain Lotus Seed, you must go to the Guli Nest and retrieve it yourself. After you take the Dark Domain Lotus Seed, you need to swallow it on the spot inside the Guli Nest. Otherwise, the Dark Domain Lotus Seed will dissipate between heaven and earth. Your Majesty, after swallowing the Dark Domain Lotus Seed, will I undergo Nirvana immediately? Lin Shen asked, puzzled. The Dark Domain Lotus Seed will not cause you to undergo Nirvana, but rather slowly alter your constitution, giving you the attributes of the Dark Domain. Seeing the confusion on Lin Shen's face, Emperor Tianshu continued to explain, the Dark Domain Lotus Seed possesses a very special attribute. How can I describe this quality? You should have heard the many conjectures about dark matter, right? You can think of the Dark Domain Lotus Seed as a kind of dark matter. Its properties are completely different from those of ordinary matter. Once you use the Dark Domain Lotus Seed, it will transform the properties of your body to also possess those of the Dark Domain. Under this attribute, you can choose two completely different types of Nirvana power for dual Nirvana without any adverse effects. That is the key to dual Nirvana. I see. Lin Shen quietly had an epiphany. However, the attributes of the Dark Domain Lotus Seed are not sustainable in the ordinary world. After you use the Dark Domain Lotus Seed, the attributes of the Dark Domain your body acquires through transformation will also fade over time. Based on past experiences, approximately 1 month after ingesting the Dark Domain Seed is when the attributes of the Dark Domain are at their strongest. Beyond 1 month, the attributes will gradually diminish, and in about a year, they will completely vanish. Hence, it is best that you complete your Nirvana about a month after swallowing the Dark Domain Lotus Seed. Too early won't do, and the success rate will also decrease the more you delay. After leaving the Imperial Palace, Lin Shen began contemplating how to retrieve the Dark Domain Lotus Seed from the An family's first mansion. By now, the An family's first mansion might view him as a thorn in their side, a pain in their flesh. If he went to the An family's first mansion now, surely they would not let him take away the Dark Domain Lotus Seed willingly. But if he didn't go, there would be no hope for retrieving the Dark Domain Lotus Seed, and thus no chance for dual nirvana. Surely Emperor Tianshu wouldn't send me on a mission to die? Lin Shen gritted his teeth and decided he would still go to the An family's first mansion for the Dark Domain Lotus Seed. Before leaving, Lin Shen also sought Tianxun's opinion. Tianxun said that An Yi probably wouldn't harm him at the An family's first mansion, but attempting to take the Dark Domain Lotus Seed would undoubtedly present difficulties. As long as my life isn't at risk, then I'll make the trip. Lin Shen originally planned to bring along people from the Celestial Master Institute and the 4 ladies from Yexing, even if it meant asking them to wait outside the gates. If everyone knew he entered the An family's first mansion, the An family would have to think twice before doing anything to him. However, Lin Shen's idea was immediately rejected by Tianxun. Tianxun said, "Do you know that back then, An Yi walked straight into the Celestial Master Institute and, in front of everyone, beheaded the previous head of the Celestial Master's institution? The dean at the time held immense sway over affairs of state, far more glorified than you are now. Such a person was killed on An Yi's mere whim. Do you think the few people you bring will have any impact? On the contrary, it could backfire. If you go like this to ask for something, and the people of the An family's first mansion give it to you, what will they do when others follow your example? How will the An family's first mansion maintain its footing on Sky Pinnacle Star then?" Lin Shen realized this was true. Even if he took many people with him, it would be of no use if An Yi truly intended to kill him. With this in mind, Lin Shen decided not to bring anyone. He prepared a modest gift and then went to visit An Yi by himself. When Lin Shen arrived at the great gate of the Yin family's first mansion, the guards from the Yin family naturally didn't show him any kindness. Lin Shen did not take offense, offering his gift and a card of visit, while secretly slipping a small token into the hands of the gatekeepers of the Yin family. The An family guard initially intended to refuse, possibly even to mock or jeer, but upon seeing clearly what Lin Shen had discreetly passed into his hand, his expression became complicated and strange. "Wait here. Whether or not my master wishes to see you will depend on your fate," the guard announced loudly before turning to enter, then closed the great gate with a thud, as if anxious to show his disdain for Lin Shen to anyone watching. Chapter 675, Guli Nest. Chapter 675, Guli Nest. As Tianxun had anticipated, Dean An Yi didn't refuse to see him, but he truly didn't get to see him. A member of the An family named An Shui received Lin Shen. An Shui was courteous, his behavior exhibiting a gentlemanly demeanor, and he did not make Lin Shen feel neglected or hostile when speaking with him as if he was merely receiving an ordinary guest. An Shui told Lin Shen that Dean An Yi was too busy with official duties to find time to receive him. However, Dean An Yi was already aware of Lin Shen's purpose for visiting and instructed An Shui to take Lin Shen to the Guli Nest, allowing him to obtain the Dark Domain Lotus Seed himself. Upon hearing this, Lin Shen couldn't help but frown. The Guli Nest could house the Dark Domain Lotus Seed because it was an extremely special place. According to Emperor Tianshu, the location where An family's first mansion was built was originally the nest of an undying creature. That Guli Nest was previously the place where the undying creature nurtured its offspring, having a special energy flowing within that easily corrodes the bodies of ordinary people who enter, causing them to contract a strange disease. Those infected with this strange disease would experience an abnormal increase in the hardness of their bones, but their toughness would diminish. The outcome of this was that the patient's bones would become like glass, both hard and brittle, and a fall could shatter all the bones in their body, making it nearly impossible to fight again. Not to mention fighting, even walking required caution, as a single careless fall could potentially be fatal. The closer one got to the storage site of the Dark Domain Lotus Seed, the stronger this special energy became, and the more severe the body's corrosion would be. Unless one possessed the ability to resist this special energy, the whole body could turn into glass when trying to retrieve the Dark Domain Lotus Seed. Emperor Tianshu had warned Lin Shen that this special energy was very peculiar, and normal nirvana power wouldn't affect it. Among all known attributes, only a certain nirvana attribute that An Yi possessed could resist the corrosion of this special energy. In other words, currently, the only person who could enter the Guli Nest and retrieve the Dark Domain Lotus Seed was An Yi alone. Now, An Yi didn't directly refuse to give him the Dark Domain Lotus Seed, but by asking Lin Shen to go to the Guli Nest himself, it was no different from not giving it to him. An Yi's attitude was already very clear. If you have the capability, take it. If not, the Dark Domain Lotus Seed would remain in An family's first mansion. "Brother An, may I have the chance to see Dean An Yi in person?" Lin Shen asked, looking at An Shui. "The head of the Heavenly Institute may simply call me by my name." "I am just a steward and do not deserve to be addressed as Dean," An Shui said with an air of difficulty. At present, it is a time of troubles. The peripheral planets of our clan are experiencing constant friction with other tribes. To resolve these issues, the family head hasn't returned home for many days and truly can't spare the time to meet you, head of the Heavenly Institute. I hope you will understand. There's an old saying, don't slap a smiling face. Knowing well that the An family was making things difficult for him, Lin Shen was left without a real solution. Venting his frustration would have been futile. He would have preferred dealing with someone like Anjiahahi, who would come up to handle him directly, giving Lin Shen a good reason to slap his face. With a person like Anjisho, there was simply a sense of helplessness. A thought struck Lin Shen. The Tianyi Institute head is occupied with official duties, and I wouldn't dream of disturbing him, but for such significant matters, it's only proper to notify him. Would it be possible for me to see young Master An? Chief of the Heavenly Institute, I truly apologize. Our young master has been gravely injured, and his condition hasn't improved. He has gone to an alien world for treatment, and I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to return in the coming days, which is why we couldn't personally receive you. And Jishu blocked Lin Shen's path with his words. Lin Shen let out a light sigh. Since that's the case, I'll come to visit another day. And Jishu smiled bitterly. Chief of the Heavenly Institute, please don't say that. The family head has instructed us that such a precious item should not remain in our mansion any longer. Should anything go amiss, no one could bear the responsibility. The family head repeatedly emphasized that if you were to visit, we must ensure that you take the item with you. Our mansion really lacks the capability to continue safeguarding it. If, Chief of the Heavenly Institute, you truly are unable to take away the Dark Domain Lotus Seed and wish to leave it here, you'll need to sign a disclaimer. If any issue arises with the Dark Domain Lotus Seed, we truly cannot afford the losses, and we hope you can empathize with the plight of us servants. Lin Shen thought to himself, isn't this just saying, if I don't take the Dark Domain Lotus Seed with me today, they'll swallow it themselves? Lead the way. Lin Shen knew that since he had come today, it was probably impossible to leave without the Dark Domain Lotus Seed. An Yi wanted to trouble him, but Lin Shen couldn't just comply with his wishes. If An Yi had placed an undying creature to guard the place, Lin Shen would indeed be helpless, but that special energy that could infect people seemed similar to viruses, and evolution theory was most effective in dealing with such matters. An Jishu led Lin Shen to a courtyard in the back of An family's first mansion, where there was an exceptionally large mound over 10 zhang high. Is this the Gu Li nest? Lin Shen couldn't help but see it as a large grave mound. Indeed, An Zishui nodded with a smile. Are you sure this isn't just a grave mound? Lin Shen even saw on one side of the Gu Li nest a huge stone stele several meters high which looked very much like a gravestone no matter how one looked at it. How could it be a grave mound? This is the Gu Li nest. Don't believe me. Look at that stele, An Zishui said, pointing at the stele. Lin Shen looked towards the stele and saw the two largest characters, Gu Li inscribed on it, followed by many smaller characters. Upon closer inspection, Lin Shen found it was an exhortation to study. The general message was that one should study early and not be idle, among other tired platitudes. It wasn't very interesting to read. And Jishu explained, Gu Li was the name of the first son born to the founder of An family's first mansion. Gu Li was playful and mischievous as a child, almost to the point of being universally detested. The family head of An family's first mansion then had this exhortation to study, along with the name of Gu Li, engraved here as a reminder to later generations of the An family to study well and not give in to frivolity. Is such a method of encouraging study effective? Lin Shen found this ridiculous. Was carving an exhortational text supposed to cause a child to obey? It is effective, very effective, came An Jishui's unexpected reply. An Jishui spoke earnestly. That family head of An family's first mansion threw Gu Li into the Gu Li nest and only took him out after several days. By that time, Gu Li had become a glass person, susceptible to shattering bone fractures from the slightest collision. It wasn't long before he was left crippled and disabled. Seeing Gu Li's condition, the other children became incredibly well-behaved and developed a great love for learning. Lin Shen was dumbfounded upon hearing this, and after a moment he said, that family head of An family's first mansion was truly insightful in his educational methods. With such a method of teaching, there must be no other child who would dare to disobey. Not necessarily. There will always be those who are headstrong, ignoring the lessons of their forebears, said An Jishui indifferently. Are you referring to me, Jishui? Lin Shen discerned the implied meaning in An Jishui's words but remained composed. Chapter 676, Dark Domain Lotus Seed. Chapter 676, Chapter 676, Dark Domain Lotus Seed. If the Chief of the Heavenly Institute is willing to listen, I indeed have a few heartfelt words I'd like to share with you. And Jishu neither denied nor admitted but instead transitioned to say, whether I'm willing to listen or not, haven't you already spoken? Since you've already spoken, then finish what you have to say, Lin Shen said calmly. If I were you, Lord Dean, I would not enter the Gu Li nest, and Jishui continued. Even if there are treasures beyond compare, they are merely external possessions. How can they be compared with one's own body? The hair and skin are the gifts of one's parents, so precious, how can one gamble with their life? Whether one can take the treasures is not important. What matters is whether one can enjoy what they have taken. Then I'll trouble you, Ch601, to invite Dean An Yi and have him enter the ghoulie nest to retrieve the items for me, Lin Shen said. And Ch601 suddenly couldn't help but laugh silently. The chief of the Heavenly Institute must be joking. My family head toils day and night for the clan's major affairs. How could he have the time for such matters? You will have to obtain it yourself. What I just said was merely my own heartfelt belief. Since you cannot accept it, then I shall speak no more of it. Lin Shen said nothing more, his gaze turning towards the entrance of the ghoulie nest. The mound-like ghoulie nest was right behind the stele, with an arch-shaped passageway, which had no door, just stone steps leading downwards, the depth below indiscernible. Lin Shen approached the passageway, staring into the pitch-black darkness, reminiscent of the gates of hell, as a chilly wind blew from inside, causing Lin Shen to involuntarily shiver. And Ch601 stood to one side, not facing the passageway head-on like Lin Shen, and spoke, "Once the chief of the Heavenly Institute enters, just follow the passage straight, and you will find the item you are looking for." Lin Shen, as if he had not heard, stood in front of the passageway, his eyes fixed intently inside. He could sense that the wind blowing out from the passageway was abnormal. The coldness seemed to penetrate his bones, making them tremble. Lin Shen guessed that this wind must contain some of the special energy from within the ghoulie nest, albeit in small quantities. He shifted slightly to one side, standing there quietly, waiting for the evolution theory to take effect. If evolution theory failed to work, he definitely would not enter the ghoulie nest again. Seeing such actions from Lin Shen, and Ch601 thought he recognized fear and a reluctance to enter the ghoulie nest, and smiled faintly at the corner of his mouth. Yet, after standing for a while, Lin Shen suddenly used base mutation carapace and then stepped towards the passageway, and Ch601 was slightly taken aback, having thought Lin Shen was about to back down, only to see him become so resolute all of a sudden. "Chief of the Heavenly Institute, please listen to my final word," Ch601 called out to Lin Shen, then added, "Ghoulie's father, who was also the first family head of the An family's first mansion, ultimately died within this ghoulie nest, and he was an immortal-level powerhouse." Lin Shen understood his meaning, but showed no intention of backing down and, without a word, descended into the darkness along the staircase. And Ch601 didn't dare get close to the passageway, standing off to the side to watch, but Lin Shen's figure was already out of sight. "He really went in," said Ch601, emerging from nowhere and joining Ch601's side, staring into the dark tunnel and coldly remarking, "Such a fool. If he turns into a glass person later, he'll just be a waste. Will Emperor Tianshui still care for his life and death?" And Ch601 replied with a wry smile, "Jiahai, though he may end up ruined, the Dark Domain Lotus Seed will be taken away as well, and we haven't won. Lin Shen has lost, we have lost, the only winner is Lord Heavenly Emperor. I honestly didn't want him to choose this path, but I never imagined he would be so decisive. The fact that he didn't get what I couldn't is enough, and on top of that, he has risked his life," and Jiahai said, displaying his deep-seated hatred for Lin Shen. Had it not been for Lin Shen, and Jiahai would still be the admired Mr. Jiahai and the Dean of the Academy. After the battle with Lin Shen, his reputation had greatly declined, to the extent that some scions of prestigious families had quietly withdrawn from the academy, no longer attending. As Lin Shen walked down the passageway, he felt as if an eerie wind, sharp as a knife, was slicing into his body. Even his carapace, with all skills fully activated, couldn't block the light, eerie breeze. Fortunately, evolution theory had already started to run wildly, generating a gradual warmth inside his body, which allowed him to slowly adapt to the strange wind. Walking with intermittent stops, Lin Shen noticed that the stone walls on both sides of the passageway were carved with many images of celestials. Each celestial image had a different posture, but when he looked at the faces of those celestial beings, they were all the same person. The light from Lin Shen's carapace illuminated the nearby area, and upon closer inspection, he found that these images probably depicted a celestial performing some sort of sacrificial ritual. The further he went downward, the more intense the chilly feeling became, yet it was not the kind of freeze that comes with real coldness, just a bone-penetrating chill. And Ch601 was right, he just needed to keep walking down the staircase. There were no forks in the path. Although the staircase took several turns, there was only this one path leading downward. After walking for a while, Lin Shen instead began to feel hotter and hotter, so hot that sweat covered his head, and he wished he could peel off a layer of skin to release some of the heat from his body. Of course, Lin Shen couldn't possibly undress in a place like this. He didn't even take off his carapace and continued walking down. On the stone walls beside him, the actions of that celestial became more and more cryptic, as if the sacrificial ritual had reached a critical moment. Lin Shen watched as he walked, and just as he saw the celestial ritually flaying itself alive, he reached the end of the staircase. Damn it, they said this wasn't a graveyard. Lin Shen saw at the end of the staircase was a cave, which housed a stone coffin. The lid of the stone coffin was open, having been pushed to the side. Lin Shen took out a nightglow flower and scoped out the entire cave, finding nothing else worth noting apart from the stone coffin and no trace of the Dark Domain Lotus Seed. Could it be that the place holding the dark domain lotus seed is inside the coffin? Lin Shen's body was sweating more and more, almost to the point of dehydration. He dared not delay any longer and quickly walked towards the stone coffin. Bending down to look inside, he was startled. Within the stone coffin was a corpse without facial features, its eerie appearance almost causing Lin Shen to draw his blade in fright. But upon closer inspection, it wasn't a faceless corpse at all, but a statue without carved features. Embedded in the forehead of this statue was a crystal-like gem with a faint red glow shimmering within. Lin Shen examined it closely and found it to be something that resembled a black crystal lotus seed, most likely the dark domain lotus seed. Chapter 677 Stone Figure Mutation. Chapter 677 Stone Figure Mutation Emperor. Chapter 677 Stone Figure Mutation Emperor Tianshu said that once you get the dark domain lotus seed, you must eat it right away. Otherwise, once the dark domain lotus seed leaves the Guli nest, it will dissipate slowly due to environmental influences. Lin Shen extended his hand to pry the black gem-like dark domain lotus seed from the forehead of the Wu Mian stone man. The dark domain lotus seed was half embedded in stone, but it was not firmly fixed. Lin Shen gently applied force and pulled it out whole. Its shape was that of a lotus seed, oval, about 2 centimeters long and less than 1 centimeter wide. Although it was a black crystal, one could see a vertical white luminous crystal column in the middle of the crystal, with white light flowing inside of it. If you looked at it from the top of the oval, it resembled a black eye with a white pupil emitting fluorescent light. It clearly was a crystal, but when Lin Shen held it in his hand, it felt as if he was holding air, unable to feel the slightest weight. If you closed your eyes, you wouldn't even be aware of its presence. It was lighter than air. This was a very mysterious experience. You wouldn't even know if it really existed in the world, as its existence seemed illusory and unreal. Without any hesitation, Lin Shen put the dark domain lotus seed into his mouth, wanting to swallow it. However, Lin Shen only felt as if he had swallowed a ball of air, and then he felt a surge of energy flux within his body. Lin Shen endured it for a while, but eventually couldn't hold back. He let out a series of loud farts, one after another, as if fireworks were exploding. Lin Shen even began to doubt whether his clothes would be torn apart. Fortunately, today he had come here dressed formally, wearing the battlesuit given to him by Emperor Tianshu, which wouldn't tear easily. The gases in Lin Shen's stomach increased, with the farts continuing incessantly. As the gases were expelled, Lin Shen didn't know if he was experiencing an illusion, but he felt as though his weight was getting lighter and that he was about to float off, as if a gentle breeze could carry him away. Just as he was preparing to leave, Lin Shen glanced back at the stone coffin and discovered that the Wu Mian stone man inside was covered with dense black and red lines. The black and red lines resembled a diagram of a body's veins and arteries, but their paths were clearly different from those of blood vessels. What is this? Lin Shen bent down to look carefully for a while, but still couldn't figure out what those black and red lines were. However, it was clear that these lines originated from where the dark domain lotus seed had been embedded. The black and red lines spread like roots on the Wu Mian stone man's body, threatening to cover its entire body soon. The black and red lines intertwined but did not affect each other. After filling the stone man's entire body, they formed two completely different systems, as if some kind of energy was circulating between the black and red lines. In the small circular hollow where the seed had previously been, both red and black colors appeared, resembling the pattern of yin-yang fish. More eerily, the black and red yin-yang fish were slowly rotating. As the yin-yang fish spun, the black and red lines continued to evolve. Some black lines gradually turned red, while some red lines also transformed into black. Lin Shen could clearly feel that the abnormal energy in the cave had grown stronger. Fortunately, the evolution theory had gradually adapted to the energy's impact on the body. Lin Shen only felt cold and hot energies constantly shifting without being greatly affected. This reminded Lin Shen of the two fish at the top of the Ascension Pool Mountain, one of which had even spat at him. As Lin Shen watched, he suddenly noticed small red dots, resembling acupoints, appearing on the stone figure. How could a stone figure have acupoints? Could it be that it wasn't carved by humans, but is a kind of stone creature? Lin Shen was startled in his heart. But he immediately realized something was amiss, for there were many acupoint red dots on the stone figure, an unimaginably large number. If this stone figure were truly alive, then it would have too many acupoints and weak spots. Even on its face and the soles of its feet, there were quite a few red dots. What exactly is this stone figure? Lin Shen grew more and more astonished, hesitated for a moment, and then touched one of the red dots. The acupoint red dot he touched was on a red line on the arm, and as soon as he touched it, it indeed had an effect. After he touched the red dot, the red line behind the dot started to dry up and disappear like a stream cut off from its source. Lin Shen touched the red dot again, lifting the acupoint's restriction, and the vanished red line slowly resurfaced. He tried several more times in succession, touching different red and black line acupoints, and the result caused different positioned black and red lines to disappear. Some acupoints had fewer corresponding red and black lines, while touching others would make many of the red and black lines disappear, even causing all the red and black lines on one half of the stone figure's body to vanish. This thing, could it actually be an acupoint chart? After studying it for a while, Lin Shen concluded it seemed to be the case. Could it be that acupoints really exist and are not just a power illusion created by Fireseed? The more Lin Shen observed, the stranger it seemed, as each acupoint appeared to have a different function. However, Lin Shen had yet to figure out the exact use of these acupoints. Though he didn't understand, this thing seemed related to acupoint sealing, so Lin Shen decided to record them all. He then pulled out a notebook, sketched all the acupoint charts, and went on to touch those acupoints again, recording the patterns in which the red and black lines disappeared. What would happen if all the acupoints were sealed? After recording all the acupoints and the red and black lines they controlled, Lin Shen moved as swift as the wind, following the flow direction of the black and red lines, touching every acupoint in turn. The black and red lines grew fewer and fewer until, at last, all the black and red lines on the stone figure's body completely vanished. The mixture of black and red in the groove on the stone figure's forehead became denser, as if it was about to overflow. Crack! The face of the stone figure, void of any features, suddenly split open from the middle, like a robot's faceplate opening to both sides, revealing a space the size of a fist beneath the face. Something was stuffed inside, which looked like a kind of silk product. Lin Shen pulled out his scrap sword, stood at a distance, and carefully used the tip of the sword to lift out the object from inside. Chapter 678, Do We See the Same World? Chapter 678, Do We See the Same World? The item that was picked out was a thin silk artifact, so thin it was transparent, even thinner and more see-through than cling film. Just a small bundle the size of a fist. When spread out, it unexpectedly covered several dozen square feet, and it was embroidered with dense lines of text. Is the world in your eyes the same as the world in mine? Lin Shen, upon seeing the opening sentence, felt somewhat baffled. If you can see these words, it seems that the world in your eyes must be somewhat different from that of ordinary people, Lin Shen continued reading. I don't know what the world looks like in other people's eyes. Everyone around me since childhood has been telling me what the world is like, but the world I see is not the same as what they describe. I once doubted that my brain had a problem, that I was a different kind of freak, an incurable patient. In the end, I chose to live in an imagined world. In the world they described, the more Lin Shen read, the more it seemed like an autobiography of a mentally ill person, with sentences that were chaotic and at times incoherent. The person who left these words kept saying that the world he saw was different from the world others saw. Although he knew the other might be ill, Lin Shen's curiosity was still piqued, and he couldn't help but continue to read, wanting to know what made the world in this person's eyes different from the normal person's perspective. Until one day, I came to this place, and I suddenly realized that perhaps the world is not, as they say, maybe the world I see is the real world. The writing here became extremely sloppy, as if the person's heart was filled with great agitation while embroidering these words. From then on, I firmly believed that everything I saw was real, but to avoid being treated as a freak, to keep those around me from looking at me as if I were a monster, I chose to spend my life performing, acting as a normal person in their eyes. I succeeded. They all thought my illness was cured, that I could live like a normal person, but only I knew they were all wrong. They were the abnormal ones, the sick ones were them. I spent my entire life trying to find someone like me, a truly normal person, but until I was about to reach the end of my life, I still haven't found a single normal person like me. This world is sick, everyone is sick, but they don't know they're ill, and I am the only one who isn't sick. The world is that absurd. When everyone is wrong and only you are right, then what was originally right becomes wrong. Even though the text was written simply, without much emotional description, between the lines Lin Shen could still sense a strong bitterness and loneliness. Lin Shen remembered reading a book that had a sentence like, "Standing amid a sea of people, I look around in bewilderment. Why can't my eyes reflect the image of a fellow being? Are my eyes sick?" I wrote down my true understanding of this world in a form that this world could comprehend, as a so-called skill. Perhaps if someone could master this skill, maybe they could see the world I see. But I was disappointed once again. No one could master my skill. Just like they couldn't see the world I saw, they thought this skill was just a bunch of nonsense, impossible to practice. Even though I tried everything, seeking out so-called geniuses to practice my skill, they couldn't even get past the beginner stage. Could it be that I was wrong? Am I sick? No, I'm not sick. I know I'm not. It's them who are sick. They can't see the real world. That doesn't mean the real world doesn't exist. Since I can see the real world, there must be others like me who can see the real world. The content below became even more disordered, even babbling at times, repeatedly insisting he wasn't sick, the world was. My life is nearly at its end, and I have no time to search for my kind anymore, so I created this living dead statue. If someone who isn't sick can come here, open the living dead statue, and see what I've left behind, then please believe that you are not sick. You are not wrong. It is the world that is sick. It is those patients who are wrong. Lin Shen tried to make sense of the chaotic content below. Aside from his so-called lunatic ravings, the following content detailed the skill he had created. Come on, tell me what kind of world you saw. Lin Shen felt anxious inside, yet this person frustratingly didn't say anything. In his understanding, being able to find the object inside the living dead statue meant that the visitor was a normal person like him. There was no need for him to explain further. As for the skill he left behind, it was something he had been researching in hopes that the sick could use it to treat their condition and ultimately see the true form of the world. It seems this really is the work of a madman. Lin Shen felt that what the person said was all over the place, lacking any substance. What else could it be but madness? But Lin Shen was startled after reviewing the healing skill the person came up with. This nameless skill, casually referred to as a healing method, started with the first line. Humans are not individuals, but a stitched-together monster, an aggregate of many lives. This stitching isn't simply patching up, but a more complex structure. You just need to find the structure's junction points, and you could easily control or even disassemble them. Lin Shen felt that although what was said at the beginning seemed a bit outlandish, it wasn't beyond scientific understanding. But the further he read, the more bizarre and unbelievable it became. Sick people can't see the junction points, so I used the living dead statue, harnessing the energy here to create a stitched line maps that ordinary people can see, for the convenience of the sick to understand. The reality is that the stitched line map doesn't truly represent the stitched structure, but in order to make the sick understand, this is an unfortunate necessity, like drawing a three-dimensional being in 2 dimensions, an expression of dimensionality reduction, but this is all I can do. As Lin Shen continued reading on, his expression turned peculiar because the connecting points the person wanted others to understand were actually the acupuncture points that Lin Shen saw. Below even had a human body diagram, clearly marking all the acupuncture points, identical to what Lin Shen saw. No way, Lin Shen's heart pounded with fear. He had originally thought this was just a delusion of a madman, but now he could see what a madman saw. Could he also be a madman? Chapter 679 collapsed. Fuck, I'm not crazy, Lin Shen muttered under his breath and continued to read the content below. Only a lunatic could fantasize, but he was really able to seal acupoints, which must be different. Now Lin Shen just wanted to know whether the person could use the skills he created himself. If even he couldn't use them, then he would undoubtedly be deemed mentally ill. Unfortunately, there was no one to give Lin Shen an answer, as the following content was largely an explanation of the function of that skill, allowing people to understand the real world through it. Lin Shen realized that the function of this skill was becoming more and more similar to that of acupoint sealing. Not the acupoint sealing from reality, but those depicted in visual works that could immobilize people, make them laugh or cry, causing all sorts of miraculous changes in their bodies. According to this person's theory, acupoint sealing temporarily blocks the connection between the organisms that compose a part of the body and the whole bodily life system, rendering these organisms unable to react. Naturally, the affected body functions represented by these organisms would cease to operate as well. In the eyes of ordinary people, the world is just as it should be. People are people, houses are houses, mountains are mountains, trees are trees. But in my world there is only an endless array of monsters. They are watching me, fellow creature, remember my name. Although this name doesn't belong to me personally, it belongs to the countless lives that make up my body. But that was the only proof that I existed. My name is Gu Li. The last passage finally let Lin Shen know who had written these things. It wasn't Gu Li's father, the first An Yi as he had thought, but the Gu Li's father, the first An Yi as he had thought, but the Gu Li who was thrown into the Gu Li nest and became a gloss-likes that make up my body. No wonder this place is named after Gu Li. Lin Shen read over it a few more times, making sure nothing was missed. After folding the thin silk gently, he tucked it away and turned to leave. He wanted to try to see if the method Gu Li mentioned was of any use, besides being able to control a person's body, whether acupoint sealing had these other strange effects. Lin Shen both hoped that the skill would indeed be useful and feared that it actually might be. If it truly were useful, then it would mean that the world Gu Li saw was how the world was supposed to be. Lin Shen then thought, maybe Gu Li was just someone with extraordinary talent, born with the ability to see the microscopic world. Since he could see it, he perceived the world differently from ordinary people. Returning the same way he came and stepping out of the Gu Li nest, Lin Shen saw Anjiahai and Anjishuo waiting outside. Seeing Lin Shen emerge, Anjiahai and Anjishui didn't feel anything out of the ordinary. The energy of the Gu Li nest didn't kill, it only caused variations in a person's body, so it was normal for Lin Shen to come out. However, when they saw Lin Shen's appearance, they were taken aback. Although glass-like people wasn't literal, with the entire body turning to glass, it was merely a description. But those who experienced bodily transformations within the Gu Li nest would have an abnormal sheen to their skin, a sheen easily recognizable at a glance. However, Lin Shen's body did not have that sheen, or at least they could not see it. Could it be that Lin Shen didn't reach the deepest part of the Gu Li nest, so his body hasn't been too affected? And Jiahahi thought joyfully, if that's the case, then not only did he not take the Dark Domain Lotus Seed, but his body has also been affected, and that effect is irreversible. He will still be crippled in the future. And Jishui had the same thought, exchanging glances with Jiahahi. They could see the surprise in each other's eyes. At that very moment, there came a thunderous rumble. The ghoulie nest, shaped like a massive grave, collapsed with a loud crash as if an earthquake had struck, and the entire structure sank into the ground. The previously protruding mound fell into itself, filling up the underlying passages and caves, turning the raised tomb into flat land. Shui and Njiahahi were both stunned, staring dumbfounded at the collapsed ghoulie nest, their minds struggling to comprehend what had just happened. How could the ghoulie nest possibly collapse? The mound of the ghoulie nest, which resembled a grave, appeared to be made of soil, but it was, in fact, a kind of special material, impervious even to nuclear explosions. Lin Shen, upon seeing the ghoulie nest behind him collapse, was also momentarily stunned. His instinctive reaction was to pick up his pace and quickly leave the area. "You stop right there. What exactly have you done?" Njiahayi roared as he charged towards Lin Shen, attempting to intercept him. "I haven't done anything. However, I suggest that we should leave this place immediately, right now," Lin Shen said, pointing at the collapsed ghoulie nest. The enraged Njiahai and Njishui were suddenly taken aback. They quickly realized what was happening and looked at the ghoulie nest in horror. From the cracks of the collapsed area, a white mist-like cold air was slowly rising. Both shivered and, forgetting about settling scores with Lin Shen, they immediately turned and ran, shouting as they did so, ordering everyone from the An family's first mansion to evacuate at once. The mysterious energy leaking from the ghoulie nest meant that if they didn't retreat quickly, every single person there, no exceptions, would turn into brittle glass-like figures. Dealing with Lin Shen was no longer the priority. The many elderly and children of the An family had to be relocated immediately. The An family's first mansion was thrown into chaos. Lin Shen took this opportunity to make his escape. He didn't return to the Celestial Master Mansion, but went straight to the Imperial Palace to see Emperor Tianshu. Although it was not his intention to collapse the ghoulie nest, would the An family listen to his explanation? Only Emperor Tianshu could help him settle this matter. A strange incident occurred today among the Sky Pinnacle Star people. The people of the An family's first mansion fled their residence as if escaping a catastrophe, with some not even having the time to dress properly. Some were wrapped in nightgowns, some had lost their shoes, some carried children, and some supported the elderly. For a time, the street outside the An family's first mansion was crowded with those who typically dressed in finery and often carried themselves with an air of superiority. The onlookers were shocked by the scene and wondered if the An family's first mansion had caught fire. But with the abilities of the An family's people, even a major fire could easily be extinguished by them, so such panic seemed unlikely. Could it be that An Yi has died, the An family's first mansion is falling, and the An family's members have been driven out? The thought crossed people's minds. Apart from that possibility, they could think of no reason why the people from the An family's first mansion would flee like refugees, gathering outside and staring wistfully at their once-inhabited mansion. In their eyes was clearly a mix of panic, confusion, terror, anger, and indignation. Could it be that the An family is truly going to fall? It was rare for anyone to see the members of the An family's first mansion looking so disheveled and troubled. Chapter 680, Nearly Annihilated. Upon receiving the news, An Yi rushed back to the An family's first mansion at the first moment and didn't emerge for quite some time after entering. Suppressing the bizarre energy within the ghoulie nest clearly wasn't an easy task. Fortunately, An Yi arrived just in time. Had he been any later, it wouldn't have been just An family's first mansion in danger, but the surrounding residences as well would have been affected, forcing them to move away from here. When An Yahai and An Jishu went to find Lin Shen again, they couldn't find even a trace of him, and they were almost grinding their teeth in frustration. Lin Shen must die. An Yahai's words seemed to be squeezed through clenched teeth. Lin Shen requested an audience with Emperor Tianshu. Thankfully, it seemed the emperor had already anticipated his arrival, as Tian Kongyun was waiting inside the palace gate. Tian Kongyun led Lin Shen back to the study, where Lin Shen started off by pleading to Emperor Tianshu with a pained expression. "Your Majesty, you must help me. You didn't manage to obtain the Dark Domain Lotus Seed, did you?" Emperor Tianshu, sipping on tea, spoke casually. He had already anticipated that it wouldn't be easy for Lin Shen to get the Dark Domain Lotus Seed from An family's first mansion. "I did get the Dark Domain Lotus Seed." Lin Shen's response made Emperor Tianshu pause in slight surprise. Emperor Tianshu examined Lin Shen closely but didn't find any signs of vitrification on him. His skin was normal, not emitting that kind of glow. "It seems you're not as foolish as I thought. Who went on your behalf to delve into the depths of the ghoulie nest and retrieve the Dark Domain Lotus Seed?" Emperor Tianshu thought Lin Shen had someone else go down into the ghoulie nest in his place to secure the Dark Domain Lotus Seed. However, as soon as he spoke, Emperor Tianshu felt something was off, and fixing his gaze on Lin Shen, he frowned. "If you've already obtained the Dark Domain Lotus Seed, then what do you need this Emperor's help for?" "Your Majesty, I took the seed, but there was a little problem." Lin Shen didn't know how to explain the situation. "Did you have a big fight with someone from the An family and wound them?" Emperor Tianshu pondered. "If that's the case, then you were at fault. You should have been able to take a beating without fighting back, and take an insult without responding so that I could have intervened on your behalf." "I didn't lay a hand on anyone." Lin Shen shook his head. "Then what did you do?" Emperor Tianshu, hearing that no punches were thrown, was half relieved and he picked up his teacup for another sip. The ghoulie nest collapsed, Lin Shen said helplessly. Emperor Tianshu sprayed out the tea that was just about to enter his mouth, widened his eyes in disbelief, and stared at Lin Shen. What did you say? Say that again? Nonetheless, Emperor Tianshu had no mood to listen to his defense and immediately pulled out a communication device, pressed the full button, and then the holographic imagery of An family's first mansion appeared, providing an aerial view. Seeing the distressed people of the Anna family's first mansion outside, Emperor Tianshu first let out a long sigh of relief and then burst into hearty laughter. Even the Anna family's first mansion has seen such a day. After his laughter subsided, he turned to Lin Shen and said, "Kid, do you have any idea the magnitude of the disaster you've caused? The ghoulie nest has collapsed, and the energy inside has leaked out. If we hadn't evacuated in time, generations of the An family would have been destroyed by your hands, and even I would not be able to stop the enraged An Yi. Your Majesty, it really wasn't me who collapsed the ghoulie nest." Lin Shen hurriedly recounted everything that had happened after he entered the ghoulie nest. Except for not mentioning his ability to see acupoints on the stone figures, he was quite forthcoming with everything else, with almost nothing omitted. In the end, Lin Shen presented the ghoulie silk he had obtained to Emperor Tianshu. "You entered the ghoulie nest on your own, without someone else going down on your behalf?" Emperor Tianshu was somewhat surprised. At the time, I hadn't expected the An family to let me go down myself, so I didn't bring anyone with me. "I went to the An family's first mansion alone," Lin Shen said with a pained expression. "Fortunately, I have a special ability that can withstand that kind of special energy from corroding my body. Otherwise, I definitely would not have been able to obtain the Dark Domain Lotus Seed. Your innate ability can actually resist the special energy of the ghoulie nest. You are indeed fortunate," commented Emperor Tianshu as he examined the content on the ghoulie silk. "I've heard about this ghoulie affair. The ghoulie nest was named after him. Ghoulie was different from ordinary people since childhood. It is said that he was mentally deficient and very difficult to manage. I never imagined there was such a reason behind it. The things he mentioned may not all be the result of insanity. Perhaps his vision was inherently different from ordinary people, able to perceive the microscopic world, which is why he was different from normal people." Emperor Tianshu's conjecture coincided with that of Lin Shen. Looking at the skill section in the back, Emperor Tianshu smiled and said, "However, his psychological resilience is too poor. Just because of this, he has developed delusions, creating a technique that is purely imaginary and does not conform to the laws and rules. It is an imaginary false technique. No matter how much he searches, he will not be able to find anyone capable of mastering this technique." Having said that, Emperor Tianshu instructed someone to return the ghoulie silk to Lin Shen. "You keep the item for now. This matter is a bit troublesome. You almost wiped out an entire clan. To protect you, I fear I'll have to stake my old face." "Your Majesty, save me," Lin Shen lamented. "Enough, wait here for now. I'm going to the An family's first mansion to take a look. Before I return, do not leave the study, and do not go out regardless of who calls you," ordered Emperor Tianshu as he left Lin Shen waiting there and departed on his own. Lin Shen had no other choice but to wait here. An Yi was ruthless enough to directly kill the head of the Celestial Masters Institution. If this incident wasn't resolved, his life was probably in jeopardy. The last head of the Celestial Masters Institution was a top-tier immortal-level powerhouse, while he was just a mere ascender, definitely not their match. It was well into the night before Emperor Tianshu finally returned late. "To save you, this emperor had to personally help An Yi seal the ghoulie nest at the cost of my own lifespan." Emperor Tianshu's voice sounded a bit weak. "Your Majesty's great kindness, I have no way to repay." "Tian vows to serve your Majesty to the death." Lin Shen bowed deeply. "You'd better cause me fewer troubles, that's better than anything else," said Emperor Tianshu, seemingly really tired, gesturing with his hand. "Go back. An Yi himself is also at fault in this matter. With me here, he won't harm you over this, but your enmity with the An family's first mansion is now firmly established. From now on, your days in the Celestial Master Institute will not be easy. Take care and try to stay indoors as much as possible." Lin Shen left the Imperial Palace and did not go home, but directly to the Celestial Master Institute, where he summoned everyone and told them to be careful from now on, making sure not to give anyone leverage against them. "The incident with the An family's first mansion, was it you who caused it?" asked Ansai and the others, stunned. The news of the An family's first mansion fleeing in disarray had spread across the whole Sky Pinnacle star. What they never expected was that it was Lin Shen who had caused it. Chapter 681, Fireseed Upgrade. Chapter 681, Chapter 681, Fireseed Upgrade. Lin Shen didn't explain much, he just disbursed a batch of money to them and told them all to take a holiday and go home. If people from an Emily's first mansion come to the Celestial Master Institute causing trouble, let them smash and grab if they like, just don't get into a conflict with them. After the meeting, Lin Shen took Wei Wufu and left for Giant Ring Star overnight. Originally, he was going to take Ouyang Yudu back with him, but Ouyang Yudu wanted to stay to continue maintaining the normal operations of the Special Service Department and refused to leave with Lin Shen and the others. Don't worry, if An Yi wants to settle accounts, he will be looking for you, not a small fry like me, Ouyang Yudu said. Lin Shen tried to persuade him a few times, but seeing that Ouyang Yudu was determined to stay, he had no choice but to let him be. In the past, when An Yi killed the previous head of the Celestial Masters Institution, he only killed the dean and did not involve others. It seemed unlikely that because of this matter, all the people of the Celestial Master Institute would be killed. Moreover, Emperor Tianshu had already intervened, and the Celestial Master Institute should not have any major problems for the time being. After arriving at Giant Ringstar, he told Tianshun the ins and outs of the matter in detail. After listening, Tianshun shook his head and said, An Yi won't target you and the Celestial Master Institute because of this, but you need to be careful in the future. An Yi didn't take you seriously before, but after this incident, although you're not worth his personal intervention, he won't let you and the Celestial Master Institute continue to develop unchecked, so be very cautious in your future actions. It won't implicate you, will it? Lin Shen asked worriedly. That's highly unlikely. Just live in peace here, Tianshun said with a smile. Lin Shen settled down on Paradise Island. Now, Giant Ringstar was essentially under Tianshun's command. Unless the An family directly sent an immortal, there wasn't much need to worry. Even so, Lin Shen led a secluded life and dared not leave Paradise Island for fear of being plotted against by people from An family's first mansion. Having nothing better to do, Lin Shen studied the skill left by Gu Li. Even Emperor Tianshu had said it was nothing but a fanciful, false skill that could never be mastered. However, it didn't take long for Lin Shen to realize that this skill wasn't as Emperor Tianshu had described. After practicing it, he found he could see more acupoints than before. Before, on someone as strong as Tianshun, Lin Shen could only see one acupoint red dot, but after practicing the skill for some time, he saw a second acupoint red dot on Tianshun. The number of acupoint red dots he saw on others also increased by 2 to 3. As Lin Shen practiced more deeply, the number of red dots he saw on others increased even more. This skill can actually enhance the Fire Seed's ability. Lin Shen was increasingly incredulous, and his heart was greatly shocked as well. If this skill was real, then it meant Gu Li wasn't just delusional. Lin Shen called Wei Wufu for a test. Before, he could only see one acupoint red dot on Wei Wufu, but now he could see 4. Using the acupoint sealing technique, according to Gu Li's skill, he pressed on the corresponding acupoint red dot. As indicated by Gu Li's sign, this acupoint should correspond to the laughter point. After he pressed it, Wei Wufu indeed started laughing uncontrollably. Even with Wei Wufu's self-control, he couldn't control himself until Lin Shen released the control over the laughter point, and only then did Wei Wufu manage to stop laughing. It's true, all of it is true. Lin Shen was both shocked and delighted in his heart. The ability to seal acupoints has become stronger, which made Lin Shen happy, but he was afraid he'd go insane like Gu Li. Lin Shen couldn't just leave such a skill unpracticed, so he named it Gu Li Great Method and continued training it. When practicing other skills, Lin Shen would feel strained, but with the Gu Li Great Method, he almost picked it up effortlessly. After not many days of practice, Lin Shen could see more and more acupoints, and he began to suspect that if he continued, he might be able to see all the acupoints on someone's body. Could it be true, as Gu Li said, if I practiced this Gu Li Great Method to the end, I could see the world through his eyes? Lin Shen suddenly felt a little scared. He didn't want to see a world full of monsters. Even though he knew microbes like bacteria and viruses were everywhere, it didn't mean he wanted to see those things. He imagined that instead of Tiansun's stunning face during their intimate moments, he would see mites wriggling in and out of pores, and the thought alone was enough to drive Lin Shen mad. He didn't believe his mental strength was stronger than Gu Li's. If he truly saw such a world, perhaps he would go mad even faster than Gu Li. With that in mind, Lin Shen didn't dare to continue practicing and decided to stop for the time being, waiting until he thought things through more clearly before resuming. However, after Lin Shen stopped practicing the Gu Li Great Method, the acupoints he could see with his eyes still kept increasing in number. It was as if the Gu Li Great Method was self-strengthening, completely unstoppable. Now, whenever Lin Shen focused on someone, in just a short while, many red dots would appear on the other person's body, ranging from a dozen to several dozen. As time passed, the number of red dots Lin Shen could see kept growing, even though he did nothing. This is crazy. Can it be? I'm not really going to end up like Gu Li, insane. Lin Shen was terrified. Fortunately, what he worried about didn't happen. Although he could see more and more red dots at the acupoints, there were no other changes. He didn't see all the monsters that filled Gu Li's world. Ranking first was Feng 6 from the Phoenix clan, which ultimately propelled the Phoenix clan to the position of Cosmic's foremost race. The Supreme clan came in second, with the Demon tribe claiming the third spot. The immortal who helped the Demon tribe secure the third place was a person named Boer, a name that felt unfamiliar and was not one of the 3 remaining kings of the Demon tribe. Fourth place went to the Tiger clan, and the Snow clan was fifth. Lin Shen briefly glanced at the list and noticed that the celestial race didn't even make the top 10, only ranking 13th. Humans, due to Lin Shengdong's participation, ranked at over 99,500,000. finally entering the cosmic rankings of the 100 million races. In the moment the rankings finalized, Lin Shen felt a slight change in his body, but couldn't pinpoint exactly what had changed. The reason he paid attention to the cosmic rankings wasn't out of concern for the rankings themselves, but rather to observe the top immortals who had participated in the battle. Even on those top immortals, he saw many red dots at the acupoints. Their status as immortals didn't reduce the number of red dots. Lin Shen found that every day he could see more and more red dots until one day, on one person, he saw all the acupoint red dots. At that moment, some new information flashed in Lin Shen's brain, and the acupoint sealing fire seed ability had unexpectedly changed. Chapter 682, Imperfect Acupoint. Sealing Chapter 682, Chapter 682, Imperfect Acupoint Sealing, the Imperfect Superbase Evolutionary Seed. Acupoint sealing. By hitting the acupoints on a creature's body, it affects the creature's state, 1 success in 10 attempts. Lin Shen remembered that acupoint sealing was previously a failed superbase evolutionary seed, but now it had become an imperfect seed, like Sacrifice to Heaven and Warsong, which already indicated that the ability of the acupoint sealing seed had indeed become stronger. The detailed explanation had also changed from before, now including the interpretation that it worked once in 10 tries. Literally, this should mean that the acupoint sealing would definitely work once in 10 attempts. It might sound like a low probability, but if 1 success in 10 attempts meant that it would work once regardless of the opponent's strength, even against an immortal level, that would be different. During his battle with Yeya, acupoint sealing was hardly effective due to the inability to break through the defense. If he could be sure to seal Yeya once in 10 attempts, he wouldn't have had to fight so hard. Lin Shen planned to find someone to test it and decided that Wei Wufu was the only option. In order to test the true effect of the rule of 1 success in 10, Lin Shen hardly exerted any force when hitting Wei Wufu's acupoints. But when he struck for the 10th time, Lin Shen immediately felt something different, and the scene before him changed bizarrely. It was like the state the true extreme slaying evil divine light had taken him into before. Lin Shen's eyes seemed to enter the microscopic world, yet it was different from the microscopic world. The true extreme slaying evil divine light showed him. It seemed he saw more than just the microscopic. This vision was fleeting, as Lin Shen's finger had already hit Wei Wufu, who suddenly froze in place. Lin Shen was surprised he hadn't used much force this time, just like the previous 9. Moreover, Wei Wufu was wearing a carapace, which theoretically should have made acupoint sealing ineffective, but this one finger managed to seal him. That means, Lin Shen thought, the rule of 1 success in 10 means that the 10th attempt will definitely work once it hits, completely ignoring the enemy's defense. He then wondered, could there be another possibility? That 1 success in 10 means it is bound to hit. After releasing Wei Wufu, Lin Shen tested it again and found he had overthought it. 1 success in 10 did not guarantee a hit, just a guaranteed effect. Even so, it was still incredibly astonishing. This acupoint sealing that overlooked all defenses represented that Lin Shen could threaten anyone, regardless of level and strength differences. Still, the scene his eyes witnessed when using the 10th acupoint sealing made him ponder. After a few more tries, sure enough, every time it came to the guaranteed hit, his eyes could see the microscopic world. The air was filled with dust and bacteria, with all sorts of things on human skin, and various parasites in water. There were also some indescribable visions flashing by, and Lin Shen wasn't sure what he had seen. It was as if he saw a creature with double images, but it wasn't just simple double images, it was as if he saw a person's skin and bones separate into 2 bizarre, independent entities. But this situation was fleeting, and Lin Shen was not sure whether it was because his eyes could suddenly see the microscopic world, creating some abnormal states. Anyway, it wasn't a pleasant sight, thankfully. This only occurred with the 10th finger, and even then, just for an instant. If he could always see the microscopic world and those things, he felt he would definitely go insane. Stop changing, it's enough already. Lin Shen was truly afraid and didn't want to see those things every moment. Lin Shen tried using finger sand again, and the result was the same. 1 hit in every 10 tries. If he struck an acupoint 10 times, he was bound to seal it successfully. No longer practicing acupoint sealing techniques, Lin Shen waited as time passed day by day, his body changing daily, becoming lighter and lighter. After just over 10 days, under the heavy gravity of Giant Ring Star, Lin Shen's body was like walking on the moon. 1 slight push, and he could float far away. Lin Shen didn't know if it was because his weight had decreased, since there were no devices to measure his weight now. The Dark Domain Lotus Seed is taking effect. It seems I should go for Nirvana. Lin Shen had made up his mind to pursue the path of dual Nirvana. Moreover, the location for Nirvana had been chosen. It would be inside the ancient temple on that mysterious planet. Yet, the Nirvana egg hadn't been chosen. Tian Xun gave him some options, bringing some top-quality Nirvana eggs, but Lin Shen felt that the attributes of these eggs weren't quite suitable for him. It's a pity that Death Powder is still in the process of Nirvana. Otherwise, I could go to the crashed spaceship on the mother planet to look around and perhaps find a primeval egg that could be used for Nirvana. Without death powder on him, Lin Shen didn't dare to explore that spaceship on his own. Moreover, because of the Dark Domain Lotus Seed, his body was almost floating like a hydrogen balloon, which was a bit inconvenient. Now, wherever Lin Shen went, he had to carry weights with him, otherwise he might really start floating. In fact, it wasn't true floating, his body was in a very puzzling physical state. His weight seemed infinitely close to zero, as if he was floating yet not, and a gust of wind could blow him away. Just as Lin Shen was worrying about what to choose, Wei Wufu came looking for him, telling Lin Shen he wanted to return to the mother planet for a while. I'm about to reach a critical point in nirvana. I'll go back after my nirvana. Lin Shen tried to persuade Wei Wufu not to go. You, nirvana egg, not have, spaceship, look, I too, nirvana, preparation, Wei Wufu said. Lin Shen hadn't expected Wei Wufu also wanted to go to the spaceship to find a primeval egg. Thinking it over, it seemed feasible. The Changhen Dongli had been killed by them, maybe there were no living creatures left on the spaceship. If they could find a nirvana-level primeval egg, he could use it with the ancient temple fire basin for dual nirvana. The two of them returned to the mother planet, passing through several transitioning planets along the way. Lin Shen felt something was off. Each planet had different gravity, but on every planet his body remained in that same state of weightlessness, with no change. It was as if gravity had no effect on him. The Dark Domain Lotus Seed really is different. Emperor Tianshu never mentioned this effect before. Lin Shen didn't pay much attention, thinking it was a normal reaction after using the Dark Domain Lotus Seed. After returning to the mother planet, the two rushed back to Tiancheng and shared their idea of searching for primeval eggs in the spaceship with Wei Changqing and the others. The spaceship's outer shell is too hard, we can't damage it. To enter, we can only go through the break. There are many pipes there, constantly seeping blue liquid. That blue liquid is the root of base mutation. Touching it has a great effect on the body. Wei Changqing tried to persuade them, hoping they would give up the idea. My body can withstand that blue liquid. Let Wei Wufu wait outside for me, and I'll sneak in and take a look. Lin Shen saw that Wei was very disappointed. Not daring to argue with Wei Changqing, Lin Shen had to step forward and speak. Chapter 683, Exploring the Spaceship. Chapter 683, Exploring the Spaceship. Wei Changqing ultimately agreed to let Lin Shen search inside the spaceship and sent old acquaintances Wei Shoucheng and Wei Shouchen to accompany him. However, their primary task was to watch over Wei Wufu and prevent him from recklessly entering the spaceship. Returning to the underground world once more, no matter how many times he had seen it, Lin Shen still felt an unparalleled shock. No one had imagined that beneath the ground there would be such a colossal space. The point where they descended was right above the blue river contaminated by the spaceship. The broken spaceship had crashed into the river, with part of it exposed above the water and the submerged part's size unknown. The river's water had turned into an eerie azure blue, resembling a river severely polluted by chemicals, and no one dared to enter the water there. Ordinary people coming into contact with this azure blue liquid could easily undergo a transformation similar to those base variant creatures, ultimately turning into a non-human form. The part of the spaceship protruding from the water surface had broken off into honeycomb-like tubes, and the blue liquid was flowing out from these tubes. On the tube walls, there was a thick layer of blue liquid, its contaminating ability even stronger than the river waters. The Wei family had already conducted experiments. Ordinary poultry and livestock that came into contact with the blue liquid would mutate into steel bodies in a matter of minutes. Of course, such mutations were irreversible, and the rapid mutation had severe effects on the brain. Even well-trained hunting dogs would become crazed and bloodthirsty after mutating, completely disregarding their master's commands. Lin Shen squatted by the riverbank and entered his superbase form, his flesh and blood immediately turning into silver crystal. He dipped his fingers into the river water, and the blue water could not contaminate his body at all. Lin Shen then splashed the river water onto himself, but it still flowed down his carapace, leaving not a single trace. Seeing this, Wei Shoucheng and Wei Shouchen were both shocked and delighted. Lin Shen said to them, "Wait here for me, I'll go in and take a look," and then he stepped onto the river's surface towards the broken part of the spaceship. From a distance, those honeycomb-like tubes seemed quite small, but upon closer approach, their diameters could exceed 2 meters. Lin Shen chose to head towards the front end of the spaceship, as the cockpit was generally located towards the front. Watching Lin Shen step into one of the tubes, covered in blue viscous liquid, Wei Shoucheng and Wei Shouchen watched nervously. Wei Wufu sat by the shore, seemingly not as tense as they were. Lin Shen had no idea which tube would lead to which area and could only choose one that seemed likely to lead further inside, following it inward. On his back, he carried the scrap sword and the evil ghost blade, which added some weight to make his walk feel less like floating in space. The tube up ahead was hexagonal, but after some distance, it turned circular. On the crystalline blue walls, rings of light flickered on and off intermittently, resembling damaged light strips that were sporadically bright and dim. Not far ahead, the path came to an end with a hexagonal wall blocking the way. Lin Shen examined the wall, which seemed like a hatch, but he saw no handle nor anything resembling a keypad. He reached out to push, and before his hand could touch the hatch, the hexagonal crystal retracted inward, revealing the passage behind it. The sensor system can still operate normally. Lin Shen grew even more surprised as he examined the passage behind, realizing that it was much larger than the tube he had come through. Inside was a wide area capable of accommodating 4 lanes of traffic, with many blue spherical objects on bases lining both sides. Each blue sphere resembled blue crystal, allowing a view through their crystalline exteriors into the interior. Lin Shen walked in closer to inspect a blue sphere, and upon peering inside, he was momentarily taken aback. The inside of the blue crystal sphere was obviously hollow, but it was filled with liquid, and within that liquid there was a pet egg the size of a human head. Scores of blue crystal fibers were attached to the top of that pet egg, many of them densely packed, though their purpose was unclear. This couldn't be a primeval egg, could it? Lin Shen wondered, noting the tremendous size of the pet egg, which was entirely different from the primeval eggs he had seen before. He then looked at some of the other blue spheres, some of which contained base variant creatures Lin Shen had never seen before, also connected to many blue fibers. They appeared to have no signs of life anymore. Whether they died naturally or were originally specimens was unknown. Others were open, revealing a circular hatch through which one could enter the inside of the blue spheres. Lin Shen did not attempt to enter, feeling that the creatures and pet eggs inside these blue spheres, like specimens preserved in formalin, gave him an unsettling feeling. Several blue spheres were shattered, but no liquid was seen on the ground, nor were there any fallen creature specimens. After passing row upon row of blue spheres, there was another hexagonal hatch door ahead, but this time, as Lin Shen approached it, it did not open automatically. Lin Shen pushed against it, eliciting no response, and after searching the surroundings, he found no switch to open the hatch. Left with no choice, he drew his scrap sword, intending to pry the thing open. Clearly, Lin Shen had underestimated the sturdiness of the hatch. The scrap sword, even when used in conjunction with the scrap sword skill, only managed to leave a shallow scratch on it. Considering the thickness of the previous hatch, sawing through this one would definitely take several days. Detected a device ready for configuration. Would you like to configure now? Lin Shen's mechanical wristwatch began to vibrate. The mechanical wristwatch is actually related to this spaceship? Lin Shen was slightly surprised, having previously thought that Gourd Mountain had probably not fallen together with the spaceship, only to discover that the two were indeed connected. Lin Shen chose to configure, and the mechanical wristwatch immediately displayed a configuring screen. After a while, a message appeared. Configuration failed due to system damage, connection successful, functionality missing. Lin Shen did not know whether the system failure referred to damage on the mechanical wristwatch itself, the spaceship, or both. Any possibility meant it was inoperable. Just as Lin Shen was about to turn back to try another pipe to see if he could enter the interior of the ship, the hatch in front of him unexpectedly opened on its own. Lin Shen peered inside and immediately his eyes widened in astonishment. Inside the hatch was a space that resembled a storage room, lined with rows of crystal cabinets, all housing various mini-eggs, some of which were very similar to the primeval eggs Lin Shen had seen previously. Furthermore, some of the primeval eggs radiated different glows, clearly indicating they possessed nirvana attributes. All of these are primeval eggs, aren't they? If I had known there were so many here, I would have come to get them earlier. I let Wei miss the chance to use a primeval egg for ascension to obtain a double life base, Lin Shen reflected, filled with regret at the sight of so many primeval eggs. Chapter 684, The Eerie God-Making Egg. Chapter 684, Chapter 684, The Eerie God-Making Egg. Lin Shen had not expected his luck to be so good, to have found the place where the spaceship stored the primeval eggs so easily. As he entered, he saw that each crystal shelf had a label. God-Making Egg number 0S18, based on the mutated Ascension creature Red Demon King, mutated Ascension creature Evil Luo God General, Snow Clan mutated Ascender Sui Qianhe. Lin Shen noticed that the creatures listed on the labels were initially base variant creatures, but then a name from the Snow Clan appeared, which greatly surprised him. The materials used to create the God-Making Eggs are not just simple base variant creatures, but also species from the Great Universe. Lin Shen had only just seen the name of the Snow Clan on the universal rankings, a bona fide member of the human race of the universe. He was astounded to find that the God-Making race even used the Snow Clan as material for creating God-Making eggs. Lin Shen read each label one by one, and every primeval egg was based on at least 2 or more base variant creatures, and inevitably one of the materials was a member of the human race of the universe. On the labels of these God-Making eggs, Lin Shen saw many well-known species of the universe, with the celestial race and demon tribe prominently listed. Most of the God-Making eggs here were of base mutation level, with a small number at ascension level, and there were even a dozen at nirvana level. There was also a label on a God-Making egg that was astonishingly based on an undying creature of immortal level. Mutated undying creature Mirror Realm Nightmare Demon King, Ancient Clan Mutated Immortal, name and origin unknown. Although this God-Making egg was only based on 2 creatures, it shocked Lin Shen even more. After the disappearance of the Ancient Realm King, the Ancient Dynasty had crumbled, and the Ancient Clan had almost perished. Now, it was long since people of the Ancient Clan could be seen. The fact that the god-making race had found a mutated immortal from the ancient clan to use as material for creating a god-making egg truly showcased their unimaginable powers. Many of the crystal cabinets were damaged, and the god-making eggs inside them were gone. In a corner of this warehouse there was a big hole, below which was the Azure River. It seemed that many god-making eggs had already fallen out from here before. Lin Shen opened the cabinets and collected all the remaining god-making eggs, preparing to take them all back. With so many god-making eggs, his nirvana was no longer a problem, and he could even choose at will. I wonder if Wei can repair himself. With so many god-making eggs, it's not a problem for him to restore his double life base. Lin Shen thought about where to find a method of restoration for Wei, allowing him a chance to undergo ascension again in the most perfect state. Given Wei's talent, if he could cultivate a double life base and combine it with the dual nirvana method, he would certainly become a towering pillar for the human race. However, without the Dark Domain Lotus Seed, dual nirvana would be somewhat challenging. He could use the nirvana of the immortal land in the ancient temple, though lacking the dual attributes of dual nirvana, it was still top tier among nirvana methods. As Lin Shen was collecting the god-making eggs, he was startled when the door behind him opened automatically with sensitive responsiveness. Lin Shen cautiously surveyed the space beyond the door and discovered it was filled with devices resembling hibernation pods. The lids on those devices were transparent, but from Lin Shen's angle, he couldn't see whether there were people inside the hibernation pods. He cautiously collected the god-making eggs, packed them away, and stored them into the space, and then he carefully entered the space where the hibernation pods were stored. Peering inside one, Lin Shen's expression immediately became strange. Just like the blue spheres, the pods were filled with liquid, and there were many blue fiber tubes connected to them. Unlike the god-making eggs in the crystal cabinets before, this egg looked like an ordinary poultry egg, its white shell harboring a faintly flowing liquid from which one could even hear a faint heartbeat-like sound. Unfortunately, there were no labels here, so it was unclear what level the god-making egg was at, but its appearance was somewhat different from the previous ones, somewhat resembling the primeval egg that Wei Wufu had initially given him. Lin Shen checked the remaining hibernation pods and found no creatures inside, and he didn't see any more god-making eggs, most of them were empty. It wasn't until Lin Shen reached the last hibernation pod that he saw another god-making egg, except that this one's shell had cracked open, revealing a creature that looked like a fetus within, with several blue fiber tubes connecting to the creature's body, seemingly providing it with nutrients. The creature looked somewhat like a newborn mouse that hadn't yet grown its skin, its eyelids were still closed, and it had a plump, ruddy pink tail. What is this thing? Lin Shen was even more surprised to find that this creature had a flesh-and-blood body, rather than being a base variant creature with a steel or crystal body. Suddenly, as if on its own, the zipper on Lin Shen's backpack opened, and Phase-Eye Fatty jumped out, landing directly on that hibernation pod. With one swipe of its paws, Fatty shattered the lid of the hibernation pod, and, like a bird of prey, it pounced inside, seized the creature within, dragged it out, breaking the blue fiber tubes connected to its body, then flung it into the air and gulped it down. Fatty's actions were smooth and swift, gulping down the creature in the blink of an eye, then circled in the air and pounced toward another hibernation pod that contained a god-making egg. Seeing Fatty smash the hibernation pod's lid and get hold of the god-making egg, tearing away the attached blue fiber lines, about to fling and swallow it, Lin Shen hurried over, grabbed Fatty, and pulled him into his embrace, catching the god-making egg with his other hand. "Don't rush, let me study what this thing is first. If it's useless, you can eat it," Lin Shen said as he pulled out a primeval egg to feed to Fatty, who was wriggling in his arms, which calmed him down. Yet, Fatty still stared longingly at the god-making egg in Lin Shen's hand, seemingly ready to pounce at any moment, ready to swallow it if Lin Shen looked away. Seeing this, Lin Shen had no choice but to put Fatty back into the backpack. Then he held the egg that appeared like a pigeon's and contained a faint heart, looking around, hoping to find useful information to understand what this god-making egg was and how it differed from those outside. Undamaged equipment detected. Activate. The mechanical wristband once again popped up a message. Activate. Lin Shen, who was concerned about not making discoveries, looked over a workbench in front of him. It was after approaching this workbench that the mechanical wristband reacted. Chapter 685, Degradation Agent. Chapter 685, Chapter 685, Degradation Agent. As the hands of the mechanical watch turned, a circular area in the middle of the workbench gradually rose, quickly ascending into a cylinder 1 meter tall. Fixed in the middle of the cylinder was a syringe, and through the transparent part of the syringe, one could see it was filled with a blue liquid. Lin Shen originally thought it was a smart brain device, or, at the very least, a projector of some sort that could provide some information. He didn't expect it to be just a hidden space containing a syringe. Lin Shen reached out and took the syringe. The space within the cylinder was designed to store this syringe specifically, its shape perfectly fitting just that one syringe, nothing else, not even an instruction manual. Examining the syringe in his hand, he found a steel stamp on the metal casing with a few words engraved on it. Regressive agent, Lin Shen murmured. I've only heard of evolutionary agents. What's the use of a regressive agent to make one's body regress? He carefully stored the regressive agent, relieved that the syringe itself had a locking mechanism, ensuring there was no worry of accidental activation. The cylinder on the workbench slowly descended, seamlessly merging with the workbench to the point where no gap was visible, as if they were originally one piece. At that moment, the surface of the workbench suddenly lit up. What originally looked like metal had now become a display screen. Emergency plan activated. Do you wish to teleport immediately? Teleportation will automatically commence in 10 seconds. Text appeared on the monitor along with the options yes and no. Lin Shen decisively chose no. For all he knew, the teleportation could lead directly into the den of the god-making race, and that would be disastrous. This device was clearly an emergency contingency plan within the spaceship, possibly meant for escape. He wondered why no one used it when an accident occurred. The monitor dimmed, returning to its original metallic state. Not daring to linger any longer, Lin Shen quickly left the spaceship. As Lin Shen emerged from the conduit, Wei Shousheng and the others breathed a sigh of relief, but seeing Lin Shen's empty hands, they thought he hadn't found anything of value. I've got the primeval eggs, let's head back, Lin Shen said, shaking off the blue liquid clinging to his body as he left the underground space with the group. After returning to the Townland Hall, Lin Shen took out the god-making egg and the regressive agent he had found, and then detailed his findings to Wei Chongqing and the others. The sight of so many primeval eggs excited and delighted everyone. With these eggs, their home planet could create more nirvana beings, easing the strain on those suppressing the underground spaces. As for the regressive agent, none of them knew its use, nor was anyone brave enough to try it. According to what you said, all the materials used in these primeval eggs are base variant materials. No wonder promotion through primeval eggs results in varied enhancements, Wei Shoucheng commented. Wei Chongqing pointed to the immortal level primeval egg and said, we don't need to keep these eggs here, you all take them with you. Everyone was taken aback, but Wei Chongqing continued, you all face challenges abroad and need more support. Take these to cultivate more human powerhouses. As long as you can hold your ground out there, you'll naturally be able to offer more aid to the home planet. Lin Shen knew Wei Chongqing had more to say. Now that the major families were expanding into the universe, even if the primeval eggs were kept, how many people would want to undergo nirvana on the home planet and remain there forever? The Wei family was nearly extinct, and Wei Chongqing's willingness to let Wei Wufu leave showed that he no longer wanted the descendants of the Wei family to remain trapped here. That was not the destiny they were meant to have. Wei, have you considered starting over? With these primeval eggs, you could start over and gain a double life base again. Don't worry about the method, I'll figure something out, Lin Shen said to Wei Wufu. No, not now, I can. Wei Wufu shook his head as he spoke. Wei Wufu had no intention of starting over. Indeed, there were risks involved, as it would be difficult to acquire the same talents and abilities, and the life base might change after restarting. Unwilling to lose his current talents and life base, Wei Wufu preferred to maintain his current state. Lin Shen didn't leave the home planet. He planned to stay here for a while to see if the death powder could complete nirvana before the effects of the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds were at their strongest, and he intended to explore the spaceship once more. In the meantime, Lin Shen helped the Wei family clear out the base variant creatures in the underground world, especially the nirvana creatures. It would be best if they could find the nirvana land in the underground space and see if it was possible to utilize it. If there truly was such a place, the humans of the home planet wouldn't need to use primeval eggs for nirvana in the future. Lin Shen also planned to revisit the areas of the underground space that he hadn't fully explored last time. Once he completed nirvana, returning to the home planet would not be so easy. Tai only knew how to leave, but not how to return to the home planet via Gourd Mountain. The nirvana creatures of the underground space would emerge in large numbers from time to time. With Lin Shen's assistance, the Wei family cleared out another wave of nirvana creatures and even found 2 nirvana eggs. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu once again arrived at the place where Changhen Dongli was slain. After passing through that area, they discovered that the canyon ahead formed a ring. They had made a complete circle, killing a few nirvana creatures before winding back from another side. The base mutation land of the underground space isn't here after all. Lin Shen was somewhat surprised. He had thought that the base mutation land would surely be in this area. There were no other paths to take here, but fortunately Lin Shen had the ability of the Stairway to Heaven and took Wei Wufu to the mountain peak with him. Standing on the mountaintop, they could see from afar that beyond this mountain range was a vast crimson sea. The endless Red Sea, akin to blood, stretched to the distant horizon, merging with the rock dome to form a continuous mass no less impressive than the oceans above ground. What was eerie was that above that sea of blood, they saw something that resembled a moon or sun. That pink orb hung between the sea of blood and the rock dome, looking like the sun about to set or the moon just rising. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu exchanged glances and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. How can there be a moon and sun in the underground space? Lin Shen and Wei Wufu climbed over the mountain range and arrived at the edge of that sea of blood. The Wei family had never reached this place. The Sea of Blood turned out to be no different from a real ocean, with a coastline of white sandy beaches. The waves of the Crimson Sea, like ripples, crashed onto the white sands before gently receding. The orb, resembling both the moon and the sun, hung distantly on the horizon, neither setting nor rising. Lin Shen did not know how far away that object was. As he hesitated over whether to cross the Sea of Blood to get a closer look, he suddenly saw waves surging in the distance. A colossal creature broke through the surface of the Sea of Blood, leaping above the water. What is that? Lin Shen's pupils contracted, seemingly unable to believe what his eyes were seeing. Chapter 686, Little Star. Chapter 686, Chapter 686, Little Star. Lin Shen found it impossible to describe what kind of creature it was because he had never seen a similar species, and thus found no vocabulary to describe it. The constantly changing, vibrant colors of the creature's indescribable form left Lin Shen unable to articulate what kind of existence it was, only feeling an immense shock in his heart. It merely leapt into the air, then fell back into the sea, causing the waters to surge up into gigantic waves of blood. As the two of them retreated from their shock, they did not stop until they reached the mid-mountain area. Only then did they see the waves of blood crashing against the mountain walls, like a world-ending tsunami about to devour everything, with half of the mountain submerged in the blood-red water. It took a long time for the turbulent sea of blood to finally recede. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu did not dare to stay by the seaside, hastily retreating the way they had come. The sheer terror of the creature was unimaginable. The Nirvana creatures Lin Shen had seen before couldn't hold a candle to it. If they disturbed it, who knew what would happen? That thing couldn't possibly be an undying creature, could it? Lin Shen's complexion looked rather poor. Yet, the Sea of Blood didn't appear to be contaminated by anything from the spaceship. How could such a terrifying creature exist? If there were such creatures in the underground space to begin with, their previous speculations were probably all wrong. Perhaps the base mutation site of the underground space was not at the Nirvana level but a higher existence altogether. If that really was the case, all their previous calculations would likely fail, as such a being, if it decided to break out from the underground space, could not possibly be stopped by the Wei family. As the two were escaping, they suddenly saw a strange light before them that illuminated the mountain range in all colors of the rainbow. Looking up, they saw the entire sky enveloped in radiance like the auroras. The next second, both felt the world spin, with strength bursting out of their bodies uncontrollably, yet they couldn't govern their own movements as they tumbled helplessly within that aurora. When they finally stabilized, they found themselves inside the indescribable creature. They felt as though they were within a transparent body of water, or perhaps amidst a fluffy mass of clouds with streaming light flowing around them. The illusionary rainbow-colored light even passed through their bodies without hindrance, casting their figures in constantly changing colors. Although they were clearly inside the body of the creature, they had the sensation of being on the cloud tops, rising and falling with the creature in the sea, as if riding the clouds and controlling the fog. Wei, are you all right? Lin Shen found that they could talk normally inside this bizarre creature. No, Wei Wufu shook his head. Neither of them felt any damage to their bodies, and they could move around freely inside the creature as if they were in water or a pile of cotton. The body of the bizarre creature seemed infinitely large. No matter how they moved, they could not reach the edge of its body. The bizarre creature, riding the wind and breaking the waves in the Sea of Blood, actually moved toward that pink moon hanging on the horizon. The two only felt the scenery around them receding at such speed that they felt like time was flowing. The pink moon in their eyes grew bigger and bigger, and to their horror, they realized it was indeed a gigantic sphere. However, this sphere was nowhere near as large as a real moon, but it was still much bigger than a typical island. As they got closer, they could even see a few red and blue houses and some coconut-like trees on the island. The houses and trees, with some below the sphere, appeared as if drawn by a child on paper, with proportions that were exaggerated and surreal. Lin Shen thought that such a scene could only be seen in comics, but today he was witnessing it in reality. The bizarre creature brought them straight toward the strange sphere and then dispersed like clouds or smoke, allowing them to land on the surface of the sphere, feeling solid ground beneath their feet. But the position where the two of them stood was parallel to the Sea of Blood and the domed sky, making it appear as if the Sea of Blood and the dome were two infinitely extending high walls on either side, eventually meeting together in the distance. The body of the bizarre creature, shattered in midair, gathered together as if in flight and plunged into the Sea of Blood. The huge waves stirred by the Sea of Blood rose above their heads before falling back into the Sea of Blood, an experience that felt quite peculiar. Welcome. A voice interrupted the two who were still in shock. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu looked around in astonishment but could not find the speaker. I'm right here. The voice sounded again, and upon looking down, they finally saw the owner of the voice, a snail the size of a fist. The snail's shell was colorful with dancing halos, its body translucent like jade, and its two round eyes perched on feelers curiously sizing them up, with human-like expressions and gazes, as if from a comic book creature. Who are you? Lin Shen asked the snail strangely, unsure of how to address this being. I am Little Star. The snail twisted its body to show off its brightly colored shell. The brilliance on its shell seemed like countless tiny grains of star sand, or a sky filled with colorful stars. What are your names? Little Star blinked its eyes curiously as it asked them. I'm Tian, and he's Fu, Lin Shen replied. Little Star seemed extremely pleased, leapt onto a nearby rock, and twisting its body, said, Tian, Fu, welcome to your arrival. To welcome you, I've decided to throw a grand party. What do you think of this idea? Before Lin Shen could respond, Little Star continued on its own. Oh, you must think this idea is fantastic. You're really looking forward to it, right? Don't worry, just wait a moment for me. The welcome party is about to start. With that, Little Star jumped down from the rock and sped toward a red house at an incredible pace. Lin Shen had never seen a snail move so fast. It even created afterimages like a comet, trailing behind it a colorful tail of light. The two watched it rush into the house, and then, as if by a flurry of light and shadow, when it dashed out again, it moved quickly through the air like lightning. Strips of lights and various items flew out, and in an instant, an exhibition hall of lights seemed to form before Lin Shen and his companion. Even two speakers taller than a person were set out, and in the middle of the stone, a microphone was placed. Little Star stood behind the microphone, its shell now adorned with a small hat, and around its neck, a bow tie. Despite the bizarre sight, it looked surprisingly harmonious. To welcome my friends Tian and Tru, let me first offer you a song. I'm your Little Star. Little Star sang passionately into the microphone like a pop superstar. In the depth of emotion, it even blew a kiss toward them. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu were both dumbstruck. Wei Wufu, usually so composed, was now standing with his mouth half open, as if he had been struck by acupoint ceiling. What is this? When they were caught by that bizarre creature earlier, they had considered countless possibilities, even contemplating being devoured alive by some horrific undying creature, but they had never imagined something like this happening. A snail singing a heartfelt song to them. As it sang, the snail's eyes extended to the side and pressed a remote control larger than its own body. The lights around them suddenly shifted, transforming the place from a New Year's light show to a disco. The lights started to flicker and sway madly, and the music from the speakers also became more intense. My friends, let's get high. Little Star's voice also grew excited, followed by a cringingly awkward rap. You say I'm your little star? Without me, you can't even cope. Chapter 687. Damn Little Star. Chapter 687. Chapter 687. Damn Little Star. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu stared blankly at Little Star, who was hopping and jumping on the stone, even donning a pair of mini sunglasses out of nowhere, rendering them a bit dumbfounded. Not until a song finished with a high beat did Little Star remove the snail shell hat from one eye, making a gesture similar to taking a bow. Lin Shen gazed at Little Star, who maintained that pose without moving, leading to an awkward silence on the scene. Little Star's other eye lifted slightly, covertly glancing at them while still keeping the bowing posture, and whispered, My friends, have you perhaps forgotten something? I know my performance was fabulous, and it shocked you, but shouldn't you? Before Little Star could finish, Lin Shen got the clue, hastily began clapping his hands, and even nudged Wei Wufu with his shoulder, prompting him to join in the applause. Thank you, my friends. Only then did Little Star put the hat back on the snail shell, chirping with high spirits. Tian, Fu, I'm delighted to meet you, and as a friend, I've prepared a mysterious little gift for you, which I hope you'll like. There's no need for gifts, Lin Shen meant to say that leaving this place would suffice, but before he could speak out, Little Star interrupted. Of course there is, you're my friends. Little Star pressed the remote control again, and the door of the blue house beside them automatically opened. A cleaning robot, pulling a square box, slowly emerged and made its way next to Little Star. My friend, can you guess what gift I brought for you? Little Star jumped on top of the box, speaking with an air of mystery. Wrong. Exert your imagination. Don't constrain your own brain. Take a bold guess again. Little Star playfully rejected Lin Shen's guess with a teasing look. A speaker? Lin Shen guessed again. Darling, your imagination is too poor. You should be bolder. Let your imagination soar even higher. Little Star called out loudly. Surely it isn't a tiny little star? Lin Shen was doubtful, wondering if the box contained a small snail. He remembered someone mentioning before that many stray dogs and cats, when fond of you, would bring their offspring to you as a token of acceptance. Although Little Star wasn't a stray dog or cat, it gave Lin Shen a similar impression. Congratulations, you got it wrong again. It seems imagining isn't your forte, so let me reveal the answer to you. Little Star paused mid-sentence and teased. Are you nervous? Are you looking forward to it? Lin Shen and Wei Wufu nodded dumbly in unison. They weren't looking forward to anything, they just wanted to leave as soon as possible. Then, here it comes, my friends. Don't get too excited. Saying this, Little Star suddenly leaped, popping the lid off the box. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu instinctively craned their necks to peek inside the box, admitting to themselves they were indeed curious. But when they saw what was inside the box, they couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. It was empty, containing nothing at all. Just as they were confused, the box suddenly burst into light, and Lin Shen and Wei Wufu felt everything before their eyes dissolve into flowing radiance. My friends, enjoy the gift I've sent you, Little Star's voice echoed in Lin Shen and Wei Wufu's ears. Lin Shen was too familiar with this sensation. It was the feeling of using a teleporter, and the box itself was a teleportation device. Lin Shen just didn't know where that self-proclaimed Little Star intended to teleport them. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu's figures vanished from the planet, and Little Star removed the hat, fanning himself as if heaving a sigh of relief. Why did humans discover this place so soon? Fortunately, I was clever enough to teleport them there, where they likely can't come back. To blame are they for coming here not knowing that curiosity killed the cat? What's the point of wandering around for no reason? It's just a bit regrettable. Those two humans were quite amusing. After Lin Shen and Wei Wufu completed teleportation, the scenery before them left them a bit startled. This is Ancient Temple Star. Seeing the mountain god temple not far away, Lin Shen felt a sense of déjà vu and immediately recognized the place. That little star means us no good, teleporting us to Ancient Temple Star, intent on killing us, Lin Shen said resentfully. Fortunately, no fear, Wei Wufu spoke up. It's uncertain what Little Star's origins are, whether that odd sphere is alien or has always existed within the subterranean space. Lin Shen was full of questions, but now there was no one to answer the doubts in his heart. Perhaps by capturing Little Star and interrogating it, all secrets could be revealed. However, the creatures in the Sea of Blood were inherently bizarre, and Little Star was enigmatic. This time it just teleported Lin Shen and others to Ancient Temple Star. If it knew they survived, who knows what other means it might employ. Given Little Star doesn't seem too powerful, otherwise, why not just kill us directly instead of teleporting us here? Once I level up, I'll find a way to go back and deal with that Little Star, Lin Shen secretly vowed. The two had visited the mountain god temple before and easily recognized the direction, passing many familiar temples along the way. However, when they arrived at the location of the Golden Buddha Temple, both men were abruptly stunned. Where's the Golden Buddha Temple? How come it's not here? Lin Shen stared blankly at the spot where the Golden Buddha Temple should have been, but there was nothing, just a barren stretch of land. Lin Shen ran over and surveyed the surroundings. It was indeed the correct location, but the Golden Buddha Temple had disappeared. We didn't take a wrong turn, did we? Although Lin Shen knew they couldn't be mistaken. The temples along the road were correct, there was no possibility of error. But how could such a large temple like the Golden Buddha Temple simply vanish? We didn't. Wei Wufu nodded. So where is the Golden Buddha Temple? Lin Shen asked again. Gone, Wei Wufu stated. How could it be gone? Don't know. They looked at each other, each at a loss for the next step. Chapter 688, The Celestial Court Reemerges. Chapter 688, The Celestial Court Reemerges. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu could only search around, hoping to find some clues. However, after going back and forth several times, they finally confirmed one fact. They hadn't taken the wrong path. It was indeed the Golden Buddha Temple that had disappeared. This made Lin Shen's expression somewhat unpleasant. Without the Golden Buddha Temple, they had no way of leaving the planet. That damn little star, I better not see it again or I'll strip its carapace off, Lin Shen swore, as night had already fallen. Thankfully, Lin Shen had the sun-shooting bow in his hand, and Wei had the Jade Decree. Night descended, and pillars of light soared into the sky, transforming into countless ghostly apparitions in the sky. As those apparitions faded and the world plunged back into darkness, aside from the faint white glow from the bow and decree, not a speck of light could be seen. In that darkness, it was as if countless pairs of eyes were staring at them, and they could even faintly hear sounds resembling the breathing of wild beasts. Lin Shen and his companion had to find a new way out, but up to now, Lin Shen still couldn't understand why the Golden Buddha Temple had disappeared. Even if the temple was gone, the pool there should still be there, and the ancient temple below even more so, but all had vanished. Lin Shen checked many times, even digging into the ground, but found nothing there. In the chilling silence of the night, Lin Shen sporadically exchanged words with Wei Wufu, as the oppressive feeling of this forsaken place was just too much to bear. When the two passed by a mountain god temple, they found it to be intact and it seemed quite new, with light shining from inside. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu exchanged a glance, and with a silent agreement, they headed towards the mountain god temple. Pushing open the temple doors, they saw that the main hall's doors were open, with the statue of the mountain god sitting upright on the shrine. In front of the shrine, on the offering table, there was a clay incense burner with 3 sticks of incense burning inside of it. On either side of the incense burner, there were clay candle holders, on which candles burned, their light emanating from them. This mountain god temple wasn't like this when we came before, right? Lin Shen asked Wei Wufu, who was beside him. The statues they had seen before were all hanging from the beams, but this statue was properly set upon the shrine. No, Wei Wufu affirmed Lin Shen's memory. Forget it. The more gods one prays to, the more blessings one receives. Let's pay our respects too. The Lord Mountain God is generous. Let us stay here for the night and leave when dawn breaks. Seeing that there was incense on the offering table, Lin Shen went over, lit the incense with the candle, and then offered 3 sticks to the mountain god. Inside the temple, the feeling of being watched faded away. Lin Shen planned to stay until daylight and then continue searching for a way out. No sooner had Lin Shen placed the incense into the burner than the eyes of the clay statue lit up, shining like 2 searchlights onto Lin Shen. Your power is not sufficient to ascend to the shrine. Are you sure you wish to challenge for the divine position? A mysterious voice echoed inside the temple. Not sure, not challenging. Lin Shen immediately shook his head. Too late, a strange smile appeared at the corners of the clay fetus god statue's mouth. Lin Shen had already rapidly moved back, but it was still too late. He felt a pain on his forehead as though he'd been seared with a hot iron. Instinctively reaching to touch it, he found nothing. His forehead was covered by a carapace, which was undamaged. Boom. When Lin Shen turned to look again, he saw that the clay statue had shattered on its own, fallen to the ground, and become a pile of clay chunks. Lin Shen didn't know what was going on. He used the communicator to shine on his forehead, where the carapace was as bright as new, and there was no sign of anything. But Lin Shen still felt that something was not right. There was a clear discomfort on his forehead. He retracted the carapace and shone the communicator on his forehead again, and suddenly saw a blood-red mountain-shaped mark appear on his forehead. There really is something, Lin Shen rubbed it, but the blood-red mountain-shaped mark seemed to have seeped into his flesh. His skin was rubbed raw, but he couldn't rub it off. While puzzling over what exactly this thing was, he suddenly heard a voice like rolling thunder coming from the sky outside. The supreme sovereign of Haoshan Jinka, the naturally wondrous true Jade Emperor Miluo, commands that today the Celestial Court will reopen its temple, and all creatures of the world may ascend of their own accord to attain a divine position in the Celestial Court. Lin Shen was startled and walked to the entrance of the main hall, looking up at the sky. He saw in the night sky a dreamlike and fantastical white jade gate hanging amidst the void. From in front of the empty white jade gate, jade steps emerged out of nothing, extending all the way up to the dark planet, like a rainbow bridge connecting heaven and earth. Wei, did you catch the name that voice just mentioned? Lin Shen asked Wei Wufu, recalling the name that the Jade Emperor had given him when he visited the Celestial Court that day. Clear. Wei Wufu nodded. What was the name? Lin Shen, delighted, hurriedly asked. Haoshan, Jinka, Supreme, Sovereign, Natural, Wondrous, Miluo, True, Jade, Emperor. Wei Wufu stuttered the name out word by word. After hearing the full name, Lin Shen was overjoyed. Although Wei Wufu spoke slowly, his memory was impressive. He had managed to remember such a complex name after hearing it just once. Lin Shen had Wei Wufu repeat it several times, and he silently memorized the revered name of the Jade Emperor. At this moment, within the darkness, a creature stepped onto the jade steps that were like a white rainbow. Lin Shen looked closely and saw that the creature ascending the jade steps was a white jade fox with 9 tails, its entire body crimson. It was crystal clear, radiating a white light, its power of nirvana strong enough to be overflowing. So there are nirvana creatures on this planet? Lin Shen was somewhat surprised. No sooner had the 9-tailed jade fox stepped onto the jade steps than flames suddenly ignited within its body, which seemed to burn from inside rather than from an external force. The 9-tailed jade fox scrambled up the steps desperately, but somehow its pace was excruciatingly slow, as if it was carrying mountains on its back. After ascending just a dozen or so steps, its body had turned to black ash, and with a painful cry, it collapsed on the jade steps. The 9-tailed jade fox spat out a bead-like life base, emitting white light, attempting to extinguish the flames on its body. However, as soon as the life base appeared, a bolt of lightning struck out of the void, shattering the bead-like life base. Immediately, the 9-tailed jade fox coughed up fresh blood, struggling to get up but unable to stand, and in a flash, it was reduced to ash, dissipating into nothingness. No sooner had the 9-tailed white fox perished than a giant dragon-like serpent, as large as a dragon, slithered up the jade steps. As it moved along the white jade level, flames sprang up along its body, growing fiercer with each undulating movement. Just as its emerald-like green scales seemed about to burn to charcoal, it too spat out its life base. A green-colored jade sword shone with a green light flew out, but before it could have any effect, a lightning bolt born out of thin air shattered it. With the life base destroyed, the green-scaled giant serpent could no longer hold on. Its body twisted in the flames, and within moments, it too turned to ash. Chapter 689, The Immortal Golden Colossus. Lin Shen watched as one nirvana creature after another ascended the jade level, only to be burned to death one by one, with not even one making it halfway. Yet numerous nirvana creatures still bravely continued on, unafraid of life and death, crawling up the jade level. In less than an hour, dozens of nirvana creatures had perished on the jade level. What on earth are they climbing up there for? Lin Shen found it hard to understand why these nirvana creatures were so intent on ascending. In the universe, he had hardly heard any news about the Celestial Court, and it was only when he was practicing the stepping on the Immortal Court technique that he came to know of such a place, though he still couldn't be sure of its existence. It was only after merging the 5 sacrificial robes and visiting the Celestial Court that he realized such a place truly existed. Even after going there, Lin Shen still did not understand what was so appealing about the Celestial Court, for these nirvana creatures to risk their lives for a chance to enter. Are they seeking immortality? Wei Wufu also harbored the same doubt, speculating that these nirvana creatures were desperately trying to enter the Celestial Court perhaps for a chance at immortality. That shouldn't be it. Lin Shen shook his head and said, I've read some materials on the ascension to immortality in the celestial race's library before. Ascending to immortality is even more difficult than achieving nirvana. For nirvana, there is a path of minor nirvana that one can take, but there's no such shortcut to immortality, not even by consuming an immortal egg. One can only ascend by comprehending the immortal laws. It requires not just energy, but also an understanding of the universe's laws. Suffering through fire and lightning, what can these nirvana creatures comprehend about the universe's laws? While the two of them were conversing, they saw another nirvana creature step onto the jade level. This time, the creature ascending the jade level was a colossus, standing over a dozen meters tall, his entire body like that of glittering gold. After he stepped on the jade level, flames, as strange as ever, burned forth, emanating from within his body, not caused by an external force. This golden colossus, however, was different from the previous nirvana creatures. The flames could not only not burn him to char, they actually made his golden body even more resplendent. This golden colossus seems to have a hope of making it up. Lin Shen also wanted to know what would happen after these nirvana creatures made it to the top. With each step, the golden colossus moved upwards laboriously. Strangely enough, those nirvana creatures of smaller stature could only advance one jade level at a time. The golden colossus, massive in size, could only cross one jade level at a time as well. The size of the jade level seemed unaltered, and the giant's body showed no change, making the effect puzzling. As the golden colossus crossed halfway up the jade level, his body, honed by the fire, shone brilliantly, dazzling like the sun. Yet his footsteps seemed to grow heavier, slowing down to a crawl, almost unable to continue moving forward. At that moment, the golden colossus let out a roar to the sky, his golden radiance flashing, myriad glinting golden particles taking flight, coalescing in his hand into a golden hammer life base. Boom. The moment the golden hammer appeared, thunder and lightning spontaneously generated from the void, hurtling towards the golden hammer. Astonishingly, the golden hammer wasn't shattered by the lightning strikes as the life bases of the other nirvana creatures were. The lightning continued to strike the golden hammer, raveling through it to spread across the body of the golden colossus. The ceaseless thunder and lightning birthed from the void seemed drawn to the golden hammer, all of it converging there, and the golden colossus, along with the golden hammer, became suffused with electrical light, almost turning into a being of lightning. In such a state, the golden colossus's strides became much more nimble, its footsteps accelerating as it approached the gates of the celestial court at the end of the jade level. Bathed in thunder, the golden colossus now resembled a deity of thunderous battle, its entire body engulfed in lightning. Enjoy exclusive chapters from free web novel Lin Shen watched, dumbfounded. The strength fluctuations emitted by the lightning were terrifying even from where he stood, yet the golden colossus managed to steadfastly ascend, truly an impressive feat. Finally, the golden colossus reached the end of the jade level and arrived at the gates of the celestial court, the lightning and flames on its body having vanished without a trace. The body of the golden colossus had noticeably slimmed down from before, but its golden frame appeared even more textured and solid than earlier. Every inch of its body shimmered with a pure golden radiance. It was hard to pinpoint the exact differences from before, but it somehow seemed altered. The golden colossus placed its hands on the gates of the celestial court, golden light surging over its body as it mustered all its strength to push the doors open. But no matter how hard it pushed, the gates of the celestial court remained immovable. In front of the majestic celestial court gates, the towering figure of the golden colossus seemed rather small in comparison, like an ant trying to shake a tree. We've come all this way, yet the gates won't even open. This celestial court is really stingy, Lin Shen muttered to himself. Just as the golden colossus appeared to fail in its attempt to open the celestial gates, the space around it began to warp. Streams of golden light emerged from the void, converging behind the golden colossus, where an enigmatic golden symbol started to take shape. That is, the mark of immortality. The golden colossus is ascending to immortality. Lin Shen was somewhat astonished. He hadn't expected that ascending to the celestial court could truly lead to immortality, and Wei Wufu had guessed it right. From the mark of immortality on its back, the golden colossus emanated a mysterious strength, and under the glow of this mark, its body gradually began to change. 2 additional pairs of arms emerged from beneath its ribs, and the head on its shoulders split into 3, becoming a being with 3 heads and 6 arms, resembling a demonic deity. As the power of the Mark of Immortality was unleashed, the 3-headed, 6-armed golden colossus grew even larger, as if it were a golden demon that had stepped out of hell. Its 6 golden palms pressed against the gates of the celestial court, and a terrifying power burst forth, warping the surrounding space, making it look unreal. Boom! The gates of the celestial court finally budged, opening a slight gap. The 3 heads of the golden colossus roared in unison, its power erupting anew as it forced the gates open and charged in with a bellow. Incredible. Lin Shen marveled inwardly. The strength the golden colossus demonstrated after ascending to immortality was beyond his comprehension. All he could see was a flurry of golden light, his vision no longer clear. An undying creature ascends to the divine altar, bestowed with the celestial soldier's divine position. A voice emanated from within the celestial court, uttering that simple sentence before the opened gates thunderously closed. What the heck? Celestial soldier's divine position? Such a formidable creature. And that's just a celestial soldier's divine position? Lin Shen was taken aback in his mind. Chapter 690. Repetition. After the Golden Colossus succeeded, more Nirvana creatures rushed up the Jade level, hoping to break into the gates of the Celestial Court. However, most Nirvana creatures perished upon the Jade level, and very few could endure until the latter half. The only one who truly succeeded in pushing the door open was the Golden Colossus alone. Lin Shen came to realize that the process of ascending the Jade level was actually a process of self-improvement. Both the burning flames and the baptism of thunder and lightning were strengthening the bodies and power of the Nirvana creatures. If they could withstand it, there was a chance to ascend to immortality, but most creatures couldn't, dying on the Jade level. The underlying reason was that they were not strong enough. Lin Shen found that those who ascended the Jade level, the purer the power of Nirvana, the higher the likelihood of withstanding the flames and thunder. And to purify the power of Nirvana, one had to undergo Nirvana multiple times to increase the degree of fusion between one's own particles and the Nirvana attribute particles. But for Nirvana creatures, this might be inconsequential. However, for humans to undergo Nirvana time and again, the chances of becoming something inhuman were too high. Lin Shen thought these Nirvana creatures were desperate to break into the Celestial Court to ascend to immortality. But when an undying creature charged up the Jade level, Lin Shen immediately realized he was wrong. These creatures' rush into the Celestial Court was probably not just for the simple purpose of ascending to immortality. If it were just one or two undying creatures attempting to breach the Celestial Court gates, it could be understood, but then, continuously, more undying creatures charged inside the Celestial Court gates. The divine positions they were granted were essentially the same, all Celestial Soldiers' divine positions. It wasn't until daylight that the great doors of the Celestial Court suddenly disappeared. Gone, Wei Wufu said, pointing at Lin Shen's forehead. Lin Shen knew what Wei Wufu was referring to. He took out his communicator to check, and indeed, the mountain-shaped mark on his forehead was gone. There was smooth white skin on his forehead without any color. This mountain god temple, Lin Shen, observing his surroundings, was even more astonished. They had stayed in the mountain god temple all night, only to realize in the light of day that the temple was in ruins, nearly a complete wreckage, with only the main hall still intact. But the incense burner and candlesticks he had seen the day before were no longer there, and the offering table was also rotten, with fragments of clay scattered all over the ground. What was even more bizarre was that the clay fetus god statue, which had been shattered the day before, had somehow been restored to wholeness, but it was not on the altar. Instead, it hung from a black rope on the ceiling beam. Lin Shen and Wei exchanged glances, each seeing the surprise in the other's eyes, unable to comprehend what was going on. Wei, I think we'd better find a way off this planet as soon as possible, Lin Shen said as he slowly stepped out of the mountain god temple. The two of them revisited the site of the Golden Buddha temple only to find the same result. The temple was not there. This was somewhat expected by Lin Shen. If the Golden Buddha temple was unreliable, they would have to find another way. They quickened their pace, searching the planet for a potential teleporter, passing many familiar temples along the way with no changes to them. Leaving the familiar territory, they saw even more temples, merely looking around inside without daring to touch anything. When night fell once again, they still had not found a way out. The same formula, the same scent. In this night, they again had that sense of being watched by countless bizarre creatures. Only this time, they chose not to enter any temple, continuing their journey through the night. Strangely, the Celestial Court and Jade level reappeared, exactly at the same time as the previous day. Then Lin Shen and Wei Wufu witnessed an unbelievable scene. Once again, a nine-tailed jade fox was the first to start climbing the Jade level, its death exactly the same as yesterday. Wei, something's not right, Lin Shen said, furrowing his brow. Not right, Wei Wufu repeated. The next one can't be the green-scaled giant serpent, can it? Lin Shen looked toward the Jade level, and sure enough, a green-scaled giant serpent rushed up the steps. What followed was an incredibly magical spectacle, as Lin Shen and his companion watched the creatures assault the Jade level all over again, just like yesterday. It wasn't until the Golden Colossus appeared once more, ascended to immortality, and pushed open the doors of the Celestial Court that they could confirm that this was indeed the very scene they had witnessed yesterday. Wei, could we have traveled through time? Lin Shen asked with an odd expression. Read exclusive adventures at Free Web Novel. Not hungry, Wei Wufu responded certainly. If you're hungry, just say so. I have Ascension Liquid here. Lin Shen took out 2 vials of Ascension Liquid from his backpack for Wei Wufu, and while gazing at the repetition of the ascension to the Celestial Court in the sky, he thought aloud, could we have fallen for that little star's illusion? Are we inside an illusion right now? Psh! Lin Shen only felt a pain in his arm to see that Wei Wufu's knife had pierced right through it, with blood flowing down the blade. What are you doing? Lin Shen stared dumbfounded at Wei Wufu, now even more certain that this was an illusion. Otherwise, why would Wei Wufu attack him? Does it hurt? Wei Wufu asked. It hurts, Lin Shen replied, still in a daze. No illusion. Wei Wufu pulled the knife out and sheathed it back. Lin Shen was exasperated. Why didn't you stab yourself? Why didn't you stab yourself? Wei Wufu said seriously. Lin Shen had no words to retort. He could now be certain that this wasn't an illusion. Wei Wufu was too real, and it was impossible for both of them to be caught up in the same illusion, right? If it's not time travel or an illusion, then what the hell is going on here? Lin Shen looked up at the scene in the sky, at a loss to guess what was actually happening. Even as daylight broke, the two of them couldn't figure it out. The only thing they could do was continue searching for a way out. But the planet was so vast, as they traveled, they found nothing but temples and temple ruins. No sight of a teleporter anywhere. When night fell again, they watched the creatures assault the celestial court once more. Lin Shen started to wonder if this might be a recording of some sort, played back using the firmament projection system. But to call it a projection, the power and the fluctuations produced when those creatures attacked the Jade level were definitely real. The terrifying strength fluctuations unleashed by those undying creatures could be distinctly felt by them, which was surely beyond the capability of any projection. When I was young, I read a novel about a man who got stuck in the same day. No matter what he did, when he woke up, he would find himself back at the start of that day. Could it be possible that we're in a similar situation? Lin Shen pondered. Wei Wufu didn't speak, but pointed to the communicator on Lin Shen's hand. Lin Shen immediately felt outsmarted. Although the communicator had lost its signal, rendering it unable to access the celestial network or establish contact with others, the time on it kept ticking, and it hadn't stopped. If they were trapped within the same day, time should have reset as well. Chapter 691, The Temple That Cannot Be Escaped. The two searched for several days amid the ancient temples on this planet, but could not find a way to leave. Every night, they were forced to watch a classic performance, whether they wanted to or not. Lin Shen began to suspect that there was no teleporter on Ancient Temple Star at all, and if Little Star wished to kill them, why would it allow them to escape? Wei, I have an idea, but I'm not sure if we can try it, Lin Shen said pensively. What? Wei Wufu stopped and looked at Lin Shen. Is it possible that the teleporter to leave this place is actually within the Celestial Court? Lin Shen pointed to the gates of the Celestial Court in the night sky. You go up there? Wei Wufu said, shaking his head repeatedly. No, danger, immortal, chance. I'm just saying, we should look a bit more. But if we really can't find a way to leave, we will have to try this method in the end. Lin Shen smiled and added, After all, I'm old acquaintances with the Jade Emperor, and he's even my guardian spirit. He can't just watch me die. If it doesn't work out, I can still call out his true name and ask for his help. After several more days of fruitless searching, Lin Shen knew he couldn't wait any longer and had to find a way to leave quickly. Calculating the time, the effect of the Dark Domain Lotus Seed was almost at its best. If they couldn't leave for base mutations Nirvana, achieving dual Nirvana would be difficult. Wei, there's no time left, we can't wait any longer, we have to take a risk. After watching for so many days, I found that an important reason those failed Nirvana creatures didn't succeed is that their extent of base mutation wasn't high enough. Have you noticed that the Nirvana creatures here are somewhat different from those elsewhere? They still carry traces of carbon-based life forms. Take the nine-tailed jade fox, for example. Most of its body is crystalline, but it has fluffy ears. Most of the failed Nirvana creatures are like it, carrying these carbon-based elements. The Golden Colossus doesn't have any of that, so he succeeded. Is it possible that what determines failure or success on the Jade level isn't the rank, but the completeness of the body's base mutation? In my super base form, I am a full base variant body, so maybe I can pass through the Jade level. But to push open the gates of the Celestial Court, you need immortal level strength. I can only try and see if I can use the Jade Emperor's name to open the gates. If I can't, I'll have to ask the Jade Emperor himself to come. Read New Adventures at Free Web Novel. There's still one last method to try, suddenly said Wei Wufu. What method? Lin Shen asked, puzzled. Mountain God, Mark. Wei Wufu pointed at Lin Shen's forehead. Lin Shen immediately understood Wei Wufu's meaning and nodded. It's worth a shot. Previously at the Mountain God Temple, the Mountain God left the Mountain God's mark on his forehead, which was essentially the deity mark of the Mountain God. Though unsure why the clay fetus god statue had done so, if he had the divine position of the Mountain God, it meant he was part of the Celestial Court. Could he use that status to directly enter the Celestial Court? Unfortunately, the Mountain God's mark he received last time disappeared in the daytime and had not reappeared. It seemed to be gone for good. To get another Mountain God's mark, they would have to visit the Mountain God Temple again. The two agreed to sneak towards the Mountain God Temple under cover of darkness. Along the way, they encountered temples that had lights inside. Unlike their dilapidation during the day, the temples were intact at night. Could it be that these temples can grant divine positions at night? This temple's status clearly ranks higher than the Mountain God Temple. Wouldn't receiving a divine position from this temple be even more effective? Lin Shen couldn't help but think while passing by another temple. However, after some thought, Lin Shen didn't dare to enter. It was better not to complicate matters. When they arrived at the Mountain God Temple again, they saw that the temple had returned to the scene they had witnessed on that night. The clay fetus god statue was perfect, and the offering table, incense burner, and candles were all exactly as they were that night. As they entered the mountain god temple, the clay fetus god statue had no reaction until Lin Shen, as before, lit 3 sticks of incense and placed them in the incense burner. Then, similar to last time, the mountain god's eyes lit up and shone on Lin Shen. The mountain god spoke exactly as before, however. When he asked Lin Shen if he was sure, Lin Shen didn't respond as he had previously, but instead asked, "Do you wish to bestow your divine position upon me?" At this question, the mountain god paused, giving Lin Shen a strange look before saying, No, don't you recognize me?" Lin Shen immediately asked upon realizing the mountain god could converse with him. "Why should I recognize you?" The mountain god frowned. He doesn't recognize me, which means that what happened last time didn't stick in his memory. But why doesn't he remember? Lin Shen wondered to himself. "Whether you know or not, you must take over the position of the mountain god," said the mountain god, his gaze intensifying. Lin Shen felt a sharp pain on his forehead as the blood-colored mountain imprint appeared once again. "I can finally be freed," the mountain god's voice trailed off as the sound of a crack echoed, and the clay fetus god statue shattered into a pile of clay pieces again. "It worked. I'll give it a try," Lin Shen said, heading out of the temple to attempt crossing the jade level. But as soon as he stepped through the temple's main gates, he found himself back inside. Not only had he returned to the temple, but he also appeared on the altar, in the very place where the clay fetus god statue had been. "Oh, so that's how it is." Lin Shen immediately realized the situation. To confirm his suspicions, he rushed out of the mountain god temple only to reappear on the altar without fail. No matter how he tried to leave, as soon as he stepped beyond the bounds of the mountain god temple, he would be instantly teleported back to the altar. "I thought about using the divine position to enter the celestial court, but I can't even get out of the temple. Thankfully, the mountain god's mark will disappear by day, or else being trapped forever in this mountain god temple would be too miserable," Lin Shen thought nervously, worried about the potential complications. Fortunately, when daylight came, the mark on his forehead disappeared automatically, and leaving the mountain god temple had no effect. "It seems there are no shortcuts," Lin Shen said with resignation, left to rely on his own strength to step on the immortal court. Wait a minute, that stepping on the immortal court skill, it couldn't be meant for walking this jade level, could it? Lin Shen suddenly remembered. Chapter 692, Thunderfire Body Forging. "Take all these things with you. If I find a way out behind this door and can take you with me, we'll go together. If I can't take you along, find a safe place to wait for me. Don't take the Jade Decree route, wait for me to come back and pick you up." Lin Shen gave Wei Wufu all the survival equipment that might be of use to him. If Lin Shen couldn't return from the Celestial Court Gate, he wanted to ensure Wei Wufu had the means to survive until he came back. Find more adventures on free web novel. Lin Shen had already planned it out. If he couldn't take Wei Wufu with him, then after his Nirvana transformation, he would go find Little Star and force it, by any means necessary, to get Wei Wufu out. With the protection of Jade Decree, Wei Wufu should be safe staying here. After making all the arrangements, Lin Shen departed under Wei Wufu's escort, heading towards the direction of the Jade Staircase. On the fairy tale-like spherical surface, the snail that called itself Little Star, a colorful shell snail, was leisurely lying on a rock, its shell rocking back and forth like a rocking chair. How boring. Finally, 2 living beings come along, and they're both damned humans. I had no choice but to send them to the secret God Star. Little Star seemed to recall something, flipping over like an overturned turtle, and murmured with a strange expression, "Speaking of which, there is indeed a way out on the secret God Star. It wouldn't be possible for those humans to get out alive, would it?" However, Little Star immediately dismissed the thought, curling its mouth mockingly. "It seems I'm really getting old. I'm starting to be paranoid." 2 Ascension-level humans, once night falls on the secret God Star, and the ancient beings are resurrected, they'll be instantly killed. There's no way they could survive. Even if they call those ancient beings Dad and by some brain-dead luck, they are taken as sons and spared, it's unlikely they'd ever think the only way to leave the secret God Star lies within the Celestial Court. And even if they did, with their Ascension-level strength, it would be impossible to reach the Celestial Court Gate. And even if they made it there, without Immortal-level strength, they couldn't push the gate open. After thinking it through, Little Star concluded that it was impossible for those 2 humans to leave the secret God Star alive. It was definitely just its own overthinking. Lin Shen arrived at the Jade Staircase. Protected by the light of his bow and decree, the creatures lurking in the darkness dared not approach this place, and for the moment, there were no creatures on the Jade Staircase. "Let's go," said Lin Shen as he unleashed all his skills, merging with the Contrarian, forcibly elevating his own attributes. After giving Wei Wufu a signal, he stepped onto the Jade Staircase. At the very moment he stepped onto the Jade Staircase, he immediately felt as if his entire body was ablaze. The flames seemed to rise from within his skin, flesh, bones, and blood, engulfing his entire body in an instant. The flames, forging like iron, seared every cell in his body, and had he not entered his super base state, where the inside and outside were integrated as one, just the scorching alone would have been enough to reduce his physical form to charred remains. Fortunately, his super base form meant his body had no weaknesses, and under the fiery ordeals, Lin Shen's body didn't suffer too much damage. Boom! Suddenly, a bolt of thunder struck Lin Shen. Even in his super base form, he felt a numbness throughout his body as if his soul was nearly blasted out of him. Fuck, I have to summon the life base too. He had seen other creatures summon their life base before attracting thunder, and he had let the contrarian merge within him rather than summoning it out, but it seemed that it wasn't enough either, which was somewhat frustrating. Fortunately, the strength of the thunder hadn't caused any harm to his body, apart from making him feel numb all over. Just as I thought, as long as the degree of base mutation in the body is high enough, the intensity of the flames and thunder actually isn't that high. A Nirvana-level physique isn't hard to withstand. With all abilities activated, although my physique is somewhat weaker than Nirvana level, it should still be able to withstand the flames and lightning ahead. With the flames and lightning forging my body along the way, my super base change and super reconstitution could play a huge role, recasting my body to an extremely high strength. As long as I withstand this wave ahead, I will definitely be able to make it up there. Lin Shen had already planned everything and lifted his leg, aiming to step onto the second layer. But this step was as if burdened with infinite pressure, and he nearly could not make it. No wonder even those Nirvana creatures move so slowly. It's as if these jade steps have a powerful adhesive quality. The farther my feet from the jade steps, the stronger the suction beneath them. Lin Shen's thoughts flickered, and he moved upward with surfing step. With the surfing step, the suction beneath Lin Shen's feet was significantly reduced, but upon stepping onto the second stair, he felt the flames on his body grow stronger, and the thunder appearing in the void around him increased. Bolts of lightning, as if attracted, connected to his body, continuously shocking him. Wei Wufu, carrying Lin Shen's backpack, had stepped back some distance, watching Lin Shen climb the jade steps from afar. Feizai also crawled out from the backpack and stood on Wei Wufu's shoulder, likewise watching Lin Shen make his way up the jade steps. Flames surged on Lin Shen's body and lightning periodically struck him. Amid such a storm of fire and thunder, his figure was no longer clear to see. Wei Wufu was frowning, seemingly very worried. Such terrifying flames and lightning, it was uncertain whether Lin Shen could withstand them. Even he lacked confidence this time. After all, that path is one that even Nirvana creatures have difficulty completing. The crucial issue was that Lin Shen's body could not evolve like a Nirvana being nor ascend to immortal, which was the most dangerous aspect. Although it seemed extremely perilous, Lin Shen's situation was not as bad as it appeared. In this environment, the world's force that the superbase pattern could absorb was terrifying to an unimaginable extent. The dense world's force was absorbed into Lin Shen's body, not only providing an endless stream of energy, but also augmenting his physical strength. With the support of highly concentrated world's force, both superbase change and superbase recast were enhanced, and the damage inflicted on Lin Shen's body by the flames and lightning was quickly repaired. With surfing step, he climbed one step at a time. With each step, the suction from the stair grew stronger. Simultaneously, the power of surfing step increased incrementally, reaching a delicate balance with the stair's suction, making it not so arduous for Lin Shen to walk. Indeed, he was even moving a bit faster than most Nirvana creatures. However, after climbing only a small portion of the way, the power of the flames and lightning already surpassed Lin Shen's body's maximum endurance. The brilliant silver crystalline figure began to turn red and heat up, and tiny cracks started to spread across his body. Having not yet reached even halfway, Lin Shen's body had been forged by the flames and lightning to the point of resembling a piece of glass about to melt, crystal clear and emitting a strange silver light. Chapter 693, 1000 Hammering and 100 Refinements, Stepping on the Immortal Court. The flames and lightning of the Jade level were intended for the evolution of Nirvana creatures into immortality. Lin Shen, an Ascension level being who forcibly stepped onto the Jade level, withstood what only Nirvana level beings should have been able to endure. Reaching such heights was already a feat shocking to hear of. If not for possessing a superbase form, the flesh and blood beneath his carapace would probably have been burnt to cinders the moment he set foot on the first Jade level step. Engulfed in fierce fire and bathed in thunder, Lin Shen moved forward step by step. His body constantly oscillated between damage and repair, each part of him like a red-hot iron block being repeatedly forged by thunderfire. By the time Lin Shen had reached halfway up the left path, the surface of his body had started to melt, and iron-like molten liquid dripped from him. Even with the tremendous enhancement from his innate skill and being a contrarian, Lin Shen's body was on the verge of giving out. The superbase recast was too slow to fully repair his damaged body. Fortunately, by this time, the superbase change finally entered the cooling stage, and Lin Shen's body abruptly cooled down, white steam rising from him. Yet, under the terrifying flames and lightning, the steam evaporated instantly. Lin Shen's body, having endured the dual forging of flame and lightning, had already reached an inconceivable level of strength. In such a state, the strength of his superbase form was so great that even most Nirvana creatures would struggle to compare. but not long after Lin Shen continued upwards, his body began to melt again, and the superbase recast could no longer keep up with the melting rate. Clenching his teeth, Lin Shen forcibly initiated superbase change once more. Normally, having just activated superbase change, and with its effects still not fully released, it should have been impossible to initiate it a second time, as the body's energy supply would not be able to keep up. Yet, upon this jade level, the world's force absorbed by the superbase pattern was so plentiful that Lin Shen's body could not contain it all. The world's force being consumed was far less than that being absorbed, and a huge accumulation of the world's force within Lin Shen's body, an amount so great and terrifying, forcibly triggered a second superbase change. Lin Shen's already terrifyingly strong body, under the state of superbase change, received yet another enhancement. And with the superbase change only just initiated, in combination with the superbase recast, his wounded body was once again repaired. Lin Shen's steps didn't halt. One step after another he ascended, his entire being bathed in thunder and flames, resembling a walking thunderfire. Wei Wufu could no longer see Lin Shen's figure, but only a dazzling orb of light that shifted endlessly, where the flames and the lightning interwove with Lin Shen's splendid radiance, making it unbearable to look directly at. Wei Wufu stared unblinkingly at the orb, his eyes continuously watered, stung by the brilliance. Lin Shen's body once more began to drip with iron melt-like liquid, drop by drop onto the jade level, where upon contact it solidified into mercury-colored crystals. Lin Shen knew he couldn't stop, for if he did, the continuity of the surfing step would end, and he would not be able to move even a single step on the jade level. Sustaining his body, which was nearly collapsing, the full exalted name of the Jade Emperor constantly resonated through Lin Shen's mind. If his body could no longer bear it, he would immediately call out the exalted name of the Jade Emperor. Fortunately, Lin Shen's body held on until the second superbase change was completed, entering the cooling phase. The body that had almost melted instantly cooled down, Lin Shen's entire body radiating a silver holy luster, moving as if liquid mercury silver light flowed with every gesture. Now his physical strength had already far surpassed that of ascenders, even surpassing nirvana beings. The secondary physical tempering by flames and lightning strikes allowed his superbase form, which had completed superbase change and recast, to reach a strength not meant for his level. Lin Shen's previous judgments weren't entirely accurate. The completion of base mutation was certainly an important foundation for ascending the Jade level, but Nirvana attributes were also an indispensable condition. Under the superbase form, Lin Shen's body was already perfect, but regrettably he lacked the boost of Nirvana attributes. Relying solely on his physical resilience, he made his way up. The damage the fire and lightning inflicted on his body was simply too great. There was still half of the Jade level left before reaching the gates of the Celestial Court, yet Lin Shen's body, which had been strengthened by a second superbase change, started to soften and melt again. Can I do it one more time? Just one more time? I will be able to reach the gates of the Celestial Court. Lin Shen gritted his teeth and initiated superbase change once again. Experience more on Free Web Novel. His body had already gone through 2 superbase changes, and maintaining this state required a massive amount of energy. The energy consumed by initiating superbase change again was beyond calculation. The massive world's force absorbed by the superbase pattern was almost completely drained in an instant as superbase change was forcibly initiated again. With the dazzling brilliance flaring up, Lin Shen took a step forward, the flames and lightning on his body flickering like flowers. Almost there, only a dozen or more steps left. Wei Wufu's eyes were so swollen that he could barely open them, his face streaked with tears, but he was still staring intently at the blinding orb of light ascending step by step on the jade level. In fact, he couldn't see much. His eyes had long been blinded by the bright light, seeing everything in double images. The superbase pattern continued to absorb the world's force, but the incoming force was barely keeping up with the consumption of the third superbase change. Fortunately, just before the energy supply couldn't keep up, the third superbase change finally completed, and following an ultra-fast cooling, Lin Shen's body unexpectedly took on a black mirror-like state. It wasn't truly black, but was rather the effect of silver crystals layering to such an extent they formed a color close to black. It was like transparent water which, once deep enough, appears deep blue or even black. With the flames and lightning that had nearly materialized, eroding Lin Shen's body, it made the black crystal-like carcass begin to drip like a red-hot iron block. Lin Shen no longer had the strength to use a fourth superbase change. The world's force could no longer keep up with the drain. Maintaining triple superbase change was already very difficult, and he could only grit his teeth and keep climbing, each drop of iron juice falling from his body making him tremble. Only 7 steps left. Lin Shen's eyes were starting to blur, which was due to the melting of the outer carapace, losing its transparency and clouding his vision. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, iron juice dripped from Lin Shen's body, and when he stepped onto the last stair and came before the gates of the Celestial Court, all the lightning and flames disappeared. Wei Wufu's eyes, now swollen to mere slits, finally cleared to see Lin Shen's silhouette. It could hardly be described with the word human. resembling more a molten humanoid iron block dripping with molten juice. The iron juice hit the ground, immediately turning into deep, droplet-shaped black crystals, clinking incessantly. Chapter 694. Entering the Celestial Court. Wei Wufu watched with a heart trembling in terror. To withstand such extent of injury, among the Ascenders, perhaps only Lin Shen could bear it. Lin Shen stood before the Celestial Court's great doors. The triple superbase change had automatically ceased because the world's force couldn't keep up with the consumption. He dared not release his superbase form, while the superbase pattern was still absorbing the power beyond this world. Superbase recast was slowly repairing his wounded body. Without the enhancement of Thunderfire, the superbase pattern absorbed the world's force much slower than before. He wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but it felt like the speed of repair from the superbase recast had become particularly sluggish. After a while, Lin Shen's body had largely recovered, with the carapace gradually returning to its original form. Oddly, the carapace and the superbase changed body still retained that silver-black color, not reverting to the pure silver of before. Even in the absence of superbase change, Lin Shen could still feel that his body's strength vastly exceeded that of normal times. Now was not the time to ponder these things. With most of his body recovered, he reached out to push on the Celestial Court's great doors with all his might. Unfortunately, as he had anticipated, the doors didn't budge. The Celestial Court's doors, which only immortal-level strength could open, were simply beyond the power he possessed at the moment. Even though the growth from Death Powder and the Boundless Strength contract had provided him with a significant boost in strength attribute compared to immortal-level strength, the difference was still so vast as to be negligible. Seeing that he couldn't open the doors, Lin Shen could only clear his throat and shout, "I share a profound friendship with the Jade Emperor and have come to pay a visit. Please open the doors and let me in." Lin Shen's words were true, for the Jade Emperor was his guardian spirit, with whom he indeed had a remarkably deep bond. However, whether those terrifying beings within the Celestial Court would believe him was not something Lin Shen could control. If those inside ignored him, then Lin Shen had no choice but to call upon the honorable name of the Jade Emperor and summon him forth. Lin Shen waited for a while but heard not a single sound, so he called out several more times, still to no response. "It seems I must summon the Jade Emperor," Lin Shen muttered dismally. A guardian spirit could be summoned only once. Afterwards, there would be no more chances to use it unless he could find those 5 sacrificial robes again. He hadn't previously regarded the guardian spirit as particularly important, but having seen so many undying creatures rush into the Celestial Court only to end up with the Celestial Soldier's divine position, he could imagine just how terrifying the Jade Emperor's power was. Every minor figure within the Celestial Court was an undying creature. Lin Shen simply couldn't fathom the extent of the Jade Emperor's strength. Just as Lin Shen was about to call out the Jade Emperor's venerable name, he heard a click. The great doors of the Celestial Court slowly opened. "They're actually open," Lin Shen was overwhelmed with surprise. Glancing back at Wei Wufu on the ground and seeing him nod, Lin Shen then proceeded towards the opening doors of the Celestial Court. Clouds and mists swirled within the doors of the Celestial Court. From outside, one simply couldn't see what lay within. After Lin Shen entered, the doors of the Celestial Court closed slowly on their own, segregating the two worlds. Watching Lin Shen simply walk through the doors of the Celestial Court, a Nirvana creature with a human upper body and a serpent tail rushed up the jade steps. Having forcefully endured the baptism of Thunderfire and reached the great doors of the Celestial Court, it imitated Lin Shen and shouted at the doors, "I too share a relationship with the Jade Emperor." Before he could finish his words, a violet thunderbolt, fierce as a true dragon, descended from the sky, directly turning him into flying ash, instantly terrifying the many enigmatic creatures into a tremor. Lin Shen entered the Celestial Court, but all he saw was mist weaving around, a meandering corridor-like jade bridge coming into his view. The surrounding sea of clouds churned, while in the air the mist swirled. The jade bridge undulated like a dragon in the sea, extending far into the distance, its end nowhere in sight. Experience more tales on Free Web Novel. Apart from this jade bridge, Lin Shen saw none of the pavilions, terraces, towers, and palaces he had seen on his last visit to the Celestial Court. It was as if he was not in the same place at all. The undying creatures that had entered before him had also vanished without a trace. There wasn't a single person around. How strange. How can there not be a single person? Shouldn't there at least be someone to receive visitors? Lin Shen wondered to himself, cleared his throat, and shouted into the sea of clouds, "I wish to meet the Jade Emperor. May I know which way to go?" Silence, a dead silence without any sound. Lin Shen called out a few more times, but still no sound came in reply. This time Lin Shen waited a long while, but with no movement at all, he could only proceed along the Jade Bridge. This was the only path, so there was no need to worry about taking a wrong turn. Lin Shen followed the Jade Bridge ever forward, his steps quickening, the bridge proving to be longer than he had imagined. With all his strength, Lin Shen sprinted along the Jade Bridge. After running for half a day, he still couldn't see its end, nor any other structures. Even at Lin Shen's current speed, such a long time should have been enough to circle a massive star like giant ring star, yet the end of the Jade Bridge was still out of reach. Lin Shen stopped, standing at a higher point on the bridge to take a thorough look around, but still he saw nothing, not even the gate to the celestial court through which he had entered. Standing next to the white jade railings, Lin Shen peered down at the sea of clouds below. This glance made his face change color dramatically. Amidst the rolling clouds, the arches of the bridge appeared faintly visible, and on one of those arches, a figure gently swayed with the tumbling clouds. It was startlingly a suspended corpse between the bridge arches. Upon closer inspection, Lin Shen realized it wasn't a corpse at all, but a vividly lifelike white jade statue. The white jade statue depicted a character resembling a fairy, originally quite beautiful but with a red rope tied around its neck, hanging in the middle of the bridge arch. Its intermittent visibility among the mists indeed looked somewhat frightening. Why is this place just like the temple, filled with bizarre things? With a thought, Lin Shen moved to another bridge arch to peer below. As he had guessed, each bridge arch was adorned with a white jade statue, each one depicting a different figure. Some were oddly shaped, others as beautiful as flowers, but no matter how well carved, their suspension in such a place gave off an unnerving vibe. I don't know how long the Jade Bridge is, but there's a bridge arch every few hundred meters, and I don't know how many I have passed. If there's a white jade statue hanging under each arch, just how many would there be? Who would hang so many white jade statues here? Lin Shen's expression was complex. He dared not touch those white jade statues for fear of triggering some taboo, much like the clay fetus god statues in the temple. This place doesn't look anything like the celestial court I visited before. What on earth is going on? Full of doubts, Lin Shen knew he couldn't just wait there and had no choice but to continue sprinting along the Jade Bridge. Chapter 695, Nirvana. Of the ancient temple day and night, Lin Shen pressed on, now beginning to suspect that he had fallen into an endless loop, as if being tricked by a ghost hitting a wall. With his speed, several days and nights had passed without rest. He was still on the Jade Bridge, unable to see the end. Anyone would think they were just walking in circles, but there was only one path on the Jade Bridge. If it really were a loop, he should have returned to the gate by now. He hadn't seen the gate the whole way, so Lin Shen had no choice but to continue forward. Just as he was about to doubt his life choices, the Jade Bridge finally came to an end. This bridge is really just unbearably long. Lin Shen sighed with relief as he saw a white jade tower at the end of the Jade Bridge. It was fortunate that he hadn't tried to walk back, or else he would have wasted even more time on this Jade Bridge. The white jade tower bore no plaques or signs, and no words stood before its door. Lin Shen called out a few times, but there was no answer from inside. After apologizing for the intrusion, Lin Shen cautiously pushed open the door of the white jade tower, and a ray of morning light shone from within. Lin Shen was stunned by the sight that met his eyes. Inside the door was a landscape of mountains and rivers, a setting sun, evening clouds, and white egrets, accompanied by the chirping of insects and croaking of frogs. This was nothing like the White Jade Tower. It was clearly a scene from the human mother planet. Lin Shen found it hard to believe. He closed the door, paused for 2 seconds, and pushed it open again, only to see the same evening glow, not the interior of a tower. Lin Shen tentatively stepped inside and instantly found himself by the riverbank. When he turned around, the jade door was nowhere to be seen, and the White Jade Tower had vanished as well. Flying up into the sky to look around, Lin Shen was shocked to find that he was not far from the Dark Bird Base where he was born. He flew in the direction of Dark Bird Base and soon saw familiar people and buildings. I'm really back. Lin Shen quietly returned home for a visit, startling no one, taking just a few glances before heading straight to Tiancheng. The Wei family was puzzled. Both Lin Shen and Wei Wufu had gone to the underground space, and there was only one way out through Taomen Hall. How did Lin Shen return from the outside? Lin Shen recounted the events he and Wei Wufu had experienced, leaving the Wei family members dumbfounded. Lin Shen told Wei Chengqing that he needed to visit Nirvana first, and then go to the Sea of Blood to settle the score with Little Star and rescue Wei Wufu. Lin Shen had calculated that he could use his mechanical wristwatch to travel to the mysterious planet with the Golden Buddha Temple, undergo Nirvana in the ancient temple, then use the wristwatch to return to the human mother planet. After rescuing Wei Wufu, he could still leave the human mother planet using the Ying Yu well. He wouldn't be trapped here. Fearing that Wei Wufu might encounter danger on that strange planet, Lin Shen didn't dare to delay a moment and immediately teleported to Ancient Temple Star. Just as he had thought, the Ancient Temple Star that he reached using his mechanical wristwatch had the Golden Buddha Temple. Lin Shen found Master Chao Du, got his permission, and once again dived into the ancient temple underwater. Arriving at the fire basin mentioned by Tai, Lin Shen activated his super base form, took out a god-making egg, swallowed it without much hesitation, and then jumped into the fire basin. Evolution theory began to operate automatically, and suddenly he felt as if a strange energy within him was gushing forth like a spring, flowing endlessly to every part of his body. At the same time, the energy from the fire basin surged towards his body. The flames, which obviously burned bright, gave off no heat. They even felt slightly cool. The flames in the fire basin enveloped Lin Shen's entire body, yet he felt as if he were immersed in ice-cold water, his whole body indescribably cool. Evolution theory automatically kicked in, and his carapace also surfaced on its own. Lin Shen calmly absorbed the energy from both, waiting for his body to enter the nirvana state. Once he entered the nirvana state, Lin Shen's body would undergo earth-shattering changes. How to maintain his humanity in such a state and ultimately return to human form was the key to nirvana. The energy from the fire basin continuously flowed into his body, and the energy from the god-making egg inside him also kept breaking down and merging into his body. Yet Lin Shen didn't experience the intense changes others had described, nor did he feel his consciousness was affected. Tranquility. Lin Shen only felt tranquility, and in this peaceful state, the two types of energy continually fused into his body. The effects of the Dark Domain Lotus Seed are truly remarkable. To integrate two attributes so effortlessly into one, Lin Shen thought it was the effect of the Dark Domain Lotus Seed. As time ticked by second, Lin Shen gradually sensed that something was amiss. Initially, he could feel the energy in his body becoming abundant, but his body remained unchanged. Lin Shen had thought it was because the energy had not yet accumulated to the point where his body could undergo nirvana, but even as the surging energy within him began to diminish, his body was still unchanged, showing no signs of entering nirvana. What's going on? Lin Shen was surprised to find that the energy from the god-making egg was nearly exhausted, and his body still hadn't entered a state of nirvana. This can't be right. Why haven't I undergone nirvana? Lin Shen felt the energy from the fire basin also diminishing and started to panic. He had read many accounts of others' nirvana experiences, but had never heard of a situation like this. Even after the flames in the fire basin went out, Lin Shen's body remained utterly unchanged. He could feel that the energy from both the fire basin and the god-making egg had indeed merged into his body, but that energy didn't induce a state of nirvana. Lin Shen stepped out from the fire basin, its flames completely extinguished, and reigniting it was uncertain and likely not anytime soon. Even if the fire basin were relit, the attributes would be different from before. Having already absorbed the power of nirvana from two attributes, it would be impossible for him to absorb a third. Read latest chapters at Free Web Novel. Filled with doubt, Lin Shen carefully examined his own attributes. He was indeed still at ascension level, without any change in his attributes and no acquisition of nirvana attributes. After pondering for a long time, Lin Shen suddenly thought of a possibility. Having undergone Thunderfire body refinement at the Jade level, although his attribute remained unchanged, his super base form and carapace did undergo some variations. Could it be those changes that caused an issue with his body, preventing his nirvana? Lin Shen deactivated the super base form, wanting to take a risk and see if he could only achieve nirvana in a normal state. But the result was the same. Under normal conditions, he still did not undergo nirvana. His body had no reaction at all. What in the world is going on? Could it be an issue with evolution theory? The flawed evolution theory is missing the latter sections. It's all from my own explorations and cultivation. Could I be stuck here? Lin Shen was on the verge of tears. He couldn't achieve nirvana. Then again, thinking about it, even if there were problems with evolution theory, he had absorbed the power of nirvana twice, including one from the immortal land. Even without cultivating the evolution skill, his body should have responded. Now his body had no reaction whatsoever, which was definitely not normal. There must be a problem with his body. Chapter 696. Being too physically strong is also a worry. Clang, 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 clang. Lin Shen chopped at his own body with one slash after another, while actually enjoying it. It wasn't that his mind had gone bad, nor was it because he was so unable to achieve nirvana that he'd given up on himself, but because he had finally discovered why he couldn't achieve nirvana. There was a serious discrepancy between the strength of his body and his attribute, with the numerical values for hardness and toughness remaining the same as before, yet his actual strength was far greater. His own full-strength strike couldn't even leave a scar on his body. At most, it would leave a red mark. It should be known that he was using a scrap sword and employing the scrap sword skill. Even the bodies of nirvana creatures couldn't withstand the sawing damage of a scrap sword. With such destructive power unable to even harm his skin and flesh, how could that strength possibly be reflected in just a minor numerical value in his attribute? Lin Shen pondered, coming to the conclusion that the only possibility was that during his time on the Jade level, Thunderfire had repeatedly baptized his body, enhancing its strength. However, since he was just an ascender and Thunderfire was designed for creatures on the brink of becoming immortal or those already undying, his body had been strengthened beyond the capabilities of an ascension level. This kind of enhancement was difficult to reflect in an ascender's attributes, which might have caused the watch to produce incorrect test results, leading to the discrepancy between the numerical values and the actual properties. The reason he couldn't achieve nirvana was that his physical strength was too high. Even the power of dual nirvana was insufficient to bring his body into the nirvana state. There might be deeper reasons than just strength, but the root cause was definitely the abnormal changes his body underwent due to the baptisms of Thunderfire. After a series of tests, Lin Shen realized that his current condition was somewhat bizarre. His hardness and toughness were extremely high, far exceeding the numeric display, but his strength and speed hadn't changed noticeably compared to before. All these were not the problem. The problem was how to achieve nirvana. Continue reading stories on free web novel. The most direct method was to absorb more power of nirvana until his body could enter the nirvana state, but now there were no nirvana powers of the same attribute left for Lin Shen to use. If he were to absorb nirvana powers of other attributes, the mixture would likely cause him to turn into something non-human upon entering the nirvana state, something he feared. But other than that, there were no other options. I can only take a gamble. I can't simply never achieve nirvana, Lin Shen said as he took out a god-making egg he had brought and started selecting one. The primeval egg he had used before was one he had chosen from among the nirvana-level god-making eggs. Considering the materials used to create the god-making eggs, the one Lin Shen had selected should have been quite suitable for him. Now, having failed to achieve nirvana with one god-making egg, Lin Shen didn't know if using another would be too much. If he used a lower-grade god-making egg and it wasn't enough, he might still be unable to achieve nirvana. Would he need another one then? Lin Shen wasn't sure he could withstand 3 attributes, and with 4 it would likely be worse. Strange energy spread out in his stomach and quickly filled his entire body. Lin Shen hurriedly activated the evolution theory, while also entering super base form to prepare for nirvana. As the seconds and minutes ticked away, the peculiar energy went from calm to tumultuous, then from tumultuous back to calm, and then there was nothing. The power of this god-making egg had disappeared, and Lin Shen's body remained completely unresponsive. There was no reaction indicating the onset of nirvana. At that moment, Lin Shen was dumbfounded. He hadn't reached nirvana yet, and if he continued, that would make it 4 attributes. Now that things had come to this, there was no other way. Lin Shen picked another god-making egg made with nirvana materials, gritted his teeth, and swallowed it once again. The eerie energy spread through his body like an electric current, erupting violently before finally calming down. Still no nirvana reaction. This is bad. Lin Shen's heart began to tremble. The more types of attributes he had, the higher the risk of becoming inhuman when entering the nirvana state. Now, with 4 attributes, Lin Shen dared not imagine the repercussions he would face once he entered nirvana. By now, Lin Shen felt like he was riding a tiger and couldn't get off. If he didn't continue eating, he wouldn't be able to enter the nirvana state. Surely he couldn't remain at the ascension level forever. If he ate the nirvana egg, the chances of becoming non-human were just too high. No, I can't eat anymore. I need to figure out a way to save Wei first. Lin Shen gave up on the idea of continuing to eat the nirvana eggs. He feared that if he didn't succeed, there would be nobody left to rescue Wei. Packing up his belongings, Lin Shen returned to the Golden Buddha Temple, bid farewell to Master Chao Du, and used his mechanical wristwatch to return to the human mother planet. Since he couldn't reach the nirvana level to enter the human mother planet, Lin Shen could not seek external help. He could only hope that Death Powder would quickly complete nirvana so that he'd have the chance to deal with that damned snail Little Star. Although he hadn't achieved nirvana, his bodily strength was already comparable to top-tier nirvana creatures. Combined with Death Powder's destructive power, unless that snail was at the immortal level, Lin Shen still had a good chance of winning. Lin Shen felt the likelihood of Little Star being at the immortal level was low. If it were, there'd be no need to bother transporting them to Ancient Temple Star. It could have just killed them directly. Back in Tianqing, Lin Shen didn't mention his nirvana problem, so Wei Chengqing and the others thought he had successfully achieved nirvana. Originally, Wei Chengqing and the others wanted to accompany Lin Shen to the Sea of Blood, but Lin Shen persuaded them not to go. With the indescribable creatures in the Sea of Blood, which could almost certainly be classified as undying creatures no matter how many of them went, it wouldn't be enough to face that creature. If Lin Shen went alone, Little Star might be curious about how he escaped from that planet and might let the undying creature take him there again. If too many people went, who knows what accidents might happen. If Little Star had the undying creature kill the others and only left Lin Shen alive, their deaths would be in vain. Lin Shen was betting that Little Star's own strength wasn't very strong and had not reached the immortal level. He was planning to achieve victory through surprise. The key was when Death Powder would complete nirvana. Although eager to head to the Sea of Blood, Lin Shen had no choice but to wait patiently for Death Powder to achieve nirvana. Fortunately, Death Powder didn't make Lin Shen wait for too long. In less than 5 days, Death Powder completed his 3rd nirvana. Death Powder's attributes did not change, but his nirvana attributes underwent a new transformation. His ability evolved from True Extreme Evil, slaying Destructive Death Ray, to True Extreme Evil, slaying Destructive Ruination Death Ray. In addition, Death Powder also acquired a new Super Base innate skill, Super Base Demonization. Super Base Demonization was an attribute doubling enhancement skill, somewhat similar to the Super Base form, but with a larger side effect. After using Super Base Demonization, there would be a noticeable period of weakness. Nevertheless, Super Base Demonization was already a very powerful innate skill. Chapter 697 Death Powder had always lacked a talent skill that provided a boost to all attributes, and this time, at last, it had found one. With death powder in hand, Lin Shen's confidence was significantly bolstered as he once again entered the underground world, heading towards the Sea of Blood. A person who has never tasted meat generally won't crave it because they don't know what meat tastes like. But once they have tasted meat, it's difficult to return to the previous state of having no desires. Little Star, although not human, had similar weaknesses. It had spent countless years on the Pink Star, never seeing outsiders or interacting with them. Although it felt somewhat lonely, it could endure it. However, since that last encounter with Lin Shen and Wei Wufu, Little Star felt a sudden restlessness in its heart, unable to calm down. Little Star even began to regretting that it had sent Lin Shen and Wei Wufu to the secret God Star too early. It should have kept them for a few more days, let them be spectators for a little longer. After getting enough of singing and playing, sending them to the secret God Star wouldn't be too late. The more Little Star thought about it, the more vexed it felt. Why was I so impatient? They are just ascension level after all. What are the odds they could escape from my grasp? With their meager abilities, they're probably unable to even leave the Pink Star. These past days, Little Star spent in regret, with its spirits somewhat dampened. Suddenly, Little Star, who had been laying down, seemed to sense something, and its lethargic body sprang up instantly. It's unclear where it found a monocular telescope from, but it pressed it against its right eye and peered towards the other side of the Sea of Blood. Another creature has come to the Sea of Blood, another human. When Little Star saw the figure of a human appearing on the shore, its body bounced up in excitement. But when it clearly saw the face of the human on the shore, its eyes widened in utter disbelief. How is it possible? He was sent by me to the secret God Star. How can he be here? Little Star's eyeballs looked as if they might pop out. Your journey continues with free web novel. No, an ascender cannot possibly escape from the secret God Star. This must be a human who looks very similar. Humans tend to look alike. Perhaps this one is his brother or twin. The more Little Star thought, the more convinced it became. To find out who he is, I just need to catch him and ask. With that thought, Little Star pulled out a silver whistle from nowhere, puffed up its cheeks, and blew the whistle. The peculiar undying creatures in the Sea of Blood were immediately stirred, moving towards the opposite shore from the seabed. Little Star, seeing the human's shocked expression at the sight of the dream beast, plus the attempt to turn and run, was even more certain that this human was not Tien, the one it had sent to the secret God Star. The dream beast easily captured the person, and judging by the strength they burst out with, they were likely an ascender. Foolish humans, this time, you shall not be so easily killed. The little devil inside Little Star was itching for action. Lin Shen was brought to Pink Star by the dream beast. The experience was exactly the same as the last time, but he still pretended to be surprised as he looked around the pink planet without intentionally searching for Little Star's traces. Welcome. Little Star's greeting was the same as always. Just like last time, Lin Shen looked around without glancing at the ground. Humans are always so foolish. Seeing that this human was as naive as the previous two, Little Star could only clear his throat and speak up again. Am I here? What a huge snail, and you can talk. When Lin Shen looked down and saw Little Star, his eyes widened with extreme shock. Ignorant and foolish humans have no insight. Little Star inwardly sneered, but his face was full of smiles, saying kindly, I am not a snail. My name is Little Star, the gentlest, kindest, and most helpful creature in the universe. My friend, do you need help? You're really willing to help me? Just now, I was attacked by a strange creature in the Sea of Blood. Do you know what creature it was? If I fly back from the Sea of Blood, will it come out and attack me again? Lin Shen asked with a look of joy. We are indeed comrades in misfortune, for I too was captured by it and brought here. That creature is called the Dream Beast, a very terrifying immortal creature. It trapped me here, yet did not kill me, treating me like a toy, like a cat with a mouse. Time and time again I struggled, yet time and time again I failed. It's too powerful. Sometimes I even think of ending my life. Little Star's face was marked by scars and fury. This one's also an actor, knowing it's a farce, yet almost moved. If it weren't for past lessons learned the hard way, I would have fallen for its deception. Lin Shen chuckled coldly to himself, but on his face he showed a look of indignation. Don't be too pessimistic. We can join forces against it and we'll surely come up with a plan. That would be wonderful. We will be friends from now on. What is your name? Little Star's face was animated with excitement, as if he had finally found a relative. My name is Lin Shen. Lin Shen responded truthfully. Clearly this isn't just one person, but they're all the same fool. Looks like he must be related by blood to that Tien, thought Little Star as he asked in apparent concern. This place is so dangerous. Why would you come here? My eldest brother and second brother came to explore this area before, and I haven't been able to contact them for many days. I suspect something has happened to them, so I came here to look for them. Little Star, have you seen any humans nearby? Lin Shen asked in return. No, maybe they weren't as lucky as you and got eaten by the Dream Beast, Little Star thought gleefully to himself. Just as expected, this is the brother of those two foolish humans, just as foolish as they are. Upon hearing this, Lin Shen's face changed abruptly, his voice trembling as he spoke. Big brother, second brother, they really encountered harm. I'm just speculating. Perhaps they never came near the Sea of Blood, but went to explore other places and are now probably back home. Seeing Lin Shen's pale complexion, devoid of any color, with eyes dimmed as if life had drained from him, Little Star felt a twinge of compassion and started to comfort him. If that's the case, that would be wonderful, Lin Shen said, suddenly turning his head to gaze towards the sea, his teeth gritted with determination. If that dream beast really killed my eldest and second brothers, I would sacrifice my life without hesitation to kill it and avenge them. Your sacrifice would be useless, little Ascender. Even if you had 10,000 lives, it wouldn't be enough for the dream beast to kill, thought Little Star, but his expression suddenly turned solemn and he said earnestly, if you truly wish to kill it, I do have a way. Chapter 698. Can singing plus kung fu really work? Little Star, said Lin Shen solemnly. Sing? Shing? Lin Shen looked at Little Star in bewilderment, genuine confusion written all over his face. This time it was not an act, but true puzzlement. Little Star said seriously, I have been imprisoned here by the dream beast for many years, and I've clashed with it countless times. Although I am not its match, it hasn't killed me because it wants to toy with me, allowing me to survive until now. All these years of humiliation and sufferance weren't without gains. Through secret research and a stroke of luck, I discovered that the dream beast has one fatal weakness. It's afraid of singing. Its combat strength is weakened by song. The louder you sing, the better you sing, the more its combat strength is diminished. Little Star earnestly deceived Lin Shen. Is that even possible? First, Lin Shen was filled with surprise and joy, but his expression soon turned somber. Unfortunately, I don't know how to sing. That's okay, I'll teach you, Little Star declared proudly. The singing I'm talking about isn't just any singing, but a song secret skill that I've created. You didn't really think a normal person's singing could affect an existence like the dream beast, did you? Little Star, how can I ever thank you? Lin Shen's eyes darted about, brimming with unshed tears as he dramatically expressed a man's gratitude and pride. We suffer the same plight. Helping you is helping myself. Let's join forces and kill the dream beast and get out of this godforsaken place. Little Star's voice was filled with heroic resolve, as if vowing to battle a demon to the death. Join forces, together we'll kill the dream beast, Lin Shen echoed with the same excitement. Unfortunately, Little Star had no hands, or else Lin Shen would have wanted to shake hands firmly to demonstrate their revolutionary camaraderie. We mustn't delay. I will teach you my song secret skill right now so that you can learn it quickly and we can join forces to kill the dream beast, Little Star said, and started to seriously teach Lin Shen the song secret skill. Of course, Little Star wasn't really going to teach Lin Shen any song secret skill. It was purely out of boredom, toying with Lin Shen for fun, treating Lin Shen like a fool to be played with. What it called the song secret skill was nothing but whimsical thoughts that came to it when singing out of sheer enjoyment. Not to say it was entirely nonsensical, but, practically speaking, it was unrelated to any logic. Yet Little Star spoke with such conviction and assurance that it seemed as though there was something to it. Can this really work? Lin Shen felt he had to express some skepticism about Little Star's claims. If he didn't, it would make him seem either unintelligent or ulteriorly motivated. Lin Shen's dealings with Little Star were pretense, as he sought an opportunity to subdue it in one strike, giving it no chance. From his experiences thus far, he could almost be sure that the creature referred to as the Dream Beast by Little Star could be commanded by it. If he didn't succeed in one go, and Little Star summoned the Dream Beast, Lin Shen's high bodily strength wouldn't withstand the immortal level's power. Now Little Star wanted to engage in an acting contest with him, which played right into his hands. Finding a chance to touch Little Star's acupoints 9 times, the final touch would certainly seal it, capturing it even if it was an undying creature. Man and Snail each harbored their own schemes. One taught earnestly, and the other learned with the same earnestness. To defend his bluffs, Little Star genuinely thought over the principles and techniques of its fabrications so that it could give seemingly valid explanations when Lin Shen questioned it. Normally, Little Star secretly summoned the Dream Beast to act as a shill, pretending every time the Dream Beast nearly charged onto the planet, it was Little Star's continuous singing that drove it back, preventing it from approaching Pink Star. Lin Shen didn't care whether the instruction was useful or not, he simply showed immense eagerness, diligently practicing the song secret skill taught by Little Star every day. Seeing Lin Shen practice so fervently, as if truly wanting to avenge his brothers through the song secret skill, made Little Star so happy that it couldn't close its mouth. This fool actually believes there is such a thing as the song secret skill. His brain must have been kicked by a donkey. Little Star looked at Lin Shen with the eyes of one beholding a clown, greatly amused. In order to draw closer to Little Star and gain physical access to it, Lin Shen racked his brains coming up with various questions about the song secret skill to ask Little Star. Little Star, in its efforts to answer Lin Shen's questions, exhausted all its wits and abilities, using copious references to explain the principles and techniques of the song secret skill to Lin Shen. Sometimes Little Star even considered itself a genius for being able to concoct so many wild and wonderful ideas, duping the fool completely, who looked at it each day with adoring eyes. Let you live a few more days. When you find out that the song secret skill doesn't even exist, that will be the day you die. Little Star actually felt somewhat reluctant to kill Lin Shen at that moment. Of course, Lin Shen knew that Little Star was bluffing him, and he didn't truly take this nonsense song secret skill seriously. The efforts in practicing were just for show. His real intent was to get close to Little Star, to hold the Emperor's hostage in order to command the lords. After practicing the skills mentioned by Little Star for a few days, it naturally had no effect whatsoever. On a whim, Lin Shen sang his own war song using the nonsensical song secret skill Little Star had talked about. Continue your story on free web novel. As he sang, Lin Shen suddenly found himself stunned. It was normal for the war song to bolster his strength, and it was effective when he sang it himself. What was abnormal was that the amount of strength he used to gain when he sang the war song himself was quite limited, nowhere near the effect achieved when Wei combined it with the Ch601 wooden fish, equivalent only to the boost an ordinary ascender would receive. But this time, after he sang the war song, the amplifying effect of the war song turned unexpectedly fierce, even stronger than the effect of Wei's combination with the Ch601 wooden fish. Could it be, the song's secret skill that Little Star taught me is real? The thought flickered through Lin Shen's mind, but he immediately dismissed it. The song's secret skill was effective only on his war song, which was completely different from what Little Star had described. Lin Shen had just stumbled upon it by chance. During his practices, Lin Shen seized every chance to have physical contact with Little Star, each time his fingers seemingly unintentionally touched a red dot on an acupoint on Little Star's body. Lin Shen never applied any force, so naturally, Little Star didn't feel anything. After several days of constant companionship, Lin Shen finally touched the same acupoint on Little Star 9 times. The intensity of the force wasn't key. What mattered was that the same acupoint had been touched 9 times. The next acupoint sealing would inevitably take effect, and no one could stop it. Little Star had already taken Lin Shen for its little fanboy, completely oblivious to the impending doom. Little Star, I've done it. Just as Little Star was contemplating how to swindle Lin Shen that day, it suddenly saw Lin Shen coming over excitedly. Done what? Little Star was utterly puzzled, not understanding what the fool was so happy about. The song's secret skill, I've mastered it, really, I've done it. Lin Shen came to Little Star, elated. The song's secret skill, you've mastered it? Little Star stared at the overwrought Lin Shen, its head full of question marks. Chapter 699, Controlling Little Star. I did it, I really did it, I have truly mastered the song's secret skill. Lin Shen's excited face showed a shade of guilt. Little Star, because the song's secret skill you taught me was so incredible, I initially doubted you, wondering if you were deceiving me. I'm sorry, I was really too ignorant back then. Explore Hidden Tales at Free Web Novel. As he spoke, Lin Shen sincerely extended his fist, seemingly wanting to bump fists with Little Star as a gesture of friendship. Of course, Little Star didn't have fists. In the past, it would bump fists with Lin Shen using its eyes to show friendship and encouragement. This was something Little Star had taught Lin Shen, usually encouraging Lin Shen to practice the song's secret skill even harder. It had always been Little Star initiating the gesture. But this time, Little Star was still stuck in a bewildered state, not reacting in time. It was still pondering what Lin Shen meant by mastering the song's secret skill. The skill, which it had hypothesized, was just conjured from imagination. How could it possibly become a real song secret skill? And what was with this touching speech? It even made Little Star feel a slight discomfort in its heart. Seeing that it didn't react, Lin Shen proactively moved his fist forward, gently tapping it beside the eye of Little Star. Little Star instinctively tilted its eye and bumped against Lin Shen's fist. But after the bump, Lin Shen's fist didn't withdraw like before. Seemingly intentional yet unintentional, after loosening his fist, he pressed a spot on Little Star's neck area. Caught in surprise and a slight sense of guilt, Little Star hadn't anticipated this at all. Of course, the main reason was that Little Star didn't believe Lin Shen had the capacity to hurt it, so it lacked any psychological anticipation. In such a situation, Lin Shen's fingers pressed easily against the neck of Little Star, and suddenly Little Star felt a numbness take over its body, losing complete control over its physical form as if it had become a vegetative being. Little Star was instantly alarmed and tried to activate the strength within its body, but it couldn't feel its body at all, as if its consciousness had been severed from its physical form. Lin Shen's fingers danced, swiftly applying pressure to the visibly accessible acupoints on Little Star's body, utilizing the 1 in 10 certainty trait to seal them. The acupoints on Little Star's body were not as numerous as those on humanoid life forms, and some were even hidden inside snail-like shells, which made acupoint sealing difficult without the 1 in 10 certainty. 1 in 10 certainty did not mean that only 1 in 10 attempts would be successful. Normally the effect was consistent, but the 10th time was guaranteed. The few fingers Lin Shen had applied with great force had no apparent effect, and it was only when the 1 in 10 moment arrived that the acupoint sealing took effect. This made him somewhat relieved. He was glad he had been cautious, taking the opportunity to seal Little Star first, because judging by Little Star's physical strength, Lin Shen might not have stood a chance. Trying to hit the same acupoint on Little Star 10 times in a row would have been nearly impossible. With a face full of shock and disbelief, Little Star opened its mouth to say something but realized it couldn't even move its mouth, let alone make a sound. Little star, I don't have time to waste words with you. Answer my question, or I'll kill you. Tell me, how to get to that planet full of ancient temples, Lin Shen said as he released one of the acupoints on Little Star, restoring its ability to speak. Shocked, Little Star looked at Lin Shen and said, You're Tien, it's impossible. How could you possibly have come from Secret God Star? As soon as the words left its mouth, Little Star realized that it could talk again. The next second, Little Star tried to summon its power to kill Lin Shen. But it was startled to find that despite regaining its voice, it still had no control over its body. What skill is this? To actually be able to control my body, the innate abilities of Ascenders couldn't possibly have such an effect. Little Star was both shocked and furious. It had been deceived by Lin Shen. It had thought Lin Shen was the clown being played in its hands, but it turned out that the real clown was itself. It seems you don't want to live. Lin Shen's face grew cold as he took out the scrap sword from within his spatial storage, pointing it at Little Star and said, Now, I'll ask one question, and you'll answer one. Otherwise, don't blame me for being heartless. Trash, Little Star said disdainfully. Without another word, Lin Shen directly executed a scrap sword skill strike towards its neck. The blade Chi, with a strong cutting effect, slashed at Little Star's neck but couldn't even leave a scratch, let alone saw through. The edge of the scrap sword struck directly on it, but like filing metal with a rasp, as he sawed, Little Star's neck seemed rubbery, twisting along with the blade, completely ineffective. Little Star burst out laughing. Trash will always be trash. Even if I stand here without moving and let you kill me as you please, you can't harm a single hair on my head. I indeed can't hurt a single hair on your head because you don't have that stuff, Lin Shen said as he lifted the scrap sword and pressed it directly onto Little Star's snail shell and started to file it. Crack, squeak. Damn it, you, Little Star was both shocked and angry, emitting a sharp cry of alarm. It had never imagined its snail shell could be damaged and had never anticipated that the sword in Lin Shen's hand could really harm its snail shell. Lin Shen didn't pay it any attention and kept filing intensely with the scrap sword. The snail shell was indeed unimaginably hard. With Lin Shen's strength, it was impossible to even scratch the shell. But as he filed repeatedly with the scrap sword, it ground out a shallow mark on the snail shell. Although it was slow, with persistence, even a metal rod can be ground into a needle. Eventually, the snail shell would wear through. The hardness of the scrap sword was beyond imagination, somehow harder than the snail shell itself. Little Star claimed its shell was as strong as immortal, and Lin Shen believed that, but the scrap sword was clearly harder, grinding the snail shell into colorful powder that floated away. Stop it! Little Star was clearly becoming panicked. Lin Shen kept silent as if he hadn't heard it all, and continued filing away with more and more colored powder drifting off. Little Star was both angry and anxious, but its body couldn't move at all, the strength within not heeding its commands. It had no way to deal with Lin Shen. Little Star wanted to call the Dream Beast over, but the whistle to summon the Dream Beast was inside its snail shell, which it was equally unable to use. Chapter 700. Forcing a confession. Damn, what kind of sinister power does this human have? I can't move at all, Little Star exclaimed in a mix of shock and anger, but it was helpless and could only say, Don't just do something. If there's something you want to know, just ask. Lin Shen continued to ignore it, filing away, focused and undistracted, as if he would never stop until he sawed open the snail shell. Under someone's roof, one has no choice but to bow down. Although Little Star wanted nothing more than to grind Lin Shen into dust, it had no choice but to say, The treasure box that transports to Secret God Star is in the blue room to the left. You've seen it. Just go fetch it yourself. Lin Shui finally stopped his hand, but he didn't go to the room to fetch the treasure box. Instead, he asked, What exactly is this Secret God Star? How would I know what that is? Stop. Little Star didn't finish speaking before it found Lin Shen resuming his filing. Seeing that Lin Shen ignored it, Little Star could only grind its teeth in agitation and say, All I know is, the treasure box can transport to Secret God Star, and that there are all sorts of strange things on Secret God Star. But where Secret God Star came from, and where those things on it came from, I truly don't know. Who are you, and why are you here, and where did this pink sphere come from? Lin Shen stopped his hand, not hurrying to ask how to leave Secret God Star. Instead, he wanted to first understand Little Star's origins. Little Star hesitated for a moment, and Lin Shen began filing its snail shell again. Little Star was so mad its brains were nearly exploding, but it had no choice and could only suppress its anger and say, I'm like you, a victim too. I was captured and brought here to guard this pink star. Lin Shen didn't believe Little Star's words at all and continued to file fiercely. Everything I've said is true. The one who captured me is the Ancient Realm King. I really don't know what the origins of Pink Star are. The Ancient Realm King only tasked me with watching over this planet to prevent any creature from discovering Pink Star's existence. If anyone arrived here, I was to eliminate them at all costs and ensure Pink Star's secrets were not leaked, especially the humans, Little Star urgently cried out. Why can't humans discover the existence of Pink Star? Lin Shen wondered in his heart. It seemed the Ancient Realm King had known of humanity's existence a long time ago, suggesting he had been to the human mother planet long before. How should I know? The Ancient Realm King simply ordered it so, he didn't explain why. Little Star, seeing Lin Shen about to act again, hurriedly said, I truly don't know. Killing me won't help. I'm just following the Ancient Realm King's orders. If you don't believe me, you can check the first red room on the right. There's a work schedule in there that lists everything I'm supposed to do. You'll see I'm not lying. Have you been to that, what's it called, secret God Star? Which way did you come out? Lin Shen didn't go to the red house, continuing to ask instead. The same as you, of course. There's only that one way out of Secret God Star. Little Star could only answer. After hearing this, Lin Shen pressed the scrap sword against the snail shell, and Little Star quickly said, You exit via the Jade level and then through the gate of Celestial Court. The Ancient Realm King took me there, saying it was the only way out. As for whether there are other ways, I really don't know. Lin Shen asked Little Star many questions and gradually unearthed some information about Pink Star and Secret God Star from Little Star's mouth. Little Star didn't know whether Pink Star had always been there or if it had been brought there later. When the Ancient Realm King captured Little Star, Pink Star was already there. The Ancient Realm King used some method on Little Star, forcing it to stay there and guard Pink Star. But exactly what method the Ancient Realm King used, Little Star stubbornly refused to say. Explore more adventures at Free Web Novel. The secrets that Little Star knew were slowly extracted by Lin Shen, including its ability to control the Dream Beast with a whistle. The whistle and the Dream Beast were both left behind by the Ancient Realm King. In the Sea of Blood, aside from the Dream Beast, there were also several undying creatures lurking. But those undying creatures, even Little Star, had no power over them. If anyone dared to try crossing the Sea of Blood, those terrifying undying creatures would act. The only creature Little Star could control was the Dream Beast. If it weren't for the fear that Lin Shen and Wei Wufu might escape, it wouldn't have ordered the Dream Beast to capture them and bring them back. Of course, the Dream Beast could have killed Lin Shen and Wei Wufu right then and there, but Little Star had found them to be merely at the Ascension level and, feeling too lonely, had thought to bring them both to Pink Star to provide some entertainment for itself. If it had known it would come to this, it definitely wouldn't have allowed Lin Shen to come to Pink Star alive. The more Lin Shen asked, the colder his heart felt. If the only path was the Jade level, wouldn't Wei Wufu be trapped inside forever? Unless Wei Wufu was willing to undergo Nirvana on Secret God Star and then rely on the Nirvana body to ascend the Jade level, attempting to open the gates of Celestial Court, he would be trapped there forever. No matter how Lin Shen tried to coerce information out of Little Star, he could not extract any more details regarding Secret God Star. Little Star didn't even know that there were actually two Secret God Stars. One was the Secret God Star you're transported to through the magic box, and the other was the Secret God Star you're sent to through the coordinates of Gourd Mountain or a mechanical watch. During the day, the two Secret God Stars were basically indistinguishable, with the only difference being whether or not the Golden Buddha Temple was there. The difference at night was mainly the appearance of the gates of Celestial Court. The Golden Buddha Temple and the gates of Celestial Court, these two landmark locations, were the distinctions between the two Secret God Stars. And both Secret God Stars were connected to the Ancient Realm King. Probably only the Ancient Realm King could clarify what exactly was going on. Little Star, this skill of mine, you'll never be able to break free from. If anything happens to me, you'll just be frozen in place for life. I'm entering the Red House now, so think it over carefully yourself, said Lin Shen, holding on to Little Star and walking toward the Red House. Wait. Just as Lin Shen was about to push open the door, Little Star suddenly called out to stop him. Let's hear it then, Lin Shen said, looking at the Little Star in his hand. Let's make a deal. You release me, and I'll let you go back alive, Little Star proposed. I want to live, but I don't need you, said Lin Shen, leaving the Red House and heading towards another house before attempting to push open the door. Once you enter this house, you won't be able to leave, Little Star suddenly spoke up again. Inside the room, Lin Shen saw that it looked like a human's dwelling, with a bed and a table, and the walls adorned with art photos. Only the subjects of these photos were not people, but various musical instruments. Next to the photos hung a guitar, and in the corner of the room were drum sets, seeming to belong to someone who loved music deeply. But this person couldn't be Little Star. The furniture here was clearly meant for creatures with the human form, not for a snail. On the table, Lin Shen saw the box, and despite Little Star's objections, he took it and opened it while still holding on to the snail. No, you're going to get people killed. Amidst Little Star's screams, the box shone brightly, and it transported a man and a snail to Secret God Star.